Chapter 1. The Play of Fate. The Blind Box Miniature World. Completely random contents. Not even a general list of possible items. Yet they dare to charge 1,688 for it. Wong Hui frowned as he looked at the blind box purchase page his colleague had sent him. Under normal circumstances, he would never waste money on such a foolish expense. But given the current situation, Wong Hui glanced at the diagnostic report in his other hand and suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. Saving money seemed rather pointless now. Why not indulge in a moment of childishness? With a casual tap, he placed the order and paid, then leaned back in his bus seat, closing his eyes to rest. No one would have imagined that he, who had just been promoted and was ready to make his mark, would be diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS. At this moment, Wong Hui appeared normal, but he had already begun experiencing initial symptoms such as muscle atrophy in his limbs and overall weakness. Soon, it would progress to difficulty swallowing and respiratory failure. This was an incurable disease with no current medical treatment available. I always thought I was quite resilient to the cold. So how did I end up with ALS? Wong Hui silently mused over this dark joke as he stepped off the bus at a stop. The area was near the outskirts, where his parents had left him a single-story house with a courtyard. The surroundings were quiet and desolate. As he turned into the alley, Wong Hui immediately spotted a large box placed in front of his door. Is this the blind box? He walked over in surprise to take a closer look. The box was roughly 2 meters long and over a meter tall. It had only been about 40 minutes since he placed the order, and it was already delivered. It's quite heavy. Wong Hui tried lifting it and roughly estimated that the content weighed at least 200 pounds. He hadn't held much hope for the blind box initially, but now he was curious about what he might find inside. Given its exaggerated size, perhaps he could even recoup his investment. The joy of the unknown, perhaps. Wong Hui chuckled softly, first opening the courtyard gate, then laboriously pushing the large box inside bit by bit. Phew, if this had arrived after my symptoms worsened, I probably wouldn't have been able to move it at all. Catching his breath, Wong Hui noticed the Lu Gao logo printed on the side of the box. A building block toy company? Seems like a knockoff brand. Grabbing a pair of scissors, he cut open the box, and what was revealed inside left him momentarily stunned. On a rectangular metal platform sat a tightly sealed glass cover, beneath which was a miniature landscape of mountains and rivers. It resembled the Christmas snow globe he had played with as a child, only many times larger. Leaning closer to the glass cover, he noticed a ping-pong ball-sized sun moving inside, surrounded by drifting clouds and mist, all appearing incredibly lifelike. Have toys become this sophisticated? Wong Hui was utterly amazed. Just the size and appearance alone seemed worth far more than the 1,000-something yuan he had paid for the blind box. As he circled the glass cover, the small sun gradually descended into a corner, while a tiny moon rose from the opposite end. The sky inside the glass cover shifted from bright to dark, and tiny lights flickered to life in some of the miniature buildings on the ground. It seems like there are things moving around inside. Or am I just seeing things? Wong Hui squinted, but the interior was too dim to make out any details clearly. He turned and rummaged through a storage cabinet for a magnifying glass and a flashlight. By the time he returned, the small sun had risen again, and the glass cover was once more illuminated. Does day and night alternate every minute? Taking advantage of the light, Wong Hui observed the interior with a magnifying glass. This time, he could see clearly there were indeed countless tiny objects moving inside. Some were human, others were animals, but they moved so quickly that they appeared as blurred streaks. Does time flow differently inside and outside, making these tiny beings appear exceptionally fast to me? As he pondered this, the small sun set, and the sky darkened once more. Instinctively, Wong Hui placed one hand on the metal platform while preparing to turn on a flashlight with the other. Suddenly, an irresistible force pulled him in. He grunted, and the next moment, the sound of rushing wind filled his ears as his body plummeted downward. Have you not eaten your fill? Whip your horses. Tonight is the night to claim the first victory. By the banks of the Pinchuan River in the miniature world, a cavalry of over 100 riders galloped forward, their excited shouts echoing all around. Not far ahead of them, 3 solitary figures desperately fled. But 2 legs were no match for 4, and it wasn't long before the 3 were completely surrounded. Is heaven determined to destroy me? The leader was a young girl with a healthy, wheat-colored complexion and a spirited look in her eyes. Zhuqiu Yu, daughter of the Zhuqiu clan leader, had once hunted a large beast single-handedly at the age of 12. Yet, faced with over 100 enemies, even this brave young woman couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. Little brat of the Zhuqiu clan, where do you think you're running to? The bald man leading the cavalry urged his horse forward, grinning widely. Did you think you could join forces with the Nailan clan to ambush us? Didn't you know the Nailan clan has already sworn allegiance to us, the Huyin clan? Little brat, hand over the sacred artifact and I might go easy on you. As he spoke, the bald man's lecherous gaze swept over Zhuqiu Yu, making her skin crawl. Dream on. The two female guards flanking Zhuqiu Yu raised their long swords, whispering urgently as they kept watch. Young Mistress Yu, we will fight to the death to open a path for you. You must take the sacred artifact back to our clan. Zhuqiu Yu pressed her hand against the object hidden in her clothing, her expression resolute. Even if I can't return, I won't let them have it. In a brief exchange, the Huyin clan cavalry tightened their encirclement once more. Dozens of heated gazes focused on Zhuqiu Yu and her two guards, as if they were staring at three helpless lambs. Hey, what are you clutching that thing for? Do you really think the sacred artifact will manifest and save you? Confident of his victory, the bald man looked down at Zhuqiu Yu from his horse, sneering. Even if the sacred artifact could manifest, only the leader of our Huyin clan is worthy of it. Why don't you serve our young Master Gue? When he succeeds, perhaps the sacred artifact will recognize you too. The surrounding cavalrymen laughed and jeered in agreement. Well said. Our young Master Gue could use a foot-washing slave. Who better than the daughter of the Zhuqiu clan leader? Damn them. Filled with rage, Zhuqiu Yu instinctively tightened her grip on the sacred artifact hidden in her clothing while drawing her waist knife with her other hand. For insulting the Zhuqiu clan, you will pay the price. Just as she was about to act, a powerful whistling sound suddenly echoed from the sky. Whoosh! The noise was so intense, it made everyone's ears ache. The bald man looked up in astonishment, only to see a beam of light plummeting straight down. Could the sacred artifact truly be effective? This was his final thought before. Boom! Under the force of the impact, the surrounding cavalrymen were thrown into disarray by the shockwave. As for the bald man, who had been directly hit, both he and his horse were utterly crushed, then incinerated into ashes by the intense heat at the edges of the beam. What happened? What was that? A punishment from the heavens. The sacred artifact has manifested. Panicked, the Huyin clan cavalry retreated in haste, their teeth chattering with fear. Meanwhile, the two Zhuqiu clan guards were overcome with excitement, immediately dropping to their knees before Zhuqiu Yu and exclaiming, "Congratulations, young Mistress Yu, for gaining the recognition of the sacred artifact. You will restore the glory of the Zhuqiu clan." Chapter 2, Divine Might Descends. The Gift of the Gods. Recognition from the sacred artifact? Dazed by the shockwave, Zhuqiu Yu wore a stunned expression, finding it hard to believe. According to ancient tales, whoever gained the recognition of the sacred artifact would obtain the supreme power to rule over the three clans. Yet, the conflicts among the Huyin, Zhuqiu, and Nailan clans had persisted for centuries. The sacred artifact had changed hands numerous times, yet it had never exhibited any so-called supreme power. Most people regarded it merely as a myth, a symbolic ornament of authority. Even Zhuqiu Yu herself held little hope of being rescued. But how could the extraordinary scene before her be explained? Whoosh! At that moment, the beam of light gradually dissipated, and a humanoid silhouette slowly emerged. Have I entered the glass enclosure? As his feet touched the ground, Wong Hui's sense of disorientation began to fade. Lifting his gaze upward, his vision pierced through the clouds of the night sky, faintly revealing the world beyond the glass wall. An enormous version of himself stood there, pressing a hand against the wall. It seems my true body hasn't entered, so this must be just a projected form. Wong Hui withdrew his gaze and surveyed his surroundings. From the outside, the miniature world at night appeared dim, requiring a flashlight to observe clearly. Yet from within, the small moon in the sky wasn't entirely useless. Its light illuminated an area of several dozen meters around him. Hundreds of cavalry clad in leather armor and wielding curved blades looked fierce and menacing. But Wong Hui knew he hadn't entered with his true body, so there was no need to worry excessively about safety. Moreover, the pale faces of those men made it clear that his dramatic entrance had terrified them far more. After scanning the area, Wong Hui's eyes settled on the girl closest to him. She immediately stiffened, hurriedly knelt down, and retrieved an object from her garment, raising it high with both hands. Gilixiga, Jaduli. Wong Hui couldn't understand the girl's babbling. Calmly, he approached and tentatively extended his hand. Though this wasn't his true body, the sensation of movement felt almost no different. What the girl offered was a small sculpture. The moment Wong Hui grasped the sculpture, a surge of cold and hot energy rushed into his body. Along with it came a stream of peculiar information. Zwichio clan, Huyin clan, Nalan clan, holding the inherited sacred artifact. Wong Hui's mind was instantly flooded with memories not his own. It was like rapidly viewing a series of rough slideshows, giving him a general understanding of this miniature world. In simple terms, this place was in a transitional stage between slave society and feudal society. The S-shaped Pinchuan River divided the world into 3 regions, giving rise to 3 major clans. Over centuries of conflict, the Zwichio and Huyin clans had alternately risen to power, each claiming victories and suffering defeats. The Nalan clan, however, were typical fence-sitters, adept at playing both sides and mastering the art of balance. Yet, compared to the history of the 3 clans, Wong Hui was more intrigued by the so-called inherited sacred artifact in his hand. The sculpture depicted 2 fish, one black and one white, intertwined. Made of stone, its surface was remarkably smooth. It was called the Inyang fish, and its function was to forcibly merge 2 living beings, preserving their advantageous traits to create a more powerful species. Moreover, the new species would obey the user of the Inyang fish absolutely. Wong Hui couldn't help but think to himself, if used wisely, this thing could create monstrous hybrid beasts, making it an unstoppable weapon in a pre-feudal society. How could there still be a stalemate among the 3 clans? Puzzled, Wong Hui looked at the girl, kneeling respectfully before him, and asked, "Which clan do you belong to? Has no one ever used the Inyang fish before?" He spoke in the language of the miniature world, a skill granted by the additional memories from the Inyang fish. "Zwichio, I am you of the Zwichio clan." Hearing this, Zwichio Yu immediately responded in a clear voice, suppressing her nervousness as she answered, "Respected deity, to my knowledge, none of the 3 clans has ever gained the recognition of the inherited sacred artifact. The Inyang fish." She dare not question Wong Hui's identity, summoned by the inherited sacred artifact, descending from the sky. With an appearance and attire utterly different from the 3 clans, what else could he be but a deity? Wong Hui nodded slightly. Perhaps the natives of the miniature world were unable to use the inherited sacred artifact. Or maybe the 3 clans hadn't discovered the correct method. In any case, the artifact had fallen into his hands, and he would gladly accept it. "I will take the Inyang fish. In exchange, you may make one request." Wong Hui didn't bother correcting Zwichio Yu's form of address. If he wished, he could simply lift the glass enclosure and wreak havoc, obliterating this miniature world entirely. To the tiny beings of this place, he truly was little different from a deity. As he spoke, Wong Hui's gaze shifted to the surroundings. The Huyin clan cavalry, observing from a distance, grew panicked. They wanted to turn their horses and flee immediately, but feared that any rash movement might provoke the strange being. The gruesome fate of the bald man and his mount turning to ash was something they had no desire to experience themselves. Zwichio Yu hesitated slightly. Seeing this, her female guard crawled forward on her knees and whispered indignantly, "Young Mistress Yu, the Huyin clan scum humiliated you so terribly. Please ask the deity to annihilate them all." Zwichio Yu was briefly tempted, but quickly dismissed the thought. She bowed deeply to Wong Hui and pleaded, "Deity, I beseech you to protect our Zwichio clan for 20 years. "Oh." Wong Hui looked at her in surprise. He could see that Zwichio Yu and her companions were surrounded, so asking him to eliminate the enemy would have been a natural request. He hadn't expected the girl to remain so level-headed. Intrigued, Wong Hui asked, "Why 20 years? You could have asked for longer." In the real world, 1 minute equaled a full day and night in the miniature world. 20 years here amounted to only about 5 days in the outside world, a trivial span to him. 20 years is enough for me to fully mature, for the Zwichio clan to recuperate, and to prepare for vengeance against the Huyin clan. Zwichio Yu raised her slightly youthful face, stealing a glance at Wong Hui before quickly lowering her eyes again. "My father once taught me that excessive greed leads to self-destruction. I seek the deity's protection for the Zwichio clan, not to invite calamity." Hearing this, Wong Hui couldn't help but feel a silent admiration. Humans, after all, were the wisest of all creatures. Even those in this miniature world possessed remarkable intelligence. "You and your father are both wise. This request." As he spoke, Wong Hui raised the Inyang fish and pointed toward a small lizard crawling by the distant riverbank. It immediately levitated into the air. Hiss! Hiss! The small lizard hissed in panic, but was utterly unable to break free from the invisible force. It was flung onto one of the Huyin clan's warhorses. Amid a dull, resonant hum, swirling black and white light enveloped the horse, transforming its appearance entirely. Smooth hide rapidly grew scales, hoofs sprouted sharp claws, and its tail lengthened and became scaled. At first glance, it resembled a mythical qilin. Nay, The newly born creature reared up on its hind legs and let out a long whinny. The Huyin clan cavalryman on its back was caught off guard and thrown to the ground. With a casual flick of its tail, the rider was struck midair, his bones shattered, and he landed like a heap of mud. Monster! Run! Run away! This sight shattered the morale of the remaining Huyin clanmen, who screamed in terror and spurred their horses to flee. Wong Hui paid no mind to the fleeing cowards. He patted the head of the newly born creature, which had lowered itself beside him, and said solemnly, "From now on, your name is Dragon Horse. You will protect Zhuoqiu Yu's clan on my behalf. Do you understand?" "Nay, nay." The Dragon Horse glanced at Zhuoqiu Yu, who stood nearby both thrilled and anxious, and seemed somewhat reluctant. But to the Dragon Horse, Wong Hui, wielder of the yin-yang fish, was like an irresistible creator. It had no choice but to nod in acknowledgement. When the Dragon Horse sauntered over to Zhuoqiu Yu, however, it adopted a haughty demeanor. Its gaze seemed to say, "Mortal, why do you not bow in gratitude for the deity's gift?" Chapter 3. Harvesting the Power of the World. Behold the shifting clouds. Thank you, Divine One. We bid farewell to the Divine One. By the riverside, Zhuoqiu Yu and her two companions knelt in reverence, while the Dragon Horse beside them flicked its tail and gazed upward, just as he had arrived. Wong Hui transformed into a beam of light, soaring high into the sky before vanishing into the depths of the night. This spectacle was also witnessed by the fleeing Huyin clan cavalry, who spurred their horses in panic. So it truly was a god. Huyin Qingbai muttered, tugging at the reins while craning his neck to stare at the spot where Wong Hui had disappeared. As the bald man as deputy, he was known among the Huyin clan as Hawkeye for his exceptional eyesight. Seeing that Wong Hui did not pursue them, Huyin Qingbai breathed a quiet sigh of relief, yet a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. That figure seemed to grow more translucent. Could it be a sign of weakness? Lost in thought, he noticed several of his companions gathering nearby. Shaking off his musings, he whistled to rally them. Before long, the group had reformed their ranks. One of the braver souls ventured, "Lord Qingbai, since the god has departed, if we return now, we could surely capture Zhuoqiu Yu." Out of the question. Huyin Qingbai cut him off with a firm wave of his hand, his voice grave. "We still know nothing of this god's true nature, and that dragon horse creature alone is formidable enough. We must return to the clan and report this to young Master Gue and the chieftain." Back in his own courtyard, Wong Hui's body swayed slightly as his consciousness returned. On the side of the metal platform beneath the glass cover, an inconspicuous screen lit up, displaying the emblem of a black and white fish, accompanied by several lines of fine text. Phew, this blind box was truly worth it, Wong Hui exhaled, his eyes gleaming with renewed vitality. When he had unexpectedly descended into the miniature world, his focus had been on the disparity in time between the two realms. 1 minute outside equated to a full day within, a revelation that, for Wong Hui, who suffered from a terminal illness, meant a significant extension of his lifespan. And with the acquisition of the legacy artifact, the yin-yang fish, he now held even greater agency. Lowering his gaze, he read the words on the screen. Source essence, a unique substance generated from vitality and soul energy. The more active the life forms in the miniature world, the greater the yield of source essence. Note 1. Only those who possess a legacy artifact can perfectly harvest source essence. If accumulated source essence remains uncollected for an extended period, it will crystallize and scatter across the land. Note 2. Legacy artifacts consume source essence. If the user exhausts their internal source essence without replenishment, it will result in damage. Current available source essence, D37. So, merging the lizard and the horse using the yin-yang fish consumed my own life force? Wong Hui clenched his fingers, indeed feeling more fatigued than before. Though he couldn't gauge the exact toll, given his terminal condition, his baseline state was already frail. But with the legacy artifact in hand, all the source essence produced by the life forms in the miniature world would be his to reap. Following the guidance on the screen, Wong Hui pressed his hand against the yin-yang fish emblem. Instantly, the atmosphere within the glass cover shifted dramatically. Wispy, translucent vapors that had floated above the cloud layer rapidly evaporated and dispersed. Meanwhile, Wong Hui's weary face visibly regained its color and vigor, glowing with renewed energy. At the same moment, within the miniature world, in the chieftain's tent of the Huyin clan, Huyin Qingbai, who had fled back, knelt on the ground, panting heavily as he recounted the previous night's encounter. "You say Zhuoqiu Yu gained the recognition of the sacred artifact and summoned a deity to descend from the heavens?" A young man clad in sturdy leather attire paced back and forth inside the tent, his expression shifting uncertainly. Huyin Gue, the most outstanding among the younger generation of the clan and the widely acknowledged heir to the chieftain's position. In fact, he had already taken over most of the Huyin clan's affairs, with only a formal ceremony standing between him and true succession. The plan to incite the Nilan clan to ambush the Zhuoqiu delegation last night was devised by Huyin Gue himself. This was supposed to be a glorious feat before he officially assumed leadership. Who could have anticipated such an unexpected turn of events? Not only did they fail to seize the sacred artifact, but that young girl from the Zhuoqiu clan also stole the spotlight. The cavalry that retreated in defeat seemed to have lost their spirits, and the chaotic rumors spreading among the clan were stirring unrest, utterly infuriating. Whether it truly was a deity remains to be determined after I confront him myself. Huyin Gue halted his steps, his cold gaze fixed on the kneeling Huyin Qingbai. "Go and silence those foolish chatterboxes. If anyone dares to spread bewitching rumors again, you will personally behead them." Yes, a chill ran down Huyin Qingbai's spine.
He had initially hesitated about whether to describe the deity's specific manifestations, but seeing the young master's furious demeanor, he dared not say more and hurriedly rose to leave the tent. At that moment, Hui turned his head toward the tent window, where an elderly man with graying hair and beard sat reclining. The leather armor he wore was exceptionally worn, marked with striking scars that bore the weight of time. "Father, what are you looking at?" "Ah, I was watching the clouds shift, like spring snow that melts before one even notices." The old chieftain's clouded eyes gazed at the night sky, his murmurs barely audible. Hearing this, Hui also glanced sideways at the clouds outside the window, but found nothing unusual. His father had aged, and the future of the Huyan clan now rested on his shoulders. Ah, what relief! Outside the glass cover, Wong Hui, like parched land welcoming rain, couldn't help but stretch his body vigorously. Since the symptoms of ALS had begun to appear, he hadn't felt such a surge of physical energy in a long time. Checking the value of currently available source energy, he noticed it had quietly changed to D92. D likely represents the life tier. I wonder what changes will occur when the source energy reaches 100? Wong Hui shifted his gaze to the interior of the glass cover. It was now the afternoon of the next day in the miniature world, and the clouds were clearly visible. The wispy, translucent strands of source energy seemed to have been completely absorbed by him. None of the three clans possessed the ability to utilize the yin-yang fish. With centuries of source energy left uncollected, most of it has likely crystallized and scattered below. Wong Hui reluctantly withdrew his hand, squinting as he circled the glass cover to observe, measuring 2 meters in length and 1.5 meters in width. The 3 square meter area was divided into 3 sections by the Y-shaped Pinchuan River, based on a rough estimate of the scale of the creatures inside. This miniature world was approximately equivalent to the size of 3 ordinary prefecture-level cities in reality. However, due to the low population density and the absence of advanced transportation, this world remained quite expansive for its miniature inhabitants. Even on the swiftest steed, one could not traverse its expanse in a day and a night. The true form of the source crystal remains unknown. It may have long since sunk to the riverbed or been buried deep within the earth. Relying solely on a magnifying glass to search is hardly practical. Wong Hui pondered, stroking his chin. Though he could project into the miniature world, he was still far from an omnipotent deity. Perhaps the task of searching should be delegated to those tiny humans. Peering down into the glass enclosure, he took in the 3 distinct territories of the clans, each with its own unique terrain. Which one would prove the most valuable ally? Chapter 4, Sudden War. Divine punishment brought by an ant from the memories conveyed by the yin-yang fish. Wong Hui knew that the Nelan clan occupied the northern region of the miniature world, a rugged, mountainous terrain, easily defended and difficult to attack, which had long allowed them to maintain their neutrality. The Huyan clan resided in the eastern plains, renowned for breeding fine horses and fielding powerful cavalry, yet they lacked skill in cultivation and often resorted to plundering others. As for the Zhuqiu clan, who had offered their sacred relic to Wong Hui, their territory lay in the western hills. From above, one could see numerous small, square-shaped fields spread across the undulating slopes, a primitive form of terraced farming. The Zhuqiu clan lacked horses, the Wuyan clan lacked grain, and the Nelan clan, while strong in defense, lacked ambition for expansion. In the brief span of Wong Hui's contemplation, 5 days had already passed in the miniature world, marked by the shifting of sun and moon. He observed multiple cavalry units of the Wuyan clan gathering on the eastern plains, gradually setting up camp along the riverbank. They appeared to be constructing a floating wooden bridge to cross the river, preparing to launch a large-scale assault on the west. The Zhuqiu clan, however, was not sitting idle. Squads of tiny figures hurried to hide in the dense forests near the river, maintaining high alert. Yet, having been betrayed by the Nelan clan before, they were forced to divert part of their forces northward to guard against a potential stab in the back. Using his magnifying glass for a closer look, Wong Hui noticed that the first fused beast he had created, the dragon horse, had been sent to the northern front. According to his orders, the dragon horse would only reluctantly obey Hui's commands, indicating that the girl was nearby. However, due to the time difference between the two worlds, the miniature creatures appeared to Wong Hui in fast-forward motion, making it difficult to discern their faces clearly. To counter the advancing cavalry, how could a mere mafu in such a small patch of forest be enough, with the Wuyan army pressing down upon them? Why would Zhuqiu not lead the dragon horse to meet the enemy, but instead head north to guard against the Nelan clan? What could she possibly be thinking? Wong Hui found himself somewhat perplexed. Could it be that this girl was not as clever as he had imagined? From his god's eye view, it was evident that the Zhuqiu clan faced immense peril. If Wong Hui wished to take the easy way out, he could always seek help from the other 2 clans to collect the source crystals. But he had just promised to protect the Zhuqiu clan for 20 years. If they were wiped out in the blink of an eye, where would that leave the dignity of a deity? 20 years in the miniature world amounted to merely 5 days in reality. There was no reason Wong Hui could not uphold his pledge. This presented a perfect opportunity for an experiment. He quickly went to the edge of the courtyard, crouched down to search, and returned moments later holding a very small ant, likely a worker ant, a common sight in the humble courtyard. The yin-yang fish claimed it could forcibly fuse 2 creatures, but did that include beings he introduced from the outside world? Wong Hui walked to the right side of the table, hooking his fingers under the edge of the glass cover and lifting it slowly. All 4 sides of the glass were fitted with sliding mechanisms, allowing them to be raised individually, much like display cases. He had anticipated that the mingling of air from 2 worlds would cause considerable turbulence within the enclosure, but the expected disturbance never occurred. The miniature world seemed to maintain its own self-contained system. Even the clouds did not drift out through the opening, instead continuing to flow along their original paths. Notably, the movement speed of the tiny sun and the small creatures had noticeably slowed. as if time had synchronized with the outside world. Could time be interconnected while space remained divided? Carefully, Wong Hui pinched the struggling ant and gently placed it on the eastern plains. Boom. In reality, an ant merely 2 millimeters long was an unprecedented behemoth in the miniature world. The thunderous sound of its landing echoed far and wide, prompting the nearby Huyan clan members to rush out of their tents to investigate. They stood frozen in shock, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of monster was that? The giant ant scurried about chaotically, effortlessly knocking over the wooden fences surrounding the clan's territory. A few brave Huyan guards stepped forward to block its path, only to be pierced instantly by the ant's sharp mandibles, falling dead on the spot. Enemy attack. Informed the elder chief immediately. Most of the clan's able-bodied men had been led by Huyan Gui to attack the Zhuqiu clan, leaving the rear defenses weak. Soon, the panicked ant wreaked havoc, throwing everything into disarray. The people had no choice but to fight a retreating battle, escorting their elderly chief as they relocated to another area. Was there a world beyond this one? The elder chief, his vision clouded with age, was being carried on a wooden plank by his guards. Yet, his gaze was not fixed on the rampaging ant, but rather on the distant sky above. There, the heavens seemed torn open by a colossal gap, from which a towering hand slowly withdrew. Moments later, the gap vanished as if it had all been an illusion. Tears streamed down the elder chief's face. The Huyan clan had paid the price for their warmongering. This was divine punishment. Could that old man see me? Beside the glass cover, Wong Hui wore a look of astonishment. Since this side of the glass was not completely sealed, the flow of time on both sides remained synchronized. With a magnifying glass in hand, he could observe the tiny inhabitants more clearly. From the reactions of the Huyan clan members, it was easy to deduce that the elderly man at the center held a high status, likely an elder or a figure of great importance. More intriguingly, he appeared to be the only resident of the miniature world who seemed aware of Wong Hui's presence. Neither Zhuqiu from earlier nor the other members of the Huyan clan had shown any awareness of the outside world. What made this old man so special? Wong Hui felt a spark of curiosity. He planned to descend into the miniature world as soon as possible, intending to use the yin-yang fish to control the ant's movements and prevent the unique old man from meeting an untimely end. Suddenly, Wong Hui's expression shifted. He noticed an anomaly in the clouds of the miniature world. In the few minutes after he had collected the first wave of source energy, equivalent to several days in the miniature world, the skies above the clouds had remained empty. But now, countless semi-transparent strands, finer than hair, were rapidly coalescing. His gaze turned westward, where he saw the Huyan army crossing the Pin River, engaging in fierce combat with the Zhuqiu clan lying in ambush within the forest on the opposite bank. The more active the creatures in the microworld, the more essence they can produce. So, even if war causes casualties among the little beings, it is still more beneficial than harmful to me. Wong Hui nodded thoughtfully. Of course, he understood the principle of not uprooting the leaks entirely. Excessive casualties are not ideal either. Maintaining a certain population level is most advantageous. First, deal with the ant issue. Wong Hui pressed the yin-yang fish pattern, collecting the newly produced essence, and the value changed to D94. Then, with a thought, the sensation of falling reappeared, and he transformed into a beam of light descending into the micro-world. Bang! A moment later, Wong Hui emerged from a pit at the edge of a cliff, frowning slightly as he surveyed the surroundings. The landing location is always random, it seems. His gaze swept across rolling mountains. He had arrived in the northern mountainous region, the territory of the Nalan clan. Wong Hui shook his head, considering withdrawing his projection and attempting another descent, hoping to land closer to the rear of the Huyan clan. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a crowd moving in the distance and turned to look. At the front was a horse covered in scales, striding proudly. It was the fused beast, the dragon horse. Zhuqiu, nominally the master of the dragon horse, was not riding it, but walking alongside, urging the rest of her clan to quicken their pace. After 5 microdays apart, the girl's expression seemed more resolute than before, hinting at the aura of a new leader. It appeared she wasn't just leading her team to guard against the Nalan clan, but was planning to take the initiative and attack. Wong Hui's interest was piqued. He first closed his eyes, half of his consciousness returning to his main body's perspective, confirming that the elder of the Huyan clan had already escaped the ant's destructive range. Wong Hui decided not to rush into creating a second fused beast. Instead, he reopened his eyes and trailed discreetly behind Zhuqiu's team, curious to see what the girl was up to. Chapter 5. Deep into Nalan territory. The dragon horse shows its might, young master Yu. A Zhuqiu warrior cautiously approached Zhuqiu and whispered, "We are deep in Nalan territory now. It's likely their scouts have already spotted us. With only over 300 people, isn't it too risky to continue forward?" As he spoke, he glanced fearfully at the dragon horse ahead and lowered his voice further. "With this monster, can we really?" Before he could finish, the sharp-eared dragon horse turned its head, snorting angrily in annoyance. Puffed. The visible white steam from its nostrils startled the nearby Zhuqiu warriors, who quickly scattered, afraid of being struck dead by its tail. "Watch your tone. This is the divine beast dragon horse bestowed by the deity, not some monster." Zhuqiu scolded her subordinates sternly while soothing the dragon horse's temper. "The divine beast's strength has already been affirmed by my father. It will ensure the success of our mission. The Nalan clan will soon regret their betrayal of the Zhuqiu clan." Hearing this, the dragon horse bared its teeth smugly, deigning not to bother with the weaker Zhuqiu clansmen. Though the Zhuqiu leader and this young girl weren't much stronger, at least their judgment was sound. Unintentionally, the dragon horse caught a glimpse of a figure on the mountain path to the side and abruptly froze. "It's the master." The dragon horse's hind legs nearly buckled, almost causing it to kneel on the spot. Yet, upon seeing the look in Wong Hui's eyes, it immediately understood and suppressed the urge to rush over to pay homage. Continuing instead with its steady, forward stride, Zhuo, standing nearby, sensed something amiss and observed the divine beast with suspicion, unsure why it was trembling. Perhaps it was the excitement before a great battle? Half an hour later, the narrow mountain path came to an end, revealing a wide, open valley. Scattered throughout the valley were numerous stone structures of varying sizes, and at the entrance stood a tall stone wall that served as a barrier. It looked entirely different from the wooden huts of the Zhuo clan and the tents of the Huyan clan. The differences in living environments had given rise to distinct customs among the tribes, quite intriguing. Wong Hui stood with his arms crossed on the elevated mountain path, looking down with a sense of reflection. At his feet lay an unconscious scout from the Nalan clan. In Wong Hui's eyes, the miniature world was merely a large toy resembling a fish tank. Yet, for these tiny inhabitants, it was enough to foster the development of diverse branches of civilization. Stop! At that moment, Zhuo raised her arm high, and the 300 warriors immediately halted, forming a rough, circular formation with vigilance. Aside from Zhuo and a few guards equipped with waist knives, most of the Zhuo warriors held wooden spears. In contrast, the Nalan warriors stationed on the stone wall wielded stone axes, with piles of rocks beside them for throwing and smashing. A short, sturdy man with a long beard stood atop the stone wall, his expression grave as he observed the Zhuo formation. His name was Nalan Huazi. As the most formidable fighter of the Nalan clan, Nalan Huazi had earned the right to wield the most finely crafted weapon, a long-handled iron blade. Its gleaming surface reflected light from afar, serving as a powerful deterrent to enemies. However, upon seeing the exceptionally fierce-looking dragon horse step forward, Nalan Huazi felt for the first time that his great iron blade could not provide a sense of security. How could the Zhuo clan possess such a monster? He kept his eyes fixed on the dragon horse below and asked his attendant in a low voice, "Have all 8 scouts reported back? Is this all the Zhuo clan has brought?" "Lord Huazi, 7 scouts have returned, all confirming that only this group of Zhuo clansmen entered the mountains." The attendant replied cautiously, "Nalan Judu is not among them. Shall I take some men to search for him?" Nalan Huazi was about to give an order when he saw the dragon horse, which had been pacing, suddenly charge forward. Thud! Its head, covered in thick scales, slammed violently against the gate. The force was so immense that the entire stone wall shook. The gate, made of bundled logs, showed a noticeable dent and nearly split in two. "Smash that monster!" The panicked Nalan guard shouted, hurling rocks downward with all their might. Yet, even stones the size of a human had merely left faint white marks on the dragon horse scales, causing no real harm. "Ceasefire!" Nalan Huazi shouted, halting the futile attacks of his guards. He urgently called out to Zhuo in the distance. "Our 2 clans have coexisted peacefully for years. Why have you suddenly come to provoke us?" "Coexisted peacefully?" Zhuo laughed coldly at the question, her voice sharp with anger. "The Nalan clan broke their word. Otherwise, our 2 clans would have formally allied 5 days ago. Were it not for the protection of the sacred relic and the divine intervention that descended to save me, I too would have perished in your schemes. And now you pretend to be innocent and neutral? Today marks the day your Nalan clan meets its end." With that, she raised her hand and gestured. The dragon horse by the stone wall snorted loudly, abruptly turned, and swung its tail with immense force. Boom! The spot previously dented by the horse's head suffered another devastating blow, instantly cracking open a large hole. The hemp ropes holding the wooden gate together began to snap one after another, leaving the structure on the verge of collapse. The Nalan clan's people were thrown into panic. For years, they had relied on this sturdy stone wall and massive gate. Even the fierce Huyan clan had never breached it. Yet now, it was being effortlessly shattered by a monstrous creature in just 2 strikes. The sacred relic? Nalan Huazi, however, was more preoccupied with Zhuo's words. His expression a mix of shock and suspicion. The yin-yang fish statue had once been in the possession of the Nalan clan as well. But aside from serving as an object of worship and a token for trade, it had never displayed any extraordinary properties. He pressed further. "You speak of a divine descent. Where is your proof?" "The very divine beast that is about to breach your defenses is the proof," Zhuo declared with fervent pride, her demeanor both reverent and triumphant. "O dragon horse bestowed by the gods, I call upon you to unleash your divine might and obliterate this deceitful Nalan clan." As she spoke, she watched the dragon horse rear its front hooves high into the air before bringing them down with devastating force. Crash! The massive wooden gate splintered and collapsed with a thunderous roar. Zhuo could not help but feel a surge of secret delight. Over the past few days, the dragon horse had been notoriously difficult to manage, yet when it came to fulfilling its purpose, it cooperated perfectly. Perhaps the mares she had arranged to keep it company had not been in vain. What Zhuo did not know was that the dragon horse's eagerness today was not for her sake, but to earn the favor of its true master. With the gate destroyed, the Nalan clan's people inside the walls scattered in terror. The guards, to their credit, held their ground and rushed forward, only to be effortlessly knocked aside by the dragon horse's sweeping tail and powerful movements. Only Nalan Huazi posed any semblance of a threat, brandishing a long-handled iron blade as he stubbornly defended the breached entrance. Meanwhile, from a distance, Wong Hui observed with folded arms, deep in thought. The dragon horse was, after all, merely a fusion of a miniature world horse and a small lizard, with limited capabilities. Judging by its physical prowess, it was at most on par with the ant he had placed in the eastern plains, and even then, it fell somewhat short in raw strength. The Nalan clan's population was conservatively estimated at over 30,000. Did Zhuo truly believe that her 300 followers, along with the dragon horse, could accomplish a genocide? Watching the Dragon Horse's performance amidst the onslaught, Wong Hui pondered the girl's true intentions. Chapter 6. An unexpected gain under divine protection. Zuiqiu shall prevail. On the battlefield. Seeing the guards on the stone wall drawn away, Zuiqiu raised her arm and led the charge with a rallying cry. Prevail! 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 Initially lacking confidence, the Zuiqiu warriors felt their courage swell at the sight of the divine dragon horse displaying its might. As if invigorated, they roared wildly and charged toward the breached gate. Warfare in this world was crude, devoid of intricate tactics. Stripped of their stone wall advantage, the Nalan clan's combat effectiveness diminished greatly. Their thrown stone axes and rocks proved feeble on open ground, and they were steadily pushed back by the Zuiqiu clan's rows of wooden spears. Moreover, with the Longma, a violent divine beast, charging recklessly, it quickly shattered the enemy's defensive line. Crash! Nalan Huazi gritted his teeth and slashed at the Longma's neck, sending several scales flying. The beast roared in pain and whipped its tail, knocking him to the ground. Groaning. Nalan Huazi had barely managed to stand when he felt a cold sensation at his throat. A blade pressed against his neck. I've lost. Go ahead and finish it. He glanced sideways at Zuiqiu, who held the blade, adopting a posture of surrender and acceptance of death. Yet, instead of striking, she ordered her subordinates to fetch 2 thick hemp ropes and bound Nalan Huazi tightly. Without even looking at him, Zuiqiu picked up the long-handled broadsword and shouted, "Your leader, Huazi, has been defeated. Lay down your weapons, or face death." The Nalan warriors still resisting turned their heads upon hearing this. Seeing their clan's iconic, mightiest weapon now in enemy hands, their faces turned ashen with despair. Thud! As the first stone axe hit the ground, the sounds of battle quickly faded away. Zuiqiu raised the blade, pointing it forward, her eyes blazing as she declared clearly, "Nalan Jia, I demand to see you." At the heart of the valley where the Nalan clan resided stood a 3-story stone tower. Given the current architectural capabilities of this miniature world, this structure represented the pinnacle of stone construction and served as the dwelling of the Nalan clan's chieftain. What are you staring at? A bunch of treacherous cowards. Surrounding the stone tower were now warriors of the Zuiqiu clan. As the victors, they held their heads high like proud roosters, berating any Nalan clansman who attempted to approach. Nay, the Longma remained as haughty as ever. Its scales were stained with blood, shimmering with a crimson glow under the sunlight, making it appear even more menacing and formidable. The watching Nalan clansmen felt utterly humiliated. However, with even their mightiest warrior, Nalan Huazi, bound and disheveled beside the horse's hooves, none dared to cause trouble. May the chieftain's wisdom once again save our clan. While tens of thousands of Nalan clansmen outside silently prayed, inside the stone tower, the chieftain Nalan Jia was smiling warmly as she examined her unexpected guest. I remember when we first met, you were just a babbling child. Unconsciously. Over a dozen years have passed, and now you lead a force deep into our territory. Truly remarkable. Listening to Nalan Jia's nostalgic words, Zuiqiu, standing opposite her, showed no warmth. Her expression remained stern as she stated, I am not here today to reminisce. The Nalan clan has betrayed its allies and must pay the PRI. Before she could finish, Nalan Jia stood up and opened 3 massive chests by the wall, revealing them filled to the brim with iron ore and copper ore. One chest even contained ready-made metal tools and weapons. This, Zuiqiu, who had been brimming with righteous anger, faltered, her prepared speech caught in her throat. This is only a part, Nalan Jia added proactively before the other could question further. There are also 360 superior warhorses, compensation from the Huyan clan for persuading us to switch sides, combined with the Nalan clan's original 110 horses. I offer them all to you as reparation. Zuiqiu's composure finally broke. The Zuiqiu clan had ample grain but lacked horses, while the Huyan clan had abundant horses but lacked grain. The Nalan clan lacked both horses and grain, but their territory was rich in mineral resources, giving them a leading advantage in tools and ironware. Relying on this, the Nalan clan had often profited as intermediaries. Even though Zuiqiu had come with the intention of extorting them, she never expected Nalan Xia to invest so heavily. Suppressing her emotions, she asked in a low voice, "What is your true purpose?" The successive leaders of the Nalan clan had always been known for their shrewdness. The value of these compensation materials was so immense that it could directly disrupt the balance among the 3 clans. Hardly something a fence-sitter would do. Purpose? Nalan Xia chuckled softly and said slowly, "You came here fiercely to hold us accountable, yet from start to finish, you only killed a few dozen of my people and captured Nalan Huazi without taking his life. As far as I know, the Huyan clan's army was preparing to cross the river yesterday and should have already reached your doorstep by now. Someone as intelligent as you, since childhood, would risk dividing your forces to fight the Nalan clan to the death? Your earlier show of strength was merely to increase your bargaining power when demanding compensation." Seeing Zuiqiu's stunned expression, Nalan Xia pointed out the window. "Since you are blessed by the gods, end this conflict swiftly. On the day you conquer the Huyan clan, it will be the moment my Nalan clan submits completely." Hearing this, Zuiqiu instinctively wanted to ask, "Do you so easily believe the divine tales I've spread?" But she held back the words, giving Nalan Xia a deep look before turning and descending the stone tower. Shortly after, the Zuiqiu warriors, each mounted on horses, joyfully dragged away 3 large chests of supplies. Never before had they imagined the situation would unfold like this. The Nalan clansmen watched in astonishment as well. Nalan Huazi, now freed, along with several other clan elders, came to pay their respects to the leader, hoping for a reasonable explanation. "Every decision I make is for the survival of the Nalan clan. Today's defeat is a crucial step toward our turning point. In the near future, you will see the answer." Nalan Xia spent considerable effort calming the emotions of his senior members. After Nalan Huazi and the others left, she slumped into her chair, removing the translucent crystal pendant she wore, her brow furrowed with exhaustion. The hair at her temples visibly began to turn gray. So, it seems you rely on external objects to achieve extraordinary cognitive abilities. Startled by the sudden voice, Nalan Xia immediately stood up and quickly reattached the pendant. Who is it? Then, she saw a man dressed in peculiar clothing emerge from around the balcony corner. His gaze scrutinized Nalan Xia up and down, much as she had examined the inexperienced Zhuo Qiuyu earlier. The one who appeared now was naturally Wong Hui. His projection in this miniature world existed in a special state between reality and illusion, tangible to the touch, yet lacking the ordinary aura of a living person. With little effort, Wong Hui had taken advantage of the chaos to infiltrate the Nalan territory, leisurely observing the entire negotiation between the two women. The female leader of the Nalan clan appeared to be around 30 years old in appearance, yet her level of thinking far surpassed what was normal for this era. Even Zhuo Qiuyu, whom Wong Hui admired, was overshadowed by her. His gaze fell on the faintly glowing crystal pendant, and Wong Hui narrowed his eyes. An unexpected gain indeed. Chapter 7. Awaiting your punishment? The survival wisdom of the female chieftain. Why did the chieftain choose to bow her head? We still have many warriors who can fight. That long-tailed horse with scales is too terrifying. It seems no number of people would be enough for it to slaughter. This time, we VE paid so much in compensation, including supplies and horses. Can we still remain neutral in the future? What if the Zhuo Qiu clan attacks again? As the Nalan tribespeople cleared the battlefield and repaired the stone walls and massive gates, they whispered anxiously among themselves, having acted as fence-sitters for centuries. This was the first time they had suffered such a staggering loss. The depletion of ore, ironware, and horses had dealt a blow severe enough to shake their very foundations. Not to mention whether the Huyan clan would seize the opportunity to kick them while they were down. Just the mention of Zhuo Qiu's ferocious dragon horse monster was enough to render the Nalan clan's proud defenses utterly meaningless. Fortunately, generations of Nalan chieftains had been figures of extraordinary wisdom. Even if the tribespeople could not immediately comprehend the enormous compensation, they trusted that their chieftain would eventually devise a solution. At the same time, inside the stone tower, Nalan Jia, the chieftain in whom the entire clan placed their hopes, now bore no resemblance to her usual composed and confident self. She knelt on both knees, like the most humble of servants, not even daring to lift her eyes to the man seated upon her chieftain's throne. You seem to know my identity? Wong Hui rested his chin on his hand, watching Nalan Jia with keen interest. He was almost certain that the crystal pendant the woman wore was a source essence crystal. According to the rules of this miniature world, only by possessing an inherited sacred artifact could one perfectly absorb source essence. Judging from Nalan Jia's exceptional intelligence and the unusual graying of her hair at the temples, this appeared to be an imperfect form of absorption, trading lifespan for enhanced cognitive abilities by assimilating source essence. I do not know your exact identity, but I have some guesses. Nalan Jia paused, raising her hand to clasp the pendant at her neck, her expression complex as she spoke. When I am near you, I can feel the energy of the sky crystal growing unusually active. It seems to want to break free from me and return to your embrace. According to records left by our ancestors, the sky crystal is a secret treasure descended from the heavens, yet now. At this point, Nalan Jia mustered her courage and looked up. Are you a celestial deity? Sky crystal, the name you've given it is quite fitting. Wong Hui did not directly answer Nalan Jia's question, instead replying with a faint, enigmatic smile. The Nalan clan lacks horses and provisions, yet has managed to navigate between the other two clans for centuries without falling. It seems you rely not only on your ore and iron craft, but also on the wisdom bestowed by the sky crystal. By offering substantial compensation to show goodwill to Zhuo Qiuyu, were you certain they would end the war? Though she did not receive a definitive answer, Nalan Jia remained humble in her response. The sky crystal has granted me a sharper mind, but it drastically shortens my lifespan. A healthy Nalan tribesperson can live nearly 50 years, yet every chieftain who inherits the sky crystal lives only to around 35. If not for the celestial anomaly 5 days ago and the divine beast dragon horse's attack today, I would not have bowed to the Zhuo Qiu clan. Before death approached, I should have continued balancing the forces between the Huyan and Zhuo Qiu clans to maintain the Nalan clan's central and enduring position. The next generation of leaders would inherit my will, perpetuating this cycle. Upon hearing this, Wong Hui gave a slight nod. The so-called celestial phenomenon likely referred to his earlier act of absorbing the essence from above the clouds. Nalan Xia, wearing the essence crystal, could perceive that scene, which was only natural. Perhaps the elder from the Huyan clan, who seemed capable of seeing Wong Hui, shared a similar reason. Seeing Wong Hui lost in thought, Nalan Xia prostrated herself on the ground. O heavenly deity, since the Zhuo Qiu clan has gained your protection, my clan has no reason not to submit. The reason I did not immediately announce surrender was to test the Zhuo Qiu clan. If this act displeases you, I humbly await your punishment. As Nalan Xia bowed, her long hair cascaded to either side of her face, revealing the pale and vulnerable nape of her neck. This gesture of surrendering to judgment made it difficult to harbor ill feelings. Wong Hui couldn't help but inwardly admire the survival wisdom deeply ingrained in every generation of Nalan leaders. Otherwise, how could the seemingly dominant Huyan and Zhuo Qiu clans have been unable to subdue the Nalan clan all this time? What if I asked for your sky crystal? Upon hearing this, Nalan Xia did not hesitate for a moment. She removed the pendant from her neck and presented it with both hands. The sky crystal descended from the heavens. Returning it to the heavenly deity is only fitting. Her actions were executed without the slightest hesitation, further satisfying Wong Hui. Who could refuse such an utterly devoted follower? Although Nalan Xia might not yet revere the heavenly deity with complete sincerity, Her unwavering display was impeccable. Wong Hui examined the pendant closely. The sky crystal took the form of a multifaceted prism, resembling natural quartz at first glance. Yet, within it flowed ethereal, mist-like radiance, lending it an even more fantastical allure. Snap! Wong Hui clenched his fist, and the sky crystal shattered with a crisp sound, dissolving into pure essence that merged seamlessly into his body. Possessing the inherited sacred artifact, yin-yang fish, he absorbed the essence crystal with remarkable ease, free from any adverse effects. At the sound of the shattering crystal, Nalan Xia trembled slightly, her complexion growing pallid. She felt the deep connection she had shared with the sky crystal over the years sever completely. Just then, Wong Hui's calm voice echoed once more. And when do you intend to hand over the remaining sky crystals? The outer stone walls and gates, along with the 3-story stone tower within, were structures that filled every Nalan clansman with pride. Yet, only the leaders of each generation knew of the hidden chamber beneath the stone tower. This was the true key to the Nalan clan's enduring survival. Impressive to have gathered so many, Wong Hui remarked as he stood in the dimly lit chamber, surveying his surroundings. On stone shelves lining the 4 walls rested over 100 sky crystals of varying sizes. Though essence was an energy transcending the ordinary, it still adhered to the law of conservation. How could a single sky crystal pendant have sufficed for the consumption of so many generations of Nalan leaders? Therefore, Wong Hui concluded that Nalan Xia still had reserves, though he never expected such a quantity. As if sensing the aura of the inherited sacred artifact, yin-yang fish, all the celestial crystals lit up with a striking brilliance, illuminating the entire secret chamber even more brightly. This sight further solidified Nalan Xia's belief in Wong Hui's divine identity, and her heart felt somewhat lighter than before. The celestial crystals were the Nalan clan's most treasured possessions, and offering them all at once was undoubtedly a high-stakes gamble. If the other party were merely a deceitful fraud, Nalan Xia would surely be condemned to the pillar of shame for leading her clan to ruin. But if his divine identity were genuine, it would be an entirely different matter. By submitting unreservedly, perhaps the Nalan clan would hold greater weight in the heart of the deity, even surpassing the status of the Zhuqiu clan. Divine One above. Ever since our ancestors discovered the wondrous effects of the first celestial crystal, they began secretly searching for more. Over centuries, through the efforts of dozens of clan leaders, we have finally accumulated this modest amount. I hope it meets your satisfaction. Having lost her pendant, Nalan Xia appeared weary, yet her words and demeanor grew even more humble. Hoping to leave a favorable impression, Wong Hui nodded and slowly walked along the stone shelves. Wherever his hand passed, several celestial crystals dissolved and were absorbed without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 8. Breakthrough in Life Level. An absurd mystery box as Wong Hui moved. One celestial crystal after another transformed into streams of light, swirling around his fingers. He casually asked, with so many celestial crystals accumulated, why not distribute them among more clansmen? If 100 Nalan clansmen possessed extraordinary wisdom, combined with your advantage in ironware, what could the other 2 clans possibly use to contend with the Nalan clan? Is it because you crave the feeling of holding absolute power? No. Please, Divine One, see clearly. Nalan Xia panicked upon hearing this, kneeling down in fear and trepidation. In truth, our ancestors, the 2nd and 5th clan leaders, both attempted to distribute celestial crystals to their trusted subordinates, hoping to strengthen and expand the Nalan clan. However, after seizing some territories from the Huyan and Zhuqiu clans, the ambitions of some individuals could no longer be restrained. In their struggle for more resources, they engaged in covert and overt conflicts, repeatedly plunging the clan into internal strife, nearly allowing the other 2 clans to unite and slaughter us. Since then, the Nalan clan has adhered to the rule of passing the celestial crystals solely to reliable clan leaders for inheritance, rather than risking conquests. Our clan hopes to thrive in lasting peace and prosperity. It is not out of greed for power. Without the cognitive enhancement of the celestial crystal pendant, Nalan Xia lost her usual composure. Yet, having developed her intellect over time, she managed to explain herself clearly and logically even in her flustered state. Wong Hui glanced at her, but offered no response. Receiving no reply, Nalan Xia dared not rise and remained kneeling on the ground. As the flowing light in the chamber gradually dimmed until it returned to its original state, she knew that all the celestial crystals had been taken by the deity. Sweat beaded on Nalan Xia's forehead, her heart filled with anxiety. Human temperaments were varied enough, let alone those of a lofty deity. What if, after receiving the offerings, he turned hostile? How could mere mortals possibly resist? Nalan Xia's body trembled uncontrollably, like a prisoner awaiting judgment. Survival of the fittest. The Nalan clan has endured to this day because you possess your own ways of survival. Rise. Wong Hui's voice emerged once more, and Nalan Xia, as if granted a pardon, immediately kowtowed. Thank you for the mercy of the heavenly god. With that, she rose shakily to her feet. Upon seeing Wong Hui, who radiated a hazy glow from head to toe, Nalan Xia could not conceal her awe. Majestic without anger, inviolable and dignified, this was the divine presence she had always imagined. Her knees weakened, and she instinctively prepared to kneel again. But then she saw Wong Hui raise his hand, the last heavenly crystal shattering in his palm. Whoosh! Countless translucent points of light scattered like stars across the sky, eventually converging into Nalan Xia's body. She let out a soft groan as her nearly withered vitality began to sprout anew. The fine wrinkles on her face smoothed away. Her skin regained the youthful vigor of a maiden, and even her graying hair swiftly turned back to black. Gather more heavenly crystals for me, and you shall receive the reward you deserve. The voice of the heavenly god gradually faded into the distance. After an indeterminate length of time, Nalan Xia awoke from this wondrous state. It felt as though she had been reborn, refreshed, and revitalized. Even though Wong Hui's figure had vanished from the secret chamber, she solemnly knelt once more. Thank you for the divine blessing. I will not fail your expectations. Outside, Wong Hui, his consciousness returned, abruptly opened his eyes. His entire skeleton emitted a series of crisp cracks, and a gleam flickered in his pupils. Over 10 minutes later, the unusual changes in his body gradually subsided. Walking to the mirror, he found he had grown 2 or 3 centimeters taller seemingly out of nowhere. The muscles in his limbs, which had atrophied due to ALS, now appeared exceptionally full and healthy. That clever leader of the Nailing clan has been of great help to me. Wong Hui walked back to the counter of the miniature world, pressed his hand against the yin-yang fish pattern, and couldn't help but smile. The currently available source energy had changed to C16. Though the leap from D94 to C16 might seem modest, it represented crossing a chasm between levels of life. Wong Hui moved about in the courtyard, attempting vigorous exercises like burpees and shuttle runs. Only after multiple sets did he begin to feel a slight sense of fatigue, a stark contrast to his previous frail, sickly state. My physical fitness now likely surpasses the training limits of most people. I'm just not sure whether ALS has been completely cured. Wong Hui felt a wave of contentment. Not long ago, he had been lamenting his incurable illness, yet now, in the blink of an eye, the situation had turned hopeful. And the reason? A blind box he had casually purchased. Many people bought these blind boxes. Could others have also obtained their own miniature worlds? With this thought, Wong Hui took out his phone, opened WeChat, and prepared to contact the colleague who had sent him the purchase link. However, before he could even decide how to broach the topic subtly, the other party proactively sent a message, pouring out their grievances. Huiji, I'm having such a hard time. Receptionist Xiao Lu unboxed the latest iPhone 15 Pro, and all I got was some cheap headphones worth less than $100. I blew 688 yuan for nothing. I'll be eating dirt by the end of the month. Sobbing by the way, Huiji, you bought one too, right? What did you get? iPhone 15 Pro? Headphones? Wong Hui's expression shifted thoughtfully. He did not reply hastily, but first went to the product review section and WeChat groups to see the reactions of other buyers. This blind box had recently gained popularity on the Zaihongshu app, as quite a few people had indeed received prizes worth more than the purchase price. Aside from high-end smartphones, some had unboxed top-tier laptops, as well as luxury items like designer bags and jewelry. Those less fortunate, however, ended up with small trinkets like earphones, cushions, or cheap chocolates. There were even complaints online about receiving bricks or secondhand socks, with many venting their frustrations. After scrolling through, he found no mention of anyone obtaining a fantastical item like a miniature world. Perhaps they were keeping a low profile? Wong Hui suddenly remembered that his blind box packaging bore the logo of Legao. He opened his browser to search for information, but found no trace of the brand, as if it were a completely non-existent, phantom company. If I buy another one, will it still be a Legao product? Wong Hui located his order in the backend and clicked to purchase again. A pop-up notification indicated a purchase limit, requiring a 72-hour wait before the next purchase. With a countdown showing just over 68 hours remaining. Unwilling to take money, he tried registering a new account to make another purchase, but the same countdown pop-up appeared. This is stricter than real name purchase limits. Has my IP been locked? Wong Hui shook his head helplessly. But if even a miniature world could be packed into a blind box and delivered, then no situation was too absurd to accept. In any case, he could make another purchase in less than 3 days, so he would deal with it then. Closing the blind box page, he returned to WeChat. Wong Hui casually brushed off his colleague's inquiries, claiming he had unboxed the cushion. The colleague's mood immediately improved significantly, eagerly expressing a desire to try buying another one in a few days. As for the outcome, that was no longer Wong Hui's concern. He retrieved some bread and milk from the refrigerator, eating and drinking to satisfy his hunger while observing the changes in the miniature world. Since he had closed the gap in the glass side panel while checking the source material earlier, the time between the two worlds had returned to an asynchronous state. The half-hour Wong Hui spent moving around and fiddling with his phone translated to over a month for the 3 clans. The war launched by the Huyan clan had started strong but ended weakly, seemingly pushed back shortly after crossing the river. Using a magnifying glass, he could see numerous traces of trenches and pitfalls in the clearing behind the woods on the western bank, stained with blood. Chapter 9. Diverting the calamity westward. The birth of the second fusion beast. No wonders would Xiao Yu dared to lead her people to the Nailing clan with confidence. Their strategies on the front lines were not limited to ambushes in the woods, but also included numerous traps to counter the Huyan clan's cavalry. Coupled with the ants he had released to disrupt the Huyan clan's rear, their mid-retreat collapse was inevitable. Wong Hui shifted his gaze to the eastern plains while slightly sliding open one side of the glass panel to restore synchronous time. Earlier, the elderly Huyan clansman who seemed capable of seeing him had been relocated to a safe place. After over 30 microdays, the conflict between the Huyan clan and the ants remained unresolved. However, with the retreat of the defeated army, the Huyan clan gained enough confidence to confront the monstrous creatures. Teams of miniature cavalry forced the ants to remain active only in the wilderness areas, with their short curved blades and horsebows. It was difficult for them to pierce the ants' defenses. Both sides found themselves in a stalemate, unable to gain the upper hand. Wong Hui observed the ant digging a new nest in the wilderness, sustaining itself on nearby plants and small creatures like wild rabbits. As a solitary worker ant detached from its colony, its fighting spirit was naturally weak. Moreover, it appeared increasingly listless, as if it had lost its purpose in life, drifting through its days and a days. Even if the Huyan clan couldn't kill it, without intervention, it was unlikely to achieve anything significant. Wong Hui pursed his lips, though he wasn't overly disappointed. After all, it was merely a simple-minded creature at the bottom of the hierarchy. suddenly separated from its colony and placed in an unfamiliar territory. Survival alone was an accomplishment. When you merge with the creatures of the microworld, might you discover a new sense of self-worth. Holding on to a sliver of hope, Wong Hui focused his consciousness and projected himself into that world. In the eastern plains of the microworld, at the Huyin clan settlement, this once vibrant and spirited tribe, known for its bold songs, dances, and galloping horses, now lay in an unusual silence. Last month, they had suffered a devastating ambush on the west bank of the Pinchuan River, losing over 800 cavalry, a crippling blow. Huyin Gui had initially refused to give up, attempting to break through the Zhuoqiu clan's defenses with sheer numbers. However, urgent news from their homeland forced his hand. A sudden attack by a colossal beast had inflicted severe losses. With winter approaching, if their stored supplies were destroyed and the campaign against the Zhuoqiu clan remained uncertain, the Huyin clan faced the risk of extinction. Reluctantly, Huyin Gui ordered a retreat. The massive, rampaging ant proved equally troublesome. To drive away this unprecedented monster, the Huyin clan paid a heavy price, nearly 1,000 casualties. Though many were women and children caught in the chaos, the losses were a painful blow to Huyin Gui, who had recently assumed leadership. Even more humiliating was the blow to their pride. Once, the Huyin clan lived freely and joyfully, riding out to plunder for wine and meat, returning laden with spoils and merriment. Now, the clansmen hung their heads in despair, afraid to venture far from their settlement. If they raided the Zhuoqiu or Ornelan territories for supplies, what if the giant beast returned to ravage their home again? Its previous rampage had already destroyed nearly half of their food stores. Yet, if they turned their full attention to hunting the beast, what would stop the Zhuoqiu clan, watching eagerly from the Pinchuan River, from launching a counterattack? Trapped between a rock and a hard place, the clan could not withstand another disaster. Inside the chieftain's tent, Huyin Gui let out a long sigh. Though ascending to leadership should have filled him with vigor, he felt an unprecedented weariness, both physically and mentally. During a recent skirmish with a neighboring clan, Huyin Gui noticed that the Zhuoqiu had gained several hundred additional cavalry, likely due to the despicable non-clans switching sides once again. And then there was that fearsome, scale-covered dragon horse. Could it truly be a sacred beast bestowed by their ancestral legacy? Frustrated, Huyin Gui ran his hands through his hair, desperately searching for a solution. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with an idea. What if he lured the eastern giant beast westward? Could it eliminate the Zhuoqiu clan's dragon horse? Even if it failed, it might at least deplete their forces by a few hundred men. Huyin Gui was, after all, the most outstanding figure in the clan at present. Even without the wisdom enhanced by a sky crystal like Nalan Xia, he could still devise some clever strategies. When the snipe and the clam grapple, the fisherman profits. Moments later, Huyin Gui gathered 5 cavalry units and left the camp, sending them in batches to harass the giant ants in the wilderness. The ants, which were in a state of confusion, initially paid little attention, but these small creatures persisted in causing disturbances and even used food as bait. Before long, the ant was lured far from its nest, guided westward by the alternating harassment of Huyin's cavalry. As a result, Wong Hui, who had arrived in the vicinity after multiple random descents, found nothing. The nest was here, but where had the ant gone? He followed the ant trails on the ground, which stretched far to the west, and noticed numerous chaotic hoofprints around. After a brief contemplation, Wong Hui deduced the situation. Unable to withstand attacks from both sides, they had simply lured the ant to cause trouble for the Zhuoqiu clan. Such tactics might be commonplace in the real world, but in this semi-primitive micro-world of the pre-feudal era, it was a rare and ingenious plan. Although Wong Hui was also curious about whether his own fusion beast, the dragon horse, or the external ant was stronger, allowing the Huyin clan to reap the benefits did not align with the will of a deity. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he caught sight of a solitary male lion creeping forward under the cover of grassland, seemingly regarding him as prey. Oh, perfect. I happen to need a mount. Come. With a beckoning gesture from Wong Hui, the lion, as if provoked, bared its teeth and lunged forward with a fierce roar. In the midst of the deafening roar, Wong Hui sidestepped effortlessly, evading the snap of the beast's gaping jaws. The elevation of his true form's life level had significantly strengthened this projected body as well. Thwack! His hand shot out with precision, clamping around the lion's neck. Its roars ceased abruptly, replaced by muffled whimpers as it struggled to break free from the grip, only to be flung high into the air by Wong Hui's forceful swing. At that moment, an eagle circling above failed to dodge in time and was struck by the soaring lion. Wong Hui's eyes sharpened, fuse, activating the legacy artifact, Yin Fish. Streams of black and white light burst forth. The eagle and the lion, entangled and enveloped in the radiant glow, shrieked as their forms gradually merged into one. The resulting creature possessed the robust physique and sharp claws of a lion, coupled with the head and wings of an eagle. Its body was predominantly tawny, with snowy, fluffy feathers adorning its neck and the tip of its tail. It appeared both majestic and elegant. Through the Yin Fish, he had truly brought to life a fantastical creature like the griffin. A smile touched Wong Hui's lips, withdrawing half of his consciousness to access his true form's perspective. He noted that the currently available source energy was displayed as C12. At first glance, it seemed only 4 units of source energy had been consumed, but the density of source energy for C-level life forms far exceeded that of D-level. The cost of this fusion likely amounted to more than 20 sky crystals. The legacy artifact was indeed a voracious consumer of source energy. Without the foundation to harvest the entire micro-world, frequent use would be unsustainable. When Wong Hui reopened his eyes, the griffin had obediently landed beside him, its eyes still reflecting profound awe. Let me see your capabilities. Follow those hoofprints. He mounted the griffin, which let out a high-pitched eagle cry before beating its wings and soaring into the sky. Chapter 10. The War God of a Bygone Era. Run. Keep running. Control the timing of your rotations. Huyen Gui shouted with a sweat-drenched face, his voice already hoarse. Under his command, 5 cavalry units took turns maneuvering ahead of the giant ant, occasionally tossing food as bait. Huyen Gui had ultimately underestimated the difficulty of this operation. Despite the exceptional riding skills of every Huyen warrior, it was nearly impossible to avoid making even the slightest mistake over an extended period. When they had set out from camp, the 5 cavalry units totaled 250 men. Now, only about 160 remained. If they kept too great a distance from the ant, it would simply ignore them. But if they ventured too close, a single sweep of its massive mandibles could easily tear through multiple riders. The mighty war horses, in the face of such a colossal beast, seemed as fragile as sheep. Their strength was simply not on the same level. Chief, we're approaching Pinchuan soon. Huyen Qingbai, with the sharpest eyesight, reported at the top of his lungs. Upon hearing this, the exhausted group felt their spirits lift somewhat. As long as they could lure the giant ant to the opposite shore and provoke its rage, those damn Zhuoqiu clansmen would pay the price. The best outcome would be for this creature to settle in the western hills, allowing the Zhuoqiu clan to taste the same suffering they had endured. Yet Huyen Gui's expression was complex. Nearing Pinchuan also meant approaching his father's residence. According to Huyen tradition, each retiring chieftain would leave the clan's main settlement and move to guard the borderlands. Even in death, a former chief, once the mightiest warrior of the Huyen, would meet his end on the front lines of battle. A month ago, the old chieftain had been badly battered in an attack by the giant ant, and his health had been declining ever since. After passing leadership to his son, he had moved to the eastern bank of Pinchuan with only a few attendants and servants. Huyen Gui wondered how his father had been faring recently. He sighed inwardly. Then his expression hardened with resolve. Father, just watch. Our clan will not decline under my leadership. He removed the horsebow strapped to his back, twisted around, drew the bow, and let an arrow fly, a graceful looking back at the moonshot. Whoosh. The arrow traced a straight trajectory and struck squarely into the giant ant's left compound eye, splattering fluid everywhere. In pain, the ant shook its head and immediately accelerated, determined to wipe out these irritating little creatures before returning to its nest to recuperate. Before long, the chase between beast and humans neared the Pinchuan River. During this stretch, more than a dozen additional cavalrymen had tragically fallen. But catching sight of the stunned expressions on the Zhuoqiu guards across the river filled the Huyen warriors with fierce excitement. It was as if they could already envision the monstrous beast helping them crush the enemy forces. Has war broken out again? Around this time, from a small tribal settlement on the river's eastern bank, the old Huyen chieftain emerged from his tent, leaning on a cane. He no longer wore his former armor, draped only in a coarse linen robe that made him appear gaunt and frail in the autumn wind. Watching from afar as Huyen Gui and the others rode and shot arrows, striving to lure the giant ant toward the river, the old chieftain paused briefly, then could not help but sigh. A single beast from beyond the heavens has thrown our clan, renowned for boundless courage, into endless turmoil for centuries. The 3 clans have battled beneath the vast sky. Perhaps it is all but a farce in the eyes of the gods. The old chieftain would never forget the moment he witnessed the giant ant emerge a month ago, the massive rift in the sky, and that colossal hand reaching down from beyond the heavens. How did the mighty deities dwelling in the realms above regard people like them? Were they nothing more than insignificant specks of dust? In the old chieftain's estimation, the giant ant must have been sent by the gods to punish the most warlike of the Huyen clan. And now, Huyen Gui actually sought to drive it toward the Zhuoqiu clan. Would the divine being stand idly by? Moreover, it was said that the young master Yu of the Zhuoqiu clan was one favored by the gods. He hoped there was still time. The old chieftain's half-closed eyes slowly opened, and his long stooped back gradually straightened. He tossed his cane to a servant who had hurried over to support him and turned back into his tent. Moments later, he emerged again, clad in his worn armor, gripping the ring-pummeled long blade that had accompanied him through years of battle. Chieftain, you, under the stunned gaze of the servant, the old chieftain silently mounted his aged warhorse. Its coat now sparse with age. Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. The hoofbeats began slowly, then quickened steadily, until the horse was galloping at full speed. Several attendants who rushed out of their tents at the sound watched the receding figures of the man and his steed, their eyes brimming with tears. Old chieftain, was even the war god of the Huyen clan's previous era unable to escape the fate of dying on the battlefield? At that moment, the giant ant had already been lured to the riverbank by Huyen Gui and his men. The Zhuoqiu warriors stationed on the opposite shore dared not let down their guard, firing volleys of arrows in hopes of halting the creature's advance. Yet, contrary to their intentions, the ant perceived them as allies of Huyen Gui. Dozens of arrows piercing its body only fueled its rage, and it began wading into the water with its forelimbs, preparing to cross the river. Hurry! Report to young Master Yu. Only the divine beast, the dragon horse, can deal with such a monster. 2 Zhuoqiu warriors galloped back to the camp to deliver the message, while the rest steeled themselves and stood their ground. The traps previously set to ambush Huyen cavalry would likely prove useless against such a colossal beast. They had no choice but to risk their lives to hold it back. Just then, Wong Hui arrived high above, riding his fused beast, the griffin. At a glance, he spotted the old Huyen chieftain galloping toward the scene and raised an eyebrow in surprise. This old man is truly remarkable, father. In his determination to lead the giant ant into Zhuoqiu territory, Huyen Gui had even leaped his horse into the river as bait, a move that had succeeded. But as he climbed, dripping wet, onto the riverbank, he saw the old chieftain charging forth on horseback, blade in hand. with an imposing and fierce momentum. For a moment, Gui could not believe his eyes. When was the last time his father had ridden with such boldness? 15 years ago? In a daze. He felt as if he had returned to his youth, gazing with admiration at his father's heroic figure as he led troops into battle, yearning for the day he, too, might become a valiant hero of the Huyan clan. As the distance between them closed, the old chieftain's graying beard and wrinkled face grew clearer. Gui suddenly snapped back to reality. This was no illusion. His aged father had truly come. No, Gui wanted to stop him. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he saw the old horse panting heavily as it galloped to the riverbank. The old chieftain rose, planted his foot firmly on the horse's back, and leaped into the air. At that moment, the giant ant had just reached the center of the Shinagawa River. Sensing movement behind it, it instinctively turned its head to look. Clang! The old chieftain, gripping his sword with both hands, delivered a fierce downward slash. With the force of his descent from above, the blow carried immense weight. The ring-pummeled longsword was a trophy won years ago from a Nalan clan hero, and both its material quality and craftsmanship were considered top-tier even by today's standards. Unfortunately, the old chieftain's eyesight was not what it once was, and his aim faltered. The blade struck the giant ant's hard head armor. Crack! A faint, crisp sound echoed as clear fissures appeared on the head armor, nearly piercing through entirely. Though the ant possessed low intelligence, it could still sense that this small human posed an extraordinary threat. Chapter 11. Are you from beyond the heavens? By the riverbank. The giant ant shook its head anxiously and twisted its body. The old chieftain was thrown back to the shore, staggering a few steps before barely steadying himself. Glancing at Gui, who stood nearby in stunned silence, he solemnly declared, "My son, this monster's presence in the east is the will of the gods. If you were to deal with it using the Huyan clan's own strength, perhaps nothing would come of it. But if you drive it toward the Zhuqiu clan, it may bring calamity upon our people." Hearing this, Gui's face immediately darkened with displeasure. That theory about realms beyond the heavens again. Father, I am now the chieftain of the Huyan clan, and the future of our people is mine to decide. This creature has already brought us enough misfortune. If we don't drive it away, are we to watch it devour all the resources of the east? One's own sins must be repaid by oneself. Thus, I have come. The old chieftain's gray beard and hair fluttered in the wind, like a lion in his twilight years. His eyes blazed as he proclaimed. Most of the conflicts among the three clans were ignited by the Huyan clan. Now, with blood debts piling high, the gods have sent this beast as punishment. To ensure the survival and continuity of our clan, I must slay this creature. If it incurs the wrath of the gods, I, Huyan Wu, will bear all consequences. With that, the old chieftain let out a deep shout and charged toward the giant ant in the river. The latter quickly reared its upper body, attempting to block him with its forelimbs. But the old chieftain forcefully twisted his body midair, slipping through the gaps between the limbs while swinging his blade diagonally with all his might. Crack! This time, the strike did not miss. The ring-pummeled longsword struck the ant's neck squarely. Huh! The old chieftain's eyes blazed with fury as his aged arms erupted with nearly peak strength, pressing the blade deeper. Splurt! Pale yellow, translucent blood gushed out in torrents. If the ant had vocal organs, it would likely have let out a piercing shriek of agony. As it collapsed in pain, it cunningly snapped its mandibles toward the old chieftain. Ugh! Exhausted and unable to dodge in time, the old chieftain was caught around the waist by the ant's bite, tumbling onto the riverbank along with the creature. Splash! Waves as tall as a person erupted from the river as the ant writhed in agony on the shore. The old chieftain, still clenched in its mandibles, bled profusely from his waist, staining the river water crimson. You beast! Let go! Gui and the remaining cavalry rushed forward, hacking desperately with their curved blades in an attempt to rescue the old chieftain. On the opposite bank, the Zhuqiu clan members exchanged bewildered glances, deeply shaken by the fierce display of the old Huyan chieftain. Huyan Wu, a name that, 15 to 20 years ago, represented the foremost warrior among the three clans. Who would have thought that after years of silence, the aged Huyan Wu still possessed such terrifying strength? High above, Wong Hui, astride his griffin, observed the entire battle, his astonishment growing. To contend on equal footing with my aunt at such an age, remarkable. Even the vigorous Nalan Huazi of the Nalan clan likely cannot match his prowess. By now, the giant ant, hacked relentlessly by the Huyan clansmen, lay on the brink of death and finally released its mandibles. The old chieftain, pale-faced, looked at his tearful son Gui and grinned weakly. My son, just moments ago you declared yourself the Huyan chieftain and argued with your father. Why are you weeping now like a woman? Father, Gui wiped away his tears, his voice trembling. Why did you risk your life? For something as elusive as the heavens beyond or the punishment of gods, is it truly worth it? No, it is not elusive. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. The old chieftain's words trailed off as his eyes widened suddenly. Gripping his son's arm tightly, he exclaimed, My son, look, the sky. Gui initially thought his father was delirious again, but noticing the stunned expressions of nearby cavalrymen gazing upward, he turned his head in confusion and froze in disbelief. What? What is that? The Huyan clansmen lifted their heads in unison, while the Zhuqiu clan across the river also looked up, their jaws dropping in awe. A majestic creature with the body of a lion and the head of an eagle hovered in the air, its sharp eyes surveying the scene below with an air of majestic dominance. The giant ant, clinging to its last breath by the riverbank, seemed to sense an overwhelming threat and struggled feebly to escape. With a thunderous roar that blended an eagle-esque cry, the griffin issued a clear warning. The ant fell still, feigning death in submission. Witnessing this, the onlookers paled, raising their weapons as if facing a formidable enemy, yet their hearts were filled with uncertainty. If the first landbound monster had been so difficult to subdue, how could they possibly withstand this even more imposing, airborne creature? Even if the old Huyan chieftain were unharmed. Victory seemed unlikely. Chieftain, the rider on that monster appears to be the deity summoned earlier by Zhuqiu, you using the sacred relic. Huyan Qingbai, with the keenest eyesight, was the first to spot Wong Hui atop the griffin and whispered urgently in warning. A deity. Huyan Gui's expression shifted repeatedly, initially dismissive. He had scoffed at the notion of gods, believing it to be a trick by the Zhuqiu clan. Yet after encountering the dragon horse, the giant ant, and now this eagle-headed lion-bodied beast, he could no longer deny reality. Who but an omnipotent deity from legend could command such creatures? May I ask, are you from the heavens beyond? The gravely wounded old chieftain managed to sit up and called out loudly. Among the hundreds from both clans present, only the aged and dying man dared to speak up. Yes, Wong Hui did not lower the altitude of the griffin. The source energy within his body concentrated in his throat, and his words boomed like thunder. He asked with keen interest, you said earlier that if you incurred divine wrath, you would bear the consequences yourself. Now are you prepared? Though separated by a great distance, Wong Hui's voice struck the eardrums of everyone like a hammer, shaking their very souls. Of course, to die by the hand of a deity, I would not disgrace the title of the greatest warrior of the three clans. The old chieftain struggled to rise, reaching out to pat Huyan Gui heavily on the shoulder. My son, the lives of over 20,000 clansmen of the Huyan clan rest upon your shoulders. There must be a better way to survive than war. Do you remember this? Huyan Gui instinctively wanted to object, but meeting his father's unusually solemn gaze, he opened his mouth only to lower his head bitterly in the end. I will remember. Father. Only then did the old chieftain release his hand with satisfaction. He looked up at the sky once more and declared loudly, Huyan Wu is willing to accept divine punishment. Very well. Wong Hui reached out and grasped the air. The old chieftain suddenly felt himself seized by an invisible hand, lifted into the air along with the giant ant beside him. Amidst the splashing river water, the man and the beast flew swiftly into the distance. By the time the rest of the two clans reacted, Wong Hui and the griffin had vanished from the sky. Father. Huyan Gui knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Not long ago, he had believed his father to be a senile old man, while he himself was the new hope of the clan. Yet now, the truth had proven that in times of crisis, the true pillar of strength remained his father. Chieftain, what should we do now? Hearing Huyan Qingba's inquiry, Huyan Gui wiped his tears with his sleeve. Seeing the anxious gazes of the clansmen around him, he gradually composed himself. The old chieftain had exhausted his final strength, and the new chieftain could no longer afford to be a willful child. Go negotiate with the Zhuqiu clan on the west bank of the river. Tell them I wish to speak with Zhuqiu. Chapter 12. The Grace of Rebirth. Huyan Wu's plea leaving aside how the younger generation of the two clans negotiated. The severely wounded old chieftain Huyan drifted dizzily through the air and soon fainted from excessive blood loss. In his dreams, he felt a burning pain throughout his body, his limbs swollen and uncomfortable. When the discomfort subsided and the old chieftain opened his eyes again, the moon was already high in the sky. Am I still alive? He looked down and saw that the wound on his waist where the ant had bitten him had vanished, and there was no trace of pain. His limbs were now thicker and stronger than before, covered in a layer of tough, yet lightweight jet black armor. The old chieftain tried to bend the armor with his hands, his face revealing astonishment. This armor was actually growing from his body. Immediately afterward, a flood of new memories surfaced in his mind, and he understood the truth of the matter. To merge me with that monster. Is this the power of a deity? He turned his gaze and saw the majestic eagle-headed, lion-bodied creature lying not far away, with a young man leaning against it, resting with his eyes closed. Thank you, Divine One, for the grace of rebirth. The old chieftain hurried over, knelt on one knee, and bowed his head in gratitude. It seems you have adapted quite well. Wong Hui opened his eyes and looked at his third creation. Initially, he had planned to conduct a fusion experiment using a ferocious beast from the miniature world and an ant from the outside. However, plans often change unexpectedly. The old man and the ant had fought to a stalemate, both on the brink of death. Merging them with the yin-yang fish was perhaps the most appropriate solution at the time. Do you know why the Huyan clan was punished by the gods? Upon hearing Wong Hui's question, the old Huyan leader sighed and replied candidly, my clan has always been fond of plundering, frequently waging wars against the other two clans. It is no surprise that we incurred divine punishment. No, Wong Hui shook his head, pointing toward the west bank of the river. How warlike the Huyan clan is has nothing to do with me. It is only because I promised Zhuqiu that I would protect her clan for 20 years. That was the price she paid for offering me the sacred artifact, the yin-yang fish. Before the term ends, I will not allow the Zhuqiu clan to face annihilation. The old leader was taken aback. The truth seemed to differ significantly from what he had imagined. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he found peace. From the perspective of a deity, why would they care about the conflicts among three groups of ants? One group of ants had done something pleasing to the deity and earned their protection. Another group, attempting to challenge this protection, was punished by the deity with the release of a monster. The reality was as simple as it was cruel. So that is how it is. The old leader chuckled self-deprecatingly. I thought I had accurately guessed the will of the gods, but it was merely the wishful thinking of a mere mortal. Then, as if struck by another thought, he asked, you did not kill me. Instead, you made me younger and stronger. But if I must bear the consequences of defying divine will, what is it that you want me to do for you? Yes, but before that, you must answer a question for me. Wong Hui gestured toward the sky and asked, can you see beyond the heavens? Not now, the old leader shook his head honestly. then added, "The clearest I ever saw was over a month ago, when the black-armored monster descended. I saw a massive breach open in the sky. Beyond it, I could faintly glimpse another world, and an unimaginably enormous hand. Although the old leader's body was much smaller than that of the outside ant, his intelligence far surpassed it. Thus, after the fusion, his consciousness remained dominant. He still referred to the ant with disdain, calling it a monster." Wong Hui studied him for a moment. "You don't seem to resist being fused with the monster. Huh. After all, the blood of the Huyan clan flows within me. The pursuit of strength is instinctive. How could my body resist?" The old leader clenched his fist, his expression one of exhilaration. Now standing over 2 meters tall, his body was exceptionally muscular and covered in incredibly resilient armor. The outer shell of his left forearm extended into an oval shape, resembling a shield, while the outer shell of his right forearm featured 2 curved, serrated protrusions, much like the mandibles of an ant. Feeling the explosive power within him, the old leader was confident he could tear apart ferocious beasts with ease. Wong Hui smiled and opened his palm. "Have you ever seen something like this?" As he spoke, source energy gathered in his hand, condensing into a translucent crystal of essence. "I have seen it." The old chieftain spoke with unwavering certainty. 20 years ago, during a war against the Nalan clan, I was separated from the main force and trapped deep in the mountains. It was winter, and with insufficient rations, I survived by consuming snow and ice. I dug up a few stones like this, mixed them with ice, and after eating them, my strength surged, allowing me to escape. It was after that I came to be known as the foremost warrior among the 3 clans. Wong Hui thought to himself, just as I suspected. Those with special abilities in this miniature world are most likely connected to source crystals. However, due to different methods of utilization, the effects vary. The successive chieftains of the Nalan clan used them to enhance their wisdom, while this old chieftain of the Huyan clan employed them to bolster his combat prowess. That he managed to survive into old age despite severe side effects is largely thanks to his inherently robust physique. There are 2 tasks I require of you. First, collect as many of these heavenly crystals as possible. Wong Hui tossed the source crystal in his hand to the old chieftain. Rather than explaining complex concepts like source energy, it was simpler to adopt the name already coined by the Nalan clan. Second, I may be absent from this world for an extended period. If the Zhuoqiu clan encounters any insurmountable difficulties, you must resolve them on my behalf. Even if the trouble originates from the Huyan clan, the same applies. After undergoing the fusion process with the sacred artifact, yin-yang fish, the old chieftain, like the dragon horse and griffin before him, became a fusion beast utterly obedient to Wong Hui. The only differences were his higher intelligence and ability to communicate verbally, yet he remained equally incapable of defying Wong Hui's commands. "Your guidance, I shall faithfully follow." The old chieftain carefully stored the heavenly crystal inside his armor and declared solemnly, "The previous chieftain of the Huyan clan perished by the Pinshui River. Now, I have but one identity, the follower of the god, Huyan Wu." Seeing Wong Hui's satisfied expression, Huyan Wu paused briefly before cautiously inquiring, "Divine One, you mentioned that the girl from the Zhuoqiu clan exchanged the sacred artifact for a reward. Might I also offer something else in exchange?" In a pleasant mood, Wong Hui gently stroked the head of the approaching griffin and replied casually, "Speak your mind." Compared to the griffin and dragon horse, a subordinate capable of complex thought clearly promised more amusement, provided, of course, he remained absolutely loyal. Winter will arrive in about a month. The Huyan clan is not skilled in farming, and this year we failed to plunder sufficient grain. Unless we slaughter our warhorses for food, thousands of the elderly, weak, women, and children may starve to death. Observing the shifts in Wong Hui's expression, Huyan Wu lowered his voice and continued, "I can mobilize the entire clan to gather heavenly crystals for you. Might you bestow some provisions to help the Huyan clan survive this winter?" Wong Hui raised an eyebrow, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on his lips. Who was it that just declared the old chieftain of the Huyan clan dead, claiming to be merely a follower of the god? Chapter 13, Short on Food? I have some leftover bread crumbs. The world belongs to the god, and all beings are the god's children. There is no need to distinguish among races. As a follower of the god, everything I do must prioritize the god's interests. Huyan Wu spoke with earnest conviction, his tone righteous and solemn. The Huyan clan is facing a great calamity. If you could bestow upon us food, you would gain the unwavering loyalty of our entire clan at a negligible cost. From this day forward, your praises shall be sung far and wide across the world. Wherever you point, the Huyan clan shall pour all its strength to follow. Why not seize such an opportunity? Outside, in his own small courtyard, Wong Hui, having regained his senses, found himself both amused and exasperated. It is often said that with age comes cunning. Even the tiny beings of the miniature world, as they grow old, can become quite shrewd. Under the influence of the yin-yang fish, Huyan Wu could not possibly harbor any defiance toward Wong Hui. Yet, having retained his original memories and thoughts, he still carried a deep concern for the Huyan clan in his bones. As the creator of the fusion beasts, Wong Hui could easily have ignored Huyan Wu's plea. However, much like Zhuoqiu Yu, who traded an ancestral artifact for 20 microyears of protection, Huyan Wu offered the full mobilization of his clan to serve Wong Hui in exchange for a winter-s supply of food. For Wong Hui, this was an exceptionally cost-effective transaction. According to Huyan Wu's account, the Huyan clan's population was roughly estimated at around 28,000. As Wong Hui calculated, he suddenly chuckled to himself. These people, far smaller than ants, even if they all ate to their heart's content, how much could they possibly consume in a single winter? Wong Hui glanced around and picked up the empty bread bag from his table. Only a layer of crumbs remained inside, yet in terms of volume, it would equate to dozens of giant beasts in the eyes of these tiny beings. Standing beside the miniature world, he did not immediately deliver the food. The most profound impact comes from offering aid in times of greatest need. It was better to wait a little longer. Wong Hui closed the glass cover that had been left slightly ajar, restoring the normal flow of time within the miniature world. Instead of simply waiting, he sat down and opened Taobao on his phone. The more active the biological beings are, the more source essence they produce. Such activity likely isn't limited to just battle and labor. If I perform more divine acts within the miniature world, perhaps the heightened spiritual activity of these tiny beings could yield similar effects. Fusing Huyan Wu with the ant had consumed significantly more source essence than creating the griffin. This was likely due to the high intelligence of the human component and the fact that the ant originated from the outside world. Fortunately, recent events, such as the conflict between the two clans over Pinchuan, Zhuoqiu's surprise attack on the non-clan, and the Huyan clan's struggle against the giant ants, had provided Wong Hui with ample additional source essence. His current available source essence had dwindled to C3. Another expenditure might cause his life level to regress. This was a long-term investment. The powerful Huyan Wu would now loyally carry out Wong Hui's tasks, such as searching for sky crystal stones. Once the entire Huyan clan was mobilized, combined with the efforts of Nanjia, Wong Hui would have a steady and unending supply of source essence in the future. He searched for miniature carving products on Taobao, contemplating whether he could create some wonders within the miniature world to test his hypothesis. Unconsciously, over 20 minutes passed in the real world, while more than 20 days elapsed in the miniature world. Following his father's parting advice, Huyan Gui abandoned his previously warlike demeanor, humbly seeking peace with the Zhuoqiu clan. Additionally, he proposed a trade of cowhide and wool for food and timber. Since the Huyan clan was the more desperate party, Zhuoqiu easily negotiated an exceptionally favorable exchange rate. This further elevated her prestige within the clan, making her succession to the leadership position an almost certain outcome, leaving other competitors behind. What troubled Huyan Gui was that the other party seemed fully aware of his vulnerable position and refused to provide a large quantity of grain all at once. Every few days, the tribesmen sent for trade could only bring back a few bags of coarse grain. As winter approached, the game available on the grasslands grew increasingly scarce. Once the harsh cold set in, the Huyan clan, still facing food shortages, would likely suffer a reduction of at least 2,000 people or more. As for warhorses, they were even more precious strategic resources than human lives. Slaughtering them for food would be an extravagant waste. Should they trade with the Nalan clan? Standing by the tent window, Huyan Gui gazed at the gloomy sky, his expression equally somber. Although the Nalan clan had some knowledge of farming, their territory was mountainous, with very little suitable arable land. Each year, they barely managed to produce enough food for themselves. If the Huyan clan wished to trade with them, they would likely have to pay an exorbitant price. Father, what better way can our clan find to survive? Just as Huyan Gui was lost in worry, he suddenly heard a sentry shouting as he rushed over. Report, Chief. The old chief has returned. Who? Huyan Gui was taken aback, doubting his own ears. The old chief. It's the old chief. The sentry exclaimed excitedly. The old chief has become a servant of the gods. He says he can ensure we have more than enough food for the winter. Before the words had fully settled, Huyan Gui hurried out of the tent and saw an exceptionally burly figure striding into the clan's territory. The old chief's return from the dead sent the entire Huyan clan into a frenzy. After all, following the fierce battle with the ant monsters in Pinshan, the old chief had been on the brink of death. His already aged body had suffered severe injuries, and even without divine punishment, he likely wouldn't have survived the night. Yet, not only had he survived, but he had also become stronger than in his prime. The fusion with the ants had not altered the appearance of the old chief, Huyan Wu. In the eyes of the clan members, he simply appeared more imposing, now clad in a distinctive set of jet black armor. Upon learning of the deity's demands, all eyes turned expectantly to Huyan Gui. Without hesitation, he issued an order for the entire clan to devote their efforts to searching for sky crystal stones. Rather than having everyone scour the grasslands daily for meager amounts of food, it was better to follow his father's suggestion and search for sky crystal stones. At the very least, the clansmen's faces once again bore expressions of hope, a sight long unseen. If the deity could revive the old chief, who should have been doomed to die, conjuring an abundance of grain out of thin air didn't seem so far-fetched anymore. From that day onward, aside from the elderly and children who were unable to move, the majority of the Huyan clan ventured out early and returned late. Following the example of the sky crystal stone shown by Huyan Wu, they conducted a thorough, carpet-like search across the eastern plains. Although the Huyan clan lacked iron tools and couldn't engage in deep excavation, fortunately, the accumulated crystallization of essence over centuries meant that with diligent effort, some stones could be unearthed from shallow layers of the earth. With over 20,000 Huyan clansmen taking turns, they managed to collect more than 100 sky crystal stones in just half a month. However, after this initial success, the pace of collection began to slow noticeably. As temperatures dropped, the efficiency of their labor inevitably declined. As the soil gradually froze solid, the inferior tools of the Huyan clan could no longer dig through it. Many people toiled for most of the day, only to return empty-handed. What troubled everyone most was that the deity had not appeared again. Would food truly descend from the heavens? Recently, many members of the Huyan clan had developed the habit of frequently looking up at the sky, filled with anticipation, yet fearful of being met with despair. Chapter 14. The bitter winter approaches. The deity has not abandoned them. The weather grew increasingly harsh, and as the current chieftain, Huyan Gui's worries naturally weighed heavier than those of the ordinary clan members. One evening, he returned to the main tent, shaking the snow off his fur cloak. Inside, the grass is already frosted over. A heavy snowfall may come in the next day or two. The weaker clan members must not venture out anymore. As he spoke, Huyen Gui glanced at his father, who sat behind a low table polishing his armed guards, hesitating to continue. Speak your mind. Hesitation does not befit a mature chieftain. The old chieftain glanced at his son and said calmly, decide for yourself who rests and who continues. I will only say this. Yesterday, I visited Nalan Xia. Hearing this, Huyen Gui's expression shifted. He stepped forward eagerly and asked, is she willing to trade grain with us? No, the Nalan clan's surplus grain is also insufficient. The old chieftain retrieved a sky crystal stone from his inner armor, adding with a meaningful look. Additionally, Nalan Xia inquired about sky crystal stones on her own initiative. She said that if we could help collect them, she would make an exception to trade for dried fruits and iron tools. What do you mean? Huyen Gui's eyes flickered with suspicion. Is the Nalan clan also worshipping a deity? Nalan Xia did not say, and I did not ask. The old chieftain waved his hand dismissively and said indifferently, whether to trade the sky crystal stones with the Nalan clan is your decision to make. No trade. Huyen Gui gritted his teeth, put his fur cloak back on, and turned to stride quickly out of the tent. It's not completely dark yet. I'll take some people out to try our luck once more. As he lifted the tent flap, he paused and finally couldn't help but ask, Father, the deity will keep his promise, right? Hearing this, the old chieftain habitually looked toward the sky outside the tent window, his expression resolute. Of course, due to the effect of the inherited sacred artifact, yin-yang fish. The old chieftain Huyen Wu, like the other fused beasts, possessed an instinctive trust in the creator. Meanwhile, Wong Hui, whom the entire Huyen clan regarded as their greatest hope, was currently immersed in online shopping, unable to extricate himself. I had no idea there were so many people engaged in the microcarving industry. He marveled at the various exquisitely creative microcarving works, filled with admiration. This is what true craftsmanship looks like. In comparison, the so-called sushi masters or tea egg masters promoted by a certain island nation are simply laughable. Unfortunately, the finer the handmade creations, the more expensive they became. Wong Hui had no choice but to settle for the more affordable machine-carved products. He couldn't help but think to himself, if I were to sell sculptures made by the tiny people of the miniature world, they probably wouldn't be much worse than the works of those master microcarvers. Would they? But it might expose my secret. Not suitable for now. Shaking his head to dismiss the thought, Wong Hui browsed through shops with high ratings and placed orders for over a dozen various types of microcarvings. Perhaps microworlds are not of much use at the current stage, but when the right moment arrives, they will undoubtedly serve as excellent tools for him to perform miracles. Wong Hui casually searched for toy microworlds online. Unfortunately, even the all-encompassing Taobao lacked such unique miniature world toys, with only ordinary items appearing in the search results. If the second mystery box ordered 3 days later also turned out to be a microworld, that would be quite interesting. Wong Hui closed Taobao with a hint of regret. Glancing at the time, he realized that over 40 minutes had quietly passed, equivalent to a month and a half in the microworld. He immediately turned to look and noticed fine snowflakes drifting inside the glass cover. The northern region was adorned with snow-covered mountains, while the western hills resembled white waves. The eastern area had already transformed into a vast, snowy plain. TSK, he had been slightly delayed without realizing it. Wong Hui slid open a gap in the eastern glass panel, synchronizing the time between the two worlds. Without the blur of fast-forwarding, he could now see tiny figures moving in strings across the plain. With such heavy snow, swept up by the grassland winds, it could easily form a terrifying blizzard. Even in the modern outside world, people wearing proper winter gear would struggle to withstand it, let alone the pre-feudal nomadic tribes of the grassland. It seemed that Huyen Wu had done an excellent job mobilizing his entire clan, judging by the amount of source energy condensed from the clouds. Biological activity in the microworld had been exceptionally frequent over the past month and a half. Most of this contribution likely came from Huyen's large-scale operations. Wong Hui reached out and pressed his hand against the yin-yang fish pattern, harvesting the newly generated source energy. C3 increased to C6. Then, he focused his consciousness, intending to notify Huyen Wu to prepare for the divine gift of food. Boom. A beam of light descended from the sky into the microworld. Wong Hui glanced around. Based on the terrain, it had landed near the border between the Nalan and Huyen clans, quite far from Huyen Wu's location. Concentrating his perception, he noticed that the fusion beast, the griffin, was not too far away. After a short while, he spotted the griffin in a low-lying area. The creature was huddled with several lionesses, spreading its broad wings to shield them from the elements. The griffin's wings, covered in thick feathers, effectively blocked the snow and cold, leaving the lionesses looking quite content. You certainly know how to enjoy yourself. Wong Hui chuckled and scolded lightly. The griffin, dozing with half-closed eyes, immediately perked up at the sound and hurried over with an ingratiating demeanor. The lionesses also stood up in confusion, momentarily unsure how to react upon seeing their majestic mate behave in such a manner. All right, deliver a message for me, and then you can return to your cozy haven. Wong Hui rubbed the fur behind the griffin's neck and gave a few solemn instructions. Upon hearing that the creator did not fault him for his mundane indulgences, the griffin nodded repeatedly, promising to complete the task. It then turned and roared at the lionesses for a moment, calming their unease. They obediently sought shelter from the wind, awaiting their mate's return. Wong Hui watched with quiet amazement. Strictly speaking, griffins and lions no longer belong to the same species. Could it be that there is no reproductive barrier between them? If the union of these two could successfully produce offspring, how much of the father's extraordinary genes would be inherited? Put in more effort, and see if you can create a flock of griffins for me. Wong Hui watched the griffin fly away into the distance, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. As a combination of the eagle, a fierce bird of the sky, and the lion, a mighty beast of the grasslands, The griffin could already be considered a creature at the top of the food chain in this miniature world. Even though it was much smaller than a mosquito from the outside world, strong winds could not hinder its flight, nor could heavy snow obscure its vision. Before long, it arrived above the territory of the Huyan clan. The appearance of such a majestic and monstrous creature stirred quite a commotion among the Huyan people. Fortunately, many surviving cavalrymen had seen the griffin over a month ago and knew it was the mount of the deity. They quickly calmed everyone's emotions. Under the awe-filled gazes of the crowd, the griffin strode proudly to the entrance of the main tent, conveying the divine decree to the father and son. The two generations of leaders. Although it could not speak human language, its intelligence was not low. Through a series of calls and gestures, it made the old chieftain understand Wong Hui's intentions. After hearing his father's explanation, Huyan Gui's spirits lifted instantly. He first bowed respectfully to the griffin, then hurried to the open space ahead. Scanning the clansmen who were watching with hopeful eyes, he declared loudly, "In one day, the deity will bestow food upon us." As his words fell, the crowd quieted briefly before erupting into cheers. "The deity blesses us. We can finally replenish our winter supplies. A few days ago, I thought the deity had deceived the Huyan clan. I am guilty. The old chieftain has become a servant of the deity. Our clan no longer needs to worry about survival." The Huyan clansmen rejoiced, clapping and celebrating. Especially the elderly and weak, who had been rationing their dwindling food supplies, could not hold back their tears. The deity had not abandoned them. Chapter 15, Milk and Breadcrumbs. Farewell to hunger. Returning his consciousness to the outside world, Wong Hui used a magnifying glass to observe the scenes unfolding within the Huyan territory. In such a backward era, merely having enough to eat and survive was enough to bring joy to the vast majority of people. Sighing with emotion, he closed the glass cover on the eastern side. The miniature world entered an accelerated state, and the tiny people of the Huyan clan busied themselves, digging two large, shallow pits beside their territory. What Wong Hui intended to bestow was not just breadcrumbs, but also the remnants of the milk he had just finished drinking. What he had asked the griffin to convey was for the Huyan clan to prepare accordingly for the reception. The tiny people lined the inner walls of the pits with thick layers of snow, compacting it bit by bit into ice, quickly forming a natural leak-proof container layer. As day turned to night, a minute passed in the outside world, and the miniature world arrived at the next day. Wong Hui slid open the glass cover. Synchronizing the flow of time, he saw dense crowds of Huyan clansmen gathered not far from the two large pits, eagerly gazing up at the sky. Huyan Wu and Huyan Gui, father and son, stood at the forefront, each holding a leather bag. Wong Hui leaned closer to the glass cover, squinting to observe, and faintly saw that the leather bags were filled to the brim with sky crystals. Roughly estimated, the total number exceeded 150. Well done. Wong Hui nodded in satisfaction, holding the packaging bags of bread and milk in his hands. Feeding time has arrived. Is the deity coming soon? It must be nearly time. I've heard that when a deity descends, they turn into light and fall from the sky. Will we be struck? No. The deity only punishes those who defy the will of heaven. Is anyone else curious about what kind of food the deity will bestow? Surely it must be different from what we eat. Amid the wind and snow, over 20,000 members of the Huyan tribe stood by the pit, murmuring among themselves. Their hearts brimmed with anticipation for the divine offering, making the bitter cold seem almost bearable. It's coming. Suddenly, the old chieftain, Huyan Wu, stiffened his expression and lifted his gaze toward the eastern sky. Beside him, Huyan Gui immediately followed his father's line of sight. Yet he saw nothing, just as when his father had earlier claimed to see the clouds shifting. But after witnessing Wong Hui and the griffin firsthand, Huyan Gui could no longer deny the extraordinary nature of the divine and found himself more willing to trust his father's seemingly eccentric words. So he promptly raised his hand and called out loudly, "The deity descends." Everyone quiet. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd at his words, but they quickly fell silent, wide-eyed and gazing upward. The noisy scene swiftly settled into stillness. After a moment of waiting, just as Huyan Gui was about to quietly ask his father a question, a sudden roaring sound erupted from above. The sunlight high in the sky seemed obscured by something enormous, casting the surroundings into unusual gloom. Then, objects of various sizes broke through the clouds, hurtling down toward a large pit on the ground. Those Huyan tribespeople standing nearby scrambled to avoid the falling mass. With a series of deep, rumbling thuds, the pit, large enough to hold 100 people, was completely filled. What is that? It smells incredible. Sniffing the unfamiliar fragrance in the air, many stretched their necks curiously, mouths watering uncontrollably. The aroma of bread produced by modern craftsmanship alone was enough to captivate these pre-feudal era souls accustomed to hardship. Stay calm, Huyan Gui shouted several times, urging everyone to restrain their impulses and remain in place. According to the divine message conveyed by the griffin, since they were instructed to prepare 2 ice pits, it meant the deity's bestowed food would not be limited to this alone. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Wong Hui discarded the emptied bread bag, cut open the finished milk carton, and tilted it over another ice pit in the miniature world. What appeared to him as only a dozen remaining drops of milk seemed to the tiny people of the Huyan tribe like a milky white, celestial river. Splash! The milk poured into the second ice pit, instantly forming a large pond. The scent of wheat from the bread, mingled with the pure fragrance of milk, immediately overwhelmed the psychological defenses of the Huyan tribespeople. Heavens! So much milk! Could it have been drawn from divine cows in the sky? Even if each of us drank our fill every day, we could easily survive this winter. I'd rather taste that mountain of food beside it. It looks incredibly filling. Thank you for the deity's blessing. Someone spontaneously knelt and kowtowed, soon followed by the entire tribe, who bowed toward the sky in sincere gratitude. Wong Hui was naturally pleased by this scene. Although the primary value of the miniature world lay in providing him with essence to enhance his vitality, seeing these tiny people so profoundly grateful for his modest offerings stirred a somewhat different emotion within him. Even when harvesting chives, one must still practice humane management. What followed was straightforward. The griffin, obeying Wong Hui's command, took the sky crystals after the Huyan clan received their provisions and swiftly flew back to its secret lair to reunite with its mate. Meanwhile, the Huyan clansmen, only after Wong Hui withdrew his hand and the shadow above dissipated, began their food distribution under their leader's direction. With a grand gesture, Huyan Gui announced that ample breadcrumbs and milk would be distributed to everyone, allowing the cold and hungry clan to feast heartily. The quantity provided by Wong Hui was so abundant that even after everyone received a generous share, a considerable surplus remained. The men were tasked with carrying the divine food into storage tents, while the elderly, women, and children gathered all available leather pouches to contain the sacred milk. Everything had to be transported into the clan's territory before dusk. Huyan Gui delegated the tasks, with Huyan Qingbai and others coordinating below. The scene appeared busy yet orderly. Earning a subtle nod of approval from the observing elder chieftain, pulling down the hood of his fur cloak, he quietly departed from the clan grounds. The deity had fulfilled his promise, bestowing upon the Huyan clan provisions far beyond expectations, eliminating any fear of starvation during the harsh winter. Naturally, the elder chieftain felt compelled to repay this immense grace and fulfill his duty as a servant of the gods. To the north of the grasslands lurked several wolf packs, greedy creatures that devoured anything in their path. Perhaps within their bellies, he might find some sky crystals. Amid the vast, swirling snow, Huyan Wu's tall figure gradually blurred until it vanished from sight. Outside, Wong Hui closed the glass cover on the eastern side, stretching his limbs with a hint of weariness. With the Zhuqiu clan monitored by the Dragon Horse and the Nailing clan's leader having tasted the benefits of cooperation, along with Huyan Wu mediating among the three clans, it seemed unlikely that any major conflicts would erupt in the short term. Watching the miniature world revert to its accelerated state, Wong Hui felt at ease and turned to wash up and sleep. Even if unexpected events arose within, the formidable griffin would intervene to maintain overall stability. By the time I wake up, over a year will have passed for the tiny people. In the few hours Wong Hui slept, the miniature world underwent significant changes. While patrolling the borders, the chieftain of the Zhuqiu clan was caught in a sudden blizzard. Though rescued by his attendants and brought back to the clan, he fell gravely ill, losing his ability to lead. The most vocal candidate for succession, the young mistress Zhuqiu Yu, ascended to power, becoming the youngest chieftain in Zhuqiu history. Upon her inauguration, a new round of covert and overt strife with the Huyan clan immediately ensued. Chapter 16. It is truly a rare sight as the new chieftain. Zhuqiu Yu's first move was to strengthen border defenses and increase patrols. According to estimates, the Huyan clan, having achieved little in plunder this year, likely faced food shortages and had failed to secure sufficient supplies through trade with the Zhuqiu. Meanwhile, the Nailing clan, having switched allegiances repeatedly in a short span, would probably adopt a cautious, wait-and-see approach and was unlikely to engage in trade with the Huyan. Under such circumstances, unless the Huyan resorted to slaughtering their horses for food, many clansmen might starve. In this desperate situation, they might take reckless risks and launch a winter assault on the well-provisioned Zhuqiu clan. However, Zhuqiu Yu maintained a high state of alert for over 3 months, until the temperature gradually began to rise. Yet not a single soldier from the Huyan clan appeared. Could they truly have used their precious warhorses as food? Zhuqiu Yu couldn't help but feel puzzled. Nevertheless, the absence of enemy harassment was naturally a good thing. Moreover, for the Zhuqiu clan at present, the longer they could delay, the more opportunity they had to accumulate strength. Zhuqiu Yu stepped out of his chieftain's large wooden hut and gazed into the distance at the pasture below the hillside. After bringing back the 470 warhorses as compensation from the Nailing clan in the mountains, the Zhuqiu clan's warhorse reserves had exceeded 700. Having long suffered from a shortage of horses, they could finally assemble a proper cavalry force. More importantly, Zhuqiu Yu shifted his gaze and easily spotted the largest dragon horse. Its scales shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, making it appear exceptionally majestic. At that moment, it was affectionately nuzzling a few mares. Over the past few months, thanks to the dragon horse's tireless efforts, many mares within the clan had become pregnant. Zhuqiu Yu looked forward to this with great anticipation. Even if the offspring did not possess the might of a divine beast, they would at least be stronger than ordinary warhorses, wouldn't they? By then, with the dragon horse leading the charge at the forefront, they might even stand a chance against the Huyan clan's 1,000-strong cavalry despite being outnumbered. However, while filled with confidence in the clan's growing military strength, Zhuqiu Yu also felt a slight emptiness in his heart. After bestowing the divine beast dragon horse, the deity had vanished without a trace. Had he returned to the divine realm? The next time they would meet, who knew how many years it would be? Zhuqiu Yu looked up at the sky, his mind filled with the image of Wong Hui descending as a beam of light. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. The ice and snow melted, and all things came back to life. The people of the Huyan clan finally arrived, but not to attack or plunder. Instead, they came once again to propose trade. Young Master Yu. No, I should address you as Chieftain Yu now, shouldn't I? The leader of the trade delegation was Huyan Qingbai. Zhuqiu Yu keenly noticed that compared to his visit before winter, this man had clearly gained weight. He appeared plump and robust, with a radiant complexion. He hardly looked like someone who had endured a winter of frugality. Could it be that the Huyan clan had found some special means to obtain large quantities of food? There is no need for formalities, Lord Qingbai. Please state your purpose directly. Zhuqiu Yu's expression remained unchanged. Yet he already carried an air of a chieftain's authority. Very well. Huyan Qingbai was straightforward. He turned and clapped his hands. His subordinates outside quickly entered, carrying several boxes, which they placed on the tables of Zhuo Yu and the other clan elders. The boxes were made of animal bones. Their design as rugged as ever. Yet the contents inside emitted a fragrant aroma that wafted out as soon as the lids were opened. This is... Zhuo Yu looked at the two bone boxes before him. One contained cheese, while the contents of the other box were unfamiliar, irregular in shape, porous and loose. Entirely different from the dense, solid flatbreads. Everyone, please try this divine food. Huyan Qingbai made an inviting gesture, his expression particularly leisurely, as if certain that these people would be astonished. To guard against any enemy trickery. The female guard besides Zhuo Yu stepped forward first to sample the food for her chieftain. She tasted a piece of cheese and the so-called divine food. And her expression immediately changed noticeably. Zhuo Yu noticed and softly inquired, "What's wrong? Is it unpalatable?" "It's not about whether it's palatable or not." The female guard replied with a conflicted expression, trying to articulate her sensation. "It's truly that kind, that rare kind. Unfortunately, people of this era were generally uneducated, and after a long while, she still couldn't accurately describe it." After some time, the female guard showed no abnormal physical reactions, proving the food was non-toxic. Everyone grew curious and began to sample it. Zhuo Yu's eyes gradually widened in astonishment. The divine food was incredibly soft to chew, a texture never before achieved by existing culinary techniques. The cheese was somewhat coarse, but when wrapped around the divine food, the rich, fragrant sensation filling the mouth was extraordinarily marvelous. Seeing the entire gathering astonished, Huyan Qingbai was unsurprised, calmly narrowing his eyes with an air of superiority. A bunch of country bumpkins, utterly unacquainted with sophistication. Moments later, a senior member of the Zhuo clan couldn't resist speaking up. "May I ask?" Regarding this divine food, but Huyan Qingbai waved his hand dismissively. "The origin of the divine food cannot be disclosed. I am here to conduct a trade. 10 bags of divine food and 10 bags of cheese, in exchange for 10 bags of high-quality seeds and detailed cultivation methods." "You're dreaming." Upon hearing Huyan Qingbai's proposed trade, the female guard angrily drew the blade from her waist. "How much are 10 bags of divine food and 10 bags of cheese?" "Merely half a percentile sacks. If all 20 bags were distributed among the Zhuo clan, each person would likely get only a single bite. And 10 bags of high-quality seeds? That's enough to cultivate farmland capable of sustaining hundreds of people long-term." Moreover, Huyan Qingbai also wanted detailed cultivation methods. This was the very foundation of the Zhuo clan's livelihood. How could they possibly impart it to an enemy so easily? The female guard remembered clearly. During that perilous conspiracy last year, this Huyan Qingbai was among the cavalry responsible for the pursuit. Had it not been for Chief Yu summoning divine intervention to rescue them, they would likely have been captured by the Huyan clan and subjected to endless torment. Thus, the female guard harbored no goodwill toward Huyan Qingbai. Drawing her blade, she intended to step forward and teach this fellow a lesson. "Wait." Zhuo Yu raised her hand to stop the female guard, speaking calmly. "The flavor of the food you brought is indeed unique, but your trade demands are utterly absurd. Our clan cannot agree to them. Please leave." With that, she was about to call someone to escort the guest out. Hearing this, Huyan Qingbai was taken aback and hurriedly said, "Hold on. We can still negotiate." Observing from the other side, an elder of the Zhuo clan couldn't help but stroke his beard and chuckle inwardly. Chief Yu, though young, already knows how to employ tactics. In a few more years of growth, her wisdom will likely rival that of the cunning Nalan Xia. Amidst the scuffle with the guard, Huyan Qingbai panted heavily and shouted, "I must bring back the seeds and cultivation methods. You can raise the price. There's more than just 10 bags each of divine food and cheese. We can add more." "Is that so?" Zhuo Yu signaled to the guard with her eyes, who understood and released Huyan Qingbai. "First, clarify where such a large quantity of food comes from. Then we can discuss the trade." "Aye." Huyan Qingbai rubbed the sore flesh where he had been pinched, his face wrinkled in discomfort as he answered. "It was bestowed by the deity in early winter. Originally, it was divine food and divine milk. Later, when we couldn't finish all the milk, we made it into cheese for storage." "Deity." The senior members of the Zhuo clan exchanged glances, and Zhuo Yu's eyes flickered with thought. That makes sense. No wonder the food-deficient Huyan clan could comfortably survive the winter. It turns out divine intervention was involved. But the deity had already promised to protect the Zhuo clan. So why would they bestow food upon the rival Huyan clan? Sensing the worried gazes of the elders, Zhuo Yu quickly spoke up. What price did the Huyan clan pay to obtain such ample food? Chapter 17. The times are changing. A three-party discussion as a miniature human who had been in close contact with Wong Hui. Zhuo Yu could roughly guess the temperament of this deity, since she had exchanged a sacred heirloom for a divine beast, the dragon horse, along with the deity's promise of 20 years of protection. Why couldn't the Nalan and Huyan clans do the same? Although there was only one sacred heirloom in the world, the deity never said they only accepted sacred heirlooms. I can't say. Absolutely not. Huyan Qingbai shook his head vigorously like a rattledrum, adopting a stance of Susubahimi. Ahem. Elder Zhuo cleared his throat and ordered someone to bring over a wooden box. Opening the lid, he revealed an exquisitely crafted curved iron blade from the compensation materials previously provided by the Nalan clan. Its quality was nearly on par with the legendary Damascus steel blades of the outside world's history. Lord Qingbai, if you can answer our chieftain's question properly, I believe our trade negotiations will proceed more smoothly. This rare, exceptional curved blade will also belong to you. Huyan Qingbai's eyes were instantly captivated by the blade, and Elder Zhuo's smile grew even more benevolent. Shortly after, Huyan Qingbai and his team departed, having finalized the trade details. They took with them 10 bags of seeds and 2 members of the Zhuoqiu clan responsible for Chiso and Jiso. Of course, there was also an inconspicuous wooden box. Back in the Zhuoqiu council hall, someone voiced their concern. Chieftain, isn't it too rash to hand over our to me like this? Agricultural technology will no longer be the key factor determining the prosperity of the Zhuoqiu clan. Zhuoqiu gazed at the ore patterns on the leather scroll in her hand. Her eyes bright. From today onward, all those without farming, herding, or patrol duties must be Jingshre. This might be a trick fabricated by the Huyan clan, but I agree with the chieftain's judgment. Elder Zhuoqiu sighed softly, murmuring, every move by the deity could easily alter the balance among the 3 clans. Only those who gain more of the deity's favor will truly stand invincible. The times, they are about to change. Outside, the next morning, Wong Hui woke up and went to the bathroom to wash up. Looking at his radiant reflection in the mirror, he couldn't help but smile. Finally, he no longer appeared as listless as he had in recent times. As long as he continued to Gisung Shengming Xingji, he would surely study Chuchu Jiandong Zhongyingshi. After finishing his shisu, Wong Hui fried 2 eggs and sandwiched them with bacon between slices of bread for breakfast. Eating as he walked, he approached the Weixing Shijet, having slept for over 8 hours. Nearly a year and a half had passed inside. Wong Hui's expression turned slightly surprised. Inside the glass cover, Mimi Mama de Xiaohing Xing were visible. Whether in the northern mountains, western hills, or eastern plains, the tiny figures were all engaged in extensive activity. Not just the Huyan clan, but even the other 2 clans had begun mobilizing entirely for his sake. A year and a half may not seem long, yet it is ample time for many events to unfold. The silver-white snows cape glimpsed before sleep last night had vanished, replaced by the height of summer in the miniature world. Wong Hui slid open the top glass slightly, synchronizing the flow of time on both sides. Through his magnifying glass, he observed that aside from those engaged in hunting, animal husbandry, and tending to the fields, most of the tiny figures were active outdoors. This was true for all 3 clans. In the absence of conflict, the only plausible explanation was that they were searching for sky crystal stones on Wong Hui's behalf. TSK, without even realizing it, his influence seemed to have grown considerably. Satisfied, he reached out and pressed the yin-yang fish symbol. This direction of development was one Wong Hui was pleased to witness. After all, regardless of how many sky crystal stones the 3 clans could find, their prolonged, large-scale activities would inevitably foster the generation of source energy. It was nothing but beneficial. As the halo shifted above the clouds, the source energy newly accumulated overnight was entirely absorbed by Wong Hui. Current available source energy, C6, C11. If this continued, even without lifting a finger, he could likely ascend to the next life level within a week. Wong Hui smiled faintly, glancing at the wall clock. He noticed it was nearly 8 o'clock. After a moment's consideration, he took out his phone and called the company to request a week of annual leave. In just a single day, Wong Hui had learned of his ALS diagnosis, then unboxed a miniature world from a blind box, discovering a path to enhance his life. The roller coaster of emotions, from anguish and despair to brimming hope, had profoundly shifted his mindset. Compared to playing God in the miniature world and exploring the joys of evolving life, going to work felt like a waste of time. As for why he didn't simply resign for now, Wong Hui still lacked a suitable means to monetize the miniature world. It would be better to wait until his life level advanced before considering future lifestyle adjustments. At his core, he remained relatively rational, accustomed to leaving himself some room to maneuver. The company was quite understanding as well. After briefly inquiring about his reasons, they approved his annual leave, though they required him to come in to complete the application process. It wouldn't take more than 2 hours, and nothing unexpected was likely to happen here. Taking one last look at the thriving scene within the miniature world, Wong Hui closed the glass cover, and the tiny figures entered a fast-forward state. After changing clothes, he headed out, hailed a taxi, and made his way to the company. Before leaving, he didn't forget to cover the miniature world with its original packaging and push it into a secluded corner by the courtyard wall. This way, even if drones or similar devices flew overhead, they wouldn't capture anything unusual. It would be best to install full coverage shading over the courtyard, with summer approaching. Setting up a sunshade at home is perfectly reasonable. No one could find fault with that. With this thought, Wong Hui planned to stop by the market on his way back. What he didn't anticipate was that shortly after he left home, an unexpected situation arose within the miniature world. As the Zhuoqiu clan began their extensive search for sky crystal stones, Nailin Jia, who had initially intended to proceed discreetly, abandoned all pretense. While mobilizing her entire clan, she issued a notice to the Huyan and Zhuoqiu clans, proposing a tripartite meeting. Huyan Gui and Zhuoqiu Yu, both ambitious young leaders, naturally did not want to appear weak and promptly agreed. Soon after, the chiefs of the 3 great clans gathered at the fork of the Pinchuan River, an exceptionally rare scene in history. The core of the discussion was simple. Nailin Xia openly expressed her admiration for the deity, hoping the 3 clans could set aside past grievances and work together in service to the god. Huyan Gui, mindful of his father's teachings, raised no objection. However, he insisted that each clan should search for sky crystal stones only within their own territories. Anyone caught crossing boundaries to steal would face swift and severe retaliation from the Huyan clan. Zhuoqiu Yu clicked her tongue in disbelief. If the Huyan clan refrains from stirring up trouble, we should be grateful. Who would even want to wander into their barren lands? She then put forward her own proposal. Under the premise of a non-aggression agreement, the 3 clans should deepen trade cooperation. For instance, the Zhuoqiu clan could export timber and grain, the Huyan clan could provide fur and dairy products, and the Nailin clan could supply ironware and mountain delicacies. Among these, The ironware from the Nalan clan was particularly crucial. Once the surface-level sky crystal stones were exhausted, having proper tools would be key to deeper excavation. Nalan Xia gladly agreed. One by one, the proposals reached consensus. Chapter 18, Witnessing History. Crossing Boundaries? As the talks drew to a close, Nalan Xia suggested unifying the calendar across the three clans, designating the year of the deity's appearance as the first year of divine descent to show reverence. Hearing this, Zhuo Yu and Huyan Gui exchanged glances, silently acknowledging this woman's consistent cleverness. On the surface, these agreements appeared to be the result of three clans negotiating. Yet, it was Nalan Xia who initiated the talks, and it was she who proposed changing the calendar. From this day forward, her name would undoubtedly be etched prominently in the histories of all three clans. Moreover, the idea of adopting the divine descent calendar might earn her even greater favor and blessings from the deity. Look at her vibrant, youthful complexion. Does she look like someone nearing the average lifespan limit of a Nalan chief? Who knows how many benefits she has already received from the deity? Regardless of their private thoughts, Zhuo Yu and Huyan Gui had no choice but to nod in agreement, praising Nalan Xia's foresight. Thus, the tripartite talks concluded successfully, setting the date as the first day of the 7th month in the 3rd year of divine descent. For the first time, the three great clans collaborated unprecedentedly, poised to usher the miniature world into a new era of prosperity. However, a series of strange and unsettling events soon emerged, shattering this hard-won peace. The 3rd year of divine descent, August 20th. The miniature world had entered the hottest season of the year. The northern mountains and western hills still offered some shelter from the scorching sun, but the eastern plains were not so fortunate. On the vast grasslands, the Huyan clansmen endured the sweltering heat day after day, toiling from dawn till dusk. Yet, having witnessed the awe-inspiring spectacle of divine blessing, they held the highest reverence for the exalted Wong Hui in their hearts. Just one more bare-chested. Huyan Yu muttered to himself as he swung an iron pickaxe crafted by the Nalan clan, digging vigorously at a spot where sky crystal stones might lie. At 40 years old, he was already considered elderly in the miniature world. The children born early either died young or perished on the battlefield, leaving only the youngest son remaining. Huyan Yu, having had a son in his later years, poured all his heart and soul into this little boy. Last month, he was fortunate enough to dig up a sky crystal stone, which he exchanged within the tribe for a grand leather tent, intending to keep it as a future marital home for his son, if he could gather one more. Huyan Yu would be able to trade it for a full set of high-quality armor, along with an iron blade and shield for his youngest son. This way, even if war were to break out again in the future, his son would have sufficient means to protect himself. By then, Huyan Yu could peacefully enjoy his remaining years in tranquility. Lost in such thoughts, he gradually drifted into a daze, mechanically swinging his iron pickaxe under the sun. Thud, thud, thud. Unconsciously, the hole he was digging had become extremely deep. Thump. Suddenly, a heavy impact reverberated, numbing Huyan Yu's hands and nearly causing the pickaxe to fly out of his grasp. Jolted from his near heat-stroke stupor, he muttered in confusion. What in the world did I hit? Crouching down to inspect carefully, he discovered a layer of relatively smooth rock wall below. Tapping it with the pickaxe produced a dull sound, indicating it was likely hollow. Could there be sky crystal stones inside? Huyan Yu's spirits lifted, his eyes brimming with excitement. He untied the leather pouch from his waist, took a few sips of water, and then tightened his grip on the pickaxe, striking down with force. Thud, thud, bang. After several heavy blows, the rock layer gradually began to crack. The fissures spread wider and wider until finally, with a resounding crash, it shattered open, revealing a pitch-black hole. Huyan Yu leaned over the opening to peer inside, his expression turning puzzled. Although they were deep within the pit, the harsh sunlight from directly above should still penetrate. Why was there not a single ray of light shining into the hole, leaving it utterly dark? He attempted to lower the pickaxe inside, hoping to gauge its depth. But after just a few stirs, he felt the pickaxe being seized by something and yanked downward violently. Hiss! The force was so immense that the rapidly slipping handle scraped the skin right off Huyan Yu's palms. Under his astonished gaze, a four-legged, purple-skinned creature covered in mottled patterns emerged from the hole. It held the pickaxe in its mouth, gnawed on it a few times, and then effortlessly crushed and swallowed it whole. Huyan Yu was utterly panicked. Screaming in terror, he scrambled and crawled desperately to escape the deep pit, only to have the purple-skinned monster clamp its jaws around his calf and drag him back into the hole. Amidst its delighted tearing and biting sounds, more of its kind crawled up from the adjacent opening. Year 3 of the Divine Descent, September 17th. Over the past month, 86 of our tribesmen have gone missing. In the Huyan clan's council tent, a high-ranking member could no longer contain his fury and erupted in curses. It must be the cunning Nalan and Zhuo clans, targeting our lone tribesmen in secret to seize sky crystal stones. A bunch of shameless scoundrels. We never should have signed any peace agreement. We ought to wipe them all out. Smack. Seated at the head, Huyan Gui slammed the table forcefully and shouted, "Enough." Having been chief for nearly 3 years, his authority was no longer as inexperienced as it once was, and the chaotic scene quickly quieted down. Just as he was about to speak, a messenger rushed in. Report. Envoys from the Nalan and Zhuo clans request an audience with the chief. Huyan Gui's expression shifted slightly, and he raised his hand, saying, "Allow them to enter." Moments later, the envoys from both clans entered side by side. Sensing the undisguised hostility from the Huyan elders, the two envoys exchanged a glance and cut straight to the point. Chief Gui, has the Huyan clan also experienced cases of missing clansmen? That is precisely why we have come. A hot-tempered Huyan elder sneered coldly, playing innocent. Clearly, you are colluding together, targeting us with underhanded schemes. And now you have the audacity to cry thief. Huyen Gui shot the man a sharp look before turning his expressionless face toward the two envoys. Since you are aware of the disappearances, please provide a reasonable explanation. I, too, must give an account to the families of the missing clansmen. As his words fell, a Huyen elder, understanding the unspoken command, swiftly drew the blade at his waist, poised to strike at the slightest provocation. Everyone, please remain calm. This was not the doing of our two clans. The Nalan envoy wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hurriedly explained, according to our clan's findings. During the excavation of sky crystal stones, the digging went too deep and breached a layer of rocky nests, unleashing subterranean monsters. The missing clansmen were devoured by them. Subterranean monsters? Huyen Gui frowned. If what you say is true, and such creatures have appeared in the territories of all three clans, what kind of monster's nest could span such a vast area? Moreover, the disappearances began a month ago. If these subterranean monsters have emerged, why has our clan never witnessed them firsthand? The Zwichio clan has seen them. Faced with Huyen Gui's skepticism, the Zwichio envoy was well prepared. He gestured outside, and two subordinates carried in the corpse of a bizarre-looking beast. A heavy, foul stench instantly filled the entire council tent. The creature measured over 2 meters in length. Its skin an eerie shade of purple, with sinister patterns modeled across it. Its limbs were long and powerful, ending in sharp, pointed claws clearly adapted for digging. Strangest of all, its elongated, oval-shaped head lacked eyes, featuring only a porous nose and a mouth filled with sharp, tiny teeth. The remnants of flesh and blood between its teeth sent shivers down the spine. Chapter 19. The Calamity Approaches, an alliance of 3 clans based on our clan's investigations. These purple-skinned creatures mostly move only near the breached entrances of their nests. After hunting some humans or beasts, they retreat into their nests and reseal the openings. This one was captured because it appeared right beside the Zwichio pastures and was dealt with by our clan's divine beast, the dragon horse. The Zwichio envoy spoke with a casual tone, yet pride was evident on his face. After all, they were the only clan among the 3 to possess a divine beast. Pausing briefly, the Zwichio envoy's expression turned grave once more. As for how vast these monsters' nests are, our clan leader says you can consider the entire world beneath the surface as their nest. A collective gasp echoed through the tent. Even the most rugged Huyen warriors could not help but feel a surge of fear in their hearts. Someone forced a dry laugh. Chief Yu's words are too far-fetched, aren't they? If such monsters fill the world beneath, how immense must their numbers be? No one responded. If similar situations were occurring across the territories of all 3 clans, what other explanation could there be? These monsters likely numbered in the hundreds of thousands, or even millions. It is important to note that the combined population of the 3 major clans currently barely reaches around 100,000, with a significant portion consisting of the elderly, weak, women, and children who lack sufficient combat strength. Seizing the opportune moment, the Nalan envoy added, our clan leader also agrees with clan leader Yu's assessment. Even if the underground monsters are not taking large-scale action for now, we must not let our guard down. This time, the Huyen elders did not retort. How could they allow countless monsters to slumber peacefully right beside them? Merely knowing that those creatures existed underground made it difficult for them to sleep soundly. So, the intentions of the Zwichio and Nalan clans are to unite with our clan to face the enemy? Huyen Gui stroked the stubble on his chin, his expression grave. I assume clan leader Xia has already devised a specific plan, hasn't she? Clan leader Gui is truly wise. The Nalan envoy flattered with an awkward smile. Retrieving a piece of cloth from his robe and respectfully presenting it to Huyen Gui, under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Huyen Gui read the contents of the cloth word by word. Then, he slowly rose to his feet and surveyed his subordinates around him. As the calamity approaches, no clan can remain untouched. An alliance among the 3 clans is imperative. On the 19th day of the 9th month in the 3rd year of the divine descent, the Zwichio, Huyen, and Nalan clans officially announced their alliance, pledging to jointly confront the threats emerging from the underground. This marked the first alliance in the history of the 3 major clans. It was not merely a collaboration in trade, but also a commitment to coordinate their military efforts. Following Nalan Xia's proposal, Huyen Gui was appointed as the overall military commander of the 3 clans, responsible for unified command and deployment. This title held more symbolic honor than practical authority, but as the first commander of the 3 clans, his deeds were destined to be celebrated by future generations. In return, Huyen Gui demonstrated his gratitude by pledging to unconditionally supply leather armor and bows and arrows to the warriors of the other 2 clans. Ever adept at diplomacy, Nalan Xia promptly declared that her clan's craftsmen were working tirelessly day and night to produce superior weapons for everyone before a full-scale conflict erupted. Meanwhile, Zwichio Yu, leader of the Zwichio clan, faced the heaviest responsibility. Over the past 2 years, thanks to the relentless efforts of the dragon horse, many young-scale horses with divine beast genes had been born. Their growth rate was noticeably faster than that of ordinary foals of the same age. Although they did not possess the exaggerated combat prowess of their father, the dragon horse, their strength and endurance were exceptional. Moreover, their bodies were covered in scales, making them natural armored cavalry. Zwichio Yu selected 120 elite warriors from her clan, mounted on 120 scale horses, and divided them into 12 squads to patrol the territories of the 3 clans in rotation. According to existing intelligence, the number of underground purple skin monsters appearing at any given time did not exceed 5, with each squad consisting of 10 fully armed elite cavalry. Dealing with them was not overly challenging. Furthermore, with the assistance and logistical support of the Huyen and Nalan warriors, the risks of small-scale engagements were relatively low. After a month of such operations, the number of purple skin monsters eliminated had reached 300. When people unexpectedly discovered sky crystal stones in some of the corpses, their initial fear of battle quickly turned into enthusiasm. Even those elders who had previously criticized Zhuqiu for depleting their clan's combat strength changed their tune, praising her foresight and strategic wisdom. While the increased harvest of sky crystal stones was a cause for celebration, Zhuqiu found little joy in it. Since the gods had been absent for far too long, and the activities of the subterranean monsters seemed to be growing increasingly frequent. On the evening of this day, during a joint victory bonfire feast held by the three clans, she approached Nalan Xia and whispered, "Chief Xia, tell me the truth. Have you seen the god recently? The heavenly gods reside in their divine realm. How could we mortals expect to see them at will?" In response to Zhuqiu's question, Nalan Xia chuckled lightly and replied casually, then leisurely cut a piece of roasted lamb to eat. Many of the purple-skinned monsters hunted today had yielded celestial crystals, and the Huyan clan slaughtered cattle and sheep to reward the warriors, with Nalan Xia and others also enjoying the feast. Chief Xia, Zhuqiu was dissatisfied with Nalan Xia's answer, grabbing her arm solemnly. "With your wisdom, can you not see that something is amiss?" Previously, each breached pit yielded at most 5 or 6 purple-skinned monsters. Recently, it has been common to encounter 8 or more. The casualties among our elite warriors and scaled steeds are steadily increasing. Even if we harvest more celestial crystals, what good is it? Without the god's presence, the celestial crystals in our hands cannot be exchanged for anything useful. If the surge of purple-skinned monsters from below continues to grow, the three clans will inevitably be overwhelmed. This year, Zhuqiu was 18 and Nalan Xia 32. However, after undergoing Wong Hui's essence baptism, the latter's body had regained its youth, making them appear like sisters sharing intimate secrets. In reality, their conversation concerned matters of world survival. Clink. Nalan Xia set down the knife used to cut the roasted meat, wiped the corner of her mouth with a soft cloth, and calmly said, "Even if it weren't for seeking celestial crystals, we would eventually clash with those creatures beneath the earth. If the heavenly gods had never appeared at all, would you simply wait for death? Or are you complaining that the gods did not descend in time to aid you?" Upon hearing this, Zhuqiu's expression changed, and she said gravely, "No. If it weren't for the Divine Lord, I would have died 3 years ago under the pursuit of the Huyan clan. I would never forget this debt of gratitude. I simply cannot bear the continuous losses of our clan's warriors and war steeds. If we could receive the gods' blessings, we could handle things more easily. Remember, gods are gods, and humans are humans." Nalan Xia looked directly into Zhuqiu's eyes and spoke earnestly. "The gods could have remained eternally aloof, looking down upon our insignificant lives as ants. Without the gods, celestial crystals would merely be toxic substances that bring both benefits and life erosion. Yet now they hold the value of exchanging for divine gifts. Without the gods, the sacred relics of inheritance would only serve as false symbols of status, but now, they have granted the Zhuqiu clan divine beasts and the world's strongest cavalry. Without the gods, the three clans would have continued their strife, repeating the conflicts of centuries past, and the recent peace and coexistence would have been impossible." Finally, Nalan Xia fixed her intense gaze on the stunned Zhuqiu and spoke word by word. "Everyone has food to eat, clothes to wear, and tools to use. The three clans today are the best they have ever been in history, not because of us 3 mediocre leaders, but because of the descent of the gods. Do you understand?" Zhuqiu was left utterly speechless. Chapter 20. The situation worsens. Hell on earth. Gazing at the three clans feasting heartily around the bonfire, singing and dancing with abandon, Zhuqiu couldn't help but feel a sense of disorientation. The gods had guided humanity into the best of times. What more could those who benefited from it possibly desire? Was it right to blame the gods for not providing timely blessings just because they encountered some disasters? Sigh. Zhuqiu let out a breath and smiled bitterly. "I almost became the kind of person I despise the most." As she spoke, she turned to look at Nalan Xia's youthful face and sighed softly. "Chief Xia, your wisdom is truly admirable. I finally understand why the gods have shown you such favor." Nalan Xia's expression turned peculiar at these words. "Favor? What rumors have you been listening to?" Boom. Their conversation was abruptly cut short by a deafening explosion. The two women immediately rose to their feet and looked toward the source of the sound. In the distance, the tent storing food supplies had been overturned, and dozens of purple-skinned monsters were charging out, roaring ferociously. Year 3 of the Divine Descent, October 20th. The three clans' bonfire feast was attacked by a large swarm of purple-skinned monsters. Due to insufficient defenses, the death toll exceeded 200, and the chief of the Nalan clan was severely wounded. Although the purple-skinned monsters were eventually repelled under the leadership of Huyan Gui, Zhuqiu, and Nalan Huazi, the incident cast a shadow over the hearts of the three clans. The purple-skinned monsters did not only emerge when their nests were dug up, they also launched surprise attacks on their own. The people paid a bloody price for this realization. October 25th, harvest season gradually began across the lands. The three clans temporarily halted large-scale excavations of sky crystal stones, prioritizing the gathering of food to prepare for the winter. However, while they sought stability, the purple-skinned monsters had other plans. Incidents of monsters suddenly bursting from the ground to attack people became frequent. The subterranean creatures seemed desperate to replenish their food supply, voraciously devouring humans, livestock, and even the valiant scale horses that fought bravely in battle. The frequent deaths of its offspring enraged the divine beast, the dragon horse. It began actively patrolling with the cavalry, fiercely retaliating against any purple-skinned monsters that emerged, trampling them into pulp before relenting. Yet, there was only one dragon horse. No matter how tirelessly it rushed about, it could hardly change the fact that the purple-skinned monsters seemed to grow more numerous with each kill. Swish! Zhuqiu swung her blade with all her might. decapitating a purple-skinned monster that had stealthily infiltrated the pasture. Huff, panting heavily, she continued running with her guards toward the next attack location, not even bothering to wipe the blood from her face. The Zhuoqiu clan is favored by the gods. How could we lose to these hideous creatures? Year 4 of the Divine Descent, February 2nd. Due to frequent attacks by subterranean monsters during the harvest season, the grain yields across the 3 clans fell far below expectations. The flesh of the purple-skinned monsters was foul-smelling and toxic. After extracting the sky crystal stones, the carcasses could only be burned and disposed of. This forced the 3 clans to tighten their belts and conserve food as much as possible. The world was frozen, with heavy snow falling relentlessly. Yet, the frequency of the purple-skinned monsters' attacks did not decrease, forcing everyone to fight on empty stomachs, enduring immense suffering. Northern Mountain Region, Nalan Clan Territory. Chief Nalan Xia, severely wounded in the purple-skinned monster attack the previous October, had been sent back to recuperate for 3.5 months. Thanks to Wong Hui's infusion of source energy into her body, she tenaciously survived the stages of infection and inflammation, and her condition gradually stabilized. How is the battle situation? Leaning back on the stone bed covered with thick wool, Nalan Xia inquired of the guard standing at the door. The guard's eye shifted, and he replied vaguely, Lord Huazi is exceptionally brave. Together with Chief Yu and Chief Gui, they have hunted over 1,000 purple-skinned monsters in total. Bring me the battle reports. Nalan Xia's gaze sharpened. Even in her weakened state, recovering from severe injuries, her wisdom and authority remained undiminished. The guard trembled, lowered his head, and handed over a stack of battle reports before bowing and retreating. The materials of the reports from various regions were diverse, some on sheepskin, others on cowhide, cloth, or wooden boards. Most of the handwriting was hasty and blurred, but Nalan Xia examined them with great care. The more she read, the graver her expression grew. The casualties were devastating. While the 3 clans had indeed hunted over 1,000 purple-skinned monsters in total, each clan had lost more than 1,000 of their own people. The sharp teeth and claws of the purple-skinned monsters inflicted grievous wounds. Even the finest leather armor could hardly withstand their relentless attacks. Nalan Xia, who had been tempered by primordial energy, had narrowly escaped death. How much more vulnerable were the ordinary flesh and blood clansmen? Even if not killed outright, few could survive the ensuing infection. A single bite or scratch from these creatures meant almost certain doom. Something is amiss. Nalan Xia refused to let the dire situation cloud her judgment. She keenly noticed certain details in the reports. The attacks by the purple-skinned monsters seemed confined to areas outside the 3 clan settlements, at most harassing the pastures and farmlands at the edges. Why would the monsters insist on targeting the strong, able-bodied clansmen outside when the elderly, weak, women, and children within the settlements would be easier prey? Nalan Xia retrieved a map, already marked with the recent movements of the 3 clans' forces. She noticed that most troops were converging toward the fork of the Pinchuan River, the intersection of the 3 clans' territories. Why concentrate forces there? The guard at the door turned to report. I heard a massive sinkhole appeared there, and it's suspected that a large number of purple-skinned monsters will emerge. Chief Gui, to be cautious, mobilized most of the warriors from the 3 clans to join forces, and no. Nalan Xia abruptly interrupted, urgency in her voice. Go to the front lines immediately and inform the 2 chiefs. Order all troops to return and defend their settlements at once. Outside, Wong Hui completed the procedures at his company to apply for annual leave and went to the market to purchase a sunshade canopy. Since he wanted to cover the entire yard, many shops didn't carry such large sizes, and it took him quite a while to find a suitable foldable model. Declining the seller's delivery service, Wong Hui carried the folded canopy to a small eatery for lunch. By the time he hailed a taxi home, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. He had been away for over 5 hours, nearly a year in the miniature world. He hoped nothing had gone awry. After locking the courtyard gate, Wong Hui set down the canopy, deciding to check on the state of the tiny inhabitants first. He lifted the cardboard box used for camouflage, and his expression instantly changed. The miniature world should have been in early summer, yet there was no sign of vibrant life. Instead, pits and craters of various sizes dotted the landscape everywhere. Corpses and bloodstains stretched far and wide, so vivid that even from Wong Hui's giant perspective, they were clearly visible. It was as if the world had turned into a living hell. How could things have come to this? He immediately slid open a pane of glass, synchronizing the flow of time on both sides. With the fast-forward state lifted, he could see many small figures still active within the 3 clan settlements. Wong Hui felt slightly reassured. As long as they hadn't all perished, he could eventually restore vitality to this world. Picking up a magnifying glass, he focused his gaze and saw many unfamiliar purple creatures. They had long limbs, crawled close to the ground, and appeared fierce in appearance. The small figures were fighting against these things. And the griffin? Was this how it maintained stability on his behalf? Wong Hui's expression grew stern. He wanted to see whether those vicious little creatures could withstand the wrath of a god. Chapter 21. Eradicate those vermin. With time synchronized between the 2 worlds, there was no need to rush excessively. Wong Hui first set up and unfolded a retractable awning, completely covering the courtyard above to prevent anyone from peering in. When he returned to the glass enclosure, he noticed that the source energy above the clouds had become extremely dense. A year of intense biological activity in the miniature world had produced a remarkable amount of source energy. This was likely the only good news. Wong Hui reached out to absorb it, and a large stream of translucent energy flowed into his body. Available source energy, C11C20. Then, he immersed his consciousness, transforming into a beam of light and descending. 4th year of Divine Descent, June 12th. At the settlement of the Nalan clan, the leader, Nalan Xia, was walking with a cane, solemnly assigning tasks to her subordinates and arranging rotations for defense, just as she had anticipated. The joint forces of the three clans 4 months ago had suffered an unprecedented and painful lesson. The so-called massive sinkholes and large-scale invasions were merely illusions orchestrated by the purple-skinned creatures. Starting with their prolonged attacks on outer regions, they had been scheming all along, leading the three clans to mistakenly believe that the purple-skinned creatures would not assault their settlements. Then, at the opportune moment, they lured the main forces of the three clans toward their feigned points of attack. Once the settlements were left vulnerable, the long-planned purple-skinned creatures suddenly launched a surprise assault. Although Nalan Xia sensed the trickery and quickly sent messengers to alert Huyen Gui and Zhuoqiu Yu at the front lines, it was already too late. By the time the warriors of the three clans hurried back, their settlements had already been raided by numerous purple-skinned creatures. Fortunately, the Zhuoqiu clan had the divine beast, the dragon horse, fighting valiantly, and the Huyen clan had their old leader, fused with a giant ant, returning to aid. In the end, it was the Nalan clan that suffered the greatest losses due to having the weakest defenses. Over 5,000 clansmen lost their lives. Even more unbearable was that most of the sky crystal stones, painstakingly collected and stored by the Nalan clan over the past 2 years, had been stolen. What should have been a future of divine blessings and flourishing prosperity had suddenly turned into darkness. Everyone, stay strong. This world belongs to the gods. The calamity brought by those underground crawlers will eventually be washed away with their blood. As long as we persevere until the next divine descent, the Nalan clan will surely revive. Although Nalan Xia held little hope in her heart for divine salvation, her clansmen needed a spiritual anchor. Whenever she spoke these words, the pained and numb masses would rekindle a glimmer of hope, gritting their teeth to endure. Yet, beneath her outwardly resolute and fearless demeanor, Nalan Xia was, in truth, the least confident of all. This year's spring plowing failed to proceed smoothly. Even if the remaining food within the clan could last until autumn, the small harvest of new grains might not sustain them through the winter. Another solution must be found. Nalan Xia rubbed her tired and aching temples and was about to return to her dwelling to ponder countermeasures when she inadvertently glanced at the churning clouds in the sky. Her expression froze momentarily before giving way to immense joy. An unusual phenomenon in the sky. Could it be that the deity is descending? The gloom that had shrouded her heart seemed to vanish in an instant. Nalan Xia quickened her pace toward her dwelling, intending to freshen up and present herself in the best possible state to welcome the heavenly deity. However, having only recently recovered from her injuries, her movements were still unsteady. While passing a flight of steps, she lost her footing and stumbled. Just as she was about to fall, a strong hand steadied her. What kind of example is it for a clan leader to be so flustered? A voice from the depths of her memory echoed in her ears. Nalan Xia turned her head in a daze. Upon recognizing Wong Hui's appearance, she instinctively tried to maintain her composure, but tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. Heavenly deity above, I have finally seen you again. In the leader's stone tower, Wong Hui sat in the main seat as he had during his previous visit, listening as Nalan Xia recounted the events of the past 2 years. Nalan Xia had intended to kneel while speaking, but was permitted to sit in the guest seat instead. Was this the heavenly deity's mercy toward her injured body? Filled with gratitude, she described every key event in meticulous detail. Initially, when Wong Hui heard that the three clans had begun using divine gift to mark the years, he felt a sense of pleasure. Directly altering the calendar to express reverence was a clever and flattering gesture from these small beings. However, upon hearing about the invasion of the underground monsters, his brow gradually furrowed. Were the entire miniature world's depths infested with the nests of those purple-skinned creatures? Seemingly savage and mindless, yet capable of scheming and causing continuous setbacks for the three great clans. Unless Wong Hui utilized his true form and overturned the miniature world without regard for the consequences, eradicating those creatures would indeed be troublesome. Heavenly deity above, the sky crystals collected by the Huyen and Zhuoqiu clans should be safe. However, my clan's crystals were mostly plundered, leaving fewer than 50. I beg for your punishment. Nalan Xia leaned on her cane, attempting to kneel, but with a wave of Wong Hui's hand, she felt an intangible current of air intertwined with faint starlight envelop her. The power of the sky crystals. No, this should be the power of the heavenly deity. As Nalan Xia immersed herself in the nourishing energy of the source material, Wong Hui rose and made his way to the underground chamber. There, he absorbed the sky crystals as naturally as if returning home. With over 40 crystals assimilated, his available source material reached C-24. When Wong Hui returned to the upper level of the stone tower, Nalan Xia had already regained consciousness and was delightedly moving her fully restored leg. Thank you for your divine blessing, heavenly deity. I am a sinner, yet enough. That disaster was beyond what ordinary people could handle. You have done well enough. Wong Hui waved his hand and asked, since leather armor cannot withstand the bites of the purple-skinned creatures, what about metal armor? If I provide you with a large quantity of metal that is lighter than iron, yet equally resilient, can you fully arm the three clans? Yes. Nalan Xia's spirits lifted upon hearing this. My clan has over 10,000 artisans. With our utmost efforts, we will surely fulfill your request. Excellent. Wong Hui walked to the window, his body gradually beginning to glow. The people of God should not be so weak. I shall bestow sufficient food and materials for weapons, and you must prove yourselves worthy of God's blessing. Drive those vile insects from the depths to utter extinction. As the words fell, Wong Hui transformed into a beam of light and soared into the sky. We shall obey the divine will. Nalan Xia's heart burned with fierce determination as she responded loudly. We will drive them to extinction. Outside, Wong Hui, having regained consciousness, hurried to the storage room to search. The miniature world was the key to strengthening his life. How could he allow those creatures from the depths to ravage it? Yet, if he intervened directly with overwhelming force, he would likely devastate the entire ecosystem, making it difficult for the other tiny beings to survive. Moreover, Wong Hui was the ruler of the miniature world, not a caretaker for its inhabitants. There was no need for him to handle every matter personally. He planned to supply ample resources and let the three clans carry out the campaign against the underground invaders themselves. Throughout this process, biological activity would remain intense for an extended period. This meant more essence would be generated, serving as nourishment for Wong Hui to strengthen himself. Wasn't this far more valuable than foolishly digging out beast nests by hand? Chapter 22. Divine Gift of Soda Cans. The food chocolate according to Namlanxia. A small number of the purple-skinned creatures contained celestial crystals within their bodies. These monsters also had a habit of actively seizing celestial crystals. From this, it could be inferred that most of the celestial crystals formed in the miniature world over the past few centuries had likely settled underground and been intercepted by them. Wong Hui snorted coldly. Whether it was essence or crystallized essence, he had long claimed them as his own. How could he allow others to meddle? Retrieving over a dozen soda cans from the storage room that he had kept for scrap, Wong Hui used scissors to cut them into fragments the size of his pinky fingertip. This was the metal material he had promised to give to the Namlon clan. Compared to heavy iron, aluminum armor would be much lighter, allowing the tiny beings to move freely even when fully equipped. The orange of Finda would be allocated to the Zwichio clan, the red of Kola to the Huyan clan, and the green of Rebi to the Namlon clan. Perfect. Wong Hui nodded in satisfaction, stacking the fragments from the three types of soda cans into three separate piles. For now, he only cut half a can of each type, fearing that the Namlon clan might not have enough space to store more at once. Returning to the courtyard, he slid open the northern glass panel of the miniature world and found that the Namlon clan had already cleared an open area within their territory. Led by Namlon Xia, a group of tiny beings knelt beside the clearing, quietly waiting. They had likely heard from the Huyan clan about the process of receiving divine gifts and had prepared in advance. However, as it was currently summer in the miniature world, it was impossible to create natural containers like ice-walled pits, making it inconvenient to store liquid resources such as milk. I'll prepare something fresh for you later. Wong Hui thought of a brilliant idea and couldn't help but smile. What was milk? The miniature world already had it. It was merely a matter of quantity. Namlon Xia had always been reverent and respectful toward Wong Hui and had played a crucial role in coordinating the development of the three clans. Given her merits and efforts, she naturally deserved an extraordinary reward. Wong Hui first placed 3 stacks of crushed soda can fragments inside before turning to head toward the refrigerator. Meanwhile, within the miniature world, most of the Nalan clan's people, who were not tasked with combat or defense duties, were gathering in the newly cleared open area. Is it true that our clan is also about to receive a divine blessing? The chief announced it personally. How could it be false? I heard the Huyan clan received divine food and milk that lasted them over half a year. I wonder what we will receive. Whatever it is, it proves that the heavenly deity has not forgotten us. The Nalan clan was not defeated by the underground monsters. The gods have acknowledged us. Excitement written on their faces. The crowd spontaneously knelt at the edge of the clearing upon arrival, mirroring their chief who knelt at the front, offering devout prayers. Whoosh, without warning, a vast shadow spread across the sky, and the Nalan clan's people collectively held their breath. This was the rumored sign of an impending divine blessing. Nalanjia, who had undergone 2 baptisms of primordial energy, could faintly glimpse an indescribably enormous hand amidst the clouds high above. Was that the true hand of a deity? Under the awestruck gazes of the crowd, 3 towering metal spires descended. Boom! Merely the aluminum fragments from 1.5 soda cans in the outside world created a thunderous crash here, causing the ground to visibly sink. The vibrant colors of orange, red, and green shone dazzlingly under the sunlight. The proud stone tower of the Nalan chieftain paled in comparison to these 3 metal spires, both in height and prominence. Everyone, Nalan Jia was the first to snap out of her astonishment. She proclaimed clearly, "This is the divine metal bestowed by the heavenly deity. It is more resilient and lighter than iron. Who among you is willing to forge it into divine armor to equip our warriors? I am willing." The old blacksmith Nalan Yuan, with his curly beard, responded loudly. His gaze toward the 3 aluminum spires burned with far more passion than if he were looking upon 3 great beauties. "I am willing to, and I, please, chief, allow me to participate in the forging." The Nalan clan had many artisans, all of whom considered it an immense honor, a privilege worth dying for, to craft armor from this divine metal. When Wong Hui returned to the glass cover, he witnessed this scene of fervent cheering. Getting this excited over a few soda can aluminum scraps, he smiled faintly and unwrapped the outer packaging of another divine gift in his hand, a bar of Dove milk chocolate. With Nalan Jia skillfully rousing the crowd's spirits, the clan's people were brimming with enthusiasm, stepping forward to move the aluminum pieces. Especially those blacksmiths who had lost loved ones to the underground monsters channeled their grief and rage into strength, vowing to forge perfect armor and weapons. Let those damned monsters taste the bitterness of being mercilessly slaughtered. Wait, the divine blessing is not yet over. Nalan Jia, spotting the giant hand reappearing above the clouds, hurriedly warned the clan's people to step aside. Thud, 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 thud. Numerous large, deep brown objects plummeted from the sky, accompanied by an exceptionally sweet and fragrant aroma. Is that the rumored divine food? It can't be. I once traded a small piece of divine food from the Huyan clan. It wasn't this dark in color, nor did it smell this fragrant. Who says divine sustenance comes in only one form? Even mortals partake of various foods. So celestial beings must surely have their own array of sacred delicacies. The crowd whispered and murmured among themselves. Before long, all eyes turned toward their chieftain. In the understanding of the Nalan clan, each generation's leader was the wisest and most knowledgeable among them. Moreover, according to whispers, the current chieftain, Nalan Xia, was a distinguished individual favored by the gods. She must surely recognize such a thing, right? Ahem. Nalan Xia felt the weight of their gazes like needles against her back and let out an unnatural, dry cough. Her wisdom and knowledge, after all, were confined to the scope of their miniature world. Faced with a cross-boundary marvel like chocolate, she had absolutely no frame of reference. Yet with everyone watching, Nalan Xia had no choice but to step forward, feigning composure as she reached out and broke off a fist-sized piece to taste. Since Wong Hui had just taken it from the refrigerator, the first sensation upon entering her mouth was a cool freshness. Immediately after, a rich, sweet, and mellow flavor filled her palate. Interwoven with a hint of bitterness, it did not mar the taste but instead added a distinctive nuance. This is exquisite. Nalan Xia could not help but show astonishment. For the first time in her life, she felt her vocabulary was inadequate. Unable to find the right words to describe such food, after savoring it carefully for a long while, Nalan Xia turned to face her eagerly awaiting clansmen. This is an unprecedented delicacy in this world, a supreme treasure bestowed upon us by the celestial gods. The blood of the thousands of our fallen clansmen has not been shed in vain. With powerful divine metal and ample provisions, we will surely make those underground vermin pay the price. Nalan Xia's speech, as always, was filled with inspiration. Only the ring of chocolate smudged around her lips made it somewhat comical. Slaughter the purple-skinned monsters. Avenge our kin. With the celestial gods above, we fear nothing. Thank you. Great celestial god, our clan will not fail your blessings. The clansmen's spirits soared, their earlier gloom and despair swept away entirely. Chapter 23. The purple-skinned monsters fight dirty outside. Wong Hui, eating chocolate, glanced down and silently praised Nalan Xia as truly a talent. Recently, tens of thousands of tiny people had come into contact with sky crystal stones, yet only a handful from the Nalan clan had resonated with them and enhanced their intellect. This might serve as indirect proof that even imperfect utilization of source energy was not something just anyone could achieve. Relatively speaking, the Nalan clan had more intelligent members, and Nalan Xia was clearly the standout among them. Compared to amplifying wisdom, directly consuming sky crystal stones to enhance the body, as Hu Yanwu did, seemed somewhat crude and straightforward. Yet there must be corresponding thresholds, if one's physical constitution wasn't strong enough. Ingesting a sky crystal stone likely wouldn't in well. Wong Hui shifted his gaze to the eastern plains. There, he could see Hu Yanwu, noticeably larger than those around him, moving with great vigor. If not for this elder chieftain serving as the main combat force, the Hu Yan clan, lacking sturdy cover, would likely have suffered even more devastating losses from the surprise attack than the Nalan clan. Finally, Wong Hui's eyes settled on the western hills, his expression turning peculiar. Upon close inspection with a magnifying glass, one could see many young horses in the pasture covered in scales, their postures robust and powerful. These must be the descendants of the mythical scaled horses mentioned by Nalan Xia. To have bred such a large herd of foals in just over 3 years, how exhausting it must have been. After a thorough search, no trace of the dragon horse could be found in the pasture. Wong Hui then turned his gaze to the outskirts, where he spotted the dragon horse wandering along the banks of the Pinchuan River alongside Zhuqiu Yu and others. While hunting the purple-skinned monsters, they were also protecting their tribespeople, who relied on fishing to supplement their food supply. By now, Wong Hui's first fusion beast had spent 3 microscopic years with his Zhuqiu clan. Having fought alongside Zhuqiu Yu for so long, they seemed to have developed a certain cheat, at least no longer as resistant as they were initially. Overall, the dragon horse had fulfilled its role as a guardian beast. But what about the griffin? Wong Hui scanned the entire miniature world twice, but found no sign of the griffin, causing him to frown with concern. Created from the fusion of top predators, it was undoubtedly stronger in combat than the dragon horse and possessed the ability to fly. Could it have been defeated by the purple-skinned monsters? With this thought, Wong Hui immersed his consciousness and descended once more. As soon as his projected body landed, a large mouth filled with fine, dense teeth abruptly lunged forward to bite him. Up close, the purple-skinned monster was even uglier than it appeared from a goddess eye view. This time, Wong Hui descended into the miniature world near the western tributary of the Pinchuan River. No sooner had he steadied himself than a purple-skinned monster emerged from a burrow and pounced, sinking its teeth into his arm. Countless sharp, knife-like teeth clamped down fiercely, producing a chilling, grating sound. Yet Wong Hui's expression remained as calm as ever, and he even took the leisure to examine the ambushing creature closely. The life tier of his true form directly influenced the strength of his projected body. Reflecting on it now, during his initial descent, his power was likely comparable to that of Hu Yanwu, the old chieftain of the Hu Yan clan, during his peak. While relatively strong, it was not overwhelmingly so. Without the aid of the inherited sacred artifact, the yin-yang fish, forcing back the 100 cavalrymen pursuing Zhuqiu Yu would not have been an easy task for Wong Hui. However, since advancing to life tier C, the strength of his projection had undergone a qualitative transformation. Merely standing still, the sharp teeth and claws of the purple-skinned monster could hardly breach his defenses. After tearing and biting for a while, the purple-skinned monster gradually sensed something amiss. This creature appeared to be a surface dweller like the others, so why was it so unnaturally tough? It made no sense. Smack! While the monster was still puzzled, it saw the other hand of its target extend sideways. Though it attempted to dodge, the hand seized its throat with lightning-fast precision. HSSS gurgle, the purple-skinned monster thrashed and struggled desperately, but the hand remained as immovable as a cast-iron vice. As Wong Hui slowly tightened his grip, the monster's neck began to cave in. Moments later, a crisp snap echoed, and its slender limbs went limp, devoid of life. Its bite force likely surpassed that of an ordinary male lion, and it was faster with more agile limbs. Wong Hui casually tossed the corpse of the purple-skinned monster to the ground, having formed a basic assessment of the creature's capabilities. If encountered in small numbers, they would pose little threat. Numbering in the tens of thousands, they could even coordinate their movements to create illusions and launch surprise attacks. It was no wonder the three clans suffered heavy casualties under such relentless onslaught. Wong Hui reached out with a phantom grasp, and the chest and abdomen of the purple-skinned monster began to churn. Moments later, a celestial crystal stone flew out from its mouth, landing in Wong Hui's palm before dissolving and being absorbed. According to Nailan Jia, it typically took hunting dozens of purple-skinned monsters to extract a single celestial crystal stone. It seemed luck was on his side this time. Wong Hui smiled faintly, then focused his mind to control the yin-yang fish within him, extending his consciousness far and wide. Soon, the auras of the three fused beasts revealed their locations. Strangely, the aura of the griffin was highly unusual, flickering like a lamp, far less stable than those of the dragon horse and Huyen Wu. Was it injured? Or perhaps, Wong Hui's expression tightened slightly as he quickened his pace, heading toward the source of the griffin's aura. Following the Pingchuan River eastward, he dispatched over 20 purple-skinned monsters along the way, delightedly acquiring 2 more celestial crystal stones. The warriors of the Zhuoqiu and Nailan clans, who had been locked in a standoff with the monsters, saw only a blur before the once ferocious creatures collapsed to the ground, lifeless and mangled. What just happened? The warriors exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the events. In the end, they could only attribute it to divine intervention, a notion not entirely incorrect. Wong Hui raced onward, swift as the wind, and soon arrived at his destination. Before him lay a small basin overgrown with ankle-high wild grass. A pride of lionesses rested there, accompanied by numerous peculiar-looking cubs darting about in play. Their bodies resembled those of ordinary lions, but they bore a prominent hooked beak and a pair of small feathered wings on their backs. Though incapable of true flight, these wings allowed them to glide short distances. The offspring of the griffin and the lionesses, it seemed, had not inherited their progenitor's abilities perfectly. These cubs of the fused beast griffin, let them be called feather lions for now, immediately ceased their frolicking upon noticing Wong Hui. In unison, they folded their wings and lowered their heads. As descendants bearing the bloodline of a fused beast, they harbored a deep-seated reverence in their minds for the creator who wielded the yin-yang fish. Observing this, the lionesses, who had initially bared their teeth at Wong Hui, gradually calmed. A few among them had witnessed the griffin's deference to Wong Hui before, and their warning growls softened into whimpers, as if pleading for help. As Wong Hui approached, the lionesses and feather lion cubs instinctively cleared a path, revealing the entrance to a burrow they had been guarding. So you Haven team neglected your duty to protect this world. Instead, you took the initiative to raid the lair of the purple-skinned monsters? Sensing the griffin's aura deep below, Wong Hui's expression softened slightly. It seemed this creature had not become so engrossed in siring offspring as to neglect its responsibilities. Glancing at the lionesses around him, their eyes filled with entreaty, Wong Hui chuckled softly. Don't worry, I'll bring the griffin back. With that, he leaped into the burrow. Chapter 24, Delving into the Beast's lair. Is this the king of the depths? Whoosh, the tunnel descended steeply, the wind whistling past his ears. The light from the entrance above rapidly dwindled until it vanished entirely. Nailan Xia mentioned that the three clans once had brave souls who ventured into the earth caves, yet none ever returned, gradually leading to a strategy focused on passive defense. Now, however, Wong Hui was determined to test the depths of these caverns. The purple-skinned creatures that invaded the surface shared similar physical traits, with intelligence barely surpassing that of ordinary beasts. It was likely that far more powerful individuals commanded them from their lair. Descending into the deep abyss, Wong Hui fell for nearly a full minute before his feet finally touched solid ground. The environment was pitch black, with oxygen levels critically low. Any ordinary miniature world inhabitant who ventured here would struggle to survive more than 10 minutes, even if they miraculously avoided fatal falls or collisions. Fortunately, Wong Hui possessed a unique projected form, his vision piercing through the darkness to clearly observe the surrounding terrain. The space was a relatively spacious cavern, with numerous openings scattered at varying heights, all leading to a network of interconnected tunnels reminiscent of an ant colony. After only a brief moment of observation, Wong Hui heard a faint rustling sound. Soon after, hordes of purple-skinned creatures emerged from the openings, their roars echoing densely through the cavern. So quickly they pinpointed my location, the commanding entity must be quite capable. Though slightly surprised, Wong Hui felt no real apprehension. If he encountered a monster too powerful for his projected form to handle, he could simply withdraw his consciousness. Should the creature dare pursue him to the surface, Wong Hui would not hesitate to lift the glass cover and let it experience what he called the iron fist of justice. Ignoring the threatening roars, he confirmed the direction of the griffin's aura and strode forward with an air of casual confidence. Hiss! A group of purple-skinned creatures lunged at him, only to be shattered by a few swift strikes from Wong Hui, who then remotely extracted their sky crystals. Though the remaining creatures showed fear, they seemed compelled by an irresistible command, relentlessly launching wave after wave of attacks. Wong Hui advanced through the tunnel like an unstoppable, merciless human meat grinder. After roughly half an hour of relentless slaughter, just as he began to grow numb to the carnage, the space suddenly opened up before him. He found himself in a vast, pear-shaped cavern, its walls coated with thick, viscous fluid. Trapped within was the long-lost griffin, suspended midair and immobilized by multiple layers of a sticky substance. Hearing the approaching sounds of battle, the weakened griffin opened its eyes. Spotting Wong Hui at an opening on the sloping wall ahead, it stirred with excitement, attempting to flap its wings. Yet, the strange fluid only tightened its grip with every struggle. Enough, stay still. Wong Hui shot the griffin an impatient glance before surveying the surroundings. This fluid is saturated with source energy. No wonder it managed to restrain my fusion beast. He cautiously stepped into the cavern. The sticky substance felt nothing like liquid, more akin to a powerful, specialized adhesive. Lifting his foot required considerable effort against its strong pull, making each step a struggle. No matter how cleverly they manipulate source energy without an inherited sacred artifact, it's all just superficial tricks. With a cold snort, Wong Hui concentrated source energy beneath his feet. A crisp snap echoed as the adhesive bond shattered, no longer hindering his movement. Does hiding in the corner and watching bring you some sort of amusement? Wong Hui's gaze shifted to a shadowy corner of the cavern, but after a long moment, there was no response. You sneaky thing, show yourself. His eyes turned sharp as he raised his hand, fingers curling as if grasping at the air. In an instant, source energy condensed into a translucent giant hand, which he swiftly sent crashing forward. At the same time, the slime piled in that area began to churn rapidly, mimicking his move and forming its own massive hand to meet the attack. Boom! The two palms collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that swept through the cavern. Wong Hui's clothes fluttered wildly, and the griffin hanging midair swayed uneasily, its eyes wide with tension as it watched the battle unfold. The two combatants resembled martial arts masters locked in a contest of inner strength, neither yielding an inch. After a brief stalemate, Wong Hui ultimately proved superior. His translucent hand shattered the slime's resistance. Whoosh! Just as the giant hand descended, a small, dark figure darted out, narrowly avoiding being crushed. It resembled a watermelon-sized blob of jelly, shimmering in a deep indigo hue. Limbless, it moved solely by bouncing or wriggling, looking almost like a slime. Wong Hui was taken aback. He had assumed that the mastermind behind the army of purple skin monsters would be a massive, fearsome subterranean beast with fangs and a menacing appearance. Yet here was this tiny creature, strikingly similar to the weakest monsters in fantasy tales, slimes. Whimper. Upon seeing the indigo slime appear, the griffin tried to roar in fury. Unfortunately, its mouth was still sealed by slime, preventing any coherent sound. Its reaction indirectly confirmed the creature's identity. If not the ruler of the underground monsters, how could it possibly suppress a fusion beast? Gurgle. The indigo slime emitted a series of incomprehensible bubbling sounds. Swish. Instantly, all the slime in the cavern softened and began churning violently. It surged forward like a living tide, an overwhelming and formidable sight. The griffin panicked. This was exactly the move that had defeated it before, summoning all its strength. It barely managed to spread its wings against the slime's bindings. Just as the griffin frantically prepared to dive and rescue its master, Wong Hui raised a finger and pointed. Enough with these flashy theatrics. Perish. Source energy coalesced into a thin line, piercing straight through the slime wave with a soft thud. The indigo slime behind it had no time to dodge. Its jelly-like body burst apart instantly. Source energy is a unique substance born from life force and soul power. Theoretically neutral in nature, neither good nor evil. Just as a healer uses medicine to save lives, an assassin may use it to kill. This energy could swiftly restore the weakened Nalan Xia, yet it could just as easily obliterate any opponent standing in its way. The indigo slime's body exploded into countless tiny droplets, scattering in all directions without leaving a trace of its original form. Wong Hui glanced at the aftermath, shaking his head slightly in disappointment. Is this all the mighty ruler of the depths amounts to? With a thought, the yin-yang fish within him spun rapidly, generating a powerful vortex-like suction force. The uncontrolled slime spread throughout the cavern was instantly stripped of its internal source energy. As Wong Hui absorbed every last bit of the energy, the slime evaporated and dissipated, as though it had never existed at all. Current available essence, C2431. The griffin approached with a dejected demeanor, softly chirping to express its apology. It felt utterly useless. Not only had it failed to fulfill its duty as a guardian of the world, but it had also ended up trapped and in need of rescue by its master. The embarrassment was overwhelming. Next time, don't act so recklessly. Your strength lies in the skies. Why venture alone into the depths to confront foes on their own terrain? You're only inviting hardship upon yourself. Wong Hui patted the griffin's head, offering a brief reprimand. Suddenly, he noticed numerous wounds covering its body, with patches of skin noticeably withered and sunken around them. He frowned slightly. Has it been drained of blood? Chapter 25, The Cunning Slime. New varieties of crops, those viscous fluids saturated with essence energy, could easily restrain the griffin's movements. Strangling it to death would have been much harder. The griffin had been missing for quite some time, and the reason it remained imprisoned here was clearly because its blood held value to its captor. Could an underground ruler capable of harnessing vast amounts of essence and absorbing the blood of fused beasts truly be so easily defeated? Wong Hui swiftly turned to investigate. He discovered that after the blue-purple slime's body had burst apart, it left behind countless small, circular holes in the ground. They appeared bottomless, as if melted away by something highly corrosive. TSK, no wonder the remaining essence energy is less than I expected. It escaped using this kind of diversion. Wong Hui chuckled softly, not particularly concerned. Even if the slime wasn't dead, it had at least suffered severe injuries. The subsequent eradication efforts could be left to the three clans, which would also generate more essence seed for Wong Hui in the process. He rode the griffin back to the surface, capturing an unfortunate lone purple-skinned creature along the way. After letting the griffin reunite with its anxiously waiting family, Wong Hui carried the purple-skinned creature to a clearing, intending to conduct an experiment. Hiss gurgle the purple-skinned creature, tossed to the ground by the scruff of its neck, let out a few cries, and prepared to lunge in retaliation, only to see its opponent casually toss a frog toward it. Ribbit! Amid the frog's terrified croak, a dual-colored glow of black and white enveloped the scene. Yin-yang fish, fusion activated. As the light faded, the purple-skinned creature's body underwent a partial transformation, taking on frog-like characteristics. Its thigh muscles bulged, likely granting it considerable leaping power. Its chest and abdomen also rounded out, though whether this enhanced its swallowing ability or served another purpose remained unclear. Yet, eerily, this newly fused creature crawled briefly on the ground before falling still, its life force extinguished. It doesn't work. Seeing this, Wong Hui wore an expression of confirmation. After witnessing the slime's methods and combining that with the sensations from eliminating purple-skinned creatures along the way, he had begun to form a hypothesis. These things were not truly natural life forms in the conventional sense. It was highly probable that they were replicants cultivated by the slime, using essence energy and other organisms. Their bodies were malformed, their minds simple and easily controlled. The relatively clean caverns and numerous tunnels also indicated that the purple-skinned creatures lacked complete metabolic functions. Whatever they consumed wasn't excreted, but instead converted into nutrients for condensing essence crystals. Such entities did not meet the yin-yang fish's definition of a living being. Therefore, the forced fusion with normal organisms also ended in failure. As the commander, the slime suffered severe damage, and the purple-skinned creatures are likely to quiet down for a while, presenting an excellent opportunity for the three clans to accelerate their development. Wong Hui transformed into a beam of light and ascended to the sky, his consciousness returning to his main body. With the glass cover closed, the time flow in the miniature world began to accelerate. Following the orders he left behind, the griffin no longer foolishly burrowed into the ground. While recuperating, it occasionally flew out to patrol, assisting the warriors of the three clans in hunting the purple-skinned creatures and earning the glorious title of Whip of the Gods. The Nilan clan, blessed with divine gifts, did not hoard their treasures. They cut the mountains of chocolate into pieces and generously shared them with the Jichou and Huiyan clans. Every tiny being who tasted this delicacy was utterly astonished. Beyond its rich and mellow flavor, the high calories, protein, and caffeine content of the milk chocolate were recognized by the three clans, who designated it as exclusive sustenance for their warriors. Consuming 2 pieces before setting out not only provided abundant energy, but also invigorated their spirits, enhancing their combat prowess. In contrast, the purple-skinned creatures, whose attacks were once frequent, now appeared weakened. With one side waning and the other waxing, the three clans gradually gained the upper hand, a rare and remarkable shift. Unnoticed, 8 microscopic months passed, and the miniature world entered the beginning of Year 5 of the Divine Descent. Thanks to Wong Hui's several divine gifts of chocolate, the three clans, despite insufficient grain harvests, managed to survive the winter without major crises. However, to sustain a prolonged war, ample food supplies were indispensable. The tiny beings had to focus on sustainable development and could not rely solely on the divine sustenance bestowed by Wong Hui. Thus, after over a dozen experiments, he finally devised a feasible method before the arrival of spring, cultivating a new variety of grain. Of course, crops from the external world could not be directly used in the miniature world. A single seed alone was often as large as several tiny beings stacked together. If such a seed were to grow to maturity, would it not pierce the heavens? Wong Hui's solution was to fuse seeds from both worlds, much like he had fused beasts. For instance, the fusion of an external ant and the old chieftain of the Wang clan resulted in a product that approached the size of the miniature world while retaining abilities no less formidable than those of the external materials. Interestingly, in the judgment rules of the yin-yang fish, seeds such as these were considered more in line with the definition of living organisms than the lively purple-skinned creatures. After numerous attempts, Wong Hui finally succeeded in fusing barley seeds from the miniature world with corn seeds from the external world, creating a stable new variety, jade wheat. At the onset of spring, Wong Hui bestowed the seeds of jade wheat upon the Jichou clan, renowned for their farming expertise. Overjoyed by this divine gift, the Jichou clan was immensely inspired. The entire clan poured their efforts into reclaiming new fields and embarking on large-scale sowing. As for the results, they would have to wait until the autumn harvest for evaluation. With the food supply secured, the matter of weapons and equipment could not be neglected. Over the course of more than 8 months, Wong Hui replenished the Nilan clan's supply of aluminum from soda cans several times. Tens of thousands of artisans worked in shifts, mass-producing sets of armor and equipment, which were neatly arranged in newly constructed large warehouses, awaiting divine inspection. Oh, heavenly deity above, with the divine metal you have bestowed, our clan has forged 30,000 sets of armaments. We are honored to have fulfilled our duty. Accompanied by Nalan Xia, Wong Hui stepped into the warehouse, his gaze sweeping across the space. Before him, 30,000 sets of equipment were neatly stacked in rows, gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight streaming through the windows and doors. Each set consisted of full body armor, a ring-pummeled sword, and an arm shield. This configuration was decided upon following the suggestion of the old chieftain of the Huiyan clan. Combined with the combat experience of the three clans against the subterranean creatures, the materials for the swords and shields were thick enough to ensure durability, while the full-body armor was crafted from layered and polished aluminum sheets, lightweight and flexible. It could withstand the sharp teeth and claws of the purple-skinned monsters without burdening the warriors with excessive weight. Interestingly, the craftsmen had preserved the original packaging colors of Cola, Fenda, and Thunderbolt, giving the 3 similarly crafted sets of equipment their own distinct characteristics. With keen interest, Wong Hui asked, "Why do you think I gave you 3 different colors of aluminum, even though it's the same material, whether it was chocolate or aluminum?" Both were rare commodities not produced in this miniature world. Even the pronunciations of these terms were taught by Wong Hui to the chieftains of the 3 clans using Chinese characters, gradually spreading from there. After a moment of contemplation, Nalan Xia replied cautiously, "I believe I have some understanding of your intention. Although the 3 clans are now allied, each has its own unique history spanning centuries, making complete integration in the short term quite challenging. The 3 colors of aluminum you bestowed likely correspond to the distinct characteristics of each clan. Red symbolizes the passion and courage of the Huyan clan, yellow represents the harvest and unity of the Zhuqiu clan, and green signifies the wisdom and peace of the Nalan clan. When the warriors of the 3 clans don this equipment, they will surely remember the expectations of the celestial being. The honor of their clans will imbue them with boundless courage." As she spoke, Nalan Xia bowed her head slightly. Of course, this is merely the crude speculation of us mortals, far from encompassing even a fraction of the divine will. Wong Hui couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Even with his thick skin from the 21st century, he felt a slight blush of embarrassment. Originally, he had simply chosen the colors of 3 beverage cans for the 3 clans out of amusement, never expecting Nalan Xia to extrapolate so many profound meanings from it. Was this what they called corporate-level comprehension? Truly, Nalan Xia's understanding was extraordinary. With a solemn expression, Wong Hui patted Nalan Xia on the shoulder in approval. She trembled slightly, feeling immensely honored. "All credit goes to your guidance, celestial being, like the first ray of dawn that dispels the darkness." Amid Nalan Xia's heartfelt praise, Wong Hui made his way to the area where the craftsman worked. After offering a few thought-provoking and constructive suggestions, he transformed into a beam of light and ascended to the sky. "Phew, this Nalan Xia is too skilled with words. If I weren't a bit shameless, I really wouldn't be able to handle such flattery," Wong Hui mused with a wry smile. Noticing that the sky had darkened and his stomach was growling, he decided to fetch a box of Kung Pao chicken self-heating rice from the refrigerator. As he ate, he casually scattered a few grains of rice and some tiny leftover chicken pieces for the hardworking craftsmen of the Nalan clan, offering them a modest improvement to their meal. Well, it has something to do with feeling pleased by Nalan Xia's flattery. In the miniature world, Wong Hui's casual little actions sparked many subtle rumors. It's said that the Zhuqiu clan is favored by the gods, but if you really compare, I think our Nalan clan is even more impressive. How many divine blessings have we received already? In a certain tavern of the Nalan clan, a group of craftsmen who had just finished their work were devouring chicken chunks and washing them down with sips of hot chocolate soup, their mouths filled with lingering fragrance, their faces glowing with satisfaction. This is far more enjoyable than rough wheat cakes and ale. It might not be the Nalan clan that is favored by the gods, but the chief herself. A craftsman with chocolate still clinging to his beard winked at his companions and said, "Think about it carefully. Our clan excels at forging weapons and armor, so divine metals make sense. But why have we received so many divine foods? And all of them are rare delicacies that the Huyan and Zhuqiu clans have never seen before. Are you saying those earlier rumors are true?" A fellow craftsman wore an expression of sudden realization. Chief Xia is favored by the heavenly gods. Not only was her lifespan extended, but the severe injuries she suffered later were perfectly healed. Even though it was Chief Zhuqiu Yu who summoned the heavenly gods with the sacred artifact, she still couldn't compete with our Chief Xia. Both women, but Chief Yu is ultimately too inexperienced. Chief Xia is the one who truly pleases the gods. Late at night, after inspecting the defenses throughout the clan's territory, Nalan Xia returned to her residence. Standing by the stone tower window, her senses enhanced by source energy, she could faintly hear the clamor from the nearby tavern. Pursing her lips, her gaze held a rare trace of confusion. The rumors about the gods and Xia had long been a favorite topic of conversation among the Nalan clan's people after meals. They had even spread to the Zhuqiu and Huyan clans, growing more convincing with each retelling. Nalan Xia knew that her clan's people spread these stories with pride. After all, in the centuries-long conflicts among the 3 clans, the Nalan clan had always occupied the least noticeable position. They either bowed to the west or to the east, rarely having an opportunity to shine as they did now. To be favored by the supreme gods was something everyone dreamed of. Yet only Nalan Xia herself understood that her relationship with the gods was not as deep as the rumors suggested. Perhaps I should take the initiative to serve the heavenly gods, but I'm already 34 years old. How could such an ordinary body, though her appearance remained youthful due to the nourishment of source energy, it couldn't change the insecurity in Nalan Xia's heart? This usually wise and composed Nalan chief was surprisingly timid when it came to matters of emotion. How could she, an ordinary being, ever be worthy of someone as exalted as a god? At the same time, in the outside world, Wong Hui had just finished his meal and was cleaning up the trash when he suddenly sneezed twice in a row. Who was talking about me? Rubbing his nose, he glanced at the miniature world under the bright moon. Everything seemed calm. Little did Wong Hui know that he had long become the male lead in the gossip circulating among the tiny people. Ding ding. Just then, his phone chimed with a notification. 2 items he had bought on Taobao the day before had arrived. The rest were shipped from too far away and would probably take another 2 days to arrive. After retrieving and unpacking the parcel from the courier locker at the entrance of the alley, Wong Hui's eyes immediately lit up. Among the items, the relatively larger one was a miniature version of a city. Crafted from wood mixed with stone powder and other materials, it mimicked the effect of blue bricks. The city walls, battlements, gates, as well as the delicate streets and tiny buildings within the city, were all incredibly lifelike and imbued with an ancient charm. To present so many details within an area the size of a laptop, while ensuring precision, was truly astonishing, even if it was merely a product of machine carving and assembly. What remarkable micro-carving art! Sighing in admiration, Wong Hui turned his gaze to the miniature world, spanning a total of 3 square meters. It was proportionally equivalent to the size of 3 ordinary prefecture-level cities in the outside world, placing the laptop-sized miniature city within it. Considering the pre-feudal civilization of the 3 clans would undoubtedly make it a grand and majestic metropolis. Of course, Wong Hui had no intention of placing it there just yet. It would be better to wait until the 3 clans had completely eradicated the subterranean purple-skinned creatures and entered an era of peace. Then, descending a magnificent city as a reward would feel more fitting. Having roughly settled on this plan, he shifted his attention to the second micro-carving delivery. To be precise, it was a set of 3 micro-carving figurines. The theme was the 3 Kingdoms period, featuring the sworn brothers Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei from the Peach Garden Oath. Smaller than ants, these were props used by enthusiasts who enjoyed recreating ancient battlefield scenes. In truth, it wasn't the micro-carving figurines themselves that caught Wong Hui's interest. Carefully, he removed the tiny weapons held by the 3 figures and examined them closely under a magnifying glass. The twin swords, the green dragon crescent blade, and the 18-foot serpent spear, made from titanium steel, essentially 316L stainless steel without titanium. They boasted high hardness and strong corrosion resistance. Crafting such small, hard weapons while ensuring detailed textures was no small feat. It certainly couldn't be done by hand. Instead, it relied on highly precise modern machinery for integrated molding. The craftsmanship of the tiny artisans was skilled, but their materials were limited to iron, copper, and the aluminum Wong Hui provided, and their aesthetic sensibilities were not particularly high. The weapons used by generals and ordinary soldiers were the same, lacking a sense of grandeur. Let me bestow these 3 titanium steel divine weapons to add a touch of ceremony. Chapter 27. The World's First Martial Arts Tournament. Who will claim the divine weapons? With a hint of playful mischief, Wong Hui placed the 3 weapons in the territory of the Huyan clan and had the divine servant, Huyan Wu, announce the deity's decree. 3 divine weapons, bestowed by the heavens, shall be granted to the bravest warriors of the 3 clans. As soon as this news spread, many warriors who considered themselves exceptionally skilled grew eager. Especially those ordinary clansmen without official titles saw an opportunity to change their social status and bring honor to their families. Year 5 of the Divine Descent, April 14th. Having completed the spring plowing, the 3 clans began organizing the martial arts tournament. Even the warriors responsible for defense participated during their rest periods, hoping to test their bravery and compete for glory. The social hierarchy in the miniature world was relatively simple. Below the chief were the elders, who managed internal affairs or military matters. Ordinary clansmen, whether engaged in production or combat, held essentially equal status. However, attaining the title of elder not only brought higher order for oneself in terms of food, clothing, and daily necessities, but also extended preferential treatment to one's family. In ordinary times, it is difficult to gain promotion without exceptional abilities or special contributions. After all, positions are limited, and even during these frequent periods of warfare, the 3 clans have only added 2 or 3 leaders at most. Now, with the divine weapons bestowed by heaven, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for advancement. Even those who are already leaders are unwilling to pass up such glory. There are only 3 divine weapons, and only 1 person from each clan can receive this honor. For those who lack neither food nor clothing, this represents a higher spiritual pursuit. Ah, have you heard? Huluan's Longjua has already won 8 consecutive victories. Truly terrifyingly strong. What does 8 consecutive victories matter? Do not forget, Chief Gui also desires the divine weapons, and above him is the former chief, Huluan Wu. Hiss. Huluan Wu was already the foremost warrior among the 3 clans, and now he has become a divine servant. Who could possibly contend with him? The victor of our Nailan clan will undoubtedly be Lord Huazi. As for the Zhuoqiu clan, the competition is quite fierce. Who do you favor? By the banks of the Pinchuan River, a patrol of warriors clad in full aluminum armor chatted animatedly about the martial tournament. The distinct red, orange, and green color schemes of their armor and weapons revealed their origins from the 3 different clans. Mixed units enhanced the cooperative combat abilities of the warriors, while the differentiated colors preserved their sense of clan honor. Thump! Suddenly, a purple-skinned creature burst from the ground, opening its maw in an attempt to ambush them. It crashed headlong into a tightly guarded shield, leaving a shallow dent before being swiftly decapitated by a counterblow. The Zhuoqiu warrior who was attacked was already accustomed to such incidents and skillfully knelt to dissect the corpse. The others formed a protective circle around him, remaining vigilant while occasionally glancing over to observe the dissection. Oh, there is something here. The Zhuoqiu warrior's eyes lit up as he retrieved a sky crystal from the corpse. Immediately, the others responded with envious and jealous jeers. What else with the jeers? When we're off duty watching the tournament, I'll treat you all to ale. The Zhuoqiu warrior wiped the blood from the sky crystal and carefully tucked it into an inner pocket of his armor. Ale. Can I choose chocolate soup instead? Pushing your luck. The price difference is tenfold. Ah, the resources from a single sky crystal are enough for you to splurge for months. Don't be stingy. The group set fire to the purple-skinned creature's corpse, extinguished the flames, and continued their patrol with laughter and banter. No one noticed that the blood lingering on the Zhuoqiu warrior's hands was quietly seeping into his skin. April 24th. After 10 days, the martial tournament was nearing its conclusion. On the latte built from thick wooden planks, the final battles of the 3 clans unfolded in succession. All clansmen with free time gathered with friends to watch, sipping chocolate soup or ale as they roared with thunderous cheers that echoed like crashing waves. In a distant, inconspicuous corner, 2 figures cloaked in wide hooded robes observed from afar. Distance seemed no obstacle to their vision, as they took in every detail of the battles on the stage. Not planning to join the fray? The 8-span serpent spear would suit you quite well. Wong Hui, traveling incognito, held a cup of ale as he glanced at the former chief Huyen Wu standing beside him. Compared to the chocolate soup beloved by the little folk, Wong Hui was more intrigued by the locally brewed ale of the miniature world. It carried a slight tang upon the first sip, reminiscent of a coarse beer. Yet after acclimating to its flavor, it proved quite refreshing. Chilled, it would likely be even more delightful. The deity jested. The 3 divine weapons are your blessings upon the 3 clans. As your humble servant, it is not my place to intervene. Huyen Wu, wise with age, responded with impeccable grace. Yet, his expression revealed that despite the fierce combat on the stage, its intensity did not quite meet his standards. As the two conversed, the final battles of 2 clans had already concluded. Nalan Huazi emerged as the undisputed strongest of the Nalan clan, elated by his acquisition of the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. He generously offered his original long-handled iron blade to the defeated junior, Nalan Shankuei. Subsequently, Zhuqiu Yu, leader of the Zhuqiu clan, triumphed over the young warrior Zhuqiu Tang, securing the pair of swords. Notably, Zhuqiu Tang was her half-brother, merely months younger. Their fighting styles were similar, leading to a prolonged and entangled duel, until Zhuqiu Yu seized an opening to deliver a decisive strike. The pair of swords were separated, with each sibling holding one, raising them in salute to the audience below, eliciting waves of cheers. The unity within the Zhuqiu clan was indeed unshakable. This young leader Yu was not only exceptionally valiant, but also skilled in winning hearts. A quiet admiration murmured Huyen Wu from his distant vantage point. However, when it came time for the Huyen clan's final battle, the elder leader's expression darkened with displeasure. In contrast to the relatively harmonious atmosphere of the previous 2 contests, the Huyen clan's decisive fight for the divine weapon was charged with tension. Thud! Huyen Longjua swung his wooden blade with unrestrained force, knocking his opponent's weapon away before closing in for another strike. Ack! A cry of pain echoed as the opponent was struck hard in the ribs by the wooden blade and sent flying off the platform. Though not a sharpened iron blade, the sheer impact was not easily absorbed. Such a brutal blow likely resulted in severe fractures, or worse. Weak, too weak. Huyen Longjua spat contemptuously, his proud gaze sweeping the crowd as he roared. Who else? Standing around 185 centimeters tall with a robust build and his hair tied back into a brush-like ponytail, he exuded a wild, formidable presence. From the main seat beside the platform, leader Huyen Gui frowned. Huyen Longjua hailed from an ordinary family, frail and sickly in his youth, enduring much bullying. Through diligent training and seizing opportunities to hone his combat skills during conflicts with the purple-skinned creatures over the past 2 years, he had risen to prominence. His consecutive victories in the martial tournament had spread his fame across the 3 clans. Such an inspiring journey should have made him a hero worthy of celebration. And Huyen Gui had indeed considered fostering him as such. He had even planned to voluntarily relinquish contention for the divine weapon, the serpent spear, to demonstrate his wisdom as a leader who rewards outstanding subordinates. Yet, the man's behavior today, Huyen Gui stood up, intending to admonish Huyen Longjua and urge him to show some restraint. However, Huyen Longjua abruptly pointed in his direction and declared arrogantly, "Gui, you are no match for me. Let Huyen Wu come and fight." Upon hearing this, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. Chapter 28. Are you confident in your own strength? It was highly taboo for a clansman to address the chieftain by their name directly. According to the traditions of the Huyen clan, the chieftain must be recognized as the strongest within the clan and possess the ability to rule. Huyen Longjua's actions went beyond mere disrespect. They were a direct challenge to the chieftain's position. In the distance, Wong Hui learned about this person's background from Huyen Wu and couldn't help but curl his lips into a faint smile. A childhood filled with oppression, relentless effort to rise above adversity, and eventually standing proudly above all. It bore the semblance of a protagonist's template, yet unfortunately, his temperament was far too extreme. Meanwhile, on the arena, Huyen Longjua ignored Huyen Gui's grim expression and swept his gaze over the crowd once more, shouting, "What of the elders? What of the chieftain? You lofty figures, one after another, can only bow before me. Even that mysterious deity, one day, I will." Thud. Before Huyen Longjua could finish his words, an exceptionally burly figure leaped over the crowd and landed heavily on the arena. The thick, sturdy platform was actually dented by the impact. Whoosh. Huyen Wu flung off his hooded cloak, revealing a body covered in pitch-black armor. "Are you confident in your own strength?" His voice thundered, vibrating the eardrums of the surrounding spectators. Especially the clansmen of the Zhuqiu and Nalan clans were struck with awe. This former chieftain of the Huyen clan seemed even stronger than the rumors suggested. Standing directly in the line of fire on the platform, Huyen Longjua felt an overwhelming pressure more acutely than anyone else. "I can't win." The thought surfaced naturally in his mind. Yet, faced with the old chieftain's gaze that looked down upon him as if he were an ant, Huyen Longjua's innate defiance was reignited. If he dared not even challenge a divine servant, how could he ever hope to challenge a deity? "Ah!" Huyen Longjua roared, bolstering his own courage as he charged forward, gripping his blade with both hands and slashing fiercely at the old chieftain's neck. Snap! In an instant, the old chieftain caught the tip of the blade with one hand. No matter how hard Huyen Longjua strained his arms, he couldn't advance the blade another inch. Then, with a slight twist of his wrist, the thick wooden blade shattered into pieces. In his shock, Huyen Longjua felt a heavy blow to his abdomen, and his body was sent tumbling uncontrollably backward. He rolled several times before coming to a stop at the edge of the arena, blood already trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Is this your full strength?" The old chieftain slowly retracted his foot, his face filled with disappointment. "Weak, far too weak." Only then did the spectators snap out of their daze. Huyen Longjua, who had been undefeated throughout the martial tournament, was injured in a single encounter with the old chieftain? Nalan Huazi, who had just obtained the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, wore a grave expression. In his youth, he had briefly crossed blades with the old chieftain of the Huyan clan during the latter's declining years, and the match had ended in a draw. Back then, Nalan Huazi had surmised that the chieftain in his prime might be able to defeat him, but not to the point of overwhelming dominance. Yet now, their strengths were simply not on the same level. Even if he wielded the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, he would only last a little longer at best. No, I've defeated so many powerful opponents. How could the gap between us be this vast? Huyan Longzhua could not accept reality. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he snatched a blade from a clansman at the edge of the arena and charged forward once more. Thud! The blade struck the old chieftain's arm shield. Unable to advance an inch, the latter swung his fist, and Huyan Longzhua, completely unable to evade, was sent sprawling backward, blood spraying from his nose and mouth. Fighting through the dizziness in his head, he pushed off the ground with his palm just before falling, twisting his body to narrowly avoid a follow-up kick from the old chieftain. Boom! Staring at the conspicuous dent left in the platform, Huyan Longzhua's cheek twitched. Had that kick landed, his organs would likely have been crushed, and he would have perished. Some are born strong and wealthy, others weak and impoverished. There is no absolute fairness in this world. Boom! The descent of the gods granted mortals abundant sustenance and formidable armaments, empowering us to withstand calamities. Boom! Yet you, having benefited from the resources bestowed by the gods to strengthen yourself, dare speak irreverently of them. You deserve death. Boom! With each utterance from the old chieftain, a heavy footfall echoed. By the time he stood before the half-kneeling Huyan Longzhua, a series of depressions scarred the arena floor. Cracks spread like a vast net, closing in around Huyan Longzhua. The overwhelming aura silenced the entire crowd, each stomp resonating in their hearts, leaving them breathless. Huyan Longzhua, facing the old chieftain directly, was drenched in sweat. He wished to defend himself, his throat trembling, yet no coherent words emerged. As the old chieftain uttered deserved death, the serrated ant mandible on his right forearm thrust toward Huyan Longzhua's head. In that instant, a surge of killing intent washed over him like a tangible tidal wave. Huyan Longzhua's eyes widened, paralyzed by extreme terror, as boundless regret welled up within him. If only he had been more clear-headed, had understood the gap between himself and a top-tier expert earlier, perhaps he would not have invited today as calamity. Snap! In his daze, Huyan Longzhua faintly heard a soft sound. He thought it a hallucination of impending death, but soon sensed something amiss. The tip of the serrated ant mandible had halted just before his brow. It was not that the old chieftain had ceased his assault willingly. His wrist had been seized by a hand. Huyan Longzhua numbly shifted his gaze to see a short-haired man in peculiar attire who had appeared beside the old chieftain at some unknown moment. The man exuded no domineering aura, yet with a mere grasp, he effortlessly halted the old chieftain's lethal strike. Huff, huff. Huyan Longzhua slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Having survived countless battles, only now did he truly comprehend the profound terror that lies between life and death. How laughable that he had once believed himself invincible. Compared to these two, his meager strength was nothing but a jest. Oh, only then did delayed gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd. The old chieftain handling Huyan Longzhua's full-force assault with one hand was astonishing enough. Yet even more inconceivable was the figure who had abruptly appeared, forcibly interrupting the old chieftain's attack with a single hand. No, forcibly might not be quite accurate. For this person did not appear to be engaged in combat at all. It was merely a casual gesture, as if he had simply reached out his hand. Just like the manner of his appearance, it was both serene and profoundly awe-inspiring. By the heavens above, we humbly welcome you. The first to break the silence was naturally Nalan Xian, who excelled at setting the mood. Left Hill Clan, follow me in paying respects to the deity. Close behind was Zhuqiuyu. Members of both clans knelt in reverence behind their respective leaders, and the Huyan clan followed suit, kneeling as well. Is this the visage of a god? For most, it was their first time laying eyes on Wong Hui, and the scene that had just unfolded left a deep psychological imprint upon them. To effortlessly neutralize a thunderous assault, such power was truly unfathomable. Chapter 29, Sounding the Horn of Counterattack. A bountiful harvest of divine crops, Divine One. Huyan Gui approached on his knees, speaking loudly. For such an incident to occur during the martial contest is my failure in duty. I beg for your punishment. The elder chieftain also knelt on one knee. Huyan Longzhua has shown disrespect to the deity and deserves death. Huyan Gui has failed in his supervision and deserves punishment. Upon hearing this, Wong Hui merely smiled dismissively. Young people naturally possess a bit of arrogance. There is no need to call for punishment or death over such trivial matters. As he spoke, he glanced at the stunned Huyan Longzhua and casually added, however, excessive arrogance does indeed invite disaster. If, after 3 years, his strength still does not match the boldness of his words, then it will not be too late to execute him. These words caused Huyan Longzhua to freeze momentarily, his face turning pale as he hurriedly prostrated himself. I was previously arrogant and ignorant, unaware of my own insignificance. Thank you, Divine One, for forgiving my disrespect. As for 3 years from now, he paused, gritting his teeth before continuing. I will strive to hone my martial skills and prove worthy of the grace you have shown me today. It seems you are capable of speaking courteously after all. Wong Hui chuckled softly, shaking his head. With a wave of his hand, he made a grasping motion through the air. A sharp whistling sound followed as the 18-foot serpent spear, standing by the arena, shot toward him. Thud! The titanium steel spearhead easily pierced into the platform boards before Huyan Longzhua. Initially startled, he soon beamed with joy. Huyan Longjua pulled the serpent spear free with effort and knelt once more in solemn reverence. Thank you, Divine One, for your recognition. Wong Hui gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd. His voice, amplified by source energy, echoed far and wide. The green dragon crescent blade, the twin swords of male and female, and the 18-foot serpent spear have now found suitable masters. Nalan Huazi, Zhuqiu Yu, Zhuqiu Tang, Huyan Longjua. From this day forth, you four must strive to lead with courage, ensuring these divine weapons do not fall into disgrace. On the day the three clans completely eradicate the vile insects beneath the earth, I shall grant further rewards to help you etch your names into history. As his words faded, Wong Hui's entire body began to glow. He soared into the high sky and vanished from sight. We respectfully bid farewell to the Heavenly One. The crowd bowed once more in unison, their hearts secretly stirred. What exactly would the significant reward the deity deliberately mentioned be? Outside, Wong Hui's true form opened his eyes. This first martial contest unexpectedly provided me with quite a spectacle. In recent times, while issuing directives to the Zhuqiu and Huyan clans, he had also absorbed the large quantities of sky crystal stones they had collected. Combined with the reserves from the griffins, Wong Hui's source energy reserves had surged to C69. The strength of his projected form had risen correspondingly. In the current miniature world, the combat prowess of the old chieftain, Huyan Wu, can be considered unparalleled. Yet, Wong Hui is the very heavens above. With over 10,000 tiny spectators present at the scene, the formidable power of the deity is bound to spread swiftly among the three clans. This serves as a reality check for the arrogant ones like Huyan Longjua, teaching them to harbor reverence in their hearts. If even the divine servants are beyond their reach, they should abandon their delusions of defying the heavens. Noticing the tiny beings still kneeling in reverence by the martial arena, Wong Hui casually scattered a few crumbs of chocolate, bringing the martial contest to a close. With the glass cover sealed, the residual shadows of the miniature world flowed and shifted. The members of the three clans returned to their homes, preparing their armies for what appeared to be an imminent formal counterattack against the purple-skinned creatures. As the hour grew late, Wong Hui stretched lazily and retired to bed, not forgetting to carefully store the miniature carved city before doing so. Once the turmoil of war subsides, this divinely bestowed fortress will serve as a hub for further integration among the three clans. In what direction will the civilization of the miniature world evolve then? Filled with anticipation, Wong Hui drifted into slumber. Year 5 of the Divine Descent, April 21st. With the conclusion of the martial contest, the three divine weapons found their respective masters, invigorating the fighting spirit of the three clans. After several days of preparation, they finally dispatched their armies, launching the first large-scale proactive assault against the subterranean monsters. With only the elderly, weak, women, children, and some warriors left behind to guard the clan territories, pastures, and farmlands, the three clans deployed the bulk of their forces this time. The Huyan clan mobilized 8,000, the Zhuqiu clan 10,000. Having suffered severe losses from a previous surprise attack by the purple-skinned creatures, the Nalan clan, now with a reduced population, fielded a relatively smaller force of 6,000 warriors. In total, an army of 24,000 marched grandly along the massive pit excavated by the Dragon Horse and Huyan Wu. To maximize combat efficiency, the army advanced through 3 separate tunnels, led by Nalan Huazi, Huyan Longjua, and the Zhuqiu siblings, Yu and her brother, in a swift assault. Huyan Wu and his son, Huyan Gui, commanded a mobile unit that followed closely, providing flexible support to whichever flank faced greater pressure. Meanwhile, Nalan Xia was tasked with logistics, organizing the transport of food, spare weapons, armor, and other supplies. The bluish-purple slime, the sovereign of the underground, perhaps never anticipated that the surface dwellers would dare to mount such a large-scale counteroffensive. Caught off guard, it failed to convey its will to all the purple-skinned creatures in time. This left the peripheral purple-skinned creatures unprepared and swiftly overwhelmed. In just over 5 months, 1/3 of the underground caverns were cleared, with over 20,000 purple-skinned creatures perishing. As the autumn harvest season arrived, the offensive of the three clans had to be temporarily halted. Leaders like Nalan Huazi took turns commanding teams to garrison the captured caverns, preventing counterattacks from the purple-skinned creatures. The majority of the remaining warriors returned to their clan lands, exchanging their armor for sickles, transforming into farmers. Since the spring planting had proceeded unaffected, the autumn harvest was remarkably abundant. Particularly noteworthy were the divine crops, the jade barley, cultivated by the Zhuqiu clan. A fusion of external corn seeds and the miniature world's barley seeds, the mature plants resembled corn in appearance. Yet, their size was equivalent to half the height of a tiny person. Peeling back the husk revealed clusters of grain-like fruits, each no smaller than an adult's fist. After being steamed or baked, it has a firm texture, with the aromas of wheat and corn complementing each other, though not as stunningly delightful as chocolate. It serves perfectly as a staple food for the little folk. Following the joy of harvest, the weather gradually turns cold. Continuous snowfall severely impacts the logistical support of the Great Army. After deliberation among the leaders of the three clans, it is decided to halt the offensive and allow everyone to rest and recuperate properly. During this period, the purple-skinned creatures attempted several surprise attacks, hoping to drive the three clans' garrison back to the surface. However, every soldier is well-armed, well-fed, and well-hydrated, and the defenses they have built are not easily breached. Moreover, there are powerful warriors wielding titanium steel divine weapons, capable of slicing through the bodies of the purple-skinned creatures with ease, causing them to suffer repeated defeats. Among them, Huyan Longjua is the most diligent. He still remembers the 3-year deadline set by the deity. Every day, he exerts himself fully, nimbly wielding his serpent spear in the garrisoned cavern, relentlessly honing his combat skills. In the blink of an eye, time arrives at the beginning of Divine Descent Year 6. After the spring planting is properly completed, the armies of the three clans methodically regroup, preparing to launch a final assault on the subterranean monsters. During this time, some exceptionally brave clansmen stand out. Upon detailed investigation by the leaders, they share a common trait. Each has personally slain purple-skinned creatures containing celestial crystals multiple times. Repeated exposure to their unique blood has endowed these individuals with combat prowess significantly surpassing that of their peers. Upon confirming this, the divine servant Huyen Wu feels quite gratified. The doom of the subterranean vermin is imminent. Chapter 30. On the matter of us besieging the slime, Divine Descent Year 6, October 1st. As the three clans' army delves deeper underground, the counterattacks of the purple-skinned creatures grow increasingly frenzied. Tirelessly traversing numerous cave passages, they continuously assault the encirclement of the surface warriors. Relying on this fearless, maddened fervor, they have managed to hold out for an additional half a year. Yet, no matter how numerous the purple-skinned creatures are, their numbers are ultimately finite. With inferior capabilities in lethality, defense, and coordination, their operational space continues to shrink. On this day, the divided forces of the three clans' army finally converge in the deepest cavern underground. Along the way, they took special care to dig many ventilation shafts, alleviating concerns about breathing difficulties. Attention, everyone. The deity has warned that the subterranean king possesses the ability to disperse its body and flee. Watch every gap closely. We must not let it slip away under our very eyes. The leading commanders loudly relay the orders. All warriors expand their formations to encircle the entire cavern, vigilantly guarding every point. After years of arduous warfare, the final moment has arrived, and everyone is holding their breath. Once today passes, peace will reign under heaven. The leaders of the three clans, along with high-ranking figures such as Air and Huyen Longjua, gather together, gazing at the stone platform in the center of the cavern as they discuss strategies in low voices. On the stone platform lies a spherical object the size of a human head, translucent and gelatinous with a bluish-purple hue. It matches the description of the subterranean king given by the deity, but why does it remain motionless? Zhuqiu expresses puzzlement. She had already dispatched people to search all the nearby passages thoroughly, yet no trace of the purple-skinned creatures was found. The king of the depths remained unresponsive. Had it resigned itself to fate? But they must not let their guard down. Nalan Xia's expression turned grave as she solemnly declared, "Any creature that has caught the attention of the celestial must possess extraordinary qualities." As she spoke, she turned her gaze toward the old chieftain, Huyen, who stood with his arms crossed by the rocky wall, and asked, "Elder Wu, what is your view?" Throughout this journey, the old chieftain had mostly maintained a calm and silent demeanor. After all, ordinary purple-skinned creatures posed no threat to him, and whenever support was needed, it was his son, Huyen Gui, who led the charge. However, since entering the cavern, while the old chieftain appeared unchanged on the surface, his eyes had been fixed intently on the slime atop the stone platform. Nalan Xia had keenly noticed this, and thus took the opportunity to seek his counsel. "That thing is powerful." The old chieftain's words immediately heightened the tension among those around him. As the mightiest warrior beneath the gods, could it be that the seemingly harmless bluish-purple blob was truly a formidable adversary? An exceptionally dense energy of celestial crystal stone is brewing within it. Yet, it seems injured. Its aura is not at its peak. The old chieftain sounded uncertain. He gestured toward Huyen Longjua beside him, and said, "You go and test it. Do not bring your subordinates, to avoid unnecessary casualties." Upon hearing this, Huyen Longjua's temples throbbed with frustration. Why couldn't he bring his subordinates? Was his solitary venture not considered an unnecessary sacrifice? However, the memory of his crushing defeat in last year's martial arts tournament lingered, and he dared not defy this formidable elder. With a reluctant acknowledgement, he gripped his serpent spear and strode forward. More than half of the 3-year pact with the deity had already passed. Over the past year, Huyen Longjua had endured more bloody battles than in the previous decade combined. He believed his martial prowess had improved significantly. Armed with his divine weapon, even if he could not defeat the king of the depths, at the very least, he would not be instantly vanquished. Creak, creak, creak. Everyone held their breath, and the cavern fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of Huyen Longjua's footsteps on the soft earth. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps. As he drew closer to the central stone platform, the slime atop it remained motionless. Huff! Just as Huyen Longjua was about to take a deep breath to ease his nerves, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! A gelatinous tentacle extended from the slime's body, lashing toward Huyen Longjua like a whip. Crack! Instinctively, he raised his arms, using the serpent spear to deflect the tentacle. The force of the impact was so immense that it sent a numbing shock through his palms. At the same time, the ground of the entire cavern began to undulate irregularly, and thousands of gelatinous tentacles emerged from the earth. Do not panic. Form defensive formations. Nalan Huazi swung his green dragon crescent blade, severing 2 tentacles as he barked orders. The warriors of the 3 clans initially stirred with unease, but quickly fell back on their training, forming tight trios with their backs pressed together and raising their arm shields in unison. Huyen Gui, Zhuqiu, Zhuqiu Tang, and others dispersed, swiftly hacking at the tentacles to stabilize the ranks of their respective units. As for Huyen Longjua, isolated in the most perilous zone, he had no time to concern himself with the plight of others. Crack! Thud! Crack! He brandished the serpent spear with all his might, parrying left and right. Yet the tentacles before him only multiplied. The slime shed its feeble disguise, its body rapidly swelling as the number of tentacles sprouting from its surface doubled and redoubled. Damn it all, why is everyone stronger than me? Hu Yin Longjua, forced into retreat under relentless pressure, seethed with frustration. Last year, brimming with confidence, he had been doused with cold water first by the old chieftain and then by the deity. Now, after painstaking training and hard-won progress, he found himself suppressed once again by some unknown monstrosity. He refused to accept it. With a furious roar, Hu Yin Longjua halted his retreat, gripping the serpent spear with all his strength as he charged forward. At that very moment, the old chieftain, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, suddenly flashed into the fray. Seizing the opportunity as countless tentacles surged toward Hu Yin Longjua, he delivered a powerful punch straight at the slime's core. By the time Wong Hui awoke the next day, washed up, and finished breakfast, the miniature world had already entered early November of Divine Descent Year 6. A glance across the land revealed autumn in full splendor. The three clans of tiny people were immersed in the joy of harvest. Wong Hui noticed that the traces of yesterday's fierce battles were nearly invisible, and patrols had significantly diminished. Had the underground caverns already been cleared? He calculated the time. A year and a half had passed in the miniature world since last night, ample for a war involving tens of thousands to conclude. Yet, he wondered how the three clans had dealt with that cunning slime. With a shift of consciousness, Wong Hui's projection descended at the northern border between the Nalan and Huyan clans. This was a lush grassland, originally the territory of several wolf packs. But 2 years ago, an uninvited guest, the old chieftain Huyan Wu, had arrived, slaughtering every wolf that had consumed the celestial crystals. After extracting the crystals from their bellies, the remaining carcasses had sustained the surviving wolves. Now, not only had the pack's numbers dwindled, but they had also lost their once ferocious, fearless nature. Catching sight of any human figure from afar, the wolves would tuck their tails and hurriedly retreat, fearing another slaughter. Turning wolves into timid dogs, Huyan Wu truly had a ruthless hand. Wong Hui shook his head with a smile. Come to think of it, ever since he had urged the three clans to collect celestial crystals, the original trajectory of the miniature world seemed to have shifted. He felt deep sympathy for the beasts that had suffered unjustly. At the same time, he hoped these creatures would know their place, remembering in the future what was meant to be eaten and what should be reserved for the divine. Chapter 31, Riverside Rendezvous. Fly with me. With both hands tucked into his pockets, Wong Hui strolled leisurely under the wary gaze of the wolf pack. This world, free from industrial pollution, offered crisp autumn breezes and refreshing air, evoking a sense of serene delight. Growing old here in the miniature world might not be a bad choice for retirement someday. It was just a pity that the area was somewhat small, with too few landscapes to explore. As he mused, Wong Hui noticed a cavalry unit approaching in the distance. Their armor bore the striking emerald green of the Nalan clan, unmistakable in its vivid hue. Moments later, they too spotted Wong Hui's figure and immediately reined in their horses, not daring to advance further. After a hushed discussion, 2 cavalrymen hurried back toward their mountainous homeland. The rest simply followed from afar, trailing Wong Hui wherever he wandered. Alas, it seems I was too conspicuous at the martial arts tournament, recognized shortly after my arrival. Not long after, as Wong Hui strolled to the riverside, a large group of high-ranking members of the Nalan clan, led by Nalan Xia, hurried over. The heavenly god has descended, and we have failed to welcome you properly. We beg for your forgiveness. In an instant, the riverside was filled with kneeling figures. Wong Hui casually found a fallen tree trunk to sit on and waved his hand dismissively. Xia may stay. The rest of you, return to your duties. As you command. Through repeated divine blessings and displays of power, the might of the god had been deeply imprinted in their hearts. The Nalan clan's leaders bowed low before rising obediently and retreating. Once they had moved a short distance away, however, they couldn't help but exchange meaningful glances. Our leader truly is favored by the gods. The Nalan clan is blessed. With the crowd gone, the riverside suddenly felt spacious. Nalan Xia felt an inexplicable tension in her heart. She stood to the side with her head bowed, unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes with her hands. Known for her wisdom, she now displayed a rare, girlish demeanor that stirred compassion. Yet Wong Hui's attention was elsewhere. Swoosh, he reached out, and a translucent giant hand formed from condensed essence plunged into the river. With a casual sweep, several large fish were flung ashore. Witnessing this, Nalan Xia marveled inwardly at the wondrous power of the heavenly god while astutely stepping forward to assist. She gathered dry branches into a pile, retrieved a fire starter from her sleeve, and began lighting the fire. Noticing Nalan Xia crouching by the pile of branches, diligently blowing on the sparks without any airs of a leader, Wong Hui couldn't help but ask curiously, "You seem quite skilled at lighting fires. Does a clan leader usually perform such menial tasks?" "Not anymore, but I did it often as a child." Nalan Xia threaded the fish onto several polished sticks, as she explained softly. The selection of a leader in the Nalan clan differs from that of the Huyan or Zhuqiu clans. Martial prowess is not the primary criterion, nor is there hereditary succession. All members of the Nalan clan grow up in similar living conditions. The successor is chosen from among the most intelligent, because the leader understands firsthand how everyone lives. The people are more willing to follow their guidance. Wong Hui's expression cleared with understanding. No wonder there was little unrest when Nalan Xia compensated the Zhuqiu clan with substantial resources. A leader chosen through the most grounded and fair process, whose decisions align with the interests of the majority, naturally faces less opposition. Heavenly God, please partake. As she spoke, the plump river fish sizzled with oil, and Nalan Xia respectfully offered one to him. Sit and eat with me. At Wong Hui's invitation, Nalan Xia hesitated briefly before somewhat timidly picking up a roasted fish and seating herself beside him. Seeing Wong Hui eat without ceremony, She cautiously took a small bite as well. So fresh. The exceptionally delicious flavor left Nalanxia puzzled. Every part of her body seemed to rejoice, and her spirits lifted noticeably. Since when had her fish roasting skills become this exceptional? Or was this yet another divine intervention? Noticing Nalanxia's astonished expression after tasting the fish, Wong Hui smiled inwardly. It was the essence. He had infused it with essence, even without deliberate effort. The mere trace of essence that permeates during fishing is enough to nourish the fish with vitality and soul energy. Not only does the flesh become more delicious, but the health benefits upon consumption far surpass those of ordinary fish. Of course, for Wong Hui, the role of seasoning remains more important. After all, he is a projected body, and nutrition matters little to him. If he desires source essence, he can simply absorb it from the heavenly crystal stones. Eating is merely about savoring novelty and indulging the palate. It seems you have already resolved the trouble with the purple-skinned creatures. How was the subterranean king dealt with? And what about the harvest of the jade wheat cultivated by the Zhuqiu clan? Thanks to your blessings, the purple-skinned creatures were completely eradicated last month. The subterranean king, which you refer to as the slime, was captured by Senior Wu and is now sealed with divine metal. According to Chief Yu, both last year's and this year's jade wheat harvests have been bountiful. We have traded for a considerable amount, and everyone has taken a liking to this substantial new staple food. A deity and a clan leader sat by the riverside, eating and conversing leisurely, discussing matters of great significance to the world. Overall, the developments aligned with Wong Hui's expectations, though a few unexpected occurrences arose during the war. For instance, warriors who had repeated contact with the blood of the purple-skinned creatures experienced varying degrees of physical enhancement. While not as exaggerated as Huyan Wu's growth from consuming heavenly crystal stones, their combat strength generally increased by at least 30%. The purple-skinned creatures containing heavenly crystal stones seem to have undergone a mutation in their blood, allowing humans to use it as a medium to relatively easily benefit from the energy of source essence. Is there still any of that special purple-skinned creature blood available? Yes, there is, explained Nalanxia. After discovering this situation, we made sure to collect the blood from the special purple-skinned creatures we hunted before incinerating them. As they spoke, Wong Hui caught sight of the fused beast, the griffin, flying overhead. With a slight stir of his consciousness, the creature noticed and descended with joyful cries. Having eaten enough, let us go take a look at that subterranean king. Wong Hui mounted the griffin's back and extended a hand to Nalanxia. The latter was momentarily stunned. Flustered as she said, I am merely a mortal. How could I possibly ride alongside you? With a soft exclamation, Nalanxia was pulled onto the griffin by Wong Hui. Why hesitate? Fly. At Wong Hui's command, the griffin flapped its wings and soared into the sky. As they ascended higher and higher from the ground, the rushing air currents swept over their bodies. Nalanxia tightly gripped the main feathers on the griffin's neck, not daring to let go for even a moment. Sitting behind her, Wong Hui noticed the prolonged silence and reached out to pat Nalanxia's cheek, reminding her, hey, don't forget to breathe. Huff, huff. Only then did Nalanxia, her face flushed red, manage to breathe, having nearly suffocated herself from holding her breath. I'm actually flying in the sky. She gazed down at the now tiny Pinchuan River below, utterly awestruck. In the worldview of the miniature world's inhabitants, the sky was a realm only birds and deities could tread. Never did she imagine that one day she would observe the world from such a perspective. Chapter 32. Don't grab recklessly. Speak properly. The griffin flew steadily, and with Wong Hui's solid chest against her back, Nalanxia's tense body gradually relaxed. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed around, as if trying to imprint the panoramic view firmly into her memory. Wong Hui was no longer particularly struck by the novelty of it all, but Nalanxia's childlike wonder brought an involuntary smile to his lips. Reflecting on their earlier conversation, Wong Hui couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Nalanxia had been chosen as the clan leader at the tender age of 17, and 18 years had passed since then. For the survival of the Nalan clan, she had exhausted her mind and spirit, even resorting to using life-draining sky crystal stones to sharpen her intellect, all for the sake of making the most sound decisions. To ensure the impartial selection of future leaders and prevent nepotism, Nalanxia had foregone the right to seek a partner or bear children. In over 30 years of life, it seemed that only this fleeting moment of girlish innocence was truly lived for herself. Unconsciously, Wong Hui leaned forward slightly and spoke softly. Do you like this view? I'll have the griffin visit the Nalan clan often. When you have time, let it take you for a flight. Upon hearing this, Nalanxia trembled lightly, as if a long-buried tenderness within her had been touched. Tears welled up uncontrollably in her eyes. Thank you, thank you. At Wong Hui's signal to the griffin, Nalanxia's first journey through the skies lasted over an hour. When they landed within the Nalan territory, it inevitably stirred another wave of excitement and reverence. The deity dislikes noisy disturbances. Everyone, return to your duties. Back on solid ground, Nalanxia resumed the dignified demeanor befitting a leader. However, from her reddened eyes and barely concealed joy, the perceptive clansmen began to form their own speculations. It wouldn't be long before countless versions of the tale of the deity and Xia soaring through the skies would spread, becoming a cherished legend. The Nalan clan had always been enthusiastic about such matters. The joy of the deity and Xia was the joy of the Nalan clan. Please, follow me. Unable to face the proud and excited gazes of the crowd, Nalanxia hurriedly led Wong Hui toward the rear mountains. After navigating a series of twists and turns, they entered a heavily guarded stone chamber. The former king of the underground was imprisoned here. Just as you warned earlier, this underground king is exceedingly cunning. It feigned slumber to lure us closer. If not for Elder Wu's strategy forcing it to act prematurely, our siege might have cost 100 times more casualties. Nayland Xia pushed open the second door within the chamber, revealing a large aluminum box. Not only was the box made of aluminum, but the inner room of the stone chamber and its door were also crafted from the same metal, within a certain range. The underground king can alter its shape and dissolve rock to tunnel its escape. We expended considerable effort to corner and capture it, discovering that it couldn't penetrate the divine metal. So, we hastily constructed this prison. Wong Hui nodded casually and said, "Open the box." But, a nearby guard attempted to dissuade him, but, catching Nayland Xia's meaningful glance, immediately fell silent. This man of extraordinary presence might appear human, but in essence, he was an omnipotent deity. The underground king, which they found immensely difficult to handle, was likely nothing more than a slightly stronger insect in the eyes of the deity. The guard obediently unlocked the 3 aluminum latches on the box. Thump! The lid of the box was violently flung open from within, and a bluish-purple sphere leaped out swiftly, attempting to flee toward the open door. Duong, mid-jump, the sphere was rebounded by a layer of source energy. It landed on the ground, transforming into a puddle of gelatinous substance, trying to dissolve downward and burrow through. Amidst muffled sizzling sounds, it only managed to produce wisps of white steam from the ground, unable to penetrate the layer of aluminum. Wong Hui stood nearby with his hands in his pockets, observing the little creature's frantic struggles. Having harvested several rounds of source energy, his current projection strength was nearly 30% stronger than when he last ventured into the cavern to find the griffin. Moreover, he had long been prepared for the slime's escape methods, so he naturally wouldn't be caught off guard again. "Don't waste your efforts," Wong Hui remarked leisurely as he watched the slime dart around in frustration. "If you can understand human speech, let's talk. If not," as he spoke, he extended his hand, fingers curling inward. The darting slime immediately froze, as if trapped by an invisible cage, unable to move an inch. The stone chamber guard watched in awe, marveling at the unfathomable power of the divine. Not daring to linger any longer, he bowed and retreated, already fantasizing about boasting to his friends at the tavern about the day's extraordinary events. "Wait, don't act. I can understand." A sharp cry emanated from the puddle of slime. Wong Hui relaxed his fingers slightly, and the cage of source energy dissolved. The slime began to surge and swell upward, gradually taking shape and transforming into a blue-haired girl. She stood only about 1.3 meters tall, her skin unusually pale, likely from years without sunlight. Paired with her deep purple eyes, she appeared strikingly eerie. Such a scene, defying all logic, would have astonished the former Nayland Xia. But having witnessed numerous divine wonders in Wong Hui's presence, she had grown accustomed to the extraordinary. Wong Hui, however, raised an eyebrow, finding the blue-haired girl somewhat familiar. He blurted out, "What's your name? Could it be Rimuru?" "No. What kind of strange name is that?" The blue-haired girl pouted in confusion before declaring haughtily, "I am the ruler of the depths, the sovereign of caverns, the conqueror of all things." As her titles grew increasingly extravagant, she suddenly noticed Wong Hui narrowing his eyes. Trembling, she hastily added, "My name is Galumi." Wong Hui's brow twitched at the name, finding it even stranger than Rimuru. Could it simply be a random onomatopoeic creation? Seeing his peculiar expression, Galumi mistakenly assumed he was impressed by her name and proudly placed her hands on her hips. "What do you want to discuss with me?" At that moment, the observant Nayland Xia bowed and requested, "Divine One, I shall fetch some fitting clothes for Galumi and return shortly." With Wong Hui's nod of approval, she left the stone chamber, making sure to close both the inner and outer doors behind her. "That woman called you a god?" Galumi asked skeptically, her purple eyes scrutinizing Wong Hui carefully as she kept her hands on her hips. "What? You don't believe me?" Wong Hui replied, raising his hand once more. An invisible source energy hand surged toward her. "Hey, stop. Don't grab me like that." Galumi screamed in panic. Outside the stone chamber, Nayland Xia paused briefly, then lowered her head and quickened her pace to walk away. "I believe you. Speak properly if you have something to say." Inside the stone chamber, Galumi was pressed against the wall in a spread eagle position, its face twisted in distress. "They killed all my tentacles and kept me locked in a box for a long time. Ask whatever you want quickly, then let me go. I want to return underground." Chapter 33. Beneath me, all beings are equal. You call those purple-skinned creatures tentacles? Wong Hui closed the lid of the aluminum box and sat on it, as if it were a stool. He spoke leisurely. "If you want freedom, explain your origins clearly. And tell me, why did you attack the surface and seize the sky crystals? It was those surface dwellers who stole from me." At the mention of this, Galumi bristled like a cat with its fur standing on end, angrily explaining the situation. The more Wong Hui listened, the more uneasy his expression became. The conflict between the surface and the underground seemed to have originated because of him. According to Galumi's memories, it was born deep underground 500 years ago. Originally a lump of clay, it gradually developed intelligence due to its innate ability to absorb source energy, transforming into a jelly-like slime state. Preferring darkness and disliking sunlight, Galumi remained dormant underground for a long time. To sustain its unique form of life, it infused a nest of moles with source energy, causing them to mutate, split, and produce new individuals under its control, the tentacles, which later became the purple-skinned creatures. The source energy crystals that fell from the sky would normally slowly sink underground, where the purple-skinned creatures would gather them and offer them to Galumi. Those who secretly devoured the sky crystals were considered anomalies among them. Later, as the 3 clans intervened in the competition, Galumi received fewer and fewer shares, prompting it to expand the nest tunnels upward in search of more sky crystals. After that, the conflict between the 2 sides escalated into direct confrontation. From this perspective, Wong Hui, who had instructed the 3 clans to collect sky crystals, was clearly the key factor in the war between the 2 sides. He expressed deep remorse over this and earnestly asked, "Do you know why the three clans call those special crystals sky crystals?" Galumi shook its head blankly. "I don't know. My tentacles heard them call it that. So I started calling it that too." Sky crystals, as the name suggests, are crystals that fall from the sky, Wong Hui said with an air of authority. "And I am a god from the sky. The three clans collect sky crystals and hand them over to help me retrieve what originally belonged to me. You, on the other hand, are the thief stealing from me." I. Galumi grew anxious upon hearing this, but seeing Wong Hui speak so seriously, it wanted to refute but couldn't find a reasonable argument. After struggling for a while, Galumi lowered its head dejectedly. "But I want to live. For so many years. I've lived underground and never bothered those surface dwellers. It wasn't until the last 2 years, when there weren't enough sky crystals to sustain me, that I sent my tentacles to steal. Even if you say they all belong to you, I really don't want to degenerate back into a lump of clay again." As it spoke, Galumi's voice grew softer and softer. Its lips pursed as it fell silent. Its pitiful, aggrieved appearance was enough to evoke sympathy, and even Wong Hui felt somewhat reluctant to continue deceiving it. Or so it seemed. He ignored Galumi's attempt to elicit sympathy and shifted the topic, asking, "Do you know why you were defeated?" "I was winning at first." Galumi lifted her face abruptly, protesting indignantly. "Later, those guys somehow got their hands on armor. My tentacles couldn't bite through it. Those 3 incredibly hard weapons even scratched my true form. And there was that strange-looking old man whose strength surpassed mine. How was I supposed to fight against that? The armor and weapons were bestowed upon the 3 clans by me," Wong Hui shrugged. "And that old man who is stronger than you is my servant. You." Galumi's small face scrunched up in frustration before finally drooping helplessly. "If you're so powerful, why didn't you just capture me the first time you came to the cave? Instead, you deliberately let me escape and then had your subordinates defeat me. That's just unfair." Ahem. Wong Hui's expression stiffened slightly. Of course, he wouldn't admit that during his first encounter with Galumi, he genuinely lacked the ability to capture her effortlessly. "This is your punishment. Under the heavens, all living beings are my subjects, and you are no exception. However, you seized a large amount of sky crystal without my permission, and for that, you must face severe consequences. Still, it's not impossible for you to redeem yourself." Seeing Galumi's hopeful gaze, Wong Hui continued persuasively, "If you pledge your loyalty to me from this day forward, promise never to harm my other subjects again, and abide by the rules, I will spare you from the death penalty." Upon hearing this, Galumi's purple eyes instantly regained their sparkle. "If I pledge loyalty to you, will you let me eat my fill?" "Yes." Before Wong Hui could finish his reply, Galumi dropped to her knees with a thud and exclaimed loudly, "I am the most loyal subject of the god. Please take me to eat." A short while later, Wong Hui, Nalan and Galumi, a blue-haired girl now dressed in gray-blue robes, strolled leisurely through the streets of the Nalan territory. The latter held a fist-sized sky crystal in her hand, crunching on it with delight, a look of pure contentment on her face. Her frame was so slender that even wearing Nalan childhood clothes, they hung loosely on her, giving off an unexpectedly trendy vibe. Many warriors from the 3 clans had experienced abnormal physical enhancements after prolonged exposure to the purple-skinned monster's blood. You must cooperate with Xia to investigate thoroughly and ensure there are no side effects before further promotion. Follow Xia's commands at all times, understood? Wong Hui assigned tasks to his new subordinate, or rather, new younger sister. Galumi merely nodded repeatedly, murmuring, got it, while her purple eyes darted around restlessly. Passing by a tavern, she stopped, wrinkling her nose. "What is that dark stuff those people are drinking? God, I want to try it too." Outside, Wong Hui, having regained consciousness, let out a sigh of relief. This time, he had left a gap in the glass cover during his descent, synchronizing time between the 2 worlds. After soaring through the skies with Nalan, indoctrinating Galumi, and making further arrangements, an entire day had passed unnoticed. It seems that little one's diet isn't limited to sky crystals after all. The cost of keeping her has significantly decreased. As dusk settled, Wong Hui prepared a pot of sweet and sour pork ribs along with 3 steamed buns, sitting beside the miniature world as he heartily enjoyed his meal. Although the projected body shared quite a few grilled fish with Nalan, that was more of a heartfelt connection than a physical nourishment. His true form hadn't even eaten lunch, so he decided to compensate by having a larger dinner. Inside the nearby glass cover, the tiny beings, whose time flow had been restored, were fast-forwarding through their activities. When Wong Hui decided to converse with the King of the Depths, he held the mindset of utilizing it if possible, and eliminating it if not. After all, the collected blood of the special purple-skinned creatures would eventually run out. To continuously enhance the physiques of the 3 clans, perhaps even reaching a level of biological evolution, inspiration might be found from this mysterious King of the Depths. As for successfully subduing it through a mix of coaxing and deception, that was an unexpected delight. Wong Hui could have used yin-yang fish to forcibly transform Galumi into a fusion beast absolutely loyal to him. However, after careful consideration, he temporarily restrained this idea. With the precedent of the failed fusion between a purple-skinned creature and a frog resulting in death, Wong Hui had no choice but to proceed with greater caution. Chapter 34. The City Bestowed by the Gods. Full of vigor. A particularly unique being like Galumi is a rare specimen in the miniature world. Should any mishap occur during fusion, Wong Hui wouldn't even have a replacement to turn to, with the divine servant Huyen Wu and the fusion beast Griffin keeping watch. There's no need to overly worry about Galumi betraying him. Moreover, recalling the silly expression on that little creature when it was conquered by chocolate soup. As long as a rich diet is guaranteed, it probably wouldn't even consider betrayal. Who could resist delicious food anyway? After eating and drinking to his satisfaction, Wong Hui casually tossed some leftover rib meat scraps and crumbled steamed buns to the 3 clans. Surely, this would provide another feast for the tiny beings. By the time he finished washing the dishes and returned, he noticed many of the tiny beings already shuttling back and forth at the intersection of the three clans, commencing construction there. Apart from the matter concerning the purple skin creature blood, this was the second task Wong Hui had assigned to Nalen Xia, preparations for the descent of the majestic city, since the goal was to promote the blending of the three clans' cultures. The most suitable location for the main city was naturally at the junction of the three territories. The miniature carved city Wong Hui bought was ready-made. But some preliminary work still needed to be done by the tiny beings, such as leveling and compacting the ground, reinforcing river channels, and so on. He had no intention of altering the course of the Pin River. The miniature carved city contained a river model. Removing the filler would create a waterway. Diverting water from the Pin River could more conveniently meet the daily needs of the city's residents. Before long, snow began to fall from the sky of the miniature world. After entering winter, the land froze solid, and the river water turned piercingly cold, so the three clans granted the construction workers a holiday. Galumi, the king of the depths, however, did not rest, extending hundreds of tentacles to continue the work. The reward was chocolate soup, meat scraps, steamed bun crumbs, and other food provided by Nalen Xia, motivating it to work tirelessly as a tool every day. Observing the construction progress, Wong Hui estimated it would meet the standards by the next morning. So he yawned and went to wash up and sleep. Tomorrow afternoon, he could purchase the second blind box, wondering if he might obtain another miniature world. Lying in bed, he couldn't help but smile, compared to the monotonous, numb routine of work life before. Now looking forward to each new day with anticipation every night. This is what makes life truly interesting. Year of Divine Descent 7, September 7th. Before this year's autumn harvest, the anticipated project of the Heaven-Sent City was successfully completed. Nalen Xia proposed providing additional grain rations to the clansmen who participated in the construction, a suggestion which Zhuoqiu Yu and Huyan Gui gladly approved. Since the divine crop, jade wheat, was cultivated, the grain yield of the Zhuoqiu clan had doubled, enabling the other two clans to trade for more abundant food as well. However, having endured hunger in earlier years, grain remained a reliable and valuable currency. After the autumn harvest, the clansmen who received their reward grain were beaming with joy, often expressing their gratitude to the deity and their leaders. What was there to fear about working a little harder? The true fear was toiling in vain with nothing to show for it. With the three clans now abundant in resources, the principle of more work, more reward was fully implemented. And people were eager to take on extra tasks in exchange for incentives. Moreover, everything they did was in preparation for the next divine blessing. Who wouldn't he be filled with motivation? It was said that the Heaven-Sent City would be inhabited by all three clans. But who would be its mayor? Of course, it would be our leader Yu. Let us not forget, if it weren't for leader Yu gaining the recognition of the sacred relic, the deity might never have descended upon our lands. So what? Our veteran leader's combat prowess is unmatched in the world, and as a servant of the deity, he is the most suitable to serve as mayor. Huh, you're still too young. Find out who is the most favored by the deity. Leader Xia becoming mayor would be the most logical choice. At the construction site of the city, members of the three clans lined up to receive their reward grain, chatting animatedly among themselves. Not far away, Galumi, nibbling on a piece of jade wheat fruit, curled its lips in disdain. The so-called Heaven-Sent City was a reward from the deity for the three clans' efforts in eradicating the underground monsters. As the ruler of the underground, it was frustrating to have to labor on the roads for this city. Fueler. Galumi opened its mouth wide and swallowed the remaining half of the jade wheat in one gulp, then patted its belly and stood up. It planned to ask Nalen Xia for some chocolate soup to fill the gaps. Next time I see the deity, I'll have him arrange an underground dwelling for me in the city. The sunlight outside is truly bothersome. Year 7 of the Divine Descent, December 18th. Thanks to the cooperation of Galumi, the ruler of the underground, the three clans made rapid progress in their research on the blood of the special purple-skinned monsters. After impurities were removed from the accumulated blood, it could more smoothly enhance everyone's physical fitness. Compared to directly consuming celestial crystals like the veteran leader Huyan Wu, this method was gentler and did not impose such high demands on one's physique. Most importantly, the risks were minimal. As long as they were healthy clansmen who frequently engaged in battle or labor, most could absorb the source energy indirectly through this method. The few who experienced side effects suffered nothing more than a few days of diarrhea, with no severe aftereffects. Of course, lower risks often meant smaller rewards. This method could not mass-produce warriors like Huyan Wu, who was once the foremost champion of the three clans. The enhancement for clansmen generally ranged from 10 to 30%, primarily improving endurance, strength, resilience, and agility, with little boost to wisdom. Talented individuals like the successive leaders of the Nalen clan were, after all, exceedingly rare. After the purple-skinned monster blood was exhausted, Nalen Xia did not allow Galumi to create new purple-skinned monsters. She had not forgotten the bloodshed the three clans endured to conquer the underground caverns and maintained a sense of vigilance toward this ruler of the depths. Therefore, Nalen Xia changed her approach and asked Galumi to experiment with various harmless plants to see if something similar to the special purple-skinned monster's blood could be created. After offering a substantial reward of food, the king of the depths did not disappoint. By mid-January of the following year, it successfully cultivated a desired variety by infusing a common mountain vine with source energy. Nalen Xia renamed it Crystal Vine, signifying it as a derivative of the power of the celestial crystal stone. The celestial crystal stone remained a divine artifact, and she could not allow Galumi to consume it for cultivating crystal vines, as that would be putting the cart before the horse. The solution was simple: provide Galumi with an unlimited supply of food. After eating and drinking to replenish its energy, Galumi would use its own power to catalyze the growth of the crystal vines. The resulting vine sap would then be distributed to the warriors of the three clans to enhance their bodies. Nalan Xia did not fully understand the specific application of source energy in this process. But as long as the celestial crystal stone was not consumed and the supply of enhancement elixirs was secured, wasn't this a perfect solution? The only downside was that Galumi, caught in the middle, was slightly overworked. After all, it couldn't receive such abundant food for free. So tired, Galumi sat cross-legged inside Nalan's stone building. Its eerie purple eyes narrowed to slits from exhaustion. With one hand, it stuffed jade wheat fruits into its mouth, while the other rubbed the vine back and forth. The originally emerald green vine slowly transformed, revealing faint blue-purple streaks. Once the entire vine turned a translucent blue-purple, it was considered fully crystallized. Subsequently, this crystal vine would be taken by servants to be crushed and juiced, then distributed to suitable clan members for enhancement. When the servants returned to the stone building, they would bring more food and vines for Galumi, repeating the cycle. Chapter 35. A clever woman is not to be provoked. The first batch of city residents is finalized. Outside, early the next morning, after waking up, washing up, and stepping out, Wong Hui bought a rujiamo and a bowl of meatball vermicelli soup. Returning to the courtyard, he ate while gazing at the miniature world. Wow, they've done quite well. He saw that at the intersection of the three clans' territories, a perfectly square foundation had been laid according to the dimensions he had instructed Nalan Xia. Comparing it roughly with the miniature city, it was an exact match. The nearby riverbanks had been noticeably reinforced, and wide stone-paved roads extended to connect the three clan territories, ensuring smooth passage for carriages. For the tiny beings of the miniature world, this was already an incredibly massive project. The sheer scale of labor meant an ample output of source energy. Wong Hui reached out and absorbed the thick layer of source energy floating above the clouds. A surge of life force and soul energy poured into his body, making him exhale contentedly. The available source energy had now risen to C81. How satisfying. Since the tiny beings of the three clans were working so diligently, Wong Hui, as their ruler, naturally had to show his appreciation. He picked out the remaining bits of meat and meatball scraps and evenly distributed them among the three clans. This once again elicited excited cheers from many who witnessed it, as they knelt and thanked the divine for his blessings. Wong Hui smiled and immersed his consciousness into the miniature world. Year 8 of the Divine Descent, March 29th. This time, his descent landed within the territory of the Zhuqiu clan. Coincidentally, a griffin was patrolling the skies above, saving Wong Hui the trouble of searching. He mounted the griffin and flew toward the northern mountains. The miniature city is quite spacious, yet it certainly cannot accommodate all members of the three clans. First, I shall have Nalan Xia compile a list of those who have contributed the most to me over the years, designating them as the first residents of the Divine Gift City. This will undoubtedly fill them with immense pride and, in turn, inspire the rest of the clans to strive for greater achievements. Wong Hui pondered to himself, then suddenly wondered if he was beginning to resemble a rather ruthless capitalist. But he quickly dismissed the thought. His true intention was to foster cooperation and mutual benefit, allowing the three clans to enjoy the rewards of their relentless efforts. What could possibly be wrong with that? With a gentle whoosh, the griffin folded its wings and carried Wong Hui down to the rooftop of Nalan's stone tower, resembling a primitive version of a helipad. Witnessing this, the Nalan clansmen grew excited, spreading the news far and wide. After a year and a half, the heavenly deity had finally descended once more. Could it be that the long-rumored Divine Gift City was about to become a reality? Inside the Nalan stone tower, Wong Hui observed the blue-haired girl, half asleep, yet still diligently working, and couldn't help but wear a peculiar expression. How had this former ruler of the underground realm fallen into such a state? After listening to Nalan Xia's explanation, Wong Hui nodded in understanding. They were using Galumi as a converter. By consuming large amounts of food, her unique physiology generated source energy, which was then used to transform vines into mutated crystal vines. Finally, the extracted sap was utilized to enhance the physical prowess of the three clans' warriors. This approach not only conserved celestial crystals, but also gradually improved everyone's physical condition. Moreover, there was no need to worry about Galumi having any leftover energy to create troublesome tentacles like the purple-skinned monster. A triple benefit indeed. However, as Wong Hui glanced at Galumi's weary appearance and then at Nalan Xia's calm demeanor, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, though she showed no outward signs. This cunning female leader surely still harbored resentment over the heavy casualties the Nalan clan suffered during the purple-skinned monster's assault. Now that the underground ruler had pledged loyalty to the heavenly deity, she could no longer hold onto past grievances openly. But she could certainly find subtle ways to exact revenge. Most ingeniously, Nalan Xia's actions benefited both the heavenly deity and the three clans, while also ensuring Galumi's continued supply of delicacies, eliminating any notion of forced labor. No one could find fault with it. Truly, a clever woman is not to be trifled with. Wong Hui shook his head helplessly, choosing not to expose Nalan Xia's subtle intentions. The two of them left the engrossed Galumi to her work and quietly returned to the upper room. With the initial phase of the Divine Gift City completed, it was time to finalize the first group of candidates from the three clans for migration into the city. My intention is to select from those who have been most active and accomplished in recent years. What are your thoughts? Wong Hui, seated in the main position, stated his purpose. I fully agree with your proposal, Nalan Xia replied, retrieving 3 large scrolls of cloth from a nearby cabinet and respectfully presenting them to Wong Hui. Since the three clans formed an alliance, I have collaborated with Leader Yu and Leader Gui to conduct several detailed censuses of our people. There should be minimal discrepancies. During this period, we have made additional annotations for clansmen who demonstrated bravery in battle or diligence in labor. Please review them, Heavenly Deity. Wong Hui accepted the scrolls and began to examine them, finding densely recorded details of the current status of the three clans. Nayland Xia was evidently well prepared. Currently, the Zhuoqiu clan has a population of 30,176, while the Huyan clan numbers 26,201, originally exceeding 30,000. The Nayland clan suffered the heaviest losses in the war against the purple skin monsters and now only has 25,530 members remaining, according to Nayland Xia's calculations. Since the alliance was formed, 12,000 clansmen have distinguished themselves through outstanding performance and survived. The distribution among the three clans is approximately 5,000, 3,000, and 4,000 respectively. Initially, there was no mention of a divinely bestowed city. Nayland Xia's approach was solely based on rewarding merit and boosting morale. Unexpectedly, it now serves a perfect purpose. You handle affairs, and I am at ease. Wong Hui closed the cloth scroll with a slight smile and said, "Relay the message on my behalf that in half a month, I will bestow the city. Let those selected prepare to move. As you command." Nayland Xia bowed gracefully in acknowledgement, her beautiful face unable to conceal a joyful smile. Compared to the divinely bestowed city, Nayland Xia found greater delight in the deity's praise and recognition. Her long and diligent efforts had not been in vain. Outside, Wong Hui closed the glass cover, allowing the tiny inhabitants time to spread the news and pack their belongings. He took out his phone and opened the little black book app first. The countdown for the blind box purchase still had 7.5 hours. Wong Hui scrolled through the latest product reviews below. Many were boasting about having drawn high-end luxury items last time and planning to continue purchasing to take advantage of the merchant. Of course, more were complaining angrily, claiming that these braggarts were all plants, while ordinary buyers only ended up with worthless junk, and anyone who bought again was a fool. It seemed no one else had drawn a miniature world like Wong Hui. Checking mainstream forums both domestically and internationally, nothing new appeared either, as if he alone had encountered this miraculous event. Whether another miracle would occur depended on this afternoon. Unconsciously, over 10 minutes passed, equivalent to more than 10 days in the miniature world. Wong Hui put down his phone and lifted the top cover of the glass case, synchronizing the time on both sides. He could see many tiny figures from the three major clans gathering toward the center. Not only the selected 12,000, but also others who were relatively mobile had stepped out of their homes. After all, this was a once-in-centuries grand event. Such a spectacle was worth crawling to witness, if necessary. TSK, it's time for me to display divine might. Wong Hui smiled, went to fetch the miniature carved city, and carefully placed it into the tiny world with both hands. Chapter 36, The Awe-Inspiring Divine Miracle. A New Era, Year 8 of the Divine Descent, April 13th. The people of the three clans, supporting the elderly and guiding the young, trekked from afar to gather in one place, all to witness the descent of the divinely bestowed city with their own eyes. Phew, thankfully I'm not late. The divine gift hasn't started yet. What does it matter if you're not late? We're just here to watch. Without merit, we're not qualified to live in the city. Why do the Nayland and Zhuoqiu clans have more entrants than our Huyan clan? It's unfair. The selection results were unanimously agreed upon by the three leaders. What do you know? The bustling crowd buzzed with noise. But when the originally bright sky suddenly darkened under a vast shadow, everyone fell silent in unison. Holding their breath, they gazed upward. The divine gift was about to begin. Is that the true form of the deity? At the edge of the city site, the leaders and high-ranking members of the three clans gathered together, gazing upward. With the exception of a few elderly and frail individuals, most had undergone tempering through the blood of special purple-skinned creatures or the sap of crystalline vines. The essence energy not only strengthened their physiques, but also elevated their perception beyond ordinary mortal limits. At this moment, they could faintly discern a pair of colossal hands in the clouds, slowly lowering a square-shaped shadow. Whoosh! The clouds parted, revealing the enormous hands with startling clarity. Now, even the ordinary clanspeople could see Wong Hui's hands. Heavens, what enormous hands! To think the divine gifted city is being lowered by hand. Is this the infinite power of a deity? If just the hands are this immense, how vast must the goddess body be? The three clans erupted in exclamations. Even the usually arrogant and prideful Huyan Longzhuo paled at the sight. Though he tightly gripped his serpentine spear to steady himself, his body trembled uncontrollably. This is a god, this is truly a deity. Amid instinctive reverence, an indescribable excitement surged within him. If being overwhelmed by Wong Hui's aura during the martial tournament had left Huyan Longzhuo disgruntled, witnessing the deity's true form today eradicated any lingering defiance from his heart. A visible gap could stir anxiety and resentment. But when the chasm grew so vast that bridging it became utterly impossible, those turbulent emotions quietly transformed. To suffer a crushing defeat before such a magnificent being, was that not the most natural outcome? Nearby, Galumi, standing beside Nayland Xia, stood dumbfounded, her mouth agape, the piece of meat in her hand now tasteless. A single finger is that thick, and yet he pretended to be an ordinary mortal to toy with me before. How infuriating! Galumi muttered bitterly under her breath, her tone laced with unconcealed fear as her petite frame trembled uncontrollably. Compared to a true deity, her self-proclaimed title of underground sovereign seemed utterly insignificant. Welcome the divine gift. The three clans kneel in reverence. Nayland Xia, struggling to maintain her composure, commanded loudly. Instantly, tens of thousands present knelt like wheat before a scythe. In truth, even without the order, their legs had already grown weak, requiring mutual support to remain standing. Boom! Amid deafening rumbles, the heaven-gifted city settled perfectly into the pre-dug foundation. The dimensions aligned flawlessly. To construct such a near-perfect foundation based solely on my verbal descriptions, Nalan Xia's contribution is undeniable. Wong Hui withdrew his hands with satisfaction. The meticulously placed miniature city now appeared as though it had always been an integral part of the tiny world. It was no wonder he had grown accustomed to seeking out Nalan Xia whenever he descended recently. This woman truly possessed remarkable capability and a deeper understanding of his intentions, though she occasionally imagined layers even Wong Hui himself had not considered. At that moment, the river channel of Pinshan connected with the waterways within the divine gifted city. Rising mist and schools of drifting fish breathed life into the machine-carved city. As a crafted artifact from external merchants, its buildings were not densely arranged, prioritizing aesthetic appeal. To accommodate 12,000 tiny inhabitants, the three clans would need to construct additional dwellings in the vacant spaces themselves. Wong Hui had given prior instructions, and the three clans were well prepared. As the city gates swung open, carriages laden with stone and timber rumbled along the cobblestone road into the city, carrying the dreams of new homes for the little folk. This day was destined to be a pivotal moment in the history of the three clans. A new era was about to dawn. Year 8 of the Divine Descent, April 24th. 11 days had passed since the Divine City descended from the heavens. Those who were allocated ready-made houses gradually adapted to life within the city walls. There were no rugged mountain paths, nor muddy grasslands after rain. The entire city was paved with massive square bricks, offering an incredibly smooth surface that made walking effortless. The towering city walls left no blind spots, eliminating fears of wild beasts sneaking into homes at night. The clean and tidy environment even kept mosquitoes and insects scarce. Living here was nothing short of delightful. Those building their own houses harbored no complaints either. Not only were construction materials provided by the clan, but Galumi, the tentacled slime, also lent a helping hand during the process. The actual labor required was minimal, and with extra food rations as an incentive, everyone wore cheerful expressions. This was truly living. Huyan Qingbai reclined leisurely in the pavilion before his home, sipping steaming hot chocolate soup with a contented expression. As a respected elder of the Huyan clan, he had distinguished himself in numerous battles against the purple-skinned monsters. His keen hawk-like eyes often detected threats early, minimizing losses for his side. Thus, despite his involvement in the pursuit of Zhuqiuyu, he was granted leniency and included among the first batch of city residents, receiving his own new home. Huyan Qingbai's eyes shifted sideways, catching sight of his neighbor, Huyan Longzhua, polishing his weapon nearby. The titanium steel serpent spear gleamed coldly, sending a shiver down his spine. Longzhua, are you off to train again? There aren't any enemies around now. Why push yourself so hard? He called out lazily. Hearing the indolent tone, Huyan Longzhua curled his lip, reluctant to engage. He had little interest in such undisciplined elders within the clan. Yet, recalling the teachings of the deity, he replied coldly, "Today marks the 3-year promise between the deity and me. I must go to fulfill it." Divine Gift City, Martial Arena. Though the three clans had reconciled, formed an alliance, and eradicated the subterranean purple skin monsters, peace did not mean everyone abandoned martial arts. Especially those warriors tempered by the blood of purple skin monsters or the sap of crystal vines maintained intense training routines even after labor. Occasionally, they would gather with a few friends to spar and hone their skills. The martial arena was established precisely for this purpose. 9 arenas, constructed from interlocking wooden beams and stone slabs, were exceptionally sturdy, capable of withstanding the relentless assaults of the tempered warriors. Today, however, all arenas stood empty, while the surrounding spectator seats were packed with people, buzzing with lively discussions. Chapter 37, The Promised Duel. Planning the systems of Divine Gift City. Time flies. 3 years have passed already. I still remember the final battle in the martial arena 3 years ago. The Divine Servant was truly formidable beyond measure. Indeed, Lord Longzhua was already formidable, yet he could not withstand even 3 moves before the Divine Servant. 3 years have passed, and Lord Longzhua has honed himself to become even stronger. Perhaps his performance will be different this time? Could it be that the celestial deity himself will test him? However, no matter how powerful a mortal may be, they could never resist a celestial deity. I suspect it will be the Divine Servant who faces him. On the exclusive elevated viewing platform, Wong Hui sat in the central seat, listening to the lively conversations of the audience below. Only the leaders of the 3 clans and the subterranean king, Galumi, accompanied him. Even the high-ranking officials had to take their seats on the secondary platform. At Wong Hui's signal, the Divine Servant, Huyan Wu, strode slowly toward the central arena, standing over 2 meters tall and clad in full-body obsidian ant armor. He naturally exuded an overwhelming presence. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, the clamor of the audience noticeably subsided. If the celestial deity himself were to test Huyan Longzhua, there would be no suspense whatsoever. But with the Divine Servant acting as his proxy, there was room for a bit more excitement. Some spectators quietly made wagers with nearby companions, debating how many moves Huyan Longzhua could withstand against the Divine Servant. The more optimistic among them even believed Huyan Longzhua might have a chance to turn the tables and emerge victorious. Wong Hui, however, paid little heed to such speculations. It was not that he looked down upon Huyan Longzhua, but rather that the Divine Servant, fused with external ants, was akin to a player with an unfair advantage. In terms of sheer strength alone, even the fused beasts, the dragon horse and the griffin, could not compare to the Divine Servant. How could a mere native of this miniature world possibly triumph? The only question was how long he could endure. Wong Hui's descent today was not merely for leisure or spectacle. His primary purpose was to arrange city management affairs with the leaders of the three clans. Standardizing weights and measures and imparting advanced institutional models left Galumi drowsy and inwardly questioning why such complexity was necessary when ensuring everyone was well-fed should suffice. The three clan leaders, however, dared not slack off, diligently recording everything on cloth scrolls with charcoal pens. When the topic of implementing a currency system arose, Nalan Jia raised her hand and inquired, "Celestial deity, may I ask what material this currency you speak of should be made from? If crafted from stone, wood, or copper and iron, it could easily be counterfeited by greedy clansmen. Even if made from divine metal like aluminum, it might not be entirely immune to imitation." Zhuqiu Yu and Huyan Gui also turned their gazes toward Wong Hui. Having relied on barter for centuries, the three clans naturally felt apprehensive about suddenly introducing a completely new neutral currency. If they could not fully control the minting rights, it might swiftly lead to the collapse of the trading system. In response, Wong Hui offered a faint smile. "Soon, I shall bestow upon you a new material. Aside from the jointly managed minting workshop, no one will be able to replicate it. Truly worthy of the celestial deity. So you had already planned for this. My worries were unnecessary." Nalan Jia praised with reverence. Zhuqiu Yu and Huyan Gui exchanged glances but refrained from further questions. In their imaginations, the world where deities resided was vast and wondrous, and it seemed only natural for them to produce extraordinary new materials. Following Wong Hui's instructions, the celestial bestowed city would not have a single governor but would instead be jointly governed by the three clans. He would set the overarching policies, while the three leaders would deliberate and execute the specific, mundane details. For now, 6 major departments were roughly established: the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Works. The Nalan clan oversees the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Works, while the Zhuqiu clan is responsible for the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Revenue. The Huyan clan manages the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice. Wong Hui established the framework based on the institutional model he recalled, leaving the remaining details to be collaboratively refined by Nalan Xia and others. Advancing the civilization of the miniature world is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. What Wong Hui could do was to leverage relatively advanced thinking to help the three clans avoid unnecessary detours, while also providing some unique items not found in the miniature world as supplementary aids. As for the detailed implementation, it would still be up to the tiny inhabitants to carry it out step by step, just as they were drafting the development blueprint for the City of Divine Blessing. The martial contest on the arena below was about to commence. "Divine Servant, I seek your guidance." Huyan Longjua, his expression solemn, bowed respectfully to the elderly divine servant leader before him. Even someone as arrogant as him showed profound respect toward one who had previously defeated him. Gaining the deity's recognition and forgiveness directly determined one's survival. The divine servant's expression turned grave as he shouted, "Come and fight me with the resolve to face death." As his words echoed, an intense aura erupted from his body. His graying hair billowed and fluttered like a mighty lion, aged yet still formidable. Thud, 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 thud. Figures swiftly darted across the arena, the deafening sounds of collision reverberating incessantly. The 18-foot serpent spear clashed repeatedly with ant mandibles and arm guards, sending sparks flying in all directions. The spectators from the three clans watched with wide eyes, not daring to even breathe, their hearts thrilling with excitement. Those who had just placed bets on Huyan Longjua's potential victory clenched their fists nervously, hoping for a miracle. However, Huyan Longjua on the stage was suffering in silence. Such terrifying strength. After another swift exchange, his hands were already drenched in blood and trembling slightly. On the surface, the two had engaged in over 20 fierce exchanges without a clear victor. Yet Huyan Longjua knew all too well that his opponent's strength far surpassed his own. If not for the durability of his titanium steel serpent spear, an ordinary iron weapon would have shattered long ago. "This is not my limit." Seeing the divine servant advance expressionlessly once more, Huyan Longjua gritted his teeth and steeled himself to meet the attack. Meanwhile, on the elevated viewing platform, Wong Hui remarked with slight surprise, "This young man has made remarkable progress." He could tell that the elderly divine servant leader had already exerted at least 70% of his strength, yet he still couldn't subdue Huyan Longjua quickly. This was a far cry from the one-sided domination of 3 years ago. Seated beside him, Huyan Gui explained, "Divine One, Longjua has trained relentlessly over these 3 years. He underwent 4 tempering sessions using the blood of special purple-skinned monsters and crystalline vines, and his combat skills have been honed to exceptional proficiency. Beneath your divinity. Aside from my father, no one among the 3 clans could defeat him." Zhuqiu Yu, seated nearby, nodded in agreement. "Indeed. My brother Zhuqiu Tang and I can only barely hold our ground against Huyan Longjua. To defeat him, we would likely need the support of Nalan Huazi as well." For tempering sessions, Wong Hui turned and asked, "Have you all undergone tempering as well?" "How many times?" Zhuqiu Yu replied, "Your divinity. My brother and I have each undergone 3 tempering sessions." Huyan Gui added, "I, too, have undergone 3 sessions." On the other side, Nalan Xia added, "The body tempering with crystal vine sap is slightly easier than with purple-skinned monster blood, but an ordinary healthy clansman can only undergo it at most twice. Battle-hardened warriors can manage 3 times, and someone like Huyan Longjua is exceptionally rare. Our clansman Nalan Huazi will soon attempt a 4th tempering. Whether he succeeds remains unknown." "I see." Wong Hui nodded thoughtfully. "It seems the crystal vine's effect is greater than expected. Each tempering is a comprehensive enhancement of physical constitution." Chapter 38. The 6 Founders. The power of a bottle cap of Baijiu for the elderly, weak, women, and children of the three clans, enduring the crystal vine tempering process would have been difficult. But now, with improved living conditions and gradual recuperation, there is hope for them to undergo tempering once, if promoted over the long term. The overall physique of the three clans will surely grow stronger with each generation. Huyan Longjua, after 4 temperings, could fight evenly with the divine attendant Huyan Wu using a low-cost titanium steel weapon. What about after 5 or 6 temperings? A world filled with Xiaofan is no mere dream. The more intensely they strive in the miniature world, the greater the benefit to Wong Hui's source essence. His growth will always outpace that of these tiny beings. So there is no need to worry about them ever causing real upheaval. The only consideration is that with no more conflicts among the three clans, how many would still be willing to risk multiple temperings in prolonged peace? They must be given some survival pressure. Thinking this, Wong Hui shifted his gaze to the blue-haired girl beside him. Galumi was watching the Leighton go with one hand propping her chin and the other feeding herself fish balls. For her, this was a rare leisure moment free from intense labor, and she squinted contentedly. Suddenly sensing Wong Hui's intense stare, she stiffened, a chill running down her spine. What does this guy want? Fortunately, Wong Hui soon looked away. Galumi, sweating from fright, wore a suspicious expression, her purple eyes flickering with lingering unease. By now, the three clans mostly knew the identity of this blue-haired girl, though blood debts remained. Her choice to surrender and pledge allegiance to the celestial god was seen as turning toward the light, usually dispatched to help build houses and repair bridges. She even created the crystal vine, a superb product for tempering, making outstanding contributions. Thus, Galumi's reputation had improved significantly, placing her just below the divine attendant and the three clan leaders in importance. Wong Hui was aware of this and felt it unwise to force the underground king back into a villainous role. Perhaps he could introduce some small creatures from the outside to provide the three clans with new motivation to advance. Like mosquitoes? Thud. At that moment, the Lei Wudo neared its end. The old divine attendant Zing delivered a powerful kick, and Huyan Longjua, unable to withstand the force, staggered back over 10 steps. He thrust his Zhongbashimao into the floor, barely avoiding falling off the stage. Though he narrowly saved face, he had no strength left to continue fighting. I've lost. Huyan Longjua first bowed to the divine attendant, then knelt on both knees toward the viewing stand. After an intense battle, he believed he had given his all, and his impressive performance had earned frequent cheers from the spectators. Life or death, it must follow the will of heaven. The gazes of the crowd also converged, awaiting the final judgment of the deity. Huyan Longjua, Wong Hui's resonant voice, amplified by the energy of essence, echoed far and wide. 3 years ago, you were arrogant and disrespectful to your elders, so I set a 3-year period to determine your fate. Now, considering your discipline and countless military achievements over these 3 years, as well as your significant improvement in martial arts, I grant you the honor of having your name inscribed on the city gate stone tablet alongside Huyan Gui, Nalan Xia, Nalan Huazi, Zhuqiu Yu, and Zhuqiu Tang. The glory you have laid for the city of divine blessing shall be remembered for eternity. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd erupted in excited cheers. The 6 individuals named knelt down devoutly, loudly expressing their gratitude for the deity's grace. My name, can it truly be? Huyan Longjua could hardly believe his ears. While he had been confident in gaining the deity's recognition and preserving his life, his greatest hope had merely been to retain his 8-foot serpent spear without confiscation. He never imagined the deity would bestow such high favor upon him. Young man. Seeing Huyan Longjua stunned, the elderly divine servant approached with a stern expression and said gravely, the deity is magnanimous and did not hold your disrespect from 3 years ago against you. But I am different. Even if you have become one of the 6 founders of the city of divine blessing, if you ever display such madness and foolishness again, I will not spare you lightly. Hearing this, Huyan Longjua snapped back to reality, lowered his head with a bitter smile, and replied, thank you for the warning. Divine servant, I will remember it. With that, he also prostrated himself, offering his sincerest reverence to the deity upon the high platform. Later, Wong Hui arrived at the inner side of the main gate of the city of divine blessing and used the energy of essence to carve the names of the 6 founders onto the stone tablet. The strokes were powerful and vigorous, faintly glowing with the radiance of essence, an extraordinary sight indeed. The deity personally engraving the characters filled Zhuqiu Yu and the others with immense pride. Nalan Huazi, an older man with a long beard, was so moved that tears welled in his eyes, repeatedly urging his children to record this glorious moment. That night, a grand banquet was held in the central square of the city of divine blessing. An unlimited supply of various foods was provided, and graceful young women performed songs and dances, celebrating this historic occasion with abandon. The bottle cap of loose white liquor bestowed by Wong Hui ignited the passion of the tiny people even further. Whoa, my throat is on fire. So spicy, so exhilarating. By the gods, compared to this liquor, our ale and horse urine are nothing. Huh, why are there 3 girls on the stage now? And now 9. My head is spinning. Ugh. The moderately strong white liquor from the outside world was many times more potent than the strongest ale in the miniature world. Though the tiny people struggled to adapt, they reveled in the experience. TSK, just a bottle cap of 42 proof loose liquor has you all like this? If I ever bring a few bottles of knockout donkey or old white dry, you'd probably ascend to heaven on the spot. In the outside world, Wong Hui chuckled as he screwed the cap back on the bottle. This liquor was left over from his father's stash, gathering dust in the storage room. Yet it had found its purpose today. After watching the lively scene for a while, Wong Hui rummaged for a few more mineral water and beverage bottles. To promote a monetary system, exclusive materials are indispensable. The mysterious substance he promised to Nalan was none other than plastic, a wondrous item impossible to counterfeit in the miniature world, yet considered commonplace trash in the outside world. Moreover, it is remarkably easy to process, well within the craftsmanship capabilities of the Nalan clan artisans. The denominations were tentatively set at 1 yuan, 5 yuan, and 10 yuan. As larger denominations were unnecessary for their current needs, Wong Hui took out a pair of scissors and began cutting the bottles into small, manageable pieces for the tiny inhabitants to work with. The 1 yuan notes would be made from transparent mineral water bottles, the 5 yuan notes from white waha bottles, and the 10 yuan notes from blue pulse bottles. After a short while, Wong Hui placed the 3 piles of finely cut plastic pieces into the city of Divine Blessing. He had already discussed the general design of the currency with the 3 leaders beforehand. As for the final product, it would depend on the skill and creativity of the minting workshop artisans. With a click, Wong Hui closed the glass cover, accelerating the flow of time within the miniature world. Given the pre-feudal era environment, modern social systems could not be directly replicated. Furthermore, the presence of supernatural forces in this miniature world meant that the management framework he provided could only serve as a foundation. In which direction would this civilization develop? It was unlikely to follow a technological path. Chapter 39, A Brief Peace. A New Crisis. While contemplating the future trajectory of the miniature world-esque civilization, Wong Hui went out to purchase some fresh ingredients. He prepared a simple lunch of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, storing the remaining items in the refrigerator for later use. He also remembered to save a few seeds from tomatoes, cucumbers, and green peppers, intending to use them in future fusion experiments. Since these vegetables did not exist in the miniature world, they might be fused and cultivated into new varieties, further enriching the diet of the tiny inhabitants. Oh, I am truly a benevolent deity, Wong Hui thought with a smile, as he sat beside the glass cover with his plate of scrambled eggs and tomatoes, accompanied by 2 steamed buns. While others might watch eating shows to accompany their meals, he found satisfaction in observing the world he governed, a perspective of entirely different magnitude. As time rapidly progressed, the city of Divine Blessing saw the addition of numerous wooden and stone houses. All 12,000 citizens gradually settled in, lending the city an increasingly lively and bustling atmosphere. Admiring this serene and peaceful scene, Wong Hui, having finished his meal, let out a contented burp. Having rested sufficiently, are you prepared to face new challenges? The extensive construction activities in the city of Divine Blessing yielded a considerable amount of source essence for Wong Hui. After swiftly absorbing it, his available source essence reached C89. The 3 clans flourished, and everything seemed to be moving toward a state of peace and leisure. However, the absence of conflict meant that labor became less frequent, inevitably slowing down the generation of source essence. This was highly detrimental to the motivation and diligence of the tiny inhabitants. As their ruler, Wong Hui had to consider the well-being of his subjects. Thus, he captured a small flying insect, intending to inject new vitality into the miniature world. Yet, when Wong Hui had previously introduced ants into this world, he had made no effort to conceal his intention of delivering divine punishment. His divine servant, Hu had even witnessed the event firsthand. If he were to release another creature, clearly foreign to the miniature world, to cause disruption, would the more astute individuals among the 3 clans begin to harbor suspicions? The faith of the people in their deity might very well develop cracks. Watching the struggling little flying insect in his hand, Wong Hui fell into deep thought. How could he execute this flawlessly? His gaze swept across the miniature world's terrain, and suddenly, his eyes lit up. Although the 3 clans had united to eradicate the subterranean purple-skinned monsters, it was impossible for them to have inspected every inch of the underground. It would be perfectly reasonable for a few to slip through the cracks, wouldn't it? Wong Hui recalled that the purple-skinned monsters were creatures bred by the underground King Galumi, using moles as a base and combining them with source energy. Moreover, those purple-skinned monsters that had secretly consumed sky crystal stones would undergo mutations. Wouldn't it be plausible for one to occasionally develop wings? Wong Hui had an idea. He slowly slid open the glass cover on one side of the miniature world, found an uninhabited wilderness area, and reached in with his finger to dig around. After a moment, he had excavated a connection to an underground cavern, likely one of the former habitats of the purple-skinned monsters. Wong Hui placed the little flying insect he held in his other hand inside, roughly covering it with soil. After noting the location, he descended with his consciousness. Boom! A beam of light landed, and Wong Hui glanced around before locking onto a direction and sprinting off at incredible speed. With the growth of source energy within him, his strength had increased once more, and his running speed now surpassed even that of a diving griffin at full force. In just a few minutes, Wong Hui arrived at the spot he had excavated with his true form. Using source energy to peel back the soil, he discovered the little flying insect panicking and darting chaotically through the cavern passage. Of course, it would now be more appropriate to call this creature a giant flying monster. This type of flying insect was quite common in damp areas of the outside world, resembling a moth, but significantly smaller in size. Yet, within the miniature world, this insect, slightly larger than an ant, had become a terrifying behemoth. At this moment, it was fleeing in panic, crashing recklessly through the cavern in an attempt to return to its familiar environment. Quiet down. Wong Hui reached out and grabbed a translucent giant hand of source energy instantly materializing, seizing the flying insect. Its antennae and wings trembled frantically, but it was utterly incapable of breaking free from the giant hand's grasp. Paying no further attention to the creature, Wong Hui searched the cavern for a while and easily caught a pitch-black mole. What kind of peculiar new species would emerge from the fusion of an underground mammal and an external flying insect? He focused his consciousness to activate the inherited sacred artifact, yin-yang fish, and streams of black and white light immediately filled the cavern. Year of Divine Descent 8, August 30th. With the gradual refinement of the management system, the Divine Gift City was becoming increasingly orderly. Promoted by the Nalan clan. Responsible for the Ministry of Rites and the Ministry of Works, the city's first school was established, with intellectually outstanding adult clansmen serving as teachers. For now, they couldn't teach any profound knowledge. The main focus was on helping children recognize characters, understand numbers, and learn the history of the three clans. This was supplemented with elective courses such as martial arts, farming, and architecture. The issuance of a unified currency and the promulgation of tax policies also brought about earth-shaking changes to the lifestyles of the three clans. The distinction between public and private ownership was no longer as ambiguous as it once had been. Transparent, white, or blue plastic coins seemed to possess a kind of magical allure, driving everyone to near madness. Some sold their homegrown agricultural products or handmade crafts, while others took on laborious tasks, hauling heavy loads for others. Including joining patrols for duty, one can earn varying amounts of monetary rewards. With these coins in hand, one can purchase needed items and even hire others to perform tasks, not only within the Divine City, but even those still residing in the ancestral lands of the three clans have gradually embraced this new mode of transaction. The educational and economic systems have been preliminarily established. All that we possess today is not only the result of the collective efforts of the three clans, but also owes much to the wise guidance of the celestial deity. In the academy, a teacher from the Nalan clan eloquently delivers ideological education to the young men and women of the three clans seated below. At their tender age, they remain somewhat oblivious to the wars and transformations of recent years. Yet, through the teacher's impassioned narration, they now understand how hard-won their current lives are. I wish I could see the deity with my own eyes. Such a magnificent being is not one you can simply meet at will. Hey, over 4 months ago, my father and I witnessed the martial contest between Lord Longjua and the Divine Attendant, and we heard the voice of the deity. Tell us quickly, what does the deity look like? Is he tall and majestic? After school, the children chatter excitedly as they leave the academy in groups. Walking along the smooth, sturdy roads of the Divine City, they marvel at the divine power. Unbeknownst to them, a new crisis is brewing beneath the surface. Year 8 of the Divine Descent. September 6th. In the central palace of the Divine City, the leaders of the three clans hold a meeting to discuss matters related to the upcoming autumn harvest. On the dome of the palace, a brand new flag flutters in the wind. The inner circle bears the pattern of the sacred artifact, Inyang fish, symbolizing the deity. The outer circle is adorned with orange, green, and red lines, representing the Zhuqiu, Nalan, and Huyan clans respectively. It is said that recently, in the northwestern region, extensive traces of land subsidence have been discovered, resembling the work of some massive beast. Huyan Gui held a report, his expression grave. Chapter 40, Eerie Assault. An unusual threat. This matter must be taken seriously. The subsidence area is only half a day's journey south from the main cultivated lands of the Zhuqiu clan. The autumn harvest must not be compromised. Huyan Gui glanced at Zhuqiu, seated diagonally across from him, who responded with a somber expression. I have already dispatched people to investigate, and the situation is not optimistic. As she spoke, she pushed 2 copies of the intelligence report toward the other 2. Yesterday, 2 of our terraced fields were destroyed from below. Fortunately, only ordinary crops were planted there. But if this continues, it may soon affect the main fields of jade wheat. Destroyed from below? Huyan Gui raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Nalan Xia on the other side. Chief Xia, the king of the depths, Galumi, has been under your surveillance, hasn't he? This matter has nothing to do with Galumi. It has never left the Divine City. Nalan Xia remained calm as ever. Speaking slowly, I must trouble both chiefs to deploy additional personnel to the northwestern and southwestern regions to ensure the safety of the grain. As for the disturbances underground, I will take Galumi to investigate. That creature is a monster from the depths. How can we let it? Huyan Gui instinctively voiced his opposition, but was interrupted by Zhuqiu raising her hand. Chief Xia is blessed by the deity and will act with discretion. Later in the evening, Nalan Xia returned to her residence, rubbing her temples with a slight headache. Zhuqiu seemed to have come to her aid, but in reality, she had also added considerable pressure. As the one most favored by the divine, I no longer have the privilege to make mistakes, she thought with a resigned smile as she walked into the adjacent room. Upon pushing the door open, she saw a blue-haired girl, who had been dozing off, jolt awake. I wasn't slacking off. This batch of crystal vines is already finished. And the next batch hasn't arrived yet. Galumi hurriedly straightened up to explain, though she couldn't hide the exhaustion on her face. Since pledging loyalty to Wong Hui and being assigned to assist Nalan Xia, she had hardly enjoyed a full day of rest. Galumi had shouldered at least a third of the workload for the Divine City as planned projects and subsequent housing expansions, not to mention the daily, arduous task of cultivating crystal vines. Even if Nalan Xia had intended to exact some form of retribution, seeing Galumi so worn down softened her heart somewhat. It's not about the crystal vines. Rest a bit more tonight, she said, bringing over a steaming plate of food, complete with both meat and vegetables, which looked quite appetizing. Really? Galumi's purple eyes lit up as she snatched the plate and began devouring the meal ravenously. Nalan Xia sat nearby, waiting until she was nearly finished before explaining the purpose of her visit, detailing the attacks in the western region. Having lived underground for so long, have you ever encountered such large subterranean creatures? The tentacles I create, what you call purple skin monsters, are already the largest. How could there be anything bigger? Galumi wiped the corner of her mouth and patted her round little belly with a sigh. But it's not impossible. After all, it's been a long time since I've been back underground. Who knows what strange things might have grown down there? Pretending not to catch the complaint in Galumi's tone, Nalan Xia pressed on. If I take you there, do you think you could subdue that thing? I can leave the city. Galumi immediately sat up straight, thumping her chest proudly. I am the king of the depths. Unless the deity personally intervenes, or you send tens of thousands to besiege me, who could possibly challenge me underground? She paused, deflating slightly. But lately, I've been quite fatigued. I'll need some rest to regain my full strength. Nalan Xia nodded in agreement. Very well. In the 8th year of the divine descent. On the 11th day of September, Nalan Xia and Galumi hurried toward the western hills by carriage. In truth, the king of the depths had not fully recovered, but the situation was deteriorating too rapidly to delay any longer. In just 5 days, the number of farmlands attacked had risen to 33. It was crucial to remember that after the war, the 3 clans had entered a period of recuperation and were now experiencing a baby boom, with populations soaring. If grain production suffered a severe blow, many would once again face the pangs of hunger. Greetings, Chief Xia. A group of warriors clad in aluminum armor came forward to meet them at the outskirts of the farmland. No need for formalities. Nalan Xia replied as she stepped down from the carriage, her voice grave. Lord Longjua and Lord Tang arrived half a day ahead of us. Have they engaged directly with the underground creature? Yes. The warriors exchanged uneasy glances before bowing their heads to answer. Both lords sustained significant injuries and are currently receiving treatment in the camp. What? Nalan Xia was taken aback. Huyan Longjua and Zhuqiu Tang. Both are masters wielding divine weapons. Especially the former, whose strength ranks first beneath the divine servants. With Zhuqiu Tang assisting from the side, how could they possibly suffer defeat in a single battle? Gazing out, the terraced fields layer upon layers sink downward. Most of the crops that should have been laden with grain have vanished without a trace. Many spots bear clear signs of struggle, leaving the scene in utter disarray. Even with Longjua and Tang joining forces, they failed to subdue the monster. Nalan Xian withdrew his gaze with a grave expression. He called over the absent-minded Galumi and hurried to the temporarily erected camp tent, where he found the 2 injured men. Huyan Longjua was in relatively better condition, at least able to sit upright, while Zhuqiu Tang lay beside him, half unconscious. The tent was filled with the strong scent of medicinal herbs. Several physicians had just finished applying ointment to the 2 and were wrapping them in white bandages for support, a method of bandaging casually mentioned by Wong Hui, which Nalan Xian had secretly noted and gradually popularized. What on earth could have injured you both so severely? Nalan Xian crouched down to examine them, his brow furrowing tightly. Each of them bore at least 10 wounds, each deep enough to reveal bone. Despite having undergone cleaning, ointment application, and bandaging, the sight remained shocking. The slightest movement caused fresh blood to seep from the wounds. A giant beast that can burrow underground and fly. Huyan Longjua glanced at Nalan Xian and said succinctly, I've never seen a creature like that. It doesn't seem like something that could arise from natural reproduction. However, its main body resembles that of the purple-skinned monsters. As he spoke, Huyan Longjua shifted his gaze to the blue-haired girl standing behind them. Why are you looking at me? Galumi pouted, crossing her arms discontentedly. The tentacles I cultivated were all wiped out by you, weren't they? Besides, even I don't have the ability to fly. How could tentacles possibly grow wings? Just because you cannot fly doesn't mean your ambitions can't take flight. Huyan Longjua stared intently at Galumi, his voice low and meaningful. You created the purple-skinned monsters. The crystal vines. It wouldn't be strange if you conjured up other bizarre things. You're talking nonsense. This is slander. Galumi stamped her foot in anger. She remembered this man who wielded the serpent spear during the 3 clans' siege of the cavern. He was the first to charge at her. Chapter 41. Proving Innocence. Who is the true king of the depths? Back when the 3 clans counterattacked the cavern, Huyan Longjua's strength had not yet fully developed. He was beaten black and blue by Galumi's tentacles, and it was only through the intervention and surprise attack of the divine servant, the old chieftain, that they ultimately emerged victorious. You hold a grudge because I fought you. That is why you're speaking ill of me. That monster has nothing to do with me. Galumi desperately tried to explain, only to hear Huyan Longjua let out a cold laugh. That monster excels at digging and burrowing, and its appearance closely resembles the purple-skinned monsters. Such a coincidence is unlikely to exist in this world. Don't you agree, King of the Depths? I didn't tea. It really wasn't me. Galumi was on the verge of tears, her body even showing signs of reverting to its slime form. Yet, based on Huyan Longjua's description, the monster did seem connected to Galumi. No matter how vehemently she denied it, her words sounded somewhat feeble and unconvincing. Even the physician and guards inside the tent subtly shifted their expressions, adopting defensive postures without drawing attention. Enough. Nalan Xia timely stepped between the two. Regardless of Galumi's past identity, it is now a loyal follower who has pledged allegiance to the heavenly god. Without concrete evidence, no one may pass judgment upon it. Upon hearing this, Huyan Longjua's expression shifted slightly, and he turned his head away without another word. Galumi, however, was deeply moved, its eyes glistening with tears. Though Nalan Xia assigned it exhausting tasks daily, pushing it to the brink of collapse in this critical moment, she still stepped forward to protect it and speak on its behalf. What a good person. As the tension eased slightly, Nalan Xia took Galumi's hand and advised, you must prove your innocence and demonstrate the power of the underground king. If that monster appears again, before she could finish, the tent flap was abruptly thrown open as a panicked warrior rushed in to report, Chief Xia, the monster has appeared again and is devouring the southern jade cornfield. Hearing this, Galumi needed no further urging. With its purple eyes blazing, it strode out of the tent. I'll go destroy it. The lush jade cornfield was torn open from below. Amidst the flying soil and sand, a massive beast with a gaping maw devoured countless jade corn kernels. The creature stood over 3 times the height of a person, with extraordinarily long claws at the ends of its limbs. Their exaggerated sharpness allowed it to tear through solid earth as effortlessly as slicing through soft fat. Most repulsive were its enormous moth-like wings, which flapped frequently, enabling it to swiftly change positions mid-flight. This made it difficult for the surrounding warriors from the three clans to coordinate their attacks effectively. Occasionally, a few Zhuoqiu warriors managed to strike the beast with their spears, but they could not pierce its hide. Instead, the beast would twist its body and send them flying with a swipe of its claws. Fortunately, the warriors were fully armored in aluminum plate, which absorbed most of the impact. Otherwise, even a glancing blow would have been enough to disembowel them. Hold back this damn monster. If we let it run wild, our families will have no food for the winter. Over 20 warriors roared as they charged forward, attempting to subdue the beast together. Yet, the creature proved exceedingly agile, darting aside in a flash before turning to sink its teeth into the nearest unfortunate warrior. It's over. The Huyan warrior's face filled with despair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, a series of sharp whistling sounds cut through the air. Countless bluish-purple gelatinous tentacles shot forth, instantly binding the beast tightly. Oh, Galumi has finally left the city. Wong Hui stood beside the glass cover, gazing down with keen interest at the movements within the miniature world. The monster causing this havoc was his creation, a fusion of a mole and an external small flying insect using the yin-yang fish. He decided to name it the moth mole. Though slightly smaller than the original flying insect, its reactions were far more agile. It retained the mole's burrowing abilities and keen sense of smell, paired with wings that flapped at an astonishing frequency. This combination made it a formidable adversary, capable of both offense and defense, and exceedingly difficult to pin down. Previously, Huyan Longhua and Zhuoqiu Tang had suffered setbacks in their battles against it, caught off guard, and overwhelmed in their initial encounters. However, when it comes to raw strength, Galumi, who has lived for centuries and consumed vast amounts of source essence crystals, still surpasses the moth rat. The current battle makes this clear. Galumi extends numerous tentacles and source essence mucus, severely limiting the moth rat's agility. If not for the fact that this subterranean king, originally a clay slime, lacks the ability to fly, the moth rat would likely have been swiftly defeated by the wide-ranging, high-frequency assaults. The time is almost up. Wong Hui thought to himself. After waiting quietly for a moment, he saw the nearly defeated moth rat twist its body, break free from several gelatinous tentacles, and without any hesitation, retreat into its burrow, swiftly making its escape. This was Wong Hui's command. At regular intervals, the moth rat would launch several harassing attacks against the three clans. Whenever it encountered formidable opponents like Galumi or the old chieftain of the divine servants, the moth rat was to prioritize its own safety, relocating to another area to continue its guerrilla tactics. In the current era, where warriors of the three clans have generally begun body tempering, a single moth rat could not inflict significant casualties. Its purpose was twofold. First, to maintain the activity level of the little people, preventing a drastic decline in source essence production. Second, to exert continuous survival pressure on the three clans, indirectly promoting the development of their civilization. If most people became complacent and passive, how could the era progress? As the ruler, Wong Hui felt responsible for urging the little people to strive diligently and advance proactively. For the continuation and optimization of the race, a little more effort is needed. Closing the glass cover, the flow of time resumed its accelerated pace. Under Wong Hui's watchful gaze, the little people of the three clans became busier. Due to the formidable underground threat posed by the moth rat, patrols of warriors were expanded in various regions. Farmers hurried to harvest their crops, as the moth rat would unpredictably emerge to plunder, triggering fierce battles with nearby warriors. When reinforcements like the old chieftain of the divine servants or the fused beasts, the griffin and the dragon horse, arrived, the moth rat would retreat after a brief engagement, avoiding prolonged conflict. Galumi, tasked with pursuing underground, always arrived a step too late, leaving it fuming with frustration. This even led more people to suspect that the moth rat was a new monster secretly created by Galumi, with the aim of fostering a threat to consolidate its own power. Otherwise, how could the king of the underground fail to capture it every single time? Galumi had no way to voice its grievances. In terms of pure underground mobility, it was not inferior to the moth rat. But who could have predicted that the creature had wings? When pursued too closely, it would emerge above ground and take to the skies. What could a lump of clay slime like Galumi possibly do about that? Logically, their side possessed aerial forces like the fused beast griffin, and with coordinated efforts, they might have been able to intercept the moth rat. However, Galumi had previously clashed with the griffin, even restraining it in a cavern for an extended period to extract its blood, creating a deep-seated grudge. Unless the deity Wong Hui intervened to mediate, any talk of sincere cooperation between the two was virtually impossible. The moth rat adhered to a flexible strategy of advancing and retreating, circling around, and shifting locations after each disturbance. In this entangled situation, the conflict between the two sides persisted for several months. Chapter 42, Sowing Supernatural Vegetables. A new blind box arrives. Faced with the troublesome moth rat, the three clans were not entirely without countermeasures. The Ministry of Works under the leadership of the Nailan clan successfully developed several types of long-range, high-speed, and high-strength crossbows specifically designed for large aerial targets. The moth rat, caught off guard, was wounded twice, and its movements gradually became more cautious. Having hidden underground for an extended period, its body unknowingly accumulated a significant amount of sourcenate secreted by Galumi, causing its agility to diminish day by day. In the spring of Divine Descent Year 9, the moth rat was finally cornered and exterminated in a certain cavern by the joint forces of the three clans, bringing an end to its brief and sinful existence. Beside the glass enclosure, Wong Hui looked down at the tiny beings singing and dancing in the city of divine blessings, celebrating their victory. Even Galumi, who had long been stifled, finally vented its frustration, bringing an involuntary smile to Wong Hui's face. During the half-year period when the Mothrat was active in the miniature world, it had generated an abundant amount of source energy. After deducting the portion consumed to fuse with the Mothrat, Wong Hui's available source energy still reached C97. More importantly, the three clans' previously laid-back and complacent attitudes had been significantly dispelled. Improvements were made in areas such as weaponry and equipment, patrol systems, and cooperative combat capabilities. This was the greatest significance of Wong Hui's decision to release the fused beast to cause disruption. Having withstood another trial, the three clans deserved appropriate rewards from the divine. Wong Hui retrieved the seeds he had saved while preparing lunch earlier and released them into the miniature world. He then descended his consciousness, attempting to fuse them with local plants to create new products better suited to the miniature environment. Drawing inspiration from Galumi's creation of crystal vines, Wong Hui tried infusing the fused seeds with source energy. After multiple failures, the seeds of tomatoes, cucumbers, and green peppers finally underwent a transformation, becoming new, more nutritious vegetables adapted to the local environment. Wong Hui handed the finished seeds to the leaders of the three clans, delivered an encouraging speech, and, amidst the gratitude of the people, transformed into a beam of light and returned to his main body. It was not that he was unwilling to listen to the flattering praises of Nalan Xia and others, but the time to purchase a new blind box had arrived. Wong Hui eagerly took out his phone and opened the little black book app. The second 1688 blind box was finally available for order. Ding! The payment confirmation page popped up, and his expression filled with anticipation. The comments section under the blind box refreshed rapidly, indicating that many people had placed their orders at this very moment. However, unlike the high-end electronic products and luxury items that others were enthusiastic about, Wong Hui's heart was set on only one thing: the miniature world, a fantastical item capable of elevating one's life essence and granting control over a miniature civilization. Not to mention its price of only 1688. Even if it were increased tenfold or 100-fold, it would still be far from reflecting its true value. Based on the previous experience, the delivery would arrive in just over 40 minutes. Wong Hui wanted to see what kind of entity the Jalapes company was, so he set a 30-minute alarm on his phone. He planned to observe discreetly in advance to see who would deliver the blind box. For now, there was no need to rush. His gaze turned once again to the glass enclosure beside him. The spring planting of Divine Descent Year 9 had already begun. The mutated tomatoes, cucumbers, and green peppers bestowed by Wong Hui were gradually being sown. Compared to the previously popular fused crop, jade wheat, these three new vegetables were more than just ordinary food. Their biological structures had been significantly optimized by Wong Hui using source energy. Theoretically, it possesses extraordinary characteristics similar to crystal vines, capable of producing a tempering effect on the organisms that consume it. Of course, since mutant vegetables can be cultivated and propagated on a large scale, unlike crystal vines, which require Galumi's long-term manual nurturing, their tempering effect is relatively weaker. However, they have the advantage of imposing no physical requirements on the consumer, making them safe for all, the elderly, the weak, women, and children alike. Once physical strength is enhanced to a certain degree, one can then use crystal vine sap for further tempering. After reaching the limit, one may challenge the direct use of sky crystals to break through their power. In this way, a three-tiered, step-by-step tempering structure is formed. If promoted in this manner, within a few generations, the tiny beings of the miniature world will likely achieve tempering 4 times or more. Achieving universal transcendence is indeed not an impossibility. Wong Hui's gaze fell upon the martial arena in the Divine City, where numerous afterimages were swiftly moving on the platform. Among them, the most conspicuous was the exceptionally burly old chieftain of the Divine Servants, once the foremost warrior among the 3 tribes. Witnessing the growth of Huyan Longzhua and the emergence of the formidable Mothrat seemed to have instilled a sense of urgency in him. With Wong Hui's special approval, the Divine Servants were permitted to retain a small quantity of sky crystals for personal use. Having fused with the robust physique of external ants, he could withstand the energy surge from consuming sky crystals. However, unlike Wong Hui, who had mastered the inherited sacred artifacts, the old chieftain's utilization of essence was not highly efficient. For every sky crystal consumed, he could absorb at most 1/10 of its essence, with the majority dispersing from his body and recondensing in the clouds. Nevertheless, through repeated consumption, he managed to achieve an advanced form of tempering. Each time he felt enhanced, the old chieftain would summon Galumi to the martial arena for sparring. After all, only the king of the underground could withstand his thunderous assaults. Galumi, who had barely rested for a few days, once again plunged into an overloaded life of arduous labor combined with frequent duels. The high-intensity combat subtly honed its fighting techniques, gradually unlocking more combat modes. Wong Hui was quite pleased to see this. The only complication was that, in the future, merely releasing 1 or 2 fused beasts would likely be insufficient to invigorate the miniature world. Beep beep, beep beep, tap tap, beep beep. Unconsciously, half an hour passed, and the phone alarm rang. Wong Hui opened the little black book app to check the logistics information. The order showed it was out for delivery. The efficiency was indeed astonishingly high. He agilely climbed onto the courtyard wall, discreetly observing both ends of the alley. 10 minutes later, a Shunfeng Express van stopped outside the alley. A massive box was unloaded and laboriously moved to Wong Hui's doorstep by 6 couriers. Hello, Shunfeng Express. The courier politely knocked on the door, only to hear a voice from atop the wall. Just leave it there, thank you. The 6 of them paused in surprise, following the sound to spot Wong Hui on the wall. This box is very heavy. Wouldn't you like us to help you move it inside? No need. Wong Hui replied, flexing his arm to display his well-developed biceps. I'll move it myself, consider it a workout. Alright, if you have any issues, feel free to call us. The courier was somewhat skeptical about how one person could match their 6, but he was also happy to save effort. Perhaps there were helpers inside the house. The 6 men rubbed their arms and turned to walk out of the alley, then drove away. Watching their retreating figures, Wong Hui fell into thought. It seemed like a normal courier company, not some bizarre alien species. Could it be that this time they had delivered a normal blind box? Wong Hui climbed down from the wall and opened the courtyard gate, immediately spotting the logo on the inner side of the box. Look out! Chapter 43, The Gulf World. Release that elf. This blind box was even more exaggerated in size and weight, clearly several times larger than the previous one. Huh. Wong Hui spread his hands, gripping the indented parts of the box, his arms, back, legs, and muscles all swelling simultaneously as he dragged it into the courtyard in one breath. He locked the gate securely and readjusted the sunshade he had moved aside while climbing the wall. Returning to the large box, Wong Hui couldn't suppress a slight unease in his heart. Another miniature world was about to be unveiled, cutting the binding ropes and lifting the outer packaging. His eyes instantly lit up. It was the familiar metal surface and glass cover. The new miniature world measured 5 meters from east to west and 3 meters from north to south, exactly 5 times the area of the previous one. If not for the width of Wong Hui's courtyard gate, dragging it inside would have been difficult. In terms of internal terrain, the new world also had distinct differences. Unlike the iconic Y-shaped Pinchuan River of the clan world, the first thing that caught the eye here was a vast gulf. Surrounding it was a ring of land, giving an initial impression reminiscent of the Mediterranean layout. However, the difference was that the land here did not entirely enclose the sea, with about 15 meters to the northwest being entirely water. Thus, it was more fitting to call it the Gulf World. Based on proportional scaling, the mainland area was roughly equivalent to 7 or 8 ordinary prefecture-level cities in the outside world, similar in size to Hainan province. The Gulf area was comparable to the land, dotted with scattered islands, nearly 100 of varying sizes. The Gulf world also had a small sun and a small moon alternating in rising and setting, suggesting that the flow of time was the same as in the clan world. Wong Hui slid open the glass on the western side, and time immediately synchronized. Freed from the fast-forward state, the tiny creatures were no longer so blurry. He fetched a magnifying glass and leaned in with keen interest to observe. After a moment, Wong Hui's expression turned to surprise. The civilization in this world seemed to have developed for quite some time. Judging by the architectural style and the attire and behavior of the little people, it resembled medieval Europe from the outside world. And then, his hand holding the magnifying glass paused. In the eastern region, 2 factions were engaged in battle, both clad in heavy armor as knights. When their leaders shouted and swung their swords, visible bursts of light erupted. Similar to the scenes of combat between the old chieftain and Galomi, this was clearly a manifestation of supernatural power. There were also several robed wizards wearing pointed hats, waving wooden staffs to conjure waves of flames or gusts of wind, creating an astonishing spectacle. Interesting. Wong Hui's eyes gradually filled with growing fascination. This was a new world well worth exploring. Shifting his gaze to the clouds, the dense, semi-transparent streams of light shimmering there were extremely rich, accumulated source energy that had gathered over time. Wong Hui reached out to attempt absorption, but there was no response. Could it be that without obtaining the sacred relic of this world's inheritance, he could not freely absorb the cloud source essence? He circled the glass case and found a faint pattern on the side of the metal platform. It was an ancient, stylized eye motif, exuding an inexplicable sense of depth. It was still unclear whether the actual object was a statue like the Inyang fish or something else entirely. Wong Hui pressed his hand against the metal surface, and the familiar sensation of consciousness falling washed over him. Whether it was a wolf's den or a tiger's lair, he would only know by venturing inside. In the Gulf world, the Kingdom of Storms. As the strongest maritime power among the 4 kingdoms, hundreds of ships could be seen entering and leaving the port almost daily. With no fear of piracy on the seas, more people were naturally willing to engage in fishing. At dusk that day, many fishing boats returned fully laden, their cargoes hauled into temporary warehouses in the port of adversity. Soon enough, these fresh goods would be snapped up and distributed through various retail channels, turning a profit. Hey, my dear old John, what treasures did you haul in today? Dante T mentioned it. We hit a cursed undercurrent on the way back, damaged the hull, and lost a good portion of the catch. What a nightmare. Familiar shipowners exchanged greetings when suddenly a dull thud drew everyone's attention. What in the world was that? Looked like a flash of light landing in the warehouse. Could it be an attack from the Kingdom of Thunder? Don't be absurd. Those savages couldn't possibly breach our knight's defenses. Let us go check it out. My last shipment is still in that warehouse. If anything happens, the Baron will surely kick my backside with his boots. Chaos erupted on the docks. Most onlookers relished the excitement, while a few, worried about their own goods, rushed toward the scene. Meanwhile, Wong Hui, who had randomly materialized inside the warehouse, glanced up at the large hole he had made in the roof, and then at the shelves stacked with seafood all around him. He couldn't help but sigh softly. Couldn't my first visit to the Gulf world have been a little less fishy? He brushed off the octopus clinging to his neck and stood up from the pile of crushed fish. Hearing the clamor of approaching voices outside, Wong Hui decided to slip away unnoticed. This time, he likely wouldn't be as fortunate as in the clan world, where he had obtained the sacred relic of inheritance from Zhuo Qiuyu upon arrival. Unfamiliar with this place, it was best to keep a low profile for now. As he crept along the wall toward the rear window of the warehouse, Wong Hui paused, catching sight of 2 men engaged in a private transaction. What was that noise just now? Justin, are you trying to trick me? You said no one else was after this new shipment. The speaker was a pale, portly man, glancing around suspiciously while muttering under his breath. The slender young man opposite him, Justin, curled his lip. Baron Wayne, everyone in Adversity Port knows I run the fairest business. This is a premium item I went to great lengths to acquire from the Shadow Kingdom. If you can't pay its rightful price soon, I really can't guarantee I'll ignore other offers. Fine. Here, take it. But first, I must see. Baron Wayne irritably shoved 2 bags of coins at the other man and reached to lift the lid of the nearby cargo crate. Inside, to his surprise, was a female elf with pointed ears and a terrified expression. Witnessing this scene from the shadows, Wong Hui decisively stepped forward with righteous indignation to intervene. Release that elf. His sudden shout startled the already tense Baron Wayne, who nearly jumped out of his skin. Who's there? But as he turned to look, he caught only a fleeting shadow before a sharp pain struck his bloated belly, causing it to cave inward. Baron Wayne collapsed to his knees with a heart-wrenching scream. Across from him, Justin's eyes narrowed sharply. Realizing he was dealing with someone beyond his ability to handle, he quickly tried to grab the cargo and flee. But his hand grasped empty air. The female elf in the crate was gone. Smack! A gust of wind swept toward him, and before Justin could react, he was slapped to the ground. Thud! 2 bloody teeth flew from his mouth as his vision spun dizzily. Blurrily, he saw a male figure carrying the female elf leap out of the warehouse's rear window. That person almost instinctively, Justin staggered to his feet and clumsily followed, climbing out the same window. Chapter 44, Upholding Justice. I have no interest in money. Not long after Wong Hui and Justin left, a large group of ship owners and sailors, drawn by the commotion, arrived at the warehouse. All they found was a groaning, curled-up figure on the ground. Glancing at the large hole in the warehouse roof and the wreckage of goods below, the leading noble ship owner stepped forward with a stern expression. Baron Wayne, don't you think you owe us an explanation for what happened here? Meanwhile, Wong Hui, the source of the chaos, had already fled far away. Even in this new miniature world, the strength of his projected form remained largely undiminished. Ordinary people stood no chance of stopping him. Sigh. I still couldn't keep a low profile. Wong Hui glanced back at the noisy warehouse in the distance and shook his head helplessly. But when he turned his gaze to the female elf cradled in his arms, his expression grew serious once more. To uphold justice, sometimes it's necessary to stand out a little. A short while later, at a secluded stretch of coastline, the water here was too shallow for docking ships, making it much quieter compared to the bustling port. Only a few children played nearby, chasing each other and collecting seashells. Wong Hui walked with his hands in his pockets, observing the surroundings. This salty, damp scent is quite similar to coastal towns in the outside world, though the air feels a bit fresher here. Looking up, he could faintly make out the colossal form of his true self beyond the glass enclosure. He couldn't help but wonder if the tiny inhabitants of the Bay world had any idea they were being watched from above by a giant. Hearing a soft call from behind, Wong Hui turned to look at the female elf following him. What is it? Are you hungry? While curled up in the cargo crate, it hadn't been obvious, but now, standing upright, it was clear that this elf was remarkably tall, easily over 170 centimeters. Her features were delicate and graceful, and even the coarse, poor-quality clothing she wore couldn't hide her extraordinary beauty. Unfortunately, she appeared somewhat malnourished, her slender frame evoking a sense of pity. Her flaxen hair cascaded over her delicate shoulders, giving her a fragile, almost ethereal appearance. No, I'm not hungry. The female elf shook her head, bending slightly as she whispered softly, Thank you for saving me. I hope to repay you adequately, in any way I can. After a brief stroll, the elf's tense emotions gradually eased, allowing her to converse more smoothly with Wong Hui. Through their exchange, he learned that her name was Lilia, an elf born on an island. Having just reached adulthood, she had participated in her clan's traditional sea ceremony. While chasing prey in the ocean, she ventured too far and was captured by a passing human merchant ship. Lilia was then transported to the slave market of the Shadow Kingdom, where she caught the eye of Justin, who was there to procure goods. He purchased her and brought her to Stormwind Kingdom's port of Adversity, intending to resell her at a high price. After numerous twists and turns, the Lilia had been spared mistreatment due to the principle of preserving the value of fresh goods. She had come to deeply understand the harshness of human society. She had resigned herself to a life of enslavement, but in her moment of despair, Wong Hui rescued her, allowing her to once again breathe the sweet air of freedom. Amid her gratitude, Lilia harbored a quiet curiosity. This man was unlike any human she had encountered on her journey, with black hair and dark eyes. Did he belong to some unique tribe? As they walked and talked, Wong Hui took the opportunity to gather information about the Gulf world. Although Lilia was a rather unsophisticated country girl, she at least provided him with basic knowledge about the Stormwind Kingdom and the Shadow Kingdom. He also learned about the island elves, who seemed not to belong to any nation but were loosely organized as an isolated island-dwelling race. Currently, they had little interaction with humans, and historically, the two sides had apparently clashed multiple times. Hearing Lilia persistently inquire about how she could repay him, Wong Hui felt somewhat helpless. Although he was intensely curious about the internal structure of beings like elves, he couldn't outright express a desire for a life-level exchange. Could he? After weighing his options, he proposed, How about letting me touch your ears as payment for saving you? My ears. Lilia was taken aback, her pale pink pointed ears twitching perceptively, which made Wong Hui's heart itch with curiosity. It wasn't due to any peculiar fetish, but rather because those ears clearly emitted fluctuations of source energy, albeit very faint ones that required closer contact to confirm. Given Wong Hui's rational disposition, having decided to maintain a low profile, he wouldn't easily change his plans. His decision to rescue this delicate, pointy-eared elf stemmed from an instinctive thirst for knowledge, which could also prove beneficial for his future governance of the Gulf micro-world. All right, Lilia replied, her cheeks flushing as she took small, hesitant steps closer. Just as Wong Hui was about to raise his hand, he paused, his expression hardening as he glanced toward a large rock in the distance. Come out. His shout, infused with source energy, seemed to send invisible ripples through the air, causing even the seawater near the shore to stir with unusual waves. Several children playing nearby scattered in fright, and Justin, who had been hiding behind the rock to spy, emerged with his hands raised, signaling that he meant no harm. Please, don't resort to violence. It's me. The slender young merchant, with one side of his cheeks swollen high, had earlier been casually slapped by Wong Hui, losing 2 teeth in the process. Now his speech was slightly slurred. Had he followed them all the way here to reclaim Lilia? Wong Hui, whose enjoyment of pinching ears had been interrupted, was in no mood for pleasantries. Lilia instinctively shrank back, gazing fearfully at the wicked merchant who had nearly sold her to a noble. Seeing this, Justin hurriedly knelt to explain, but his swollen, twisted mouth made his words unclear, and he struggled for a long time to convey his intentions. Frowning, Wong Hui waved his hand, sending faint glimmers of light toward Justin. Miraculously, the injuries on his face rapidly subsided and healed, and even his missing teeth gradually regrew. For Wong Hui, who wielded the power of essence energy, healing the wounds of these miniature beings was as effortless as raising a hand. After all, the scale of their life force and soul energy was not even on the same level. Incredible, simply incredible, Justin muttered, his face a mask of disbelief. With all his years of traveling far and wide, he had never heard of such an exaggerated ability. No incantations, no rituals, just an instantaneous healing process. His risky decision to follow them had indeed been the right one. Honorable sorcerer, I am not here for Lilia. To earn the favor of a great master like you is the best fate she could hope for. Justin flattered obsequiously, crawling forward on his knees as he untied several pouches from his waist and opened them, revealing gleaming coins inside. All this money, along with everything I own, I offer to you. I only ask that you take me as your student. I wish to learn magic. Wong Hui raised an eyebrow. Did this fellow mistake his use of essence energy for sorcery? Recalling his earlier bird's-eye view from his true form, where he had seen sorcerers in pointed hats wielding extraordinary abilities, he had already formed some ideas. Sooner or later, he would investigate. However, I have no interest in money, Wong Hui stated calmly, echoing the famous words of a certain Ma from the outside world. Chapter 45, Obsession. The loyal hound, I have no interest in money. Wong Hui's domineering words left both Justin and Lilia stunned. The coins laid out on the ground included not only all the funds Justin had recovered that day, but also the 2 pouches of money he had discreetly taken from Baron Wayne's warehouse on his way out. Even in the densely populated and expensive Storm King's capital, this sum could nearly buy a spacious estate. Yet, it wasn't even enough to elicit a reaction from the sorcerer. This wasn't Wong Hui putting on airs. It was simply that the allure of gold, silver, and copper coins in the Bay world was limited. If he wished, he could spend a few $100s in the outside world to buy a small gold nugget, which would amount to a small fortune here. The few pouches of coins from these miniature beings likely weighed less than a milligram outside, rendering their value negligible. Justin could see that the other party was genuinely wealthy, further aligning with his impression of sorcerers as lofty and detached beings. Moreover, this was a powerful sorcerer who could cast spells without incantations. How could he be easily swayed by mere money? Justin's eyes darted around until they landed on the delicate-looking female elf shrinking beside Wong Hui. Instantly, a plan formed in his mind. Money alone cannot fully express my sincerity. Do not judge me by my appearance. After all, I am the finest merchant in Adversity Harbor. Not long ago, I obtained a piece of highly valuable intelligence concerning the life and death of the island elf community. Wong Hui narrowed his eyes slightly. This music-paced blind box was, after all, purchased with his own money and belonged to his private property. Subconsciously, Wong Hui had already regarded the Gulf world as his own territory, and rare species like the island elves were precious cultural assets that needed special protection. How could he allow any mishap to befall them? However, being led by the nose by a tiny native was not in line with Wong Hui's identity as a ruler. He smiled leisurely. So what? You don't actually think such intelligence holds much value to me, do you? As he spoke, Wong Hui keenly noticed Lilia trembling beside him. This young elf girl was clearly deeply concerned about her homeland. Yet she was also well aware of her own insignificance and refrained from rashly pleading for Wong Hui's help. No moral coercion or underhanded tactics. And she knows her place. Her character passes muster. Wong Hui silently approved, while the opposite party, Justin, was taken aback. This was not the development he had anticipated. Could it be that Lilia's importance in the wizardess heart was not as great as he had guessed? Perhaps rescuing her was merely a spur-of-the-moment act of kindness? If that were the case, then the wizard truly had no reason to exert effort for the island elf community on Lilia's behalf, rendering Justin's intelligence utterly worthless. His expression shifted repeatedly, and after a moment, he lifted his gaze to Wong Hui once more. Aside from the island elves, I am knowledgeable about various aspects of the 4 kingdoms, including many private secrets of the nobility. Among them, there is certainly something that would interest you. As long as you accept me as your student, I am willing to offer everything unconditionally and become your loyal hound, never to betray you. This took Wong Hui by surprise. Are you so eager to become a wizard? Whether as a wizard or a knight, they are symbols of power. To obtain formidable strength, I am willing to do anything. Justin's eyes burned with passion, a stark contrast to his usual shrewd and cunning demeanor. Deep within his gaze, there seemed to lurk a profound hatred and fury. Well, Wong Hui did not press further, stroking his chin with a faint, enigmatic smile. The loyal hound I seek cannot be claimed with mere words. I am willing. Justin eagerly tried to affirm his commitment when he saw Wong Hui extend his hand and make a grasping motion toward a distant cave along the coast. Whoosh! A small dark shadow was seen flying over, accompanied by panicked fluttering sounds. Justin focused his gaze and realized it was a bat. The scene resembled what he knew as Wizard's Hand, a common spell used by wizards to retrieve objects from a distance. However, the two locations were at least 100 meters apart. Even the chief wizard of the Storm Court likely couldn't manage such a feat. Moreover, why had the wizard summoned a bat? Could it be to cast some malicious, trial-like spell upon him? For a fleeting moment, Justin felt a pang of regret, but it was quickly suppressed by his desire for power. He straightened his posture, his expression resolute. At that moment, the bat also landed on his back. Amidst the deafening buzz, Wong Hui gently turned his palm, and streams of black and white light enveloped Justin and the bat, causing their forms to gradually merge into one. Unlike when he activated the yin-yang fish in the clan world, this time there was an unmistakable sense of uncomfortable stagnation, as if something intangible was hindering him. After all, it was not a native sacred artifact of this miniature world. Was it being rejected by the rules? Half of Wong Hui's consciousness returned to his main body, and he saw that his available source essence had decreased by 8 percentage points, a greater consumption than with the previous Griffin and Huyen Wu. Without a doubt, the rejection from the Bay world had caused the additional expenditure. Fortunately, the fusion was ultimately completed smoothly. As the light faded, a reborn Justin was revealed. His original appearance had not changed much, except for some fine black patterns now visible on both sides of his neck. He stared blankly, clenching his fist, then bent slightly and exerted force, whereupon a pair of broad, membranous bat wings unfurled from his back. What is this? Feeling the strange, vibrant power surging within him, Justin was both startled and delighted. Without further thought, he bowed deeply toward Wong Hui and said devoutly, "Your greatness is truly unparalleled. I, Justin, am willing to dedicate everything to you, Master." His words and demeanor were far more sincere than before. Becoming a fusion beast had truly made him Wong Hui's loyal hound. Compile a report on the intelligence you have regarding the various nations. Focus on the key points, no gossip about nobles, and include information about the island elves as well. Now that the other had become a fusion beast, Wong Hui no longer needed to worry about issues of loyalty and issued the command straightforwardly. Finally, he added a reminder. Your appearance now differs from that of a normal person. Be careful to stay hidden to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yes, Master. Justin nodded respectfully, his wings folding tightly against his back as naturally as if they had always been there. He then picked up a discarded fishing net from the shore and draped it over himself, covering the torn hole in the back of his clothes. Before long, Justin had used the paper and pen he carried with him to write down a stack of crucial intelligence, the mark of an exceptional merchant, far more than mere self-praise. Wong Hui quickly skimmed through the contents, imprinting the information in his mind to digest later once he returned to the outside world. He glanced at Lilia, who was waiting quietly beside him. From time to time, she reached out toward the distance as if mimicking Wong Hui's earlier act of telekinetically retrieving objects. The source essence energy hidden within her pointed ears was fluctuating with increasing activity. This seemingly fragile elven girl was immersed in a rare and wondrous state. Chapter 46. What happens when two small worlds are merged together? Do elves possess greater supernatural talent than humans? Wong Hui withdrew his gaze, deep in thought. After all, this was his first encounter with a fantastical being like an elf, and based solely on Lilia as a solitary example, it was difficult to draw an accurate conclusion. Turning to Justin, Wong Hui instructed, "Take good care of Lilia. The next time we meet, I do not want to see a single hair missing from her head. Understood?" "Understood," Justin replied solemnly, though inwardly he was already speculating. "Sir, no, teacher." His attitude towards this female elf does not seem to be a man's possessiveness toward a woman, but rather like a collector's regard for a precious artifact. Justin couldn't quite figure it out and dared not ask further. Seeing that Lilia would not awaken from her contemplation anytime soon, Wong Hui simply returned his consciousness to his main body. Justin stared dumbfounded as Wong Hui transformed into a beam of light and soared into the sky. His mouth agape wide enough to fit a duck egg, although wizards can achieve brief flight through levitation. No one has ever heard of anyone turning into light and flying directly into the heavens. Just to his teacher. Outside, Wong Hui's main body opened his eyes. Since the glass cover of the Bay world was not closed, he had descended in a state of synchronized time, and now, upon returning, it was already deep night. Compared to the relatively primitive clan world, the situation in the four kingdoms of the Bay was far more complex, and their civilization was more advanced. Looking down at the Bay world once more, Wong Hui combined the intelligence provided by Justin to form a new understanding of this place. The Storm Kingdom, where Port Adversity is located, lies in the far north of the Bay world, boasting powerful naval forces and the largest population among the four kingdoms. Adjacent to it is the Thunder Kingdom, occupying the northeast, with the largest territory, though much of it is desert unsuitable for sustaining life. Notably, a significant portion of this kingdom's inhabitants bear traits resembling wild beasts. Their customs are savage, and their land combat prowess is exceptionally fierce. Unfortunately, Justin's description was not detailed enough. How pronounced are these beast-like features? Could there be beings like beast-eared maidens? Wong Hui chuckled softly, shifting his gaze to the southeast of the Bay world. This is the Gloom Kingdom, which Justin described as a black market disguised as a nation. Acts strictly prohibited in other countries are commonplace here. The scale of trade is immense, yet it is chaotic and disorderly. As for the southwest, Wong Hui's expression gradually grew solemn. The Silver Moon Kingdom, the smallest in area and population among the four, is also the most mysterious. Justin mentioned that this kingdom gathers the largest number of Shelfinjo, supernatural beings, and even a few blessed artifacts from the church that flow out from here become highly sought after. Premium items. Looking at the enigmatic eye pattern representing the inherited sacred artifact, Wong Hui estimated there was a high probability this item was located in the Silver Moon Kingdom. Without the inherited sacred artifact, he would have no means to directly collect the source energy of the Bay world, forced to watch as that thick layer of unjur, source essence, condensed above the clouds. Relying solely on Justin for miscellaneous tasks like gathering intelligence was feasible, but entrusting him to investigate the inherited sacred artifact in the Silver Moon Kingdom exceeded his capabilities. Wong Hui paced around the Bay world, deep in thought. Without violently disrupting the internal ecological balance using his main body, achieving his goal would require utilizing the miniature people. However, building his own force from scratch would take far too long. If Wong Hui frequently performed miracles to expand his influence, he could likely quickly gather a group of followers. But that would multiply the consumption of source energy, hardly worth the cost. If only Nalan Xian and the others could assist. Just as he was muttering to himself, Wong Hui's footsteps halted. His gaze shifted between the two miniature worlds, one large and one small, and his eyes gradually brightened. Both crafted by the same creator. The two structures share identical design and height, differing only in area, weight, and the civilizations within. What would happen if these two miniature worlds were joined together? Could their spaces become interconnected? No sooner thought than done. Wong Hui strode over, carefully moving the clan world into place and sliding open the glass panel. To prevent immediate conflict between the two civilizations, he deliberately avoided densely populated areas, aligning the eastern plains of the clan world with the western sea of the Bay world. Hiss! The moment the two miniature worlds connected, a faint sound of airflow echoed. Wong Hui focused his gaze and observed seawater, previously confined by an invisible boundary, gradually extending westward. It washed over the eastern grasslands of the clan world while merging with the Pinshui River. Success! Wong Hui couldn't help but smile with delight. This meant his efforts in the clan world had not been in vain. The three clans, with their population of 100,000, could now serve as a powerful asset in his rule over the Bay world. Meanwhile, on the eastern plains of the clan world, before Wong Hui descended into the Bay world, this world had been in a state of accelerated time. While nearly 3 hours passed in the outside world, almost half a year had elapsed here. Year 9 of the Divine Descent, October 12th. With the continuous implementation of systems such as education, trade, and law, the three clans had fully adapted to a way of life centered around the God-given city. The peaceful era without war, coupled with ample supplies of food, clothing, and daily necessities, had led to a significant increase in the birth rates of all three clans. Even the once sparsely populated eastern plains now frequently saw women taking their toddling children out to play. Water, water. A babbling child suddenly pointed eastward and shouted. The mother washing clothes by the river nearby paid little attention. After all, they were right next to the Pinshui River, so of course there was water. But before long, this woman from the Huyan clan sensed something amiss. Why did the river water have a strange taste? Salty. She turned her head to look east and froze in astonishment. A white line of waves was continuously surging toward them. Several children watched with delight as the waterline retreated and advanced. But the women washing clothes were filled with terror. The eastern boundary, which should have been the edge of their world, had inexplicably transformed into an endless expanse of water, far broader than the Pinshui River, a concept beyond their understanding. The sea. Under the influence of Wong Hui's previous fused creature, the Mothrat, the three clans had learned their lesson and maintained a comprehensive patrol system to prevent similar crises from occurring. Thus, the anomaly in the east was simultaneously detected by multiple patrol teams, who swiftly relayed the news to the God-given city. Endless water, unfamiliar species of fish, and an unusually salty, damp wind. Inside the central palace, the leaders and core officials of the three clans convened an emergency meeting. Upon hearing the patrol's report, Huyan Longjua instinctively glanced at the blue-haired girl sitting diagonally across from him. Don't look at me. The underground queen, Galumi, slammed the table in displeasure. What is wrong with you? It made sense to suspect the underground monsters were related to me before, but this is water. There is no way I could have done this. Chapter 47. The Taste of the Sea. Why the rush? I never said it was your doing. Does a guilty conscience make you so defensive? Faced with Galumi's furious glare, Huyan Longjua curled his lip and retorted without backing down. Enough. Nalan Xia sternly pressed her hand against the table. Though she possessed little combat prowess, the luang she had built over the years among the three clans was immense. The two bickering had no choice but to avert their eyes, knowing better than to continue. The priority now is to determine the nature of this incident. Nalan Xia scanned the room and declared clearly, we must investigate thoroughly whether this sudden flood is merely a natural disaster or an invasion from outside. Invasion? Nalan Huazi scratched his beard, puzzled. Chief, are you saying there are other tribes in this world besides our three clans? The world you speak of is limited to what we know. Nalan Xia glanced out the window at the sky and said, since there exists a realm where gods reside, we cannot rule out the possibility of more unknown worlds. If we fail to respond appropriately, the three clans may face the greatest crisis in their history. Everyone present was a trusted high-ranking member, so Nalan Xia had no need to worry about causing excessive panic with alarming words. On the contrary, she deliberately framed the prediction in the worst possible light. The last formal battle among the three clans had taken place half a year ago. Today's flood was clearly more Sungshifoda than the Mothrat attacks. The flood brought with it fish never seen before. Who could guarantee that deeper within those waters there weren't even more terrifying creatures? Where there is danger, opportunity often follows. Huyan Gui looked around at the uneasy faces and spread his hands, saying, the floodwaters are teeming with countless fish and shrimp, which could provide us with more abundant food. And on the other side of the water, there might be even vaster lands. No matter how many descendants we have, we need not worry about lacking a place to settle. The emergence of this new world reignited the Yingju blood in Huyan Gui's veins. It was the Dongfu cultivated over centuries within the Huyan clan, not something a few years of peace could easily erase. Chief Gui, our decisions no longer affect only your Huyan clan, but all 100,000 people of the 3 clans. Do not let momentary Tendong destroy the hard-won peace. Fortunately, Zhuqiu remained calm and said steadily, I propose that we first relocate the clansmen living in the east, have patrols closely monitor the waterline, and observe for a period before taking further action. Nalan Xia added, additionally, I will request the divine beast, the Xiu, to fly over the floodwaters and investigate. To confirm whether any unknown foreign tribes exist, does anyone else have Yijin? Nalan Huazi, Galumi, Zhuqiu Tang, and others indicated they had no objections. Huyan Longzhuo looked toward his own chief, Huyan Gui, who remained silent for a moment, but ultimately said nothing more. The meeting concluded, and everyone hurried off to carry out their respective tasks, issuing drilling one after another. Nalan Xia found a moment to pull Galumi aside and whispered, the Huyan clan may not remain peaceful in the near future. Keep an eye on the east for me, and contact me immediately if anything happens. Galumi's purple eyes darted around, and she pouted, I still have many crystal vines to work on. I'm very busy. You'll have a month's vacation with ample food. Deal. The Pinjie of 2 Yixing worlds quickly set all 3 clans into a flurry of activity. Meanwhile, there was still no reaction from the Gulf world, as it was connected to the far end of the Gulf, where ordinary fishing boats rarely ventured for such distant catches. In the outside world, Wong Hui held a magnifying glass in one hand while snacking with the other. After several attempts, he discovered that simply closing all the surrounding glass panels allowed the 2 miniature worlds to accelerate in time while remaining connected. However, sliding open any single panel would synchronize both miniature worlds with the external timeline. Only by sealing the connecting glass could they regain their independence. After a brief moment of panic, the 3 clans quickly adopted rational countermeasures, indicating that their governing structure remained stable. Observing the warriors of the 3 clans patrolling along the coastline in shifts, Wong Hui nodded in satisfaction, his gaze shifting to the Gulf world following a figure in the sky, a griffin. Utilizing its flight capability for long-range reconnaissance was indeed the most appropriate method of exploration at the moment. However, the griffin was not well suited for long-distance flights. While it had managed well in the small clan world, navigating the vast Gulf world proved far more challenging. Hindered by sea winds, the griffin could only barely skim half the Gulf before having to turn back. Yet, after multiple attempts, it managed to memorize and bring back some observed information, which was then translated for the 3 clan leaders by the divine servant Huyan Wu, who was also a fusion beast. Upon learning of the presence of ships, it became clear that the existence of an unfamiliar tribe had been confirmed. Unable to contain his excitement, Huyan Gui quietly ordered his subordinates to prepare boats and personally embarked on a cross-border exploration. However, the primitive canoes used on rivers were no match for the turbulent waves of the sea. The Huyan warriors had not rowed far before their boat capsized. Had it not been for Galumi, who had been secretly following them under Nalan Xia's orders, they would have become the first unfortunate souls to drown in the sea. Huyan Gui, whose mission had started on a sour note, swallowed a mouthful of salty water, which finally cooled his heated enthusiasm. He obediently returned to the city of divine blessing and shared his experiences with the clan leaders. Watching the craftsmen of the Nalan clan being mobilized and enthusiastically working to improve their boats, Wong Hui couldn't help but smile. He didn't mind Huyan Gui's impulsive actions. Since ancient times, hadn't civilizations been spurred to progress precisely through such repeated setbacks and obstacles? However, given that the development level of the clan world lagged significantly, it would still take a long time for it to reach a state useful to Wong Hui. It was necessary to intervene and provide some external assistance. He researched the history of ship development and related technologies online, memorized the information, descended into the clan world, meticulously documented it, and handed it over to Nalan Xia along with his instructions. The passage between the 2 worlds would soon be temporarily closed. What the 3 clans needed to do was to master these technologies as quickly as possible and explore the characteristics of the tempered ones to utilize them skillfully. In about 2 years, the passage would reopen. Not all tribes could coexist peacefully, and the 3 clans needed to develop the capability to handle threats from across the sea. Do you understand my intentions? Nalan Xia glanced at the stacks of complex materials and blueprints on the table, noted the unfamiliar term sea, and bowed deeply. Survival of the fittest. The 3 clans, repeatedly blessed by the divine, had no reason to become failures. We will undoubtedly achieve great things and live up to your favor. Very well. Wong Hui crouched down and patted Nalan Xia's shoulder as a gesture of encouragement, just as the latter looked up to say something. He had already vanished from sight. Sighing softly, Nalan Xia's beautiful face was filled with complex emotions. She had finally witnessed the descent of the heavenly deity, yet before she could exchange more words, they were already parted. Suppressing her feelings, she turned and issued an order to those outside. Summon all craftsmen. I have important news to announce. Chapter 48. Has someone entered my miniature world? Over 100 seasoned craftsmen of the Nalan clan gathered in the hall, taking turns reviewing the shipbuilding materials distributed by Nalan Xia. Since Wong Hui's recorded history of development was relatively comprehensive, starting from primitive canoes, some craftsmen initially regarded it with indifference. The ships they built could already navigate the Pinchuan River with ease. Why bother with such crude designs? Yet before long, the murmurs and light laughter in the hall fell silent. The craftsmen were left speechless by the increasingly complex ship structures that followed. The portion they had reviewed accounted for only 1/3 of the total materials. Yet the technological level had already far surpassed their own. What kind of ships would appear in the later sections? In truth, This was a result of Wong Hui's laziness. He hadn't included any information about modern external vessels. Otherwise, if these rustic craftsmen were to see aircraft carriers with displacements exceeding 100,000 tons, they might have fainted on the spot. Chief, may I ask who wrote these shipbuilding blueprints? Nalan Yuan, his face covered in curly beard, finally couldn't hold back his question, drawing everyone's attention to their leader. They were certain no such genius existed within the Nalan clan. It was the heavenly deity, Nalan Xia replied without hesitation, seeing the craftsman's expressions of understanding. She held her cup and spoke thoughtfully. Do not assume that with divine guidance, we can effortlessly construct massive warships and dominate the seas. The deity has spoken. Beyond the sea lies a tribe that poses a grave threat to us. If the three clans fail to prepare before the next opening of the passage, we may not survive. But a young craftsman ventured cautiously. We are the people blessed by the heavenly deity. Could those inferior outsiders truly surpass us? Foolish. Nalan Xia's eyebrows arched, a rare flash of anger crossing her face. Complacency and negligence will only lead to the loss of the deity's favor. Moreover, ours is not the only world in existence. Do you think there is only one deity? What if the foreign tribes across the sea also have divine blessings? How would our blind arrogance help us resist them? Her words sent a shock through the entire assembly, observing the astonishment on everyone's faces. Nalan Xia's tone softened slightly, yet remained resolute. Regardless, we have only 2 years to prepare for war. The heavenly deity has bestowed upon us sufficiently sophisticated techniques. Our task is to master them and bring them to life. The survival of the three clans now depends entirely on your efforts. Outside, Wong Hui, having returned to his own body, waited a moment before closing the passage between the two worlds. While the three clans resumed their normal flow of time, the Gulf world remained synchronized with the external world. This effectively granted the clan world additional time for development, forcibly narrowing the gap between the two civilizations. With the materials I provided, the industrialization process of the three clans will accelerate significantly. Coupled with their inherent advantage of a quasi-supernatural populace, they are unlikely to fall behind in the civilizational competition with the Gulf world. Wong Hui was unaware that Nalan Xia had already imagined numerous additional crises, even fantasizing about a scenario of gods vying for supremacy. However, this intelligent female leader always handled matters with prudence. Wong Hui only needed to offer slight guidance, and she often exceeded expectations in completing tasks. This time would likely be no exception. To what extent they would develop would become clear tomorrow. Seeing that it was already past midnight, Wong Hui stretched his body and returned to his bedroom to sleep. As for the intelligence regarding the crisis of the island elves mentioned by Justin, there was no need to rush into handling it. It was likely an exaggerated rumor based on hearsay. At worst, he could descend tomorrow morning to investigate personally. Unbeknownst to Wong Hui, at the northwestern edge of the Gulf World SC, a small, pale green object was drifting about, as if searching for something. It was an eyeball. A long-range reconnaissance spell, Wizard SI. How could it disappear? Could what I saw earlier have been an illusion? On a small island not far away, a gaunt middle-aged man wearing a pointed hat stood. Lan Nong, a wizard under the command of the 7th Prince of the Storm Kingdom. Covering his left eye with one hand, he murmured incantations, continuing to steer the Wizard SI over the sea to survey the area. Lan Nong had originally been following the 7th Prince's orders to search for traces of the main elf population on the islands at the edge of the sea, intending to capture a batch as pets and potentially monopolize the elf slave trade. However, some time ago, he unexpectedly discovered that the world's boundary had vanished, revealing a plain on the other side of the sea. Thinking the Wizard SI had malfunctioned, Lan Nong drew closer and cast the spell again, only to see a small boat laden with soldiers sailing from the opposite shore, only to be capsized by the waves. He even managed to retrieve several fragments of the small boat. But when he attempted to use the Wizard SI to explore the plain tonight, the world's boundary had reappeared, much to Lan Nong's frustration. After multiple confirmations, it was absolutely not an illusion. This was a monumental discovery of a new continent. If word spread, his name would surely be celebrated across nations. How could he give up so easily? With this thought, Lan Nong summoned his trained seagull, wrote a letter, and sent it back to the capital of the Storm Kingdom. His eyes gleamed with a fervent, greedy light. That backward and ignorant nation beyond the sea would become the stepping stone for Lan Nong's rise to fame. The next morning, Wong Hui woke up naturally and, as per his routine, first checked on the miniature worlds. There were no significant changes in the Gulf world, as time there synchronized with the outside, having passed only 7 or 8 hours. However, in the clan world, where time flowed faster, a year and a half had elapsed. Dozens of ships could now be seen on the Pinshui River, with countless tiny figures bustling about, seemingly conducting tests and adjustments. Impressive progress indeed. Wong Hui carefully observed through his magnifying glass. A year and a half was insufficient for Nalan's craftsmen to fully master the materials he had left behind. Yet, it spared them centuries of technological detours, eliminating the need for trial and error. By directly learning the most accurate processing methods, they had indeed managed to construct many reasonably well-made ships. However, achieving the level of ocean navigation and even engaging in naval combat would still require a period of practical experience. Wong Hui was in no hurry. He first washed his face and brushed his teeth, then prepared some fried eggs and boiled corn. Sitting down to eat, he casually scrolled through his phone. Opening the little black book app, he noticed many new comments in the blind box section. To his surprise, the earlier comments flaunting luxury items or complaining about worthless pulls had generally lost their popularity today. Instead, a comment related to gaming had risen to the top of the trending list. Can this blind box really contain games? Wong Hui curiously clicked on it. only to find an exceptionally long comment spanning nearly 10,000 words. It was filled with both images and text, giving the initial impression of a review commissioned by the Blind Box company. But after reading a few lines, Wong Hui's expression gradually shifted to one of unease. The commenter, with a tone of intense conviction, claimed to have pulled a futuristic, super-advanced virtual reality game from the Blind Box. Why do these images look so familiar? Wong Hui widened his eyes in disbelief. Isn't this the Storm Kingdom from the Gulf World? Volume 2, The Founding of the Divine Kingdom, Chapter 49, The Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. This is no ordinary VR game. Blind boxes with designer bags are so overrated. Check out what I pulled. The title of this Blind Box comment carried a tone of pride, tinged with a hint of dismissive aggression. Those who had recently boasted about pulling luxury items were easily drawn in, ready to mock this seemingly unlucky amateur with sarcastic remarks. But upon opening the comment, they were greeted with a series of breathtakingly beautiful photos, medieval-style architecture, a bustling port city, and women of exotic charm laughing as they lifted the hems of their skirts. The commenter, under the username Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, claimed this was their first time purchasing such a blind box and had pulled a device resembling a VR gaming console. After trying it out, they discovered that the pre-installed game was nothing like the poorly made VR games commonly found on the market. The images shared at the beginning of the comment were, in fact, screenshots taken directly from the game. Some scoffed at this. How could these be game screenshots? They look like real photographs. Could this be some small town in Northern Europe? But others quickly refuted this. Impossible. I've lived in Northern Europe for over 20 years and have traveled all across Europe. There is no medieval town preserved so perfectly anywhere. Could these be behind-the-scenes photos from a movie? Is there some fantasy blockbuster about to wrap up filming? These images aren't special effects. Building a film set of this scale would be far too expensive for any production team. The focus isn't on the town, people. Look at that blonde, blue-eyed girl. Her smile is so sweet. I think I'm in love. The replies were filled with a mix of skepticism and defense. Yet, the original commenter, Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, paid no attention to the discussions, instead continuously updating the post with new content. Every so often, they would upload fresh images along with their personal experiences. Even through text alone, readers could sense the commenter's overwhelming excitement. Putting oneself in their shoes, if they were to experience such a groundbreaking real-world virtual game, their excitement would likely surpass even this. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. Everyone, I've tried it. Actions in the game bring an almost real physical sensation. This isn't just any ordinary VR game. Unfortunately, the NPCs don't understand any language, whether I use Mandarin, English, Korean, French, or Spanish. There is also no beginner's guide, so I have no idea what to do now. Images attached. Does playing a game really require learning a new language? Some marveled at Namo Gatling Bodhisattva's extensive knowledge, while others mocked the arrogance of the game developers. Many more, however, suspected that the reviewer was fabricating a story to grab attention. But Wong Hui didn't think so. He noticed that the person had written a few lines of NPC dialogue using homophones, and upon reading them, he immediately recognized it as the language of the miniature world. Scrolling further down, Namo Gatling Bodhisattva had posted photos of the VR gaming device, with the distinct Lego logo clearly visible on the side. There was no doubt, that person had entered Wong Hui's Bay world. Moreover, based on comparisons of the multi-angle images, it was highly likely that their location was none other than Stormwind Kingdom's Port of Gales. Wong Hui hurried over to the Bay world, refreshing the latest images posted by Namo Gatling Bodhisattva while carefully scanning Port of Gales with a magnifying glass. After a few minutes, he spotted an unusually behaving figure on a street west of the port, dressed in similarly medieval-style coarse clothing like the others. This character's demeanor and movements stood out starkly, eagerly looking around as if it were their first time there. So, they really did get in. But it doesn't seem to be their true form, likely a projected body similar to my own descent. Moments later, the unusual figure vanished into thin air. Wong Hui glanced at his phone, refreshing the comment thread. After a short wait, Namo Gatling Bodhisattva indeed posted new images and content. Unlike me, the master of this miniature world, they merely connected through a device from the same company. Could that explain the differences in how we enter and exit? For now, Wong Hui wasn't certain whether the other party could harness source energy within the miniature world or attain supernatural abilities. However, the emergence of such a variable undoubtedly added a sense of urgency. If that person were to stumble upon the Bay World's inherited artifact by sheer luck, Wong Hui might lose some of his initiative. Yet, since the physical Bay world was in his possession, he could easily leverage his advantage as its true master to eliminate the intruder. Even without taking direct action, a simple spray of insecticide would be unbearable for any miniature being, even one with supernatural abilities. After pondering for a while, Wong Hui shook his head and chuckled. I must avoid the arrogance of typical antagonists. I cannot afford to slacken the race for the inherited artifact, nor can I allow such a risk to grow unchecked. Finishing the remainder of his breakfast in a few quick bites, he reached out and pressed his hand against the metallic surface of the Bay world. Descend. Whoosh boom. A beam of light descended from above, and Wong Hui felt as though he had shattered something once again. Looking up, there were two large holes in the ceiling, one new, one old, while a familiar scent of seafood lingered in the air. He had descended once again into the same port warehouse from yesterday. Was it because he carried the sacred relic of the yin-yang fish from the clan world within him, causing him to be rejected by the Bay world, and even locking his arrival location? Wong Hui frowned slightly, rising from the seafood crate he had crushed, casually plucking a few needlefish stuck in his trousers. Previously, Wong Hui had been dissatisfied with the randomness of descents in the clan world, but now, forced to arrive at a fixed point in the Bay world, he found himself wishing for randomness instead. Hearing people gathering nearby, Wong Hui had no choice but to set aside his concerns for the moment. Familiar with the layout, he slipped out through the warehouse's rear window. Before long, numerous ship owners and sailors, drawn by the commotion, arrived at the scene. Seeing the new hole in the roof and the crate of seafood smashed to pieces, the ship owner who stored his goods here was on the verge of tears. Damn it. What on earth is this? If this happens every day, how am I supposed to run my business? Out of solidarity, the other ship owners who had been affected also spoke up, pressuring the warehouse supervisor to enhance security measures. The supervisor, wearing an apologetic smile, repeatedly promised to catch the troublemaker responsible for the prank next time. Achoo. Meanwhile, walking along the streets of the Port of Adversity, Wong Hui sneezed. Could a projected body catch a cold? He rubbed his nose, dismissing the thought. Following the sense of the fused beast Justin's location in his mind, Wong Hui made his way along the winding stone streets. In the screenshot of the Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, the Port of Adversity had appeared picturesque and idyllic. But being there in person, one could feel the obvious flaws, uneven roads and sewage flowing freely. Thankfully, he had instructed Nail and Cien in advance to implement drainage measures. Otherwise, the Divine Gift City would have ended up the same way. With these thoughts, Wong Hui stopped in front of an imposing building. The auras of Justin and the female elf Lilia were inside. Chapter 50. Find him, deal with him compared to the low, humble huts of fishermen and sailors in the outskirts. The two-story building before Wong Hui appeared far more luxurious. It was constructed entirely from massive, neatly cut square stones, with the seams between them seemingly treated for aesthetic appeal, using an adhesive mixed with translucent shell fragments. When sunlight shone upon it, these fragments glimmered with a crystalline radiance, lifting one's spirits. Hey, have you looked enough? Just as Wong Hui stood with his hands in his pockets, observing the building, a menacing-looking man approached to shoo him away. This is a private residence. Loiterers aren't allowed, lest they disturb my esteemed lady. Wong Hui looked the man up and down. His skin was tanned dark, his muscles bulged, and his wide-open mouth suggested he wouldn't hesitate to throw a punch at the slightest provocation. But what surprised Wong Hui most was the faint trace of source energy within the man's body. Though it was only equivalent to someone who had undergone 2 temperings in the clan world, it still meant he had 1 foot out of the lower tiers of life. And who might your lady be? Seeing Wong Hui's calm and composed demeanor, the burly man was momentarily taken aback. The butler had said that by putting on a stern face at the door and occasionally scolding a few words, he could prevent anyone from lingering and causing trouble. This trick had worked quite well before, so why was this young man completely unfazed? My lady's identity is mysterious. How could I possibly tell you so casually? The burly man mumbled vaguely, threateningly clenching his fists with a crisp cracking sound. Don't ask any more questions. Hurry up and leave. When the butler comes out later, you'll be in for it. Unexpectedly, Wong Hui paid no heed and instead took 2 steps forward, pressing a hand against the man's abdomen as he asked, "Have you eaten something unusual? Like small stones that look like crystals? Don't touch me." The burly man instinctively swung his arm, trying to knock the other's hand away. But after a dull thud, the hand remained completely unmoved. The burly man was stunned for a moment, then raised both hands and pushed forcefully, attempting to shove Wong Hui away. Yet the result was still the same. The other showed no reaction, while he himself was thrown back several steps, only stopping when his back slammed against the wall. First time I've met someone stronger than me. Come again. Refusing to accept this, the burly man stepped forward, wanting to test his strength against Wong Hui once more, but was promptly stopped by Justin, who hurriedly pushed the door open and stepped out. "Maris, this is my teacher. What are you causing trouble for?" Upon hearing this, the burly man froze in embarrassment, scratching his head and shrinking back, not daring to utter another word. A moment later, inside the living room of the house, Wong Hui sat in a soft, comfortable chair, while Justin diligently brewed him a cup of black tea. "Teacher, following your instructions, I purchased this sturdy residence as a temporary dwelling for Miss Lilia and placed magical items in her bedroom to ensure round-the-clock protection." Wong Hui glanced at Justin's black tailcoat and chuckled lightly. "Did you fabricate a noble identity for Lilia? You play the role of a butler quite fittingly." As he spoke, he took a sip of the tea and glanced toward the door. The burly man, named Maris, was peeking over his shoulder, and upon meeting Wong Hui's gaze, he quickly turned his face away and stood upright. "Where did you recruit this simple-minded guard? He looks fierce but is all bark and no bite. He probably doesn't even know how to fight, does he? As expected of you. Teacher, your judgment is truly accurate." Justin flattered him before explaining. Maris is an orphan who grew up in Windward Harbor, born with extraordinary strength. He worked as a porter at the docks for many years, and I've hired him quite a few times before. Maris is honest and somewhat dull by nature, yet he happens to have the appearance of a butcher, making him quite suitable to act as Miss Lilia's guard. So, I bought him over from the dock foreman. If you don't like him, I'll dismiss him right away. No need. Wong Hui waved his hand casually. He is a promising seedling, but his combat skills are too lacking. You'd better find a way to train him in how to fight. A guard who is all show and no substance holds no value. Yes. Seeing Justin bow in acknowledgement, Wong Hui fetched paper and pen and began to sketch, recalling the image in his mind. Within just a few minutes, a clear and detailed figure emerged on the paper. It was none other than that VR player, Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. With the elevation of his life level, Wong Hui had not only enhanced his physical abilities, but also significantly strengthened his memory. If even the intricate and complex ship blueprints can be replicated, sketching a deliberately remembered individual is naturally no challenge. This person has recently been seen wandering inside and outside of Port Adversity. Find him when you have a moment and deal with him. Yes. Without questioning why, Justin took the portrait, examined it carefully, then carefully folded it and placed it in his pocket. As a merchant frequently traveling across nations, Acts of murder and plunder were all too common. He himself had committed such deeds more than once. The strange powers gradually mastered after merging with the bat made Justin increasingly certain that this mysterious teacher was undoubtedly a powerful wizard standing at the pinnacle of the world. The best way for him to pursue strength was to closely follow in his teacher's footsteps. Sooner or later, he would return to the Silver Moon Kingdom and reclaim everything he had lost. By the way, at this moment, Wong Hui drew a new image on the second sheet of paper and added, "I need this. Use your connections to see if you can find it." Justin focused his gaze. It was an eye-shaped pattern with ancient, simple lines. The style resembled the customary emblems of the Silver Moon Kingdom's church, yet it seemed slightly different. Could it be that the teacher has conflicts with the church? I will do my utmost to accomplish this, Justin solemnly promised. Wong Hui, however, did not hold high hopes. Given the developmental level of the Bay world, it was likely that individuals capable of using inherited sacred artifacts had already emerged. Even if their effectiveness was limited due to the miniature size of the tiny beings, seizing them would not be easy. Even if they were in an unclaimed state, merely locating them would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. It would primarily rely on the assistance of the three major clans' fresh forces. Wong Hui set down his pen and was about to inquire about Lilia's situation when he suddenly heard a loud boom from upstairs. His eyes sharpened, and in a flicker, he swiftly rushed to the second-floor bedroom, the doors silently shattering into pieces. Justin was not slow either. His wings burst through the back of his clothes with a sudden flap, propelling him forward as he twisted his body and flew over. In the bedroom, Lilia, dressed in a silk nightgown, stared blankly at the two who had abruptly appeared, her right hand still held in a gesture as if grasping at the air. Following the direction of her palm, Wong Hui saw that the wall between the bedroom and the study had been pushed down from a distance, the source of the earlier loud noise. Wizard's hand. After a moment of surprise, Justin couldn't help but clap his hands in admiration. Having only seen the teacher use Wizard's hand once yesterday, and successfully casting it today, Miss Lilia, your talent is truly remarkable. Wong Hui gave Justin a peculiar glance, but didn't bother to correct him. His gaze shifted to Lilia's ears, where the fluctuations of source energy at the tips were several times more active than yesterday. Chapter 51. I'm dead, I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to turn out like this all at once. Lilia stood before Wong Hui with her head bowed, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. Indeed, as Justin had said, after witnessing Wong Hui's ability to grasp the bat from a distance yesterday, she couldn't help but imitate and attempt it herself. As if deep down she felt she also had the chance to achieve such a feat last night, upon first settling into this house. Lilia had already managed to barely move small objects a few centimeters from her hand. Today, upon attempting again, she failed to restrain her strength and actually managed to push down such a heavy brick wall. Amid her delight, she felt a tinge of unease. After all, the house was not cheap, and repairing the damaged section would likely cost a considerable sum. Justin, observing her expression, noticed Liliana's embarrassment and promptly offered, I know quite a few reliable builders. It won't take much effort to have them fix this. But Wong Hui waved his hand dismissively. No need for such trouble. As he spoke, an invisible current of air swirled around him, gently enveloping the shattered bricks and lifting them one by one back into place. The entire scene resembled a replay of what had just occurred. The collapsed wall rapidly restored to its original state, and even the door shattered by Wong Hui's force became whole again. My goodness, Justin murmured, his understanding of his teacher's capabilities once again refreshed. Such exquisite skill. Could it even be described as wizardry? It seemed more like an art only a deity could achieve. Only Wong Hui himself knew that. For someone proficient in manipulating source energy, this was not particularly difficult. It wasn't true time reversal, merely forcibly compressing separated objects back into their original form, akin to reassembling scattered building blocks. Meanwhile, Liliana's eyes sparkled with a bright, eager light, her expression brimming with anticipation as if she had discovered a new pursuit. Noticing this, Wong Hui smiled but offered no guidance. Since obtaining the heritage artifact, Yin-Yang Fish, wielding source energy had become almost instinctive for him. Liliana, however, was a native of the miniature world, and her approach to wielding extraordinary abilities would inevitably differ. It was better to let the girl explore on her own and see how far she could grow. Perhaps her journey might even inspire Wong Hui along the way. Justin. Wong Hui turned to the butler beside him and instructed, regarding the crisis intelligence about the island elves you mentioned earlier, keep a close watch. You may hire a few more individuals like Maris to assist. If it turns out to be exaggerated or false information, spread a white cloth over the roof of this house. Otherwise, use a red cloth. You have 3 days. Can you manage it? No problem, master. You can count on me. Justin replied confidently, clearly trusting in his intelligence capabilities and network. Hearing this, Liliana snapped back to attention and exclaimed gratefully, thank you for your generous help. But soon, her expression turned troubled and her voice softened. However, I likely cannot offer sufficient compensation, and I have no way to contact my homeland SLs from here. Consider it a debt for now, Wong Hui said casually, reaching out to gently pinch Liliana's slightly flushed pointed ear. Once you've grown into a skilled elven wizard, you'll be able to assist me. All right, I will definitely succeed. Liliana's cheeks flushed, her ears growing so warm they seemed ready to emit steam, yet she nodded with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, Justin, perceptive as ever, quietly excused himself from the room and went downstairs to discuss matters with Maris. Wong Hui appreciated the butler's astute discretion, though now was not the time to delve into a detailed study of elven biology. After discussing the situation of the island's spirits with Lilia, he transformed into a beam of light and ascended from the balcony behind the house, departing. This descent had taken over 2 hours. The clan world should be nearly prepared by now. In the outside world, Wong Hui's main body opened his eyes and turned to look beside him. In the clan world, which operated on accelerated time, it was now late summer of the 11th year of the divine descent. The number of large ships had increased slightly, and they appeared to have completed their adjustments. At the moment, they were grouped in pairs in the Pingchuan River, conducting naval combat drills. The historical ship documents Wong Hui had left included some naval battle cases. Though rudimentary compared to modern navies, they were considerably advanced for the medieval level Bay world, more than enough for the three clans to absorb. With autumn approaching, launching a war now would hinder logistical mobilization. It would be better to wait until after the harvest before opening the passage. Wong Hui reached out and pressed the yin-yang fish pattern of the clan world. The accumulated source energy above the clouds rapidly dissolved and was absorbed. Having fused Justin and the bat yesterday, his source energy had dropped to C89, but in an instant, it surged to C98. With his life level advancing to grade B, he wondered how his projected body S abilities would be enhanced. Noticing it was already 11 a.m., Wong Hui decided to use this free time to prepare lunch. He simply made 2 meat-stuffed pancakes, paired them with a glass of juice, and sat down to eat while scrolling through his phone. Curious about what the user Namo Gatling Bodhisattva was up to. In the blind box comment section of the Little Black Book app, some buyers also claimed to have unpacked super VR gaming devices. However, their posted images were quickly exposed as poorly photoshopped imitations, clumsy attempts to ride the trend, earning them scathing criticism. This, in turn, heightened the authenticity of Namo Gatling Bodhisattva's claims, and the popularity of the topic noticeably surged compared to the morning. But just then, the user announced they would stop updating that particular comment. Want to see more? Come to my Gatling TV homepage for irregular, high-frequency updates. TSK. Already trying to monetize the hype? Wong Hui smirked dismissively. Upon clicking the link page, he recalled reading about Gatling TV in reports a couple of years earlier. It seemed to be a company founded by a wealthy heir, mainly focused on game streaming, with several professional esports teams under its wing. However, after only a year or two of buzz, it suffered from poor performance and unhealthy operations, leading to a continuous decline in traffic and bringing it close to bankruptcy. Looking closely at the appearance of this Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, it was unmistakably the wealthy heir himself, Liang Xiaohao. Trying to save your company with this wave of massive traffic? You've certainly got it all figured out. Wong Hui browsed through the user S updates, which already included quite a bit of content about Adverse Wind Harbor. However, everything was posted in segments, with links to the company's streamers inserted in each update, clearly an attempt to divert traffic. Many who followed from the Little Black Book app couldn't help but mock and criticize this behavior, yet they couldn't resist watching. After all, Liang Xiaohao was the only one across the entire internet playing this game exclusively. Just over 10 minutes later, he posted a brief update without any hidden agenda. I'm dead, Chapter 52, The Chosen One, blah blah blah. Earlier, in a high-end apartment in a first-tier city, Liang Xiaohao, founder of Gatling Media Company, Limited, eagerly put on a VR gaming headset, ready to dive back into his hyper-realistic simulation. His father was the owner of a massive real estate conglomerate, whose wealth ranked among the top in the nation, a household name, in fact, born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Liang Xiaohao was often referred to by others as the son of Boss Liang, a super-rich second-generation heir, or even the nation's son-in-law. This frustrated the inherently proud Liang Xiaohao to no end, driving him to study multiple languages and pursue education abroad, all in hopes of one day stepping out from under his father's towering shadow. After returning from his studies, Liang Xiaohao used his savings of 500,000 yuan, supplemented by 500 million yuan from his mother, as seed capital to establish Gatling Media and its online platform, Gatling TV. Thus began his entrepreneurial journey. And then he suffered devastating losses. If it weren't for a group of female gaming streamers under his banner pushing boundaries, Gatling TV would likely have shut down for good early this year. But now, things were different. Liang Xiaohao couldn't hide the grin spreading across his face. Who would have thought that a randomly purchased Wong blind box would yield a device capable of changing his company's fate? This VR gaming set, stamped with the logo of Lugao, looked plasticky and felt light and cheap to hold. Yet the unnamed game pre-installed within held value beyond words. It was, unmistakably, a real, existing world. Since I started posting related updates, the number of new followers has already exceeded 150,000. If this keeps up for a few more days, riding this wave of traffic to revitalize Gatling TV won't be a problem. An exclusive across the entire internet, truly a shimbing dropped from heaven. Could it be that I'm the so-called chosen one described in novels? The more Liang Xiaohao thought about it, the more pleased he felt. After checking that the small circular patches attached to his body were securely in place, he confidently pressed the power button on the VR headset. These patches, connected to the headset via thin wires, provided simulated physical feedback once he entered the game. Though the underlying glee remained unclear, the effectiveness was undeniable. Ding! Following a crisp prompt tone, Liang Xiaohao opened his eyes again, finding himself in that medieval-style port town, breathing in the strikingly realistic scent of sea breeze. He took a deep breath and cheerfully prepared to explore the town. Earlier, just posting screenshots of the harbor's outer areas had netizens buzzing with excitement. If I carefully capture images of the streets, alleys, building interiors, and close-ups of NPCs, won't they argue themselves into a frenzy? Having been in the internet industry for quite some time, even if not particularly successful, Liang Xiaohao understood the basic rules at play. He couldn't care less about netizens or insults. The more heated their debates, the greater the traffic for Gatling TV. It's a shame that free communication with NPCs isn't possible yet. Otherwise, it would definitely spark more explosive topics. Liang Xiaohao walked along the stone-paved street into the city, glancing left and right. Whenever he encountered a suitable scene, He immediately used the screenshot function to capture and save it, while also keeping his ears open to the conversations between NPCs, making full use of his linguistic talent to try and learn some local dialect. A few minutes later, Liang Xiaohao began to feel an uneasy prickle at the back of his neck, as if someone was secretly watching him. Was it just his imagination? He tried turning into a narrow alley, but the feeling of being observed still lingered. After running around in confusion through twists and turns, a disoriented Liang Xiaohao came to a halt, for men with a rough and unruly appearance had surrounded him, blocking his path from both ends. What are you doing? I haven't provoked you, have I? Liang Xiaohao shouted loudly while repeatedly attempting to log out of the game, but the VR headset failed to respond promptly. He couldn't speak the language of this miniature world, so his words sounded like gibberish to those around him. What's this guy babbling about? The leader of the thugs grew impatient and spat directly at Liang Xiaohao before turning to ask, is he the one Justin is looking for? A subordinate with a good memory examined Liang Xiaohao's face closely and nodded affirmatively. Boss Peppa, it's him. Excellent. The thug leader, named Peppa, smiled with satisfaction, drawing a curved blade from his waist with a swift motion. With a soft thud, Liang Xiaohao stared in horror, clutching his neck, unable to stem the gushing blood from the wound. His vision quickly faded into darkness. Swish. Peppa sheathed his blade with a stylish flourish and whistled. 30 silver coins in the bag. Tonight, we're heading to Old John's Tavern. Beer and pretty girls on me. Hearing this, the subordinates broke into wide grins, efficiently stuffing Liang Xiaohao's body into a burlap sack and cleaning up the bloodstains on the ground. Clearly, this wasn't their first time providing such delivery services. Meanwhile, in a high-end apartment in the outside world, Liang Xiaohao let out a sharp scream, followed by rapid, heavy panting. He forcefully removed the VR headset and tossed it aside, his face as pale as a sheet. Damn, I almost thought I really died in there. After starting his own business, Liang Xiaohao had moved out of his family's villa to live alone. With no servants in the apartment, he had to get up and pour himself a glass of water to calm his nerves. Once he had collected himself, he opened Gatling TV and posted a new update. I died. After the number of replies quickly surpassed 30,000, with people eagerly wanting to know what had happened, Liang Xiaohao finally shared the screenshots he had taken before his death, along with his experience. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. I hadn't been in that town for long before a few ruffians followed and cornered me in an alley. They didn't say much, just drew their blades and killed me. The pain felt like dying for real. Image. As soon as the new post went up, comments flooded in below. Tisk, bragging again. What game nowadays can achieve such realistic pain sensations? Rolling eyes. Wow. Take a look at those close-up screenshots of the NPCs. They look so real. I could even see the thug's nose hairs. Could this be the game's initial quest? Like having you eliminate a certain number of hoodlums? At this moment, Wong Hui was also keeping an eye on Liang Xiaohao's movements. It must be said, Justin's efficiency was truly impressive. This cheap student was not a wasted investment. He smiled faintly. Liang Xiaohao had met a tragic end, but it remained uncertain whether he could log back into the Bay micro-world in the future. If he could respawn like in a game, the next command should shift from elimination to imprisonment. Wong Hui had observed that each time Liang Xiaohao appeared, it was at the same location where he had vanished. By stationing people to keep a close watch on this fellow, there would be no need to worry about unforeseen variables or risks. Turning his gaze toward the Bay world, his expression suddenly shifted. A large fleet of warships was departing from the port of Adversity Harbor, and the rooftop of the building where Lilia and Justin were located was now draped with red cloth. Chapter 53. Consider owing me a life? How about that? From the moment I returned to my main body until now, after finishing lunch, barely over an hour had passed in the Bay world. How did it suddenly seem as though the skies were about to change? Wong Hui could no longer spare attention for the dynamic of Liang Xiaohao, the southern Gatling Bodhisattva. His eyes fixed on the ships sailing out of Adversity Harbor in the Bay world. There were roughly 30 vessels in total, proportionally estimated. Over 10 were large ships exceeding 50 micrometers, while the rest were medium-sized warships flanking them as escorts. In the era of this micro-world, the existence of supernatural forces had steered military development away from firearms. Thus, the warships lacked weaponry like cannons. Though a few pointed-hat wizards and heavily armored knights could be seen aboard, the ships appeared rather bulky, likely carrying a considerable number of soldiers within their holds. Combat methods probably centered on boarding actions and amphibious assaults. Peering through his magnifying glass, Wong Hui's line of sight shifted, catching sight of the strikingly conspicuous red cloth on the rooftop of a building in the urban district. Was Justin implying that those departing warships were preparing to attack the island elves? Wong Hui felt somewhat puzzled. Based on the information he had gathered from Lilia, the combat capabilities of the island elves were not particularly strong, nor did they possess any expansionist ambitions. As a result, their living space had been increasingly squeezed by the four nations, forcing the main population to relocate to islands in the deep sea, striving to lead low-key and cautious lives. For the Storm Kingdom to dispatch 30 warships for an assault, didn't that seem excessively grandiose? However, given that this matter concerned the survival of a rare species like the elves, even if it was merely a possibility, Wong Hui had to respond swiftly. Reaching in directly could easily sink this fleet to the ocean floor, but that would contradict his principle of utilizing resources to their fullest. After brief contemplation, Wong Hui decided to confirm the situation by projecting his avatar inside, to err on the side of caution. He first approached the clan world and harvested the newly condensed source energy. The three clans, currently in a period of active preparation for war and autumn harvest, contributed more vitality and soul force due to their heightened activity. Amidst the deafening hum, his C98 reserve of source energy rapidly increased, surpassing its limit in an instant. At the moment his available source energy transformed into B1, Wong Hui grunted softly, feeling a rhythmic pulsation within his internal organs as his bones and muscles trembled uncontrollably. His clothes billowed without wind, surging currents swirling and rising, shaking the sunshade above the courtyard until it creaked and groaned. Moments later, the aura receded. Wong Hui, opening his eyes once more, stretched his limbs, feeling as though he had undergone a kind of life evolution, with his insight into the surrounding environment greatly enhanced. When his gaze fell upon the glass cover again, he no longer needed a magnifying glass to clearly see the miniature scene inside, with his life tier elevated to B. I may no longer be measured by mortal standards. Clenching his fist, Wong Hui reached out and pressed his hand against the metal surface of the Gulf World. This time, let's see if you can still lock onto my arrival location. Gulf World, Port Adversity. A local thug leader named Peachy handed a sack containing Liang Xiaohao's corpse to Justin in exchange for a small pouch of silver coins. Well, after becoming a butler for some noble lady, you've become quite generous, haven't you? Peachy opened the pouch and counted, finding 5 extra silver coins beyond the agreed 30. His ugly face couldn't help but break into a chrysanthemum-like grin. If there are any similar opportunities in the future, you must come to me first. Peachy bid Justin a familiar farewell, but as soon as he stepped outside, the smile on his face gradually faded. The two had dealt with each other many times before and knew each other quite well. Justin appeared to be nothing more than a slick, petty merchant, but Peachy could see that deep down, this man carried an inexplicable pride. Even when facing aristocratic clients, he never truly bowed or scraped. How? After just a few days apart, had he suddenly agreed to become a butler for some unknown young lady? Moreover, the subtle change in Justin's demeanor left Peachy inwardly startled. It was an extremely well-concealed aura of danger, no less intimidating than some of the knights he had encountered. Oh, I hope I don't get dragged into anything too troublesome. Earning a little money on the side is enough. Peachy shook his head with a bitter smile, reverting to his usual swaggering thug demeanor as he turned into the alley, planning to meet up with his underlings for a drink. After taking only a few steps, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Drawing from years of experience living on the edge, Peachy didn't hesitate. He sidestepped and swung his blade. Clang. This fairly decent quality blade, which had easily slit Liang Xiaohao's throat not long ago, was now caught effortlessly between someone's fingers. Not bad on the vigilance. Wong Hui stepped out from the shadows of the corner, his right index and middle fingers gripping the blade as he advanced, forcing Peachy to stagger backward. Suppressing his shock, Peachy growled in a low voice. Who are you? Have I offended you before? In this critical moment, the words that instinctively escaped Peachy's lips were surprisingly similar to those of Liang Xiaohao earlier. The difference was that he had no intention of waiting passively for death. His peripheral vision had already confirmed that the escape route was unblocked, and he was prepared to seize the first opportunity to flee. No offense in the past, but... Wong Hui glanced down at the blade between his fingers and said, You swung at me for no reason, and I didn't kill you. Consider that you owe me a life. How about that? Without waiting for Peachy's response, Wong Hui casually released the blade, tucked his hands into his pockets, and walked toward the main entrance of Lilia's residence. I'm currently unavailable, so I'll let you keep the life you owe for now. Peppa was left speechless, watching Wong Hui's figure disappear around the corner of the alley before he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. What an arrogant bastard. Yet, as he glanced down at the clear fingerprints etched into the blade, Peppa realized the back of his shirt was soaked through with cold sweat. First, there was Justin with his eerie transformation, and now this impossibly strong, unfamiliar dark-haired man. Peppa's expression turned bewildered. When he looked up again, he saw warships one after another setting sail from the harbor in the distance, and he couldn't shake a foreboding feeling. Is Windward Harbor about to descend into chaos? Meanwhile, Wong Hui had already arrived at Lilia's residence. The guard, Marius, was absent, so he pushed the door open and entered on his own. As expected, after his main body's life level had increased, the abilities of his projected form had indeed risen once more. This time, when Wong Hui descended, he could faintly sense the world of the bay rejecting him, attempting to lock his landing point back at the previous harbor warehouse. However, during the descent, Wong Hui fiercely channeled his source energy, forcibly altering his trajectory to land within the city district, finally managing to slightly turn the tables on the rules. As for running into that ruffian Peppa, it was merely an unexpected minor incident. Teacher? Inside, Justin, who had been reviewing several pieces of intelligence, heard the noise and looked up. Seeing Wong Hui enter, he immediately rose and hurried forward to greet him. I have important matters to report to you. Chapter 54, The Storm Knight. Target. Across the ocean, the first thing Justin mentioned was regarding the handling of Liang Xiaohao's body. Since he wasn't clear on what grudge this person had with the teacher, he hadn't recklessly disposed of the corpse. Wong Hui simply instructed, find a sealed container, place it inside, then store it in the cellar. Hire 2 reliable people to keep watch and shifts. Justin was inwardly puzzled. Could a person already dead still pose a risk of escaping? But wisely, he didn't ask further. After nodding in acknowledgement, he proceeded to report the second matter, regarding the crisis facing the island elves. I previously discovered that the 7th Prince of the Storm Kingdom has a keen interest in elf slaves. He has repeatedly declared while intoxicated that he intends to capture all island elves for human enjoyment. The 7th Prince himself holds little military authority, so I infer he might dispatch his own wizards along with mercenaries to sea, to launch an assault and capture the island elves. But not long ago, an informant I placed in the 7th Prince's courtyard relayed a message. He has just hastily set off for the harbor, heading to the deep sea region for a significant undertaking. So, it hasn't been confirmed that those warships are targeting the island elves? Wong Hui took the stack of intelligence reports handed to him by Justin. The handwriting was scattered, likely from different individuals. reporting from various angles on the movements of the Seventh Prince and the harbor warships. No wonder Justin was so confident in his intelligence capabilities. Just the sheer number of informants spread throughout Windward Harbor was proof of his professionalism. My apologies, teacher. This warship fleet's operation came without warning, and I indeed haven't obtained the most precise information yet. Justin first bowed in apology, then added, however, given that the typically indolent Seventh Prince has taken the initiative to participate, and the fleet's sailing direction aligns with the main settlement of the island elves, we must remain vigilant. Wong Hui narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked, according to the intelligence, the flagship of the fleet is the Nicholas, one of the 3 elite warships of the Storm Kingdom. What makes it so formidable? It's massive, nearly 70 meters in length, with an exceptionally sturdy deck and hull. It can carry 800 people along with vast supplies. Justin recounted with familiarity. Beyond that, there's nothing particularly special. It holds more symbolic significance. After all, the 3 elite warships are named after the current Storm King, the Court's Chief Wizard, and the Storm Knight. The Nicholas is named after the Storm Knight, Nicholas Gage, who is also the Kingdom's foremost knight. He's usually not aboard the ship, so he likely won't be sailing out today. Before Justin could finish, a boy dressed as a wanderer dashed past the window, tossing in a small note wrapped in mud before scurrying away without a glance back. That child is also one of my informants, Justin explained as he walked to the window to retrieve the mud. He peeled it open, read the note, and his expression instantly shifted. Gage is actually on board? How could the 7th Prince possibly have persuaded him? Well, the foremost knight, Wong Hui remarked, not seeming particularly troubled but rather intrigued. I'll go take a look. You stay here and protect Lilia. Let me go with you. Justin stepped forward urgently. Master, don't underestimate Nicholas Gage. His combat prowess far exceeds that of an ordinary knight. Even the formidable orc warriors of the Thunder Kingdom were once routed by him alone. Wong Hui simply smiled faintly. Is that so? Even better. At the same time, a fleet of 32 warships, large and small, was advancing into the deep sea in a dispersed formation. Without modern communication methods like those in the outside world, the entire fleet maintained a flawless, gap-free formation solely through flag signals, a testament to the Storm Kingdom Navy's dominance on the water. At the forefront and center of the fleet was the flagship, the renowned Nicholas. On its 3 thick masts, sails as large as battle flags billowed in the wind, their embroidered blue lines undulating with an air of elegance tinged with solemnity. At that moment, 3 figures stood on the bow deck, gazing ahead. The one dressed in luxurious attire with sunken eyes was the 7th Prince. He appeared physically drained by indulgence, yet his expression was unprecedentedly exhilarated. Uncle Gage, if we succeed in conquering the new continent this time, my deeds will surely spread across the kingdoms, won't they? Father will look at me differently, right? Standing in the middle, leaning on his sword, was a tall and burly middle-aged man. His features were stern, and he wore deep blue heavy armor that looked immensely weighty. Yet his face showed no sign of strain. The Storm Knight, Nicholas Gage. He held the incompetent 7th Prince in contempt. So he responded dismissively before turning to the other side. Lady Meg, do you believe there truly is another land at the edge of the sea? Based on the information Lannon sent back, it's highly likely true, replied a witch clad in a sapphire blue robe. At first glance, she seemed quite young, but her weathered eyes and the fine lines at the corners of her mouth revealed her advanced age. The second court wizard of the Storm Kingdom, Meg. Although Lennon was rather indolent on the path of wizardry, his detection spells were still quite proficient, ensuring that illusions would not cloud his final judgment. In that case, I must prepare more thoroughly for battle. Do you have any suggestions? Nicholas Gage adopted a humble posture, though in truth, his status within the Storm Kingdom was slightly higher than that of his counterpart. When it comes to combat, you are the undisputed expert. How could I dare offer any advice? Meg joked lightly, her tone relaxed. According to the information provided by Lennon, the civilization across the sea is still relatively primitive and likely lacks the capability to resist us on the open waters. Perhaps you could focus your efforts on planning the landing operations. My rather dull students and I will provide magical support. Nicholas Gage laughed heartily. With Lady Meg by my side, I can effortlessly expand the territories of the Storm Kingdom. The two conversed cheerfully. While the nominally prestigious 7th Prince was left on the sidelines, too awkward to interject, he clenched his fists secretly, grinding his teeth in resentment. You two old fools. What are you so proud of? Lennon, who discovered the new continent, is a wizard under my command. Even if you win the war, my contributions will surely not go unnoticed. The 3 of them represented wizards, knights, and royal authority, each with their own stance. Yet, regardless of their inner thoughts, none of them doubted the outcome of conquering the new continent. The comprehensive national strength of the Storm Kingdom had always been the strongest among the 4 nations. How could a backward civilization on the other side, incapable of even building seafaring vessels, possibly withstand their powerful navy? Moreover, Meg was the kingdom's most skilled water element wizard. All that remained was to see what achievements Nicholas Gage and his knights could accomplish after landing. The entire army was brimming with confidence, unaware that high above, a giant was calmly watching over them. Chapter 55. The little girl has grown up thanks to the enhanced perception brought by his life form reaching B rank. Wong Hui could discern the details of the miniature fleet even through the glass cover, although he couldn't hear the sounds inside. The relaxed and carefree expressions of the 3 figures at the bow of the Nicholas were enough to reveal their mood. The first knight of the Storm Kingdom, the 7th Prince, and a witch who seemed to hold considerable status. Wong Hui leaned closer, peering through the small side windows of the miniature ships. He could vaguely make out shadowy figures inside, nearly all fully loaded with soldiers. Such a formation looked increasingly unlikely to be aimed at the combat-deficient island elves. Following the direction of the fleet's voyage, Wong Hui raised his arm to trace an extended line. Sure enough, it diverged from the elf-inhabited islands in the deep sea, heading instead toward the far northwestern edge. Are they heading for the junction between the two worlds? Wong Hui couldn't help but show surprise. It seemed there were methods of detection in the Bay world unknown to him. The brief connection between the two miniature worlds some time ago must have been detected by the Storm Kingdom through some means. So, dispatching such a grand naval force with great fanfare is intended to conquer my clan world. At this thought, Wong Hui shook his head and smiled wryly. Perfect. I was just in need of a pretext to launch an invasion, and you've delivered yourselves right to my doorstep. In that case, I'll have the three clans fight a defensive counterattack and, by some accident, push all the way to the capital of Stormwind. That should be justifiable, right? Judging by the sailing speed of the Stormwind Navy, it will likely take some time before they reach the edge of the sea. Wong Hui decided to first descend into the clan world to inform Nalan Xia, ensuring targeted preparations were in place. Whoosh! A beam of light descended from the sky, this time landing outside the Divine Gift City. Not far away, a riverside shipyard was bustling with activity. Dozens of workers were busy installing outer shells on warships, specifically the aluminum sheets from soda cans provided by Wong Hui. The history of ship development and design blueprints he had shared did not include modern steel warships. Wong Hui intentionally hoped the clan world would not follow the same technological path as the outside world, wondering if they could develop a new direction through supernatural means. However, craftsmen led by Nalan Yuan, through their own exploration, had conceived the idea of metal ships. After numerous experiments and comparisons, they devised a relatively mature solution, attaching aluminum sheets of appropriate thickness to wooden ship hulls. This not only significantly enhanced the warship's defensive capabilities and waterproofing, but also avoided excessive weight, allowing them to maintain relatively fast sailing speeds. After review by the three clans' leadership, it was decided that the aluminum sheets on the ships would feature the shiny silver side from the inside of soda cans. Since this was a united war against an external enemy, using each clan's representative colors for the ships would appear somewhat discordant. Hey, you there. Wong Hui noticed a group of 12 or 13-year-old children panting as they carried aluminum sheets. He stepped forward to help while striking up a conversation. The autumn harvest is almost over, right? How is this year's yield? The children exchanged glances. Taken aback by Wong Hui's unusual attire and dignified demeanor, they hesitated to respond immediately, though they noticed the aluminum sheets they were carrying felt lighter than before. Our Zwichio clan has already finished harvesting the grain. A slightly older girl, less timid, replied with pride. This year's corn yield increased by 20% compared to last year, and the tomatoes, cucumbers, and bell peppers bestowed by the divine later have been harvested several times. They're stored in the cellar, so we'll have plenty of food, even in winter. Impressive. Wong Hui nodded with a smile and asked, but with war imminent, some may not survive past winter on the battlefield. Aren't you afraid? Not afraid. This time, a small boy answered eagerly. Our teacher said that without the guidance of the great divine, the three clans might still be fighting among themselves, battling year after year. Children like us might not even have the chance to grow up. But now it's different. The three clans are prosperous and strong, facing foreign invaders. We fight for ourselves and for the divine. No one is afraid. Oh, Wong Hui was somewhat surprised, seeing the other children nod in enthusiastic agreement. He couldn't help but silently commend them. From this, the utility of ideological education becomes evident, centered on the supremacy of the divine. It emphasizes that the three clans have forged a community of shared destiny, subtly instilling in the children a resilient sense of mission. It is foreseeable that when this generation of educated youth matures, the three clans' faith in the god Wong Hui will become even more deeply rooted. In good spirits, he subtly released a trace of source energy from his hands as he carried the aluminum sheets, allowing it to flow silently into the children's bodies. After helping them carry the aluminum sheets to the raw material storage area, Wong Hui bid farewell and departed, watching his retreating figure heading toward the city of divine blessing. A small boy muttered in confusion, I feel like I've seen that big brother somewhere before. All right. The girl who had first responded to Wong Hui waved her hand. Her spirits lifted as she said, don't you all feel full of energy? Let us make a few more trips. We can earn extra wages before we finish work at dusk. Evening fell at the central palace of the city of divine blessing. Wong Hui did not see Nalan Xia, who was said to have gone on an inspection tour to the east, but he did encounter Zwichio Yu, who remained in the city handling daily affairs. Gazing at this woman dressed in the robes of a leader, with a mature grace faintly visible between her brows, Wong Hui felt momentarily dazed. In his memory, Zwichio Yu still seemed like the youthful, immature girl who had first presented the sacred artifact, Yin-Yang fish, to him. Unconsciously, she had transformed. How old are you this year? If someone like Hu Yingui had asked such a question, Zwichio Yu would have angrily slammed the table and retorted, have you finished your duties? Go find somewhere else to idle. But since it was Wong Hui asking, she respectfully bowed her head and replied, Divine One. This year marks the 11th year since your descent. I have just turned 26. 26 already. Wong Hui sighed inwardly, recalling that Zwichio Yu had been only 15 when they first met. While merely a few days had passed in the outside world he belonged to, 11 years had flowed by in the clan world. Haven't you found a partner? As the leader of the Zwichio clan, you aren't bound by the same rule prohibiting family formation as leader Nalan, are you? It would be good to set aside work temporarily and pay attention to your emotional life. No, I have no mind to consider such matters for now. Zwichio Yu subtly lifted her gaze to glance at Wong Hui, her expression tinged with curiosity as she suggested, if you, Divine One, are willing, you could actually abolish that rule of the Nalan clan. Leader Xia would surely be delighted to begin focusing on her emotional life for your sake. Ahem. Wong Hui expected such a remark and sighed helplessly. The little girl from back then has grown up and even learned to engage in idle gossip. What nonsense are you thinking about all day? Rest assured, I won't speak carelessly about this to Leader Xia. A smile appeared on Zhuqiu Yu's face, easing the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Then, her expression turned serious. Divine One, have you descended at this time because the passage between the two worlds is about to reopen? Chapter 56. The passage reopens. Advantage is ours. 32 warships. 4 to 5,000 enemy troops. Individuals capable of wielding extraordinary abilities. After listening to Wong Hui's description of the known intelligence, Zhuqiu Yu fell into deep thought. Compared to the total being the three clans could mobilize, the number 4 to 5,000 did not sound overwhelmingly terrifying. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the opposing side possesses a mature naval warfare system and extensive relevant experience, whereas our side consists largely of novices who have never ventured to the sea. Well, if we count Huyen Gui and his companions, who secretly took a small boat to the sea during the last opening of the interrealm passage and nearly drowned, it wouldn't be entirely accurate to say we know nothing about the sea. Additionally, there are the so-called supernatural ability users, the divine beings. What kinds of supernatural abilities do the opponents possess? Compared to ours, would they hold the upper hand? Hearing Zhuqiu Yu's question, Wong Hui felt a twinge of embarrassment inwardly. In truth, his recent focus had been primarily on the Gulf world, and his impression of the physical cultivators in the clan world still lingered from several micro-years ago. Of course, as a revered deity, how could he possibly let it show that he hadn't been paying attention to the recent developments of his own people? Maintaining a calm and composed demeanor, he stated. The opposing supernatural ability users mainly consist of two types, knights and wizards. The former are accustomed to close combat, much like Nalan Huazi and Huyen Longjua, while the latter possess more peculiar abilities, capable of employing various spells. You could think of them as being more akin to the underground king, Galumi. As for which world is stronger or weaker, at this point, Wong Hui paused briefly, then continued with a faint, enigmatic smile. That depends on how effectively you can perform on the open sea. His words were deliberately ambiguous, yet not entirely without merit. Knights and wizards. Zhuqiu Yu fell into a prolonged silence. Wong Hui, intrigued, asked, what do you think are the respective strengths and weaknesses of the three clans? Our weakness is that we must confront the enemy using methods we are not adept at, while they excel in them, Zhuqiu Yu responded, meticulously recording the intelligence. However, our advantages are actually greater. For instance, the intelligence provided by the divine being grants the three clans the opportunity to prepare in advance, whereas the enemy remains entirely unaware of our capabilities. Moreover, the divine metal aluminum bestowed by the divine being has fully equipped the warriors and warships of the three clans. In this regard, we should not be inferior to the enemy. Additionally, most of the three clans' farmlands have yielded bountiful harvests this year, with ample reserves of various grains, vegetables, and meats. Even if the war drags on, we have the confidence to sustain ourselves until the very end. After listening, Wong Hui nodded slightly. This young woman had indeed matured not only in age, but also in wisdom. Having been tempered by years in a leadership position, her considerations had become increasingly thorough. With such an assistant, Nalan Xia wouldn't be overly burdened. Seeing that Zhuqiu Yu had finished recording, Wong Hui stood up and said, go and share this intelligence with the other high-ranking officials. Begin deploying the battle plan as soon as possible. In about a month, the interrealm passage will reopen. The invaders will not grant you more time to prepare. Yes, Zhuqiu Yu's expression turned solemn as she declared firmly, the warriors of the three clans will not disappoint you. Returning to his main body in the external world, Wong Hui reflected on Zhuqiu Yu's words. As she had pointed out, he had provided ample support. If the three clans still failed to deliver an impressive performance in battle, he would indeed be deeply disappointed. The only remaining uncertainty now lay with Nicholas Gage and that witch, whose intelligence remained unknown. Wong Hui shifted his gaze toward the Gulf world. The fleet of warships seemed to have encountered a favorable wind, their billowing sails swelling ceaselessly as they raced at full speed toward the horizon. According to Justin, Nicholas Gage's combat prowess could rank within the top 5 across the 4 great kingdoms. Yet it remained unclear how he would fare against Huyen Wu, the divine servant under my command. Could Galumi withstand that witch? Wong Hui looked forward to the impending battle without excessive worry. After all, if the situation truly spiraled out of control, his projected form could intervene directly, allowing him to personally test the mettle of the Storm Knight. With time still on his side, Wong Hui refrained from descending into the world for now. Instead, he opened his phone and launched the Little Black Book app. Due to the unexpected surge in popularity sparked by the Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, sales of that blind box had skyrocketed. Whether driven by skepticism or genuine interest in the game, people were eager to try the rumored hyper-realistic VR experience. Unfortunately, most unboxings still yielded ordinary trinkets. Even the few lucky buyers who uncovered high-end items like stinky nails or laborious watches failed to attract much envy or admiration. Finding no valuable information, Wong Hui exited the app and switched to Gatling TV. That user, Liang Xiao Hao, continued to post intermittently, though all the images were recycled from earlier screenshots. Commenters clamored for him to re-enter the game and capture fresh content. It wasn't that Liang Xiao Hao was unwilling, the game simply wouldn't allow login, citing an apparent 1-hour restriction. Forced to continue drumming up traffic while coordinating with his assistant to investigate the Lu Gao company, he aimed to bypass the blind box and purchase gaming equipment directly from the manufacturer. Once that happened, wouldn't Gatling TV, with its head start, inevitably take off? An hour later, upon attempting to log in again, Wong Hui pondered Liang Xiaohao's situation. Would the character resurrect from the original corpse? Or would an entirely new body be generated? As long as the location remained near Port Headwind, any attempt at causing a stir would be futile. Noticing that the fleet within the Gulf world had already sailed into the northwestern deep sea, Gradually approaching the boundary, Wong Hui smiled faintly. He set down his phone and approached, ready to slide open the glass partition between the two realms. At the same time, aboard the Nicholas, the wizard Lan Non, who had been monitoring from a nearby island, was now brought aboard and was quietly reporting to the seventh prince. His eyes occasionally flickered toward the witch Meg. His expression tinged with unmistakable reverence, for she had been his mentor during his apprenticeship. Why had this old woman come along? If a conflict with the foreign civilization erupted, she would undoubtedly steal all the spotlight. Just then, Nicholas Gage gazed into the distance, where the edge of the sea remained clearly visible. Frowning, he asked, "Where is this new continent and primitive civilization you spoke of?" His voice boomed with such resonance that Lan Non's eardrums trembled. Setting aside his petty concerns, Lan Non flusteredly explained, "Sir Storm Knight, the phenomenon always gives a warning before it appears. If we just wait patiently, sooner or later." "Ah," Lan Non suddenly cried out, pointing toward the churning waters at the horizon. "There it is. Look, I did not lie. A new continent is about to emerge." Upon hearing this, everyone on the ship immediately perked up and looked ahead. The knights, not even wearing their armor, eagerly drew their swords. After all, their civilization held an absolute advantage, and they were already imagining the scene of wreaking havoc in the backward region later. However, as the sea churned more violently, something gleaming gradually came into view. The seventh prince squinted uncomfortably. "Is that a ship?" Chapter 57. What the hell is a primitive civilization? As Wong Hui lifted the side glass, the seawater and river water at the junction of the two miniature worlds were also thrown into the air. Waves of mist churned and fell again, forming a hazy, colorful rainbow. From a microscopic perspective, it was nothing short of a breathtaking natural wonder. For the Storm Navy, however, the exceptionally bright objects behind the rainbow were far more captivating. Ships, dozens of warships, no fewer in number than their own. The seasoned sailors aboard the Nicholas estimated that those ships were about 50 meters in length, seemingly mass-produced from a uniform template. The most outrageous part was the material. The bright silver hulls reflected the sunlight, appearing even more dazzling than the rainbow. Warships made entirely of steel? How is that possible? The knights stood dumbfounded, especially those who hadn't worn armor and had planned to wield only their swords to wreak havoc. They instinctively took a few steps back. Wasn't the civilization across the sea supposed to be a backward region, incapable of building proper ships, with soldiers dressed in rags? Look at those steel warships. How can you call this a primitive civilization? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Nicholas Gage, standing at the bow, gripped his sword hilt so tightly it creaked softly. With the keenest eyesight, he could see from afar rows of soldiers lined up on the enemy decks, clad in similarly bright silver armor, fully equipped with blades and shields. Unlike the purely metallic hulls, the soldiers' weapons and armor were adorned with orange, red, or green patterns, likely representing different divisions. Just the sight of such sophisticated armaments showcased remarkable craftsmanship and abundant economic resources. Even if the Storm Kingdom were to allocate 10 years' worth of military funds at once, they could hardly assemble such a formidable steel army. At this moment, the belatedly aware seventh prince finally realized something. In a mix of fear and fury, he grabbed the collar of the wizard Lannon beside him and roared, "Open your damn eyes and look carefully. Is this what you call a primitive civilization? Explain to me. What the hell is a primitive civilization? What I saw before wasn't like this. I even showed you the fragments of their ships. They were nothing like these steel giants." Lannon explained, on the verge of tears. Unbeknownst to him, the small boats he had seen Hu Yen Gui and others sailing were indeed the pinnacle of shipbuilding in the clan world at that time, usable only in rivers and utterly useless at sea. But who could have predicted that Wong Hui, standing outside, would give them such an unfair advantage? Less than a day had passed in the Gulf world, while the clan world had spent over 2 years preparing. With the addition of mature shipbuilding blueprints from the outside world and the ample supply of aluminum from soda cans provided by Wong Hui, the naval industrial capabilities of the three clans advanced by leaps and bounds, achieving a remarkable leapfrog development. When Hu Yen Gui secretly led his men to sail into the sea, they avoided drawing attention by not wearing conspicuous aluminum armor, opting instead for the traditional leather garments of the Hu Yen clan. When spotted by the sorcerer Lan Non, it was easy to assume that the civilization across the sea was primitive, leading to a severe misjudgment of their military strength. Now is not the time for blame. Nicholas Gage was also furious about Lan Nong's erroneous intelligence, but he understood all too well the peril of their current situation. He immediately shouted, "All knights, don your armor and prepare for battle." Upon hearing this, the dazed knights snapped back to attention, quickly returning to their cabins to don their armor. They lined up along the edges of the deck, raising their large shields in formation, demonstrating commendable military discipline. Nicholas Gage turned to the witch Meg and said, "Lady Meg, the craftsmanship of the enemy's warships surpasses that of our own. The performance of you and the young sorcerers will be crucial. Rest assured, we will do our utmost." Meg replied, her earlier optimism gone as she nodded and hurried off to discuss strategies with her students. In naval warfare in the Gulf world, sorcerers served the role of artillery. They initiated long-range magical attacks to efficiently decimate the enemy's forces, after which the knights would engage in boarding or landing actions to mop up the remnants. With this straightforward and brutal tactic, the Storm Kingdom's navy had remained undefeated. But today, no one dared to recklessly approach those gleaming ironclad ships. The best outcome would be to rely on the sorcerers to intimidate them from a distance. Forced boarding actions were the least desirable option. Meanwhile, aboard the warships of the three clans, all high-ranking officials, except for Zhuo Qiutang, who remained in the God-given city to oversee logistics, had arrived at the front lines to personally participate in this critical war against foreign invasion. The basic situation of the enemy aligned perfectly with the intelligence bestowed by the heavenly god. Nalan Xia scanned her surroundings and commanded, "Proceed as planned. 3 rounds of heavy crossbow volleys, then encircle and advance for boarding actions." Huyan Qingba couldn't help but whisper a suggestion, "Chief Xia, the enemy hasn't shown any hostility. Should we attempt negotiations before deciding whether to engage in battle? No hostility? Huh." Huyan Longzhua, holding his serpentine spear, sneered and glanced disdainfully at Huyan Qingba's bulging belly straining against his armor. "They sailed their warships right up to our faces. And you still say there is no hostility? Have you grown so timid and complacent after living a lazy life?" Huyan Qingba flushed with embarrassment. In his younger days, nicknamed Eagle Eye, he had been a skilled warrior among the Huyan cavalry. But as he aged, his fighting spirit waned, and he often sought peaceful resolutions to conflicts. Nalan Xia interjected calmly, "If not for the heavenly god's guidance 2 years in advance, we would have encountered this enemy fleet today completely unprepared. Do you think a fully armed foreign army would grant us the right to negotiate as equals?" Seeing Huyan Qingba fall silent, Nalan Xia turned away from him and raised her hand to issue the order, "Execute." Although the 3 clans had never engaged in large-scale naval warfare and were somewhat unsettled by the damp sea breeze, their extensive simulated drills over the past 2 years ensured an immediate response to the relayed commands. Clank, clank, clank. The double rows of heavy crossbows mounted on each ship's deck swiftly adjusted their angles. The loudest voice among them, roared, "Ready, fire." Whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of aluminum-clad warships launched hundreds of crossbow bolts, each as long as half a man and thick as an arm, shrieking through the air toward the enemy vessels. "Defend, defend." Nigga at the forefront, reacted instantly, raising his sword in a fierce diagonal slash. With a single motion, he conjured 5 arcs of cyan sword light. Thud, thud. The resonant impacts severed 5 oncoming bolts simultaneously, showcasing his renowned martial technique, 5-fold sundering strike. Yet others lacked his formidable strength. Even knights who braced with large shields found their defenses dented by the powerful bolts, their hands bloodied from the impact. Sailors without adequate protection were pierced through, their innards spilling across the deck. Before the survivors could catch their breath, the deadly whistling sounded once more. Chapter 58, The Boiling Sea. The fierce boarding battle splash. Splash, where river met ocean, waves churned, causing the 32 battered warships to pitch and roll. 3 consecutive volleys from the heavy crossbows had nearly painted the storm navy in crimson. Blood seeped through cracks in the deck, tracing gruesome trails along the hull before streaming into the sea, a feast for the fish below. Don't kill me, whimpered the 7th prince aboard the Gahat, curled in a cabin corner, trembling uncontrollably. His luck in fleeing had been remarkable. During the first volley, he had scrambled from the deck into the cabin. In contrast, the wizardling, who hesitated a moment too long, foolishly attempted to shatter the bolts with a force field spell, only to have a splintered shaft pierce his thigh. He now lay nearby, wailing in agony, blood pooling around him. Only Ulathanaji and his knights remained steadfast on the deck, though their expressions were grim. Heavy crossbows existed in the 4 kingdoms, but they were typically mounted on city walls as deterrents. Achieving both range and power required torsion winches with immense force and the capability for rapid successive shots, demands that placed extreme strain on materials. Even the wealth of the Storm Kingdom did not extend to outfitting warships with such weaponry. Yet the enemy's silver-armored ships gleamed, seemingly unburdened by shortages of high-strength materials. How could they possibly contend? As the enemy dispatched over a dozen vessels from both flanks, clearly aiming to encircle and annihilate them, Ni ordered the signalman to relay commands for evasive maneuvers while turning his gaze to the witch who, staff in hand, led more than 20 students back onto the deck. The wizards ranged in appearance from youths to white-haired elders, each holding staffs of different designs, yet their movements were perfectly synchronized as they traced intricate patterns in the air, murmuring incantations under their breath. Moments later, the witch McGonagall, standing at the forefront, raised her staff high and declared clearly, "Water spirits, heed my call. Stir these waters with your power, superboiling sea." As her words faded, over 20 students behind her, along with the wizards stationed on the other warships, lifted their staffs in unison. A surge of invisible energy poured into the sea. Splash! The already turbulent surface of the water seemed to be churned by countless unseen rods, instantly erupting into chaotic sprays and surging undercurrents. At that moment, the wizard Lannon, leaning against the cabin door with his injured leg, couldn't help but show an expression of awe mixed with envy. The 8th tier spell, Boiling Sea, amplified by McGonagall with dozens of low-level wizards, can rival the power of a 9th tier spell. That old woman grows more formidable by the day. Simultaneously, outside the scene, Wong Hui observed the battlefield from above. The actions of the wizards naturally did not escape his notice. The range of this sorcery is quite impressive, he mused, extending his hand to roughly gauge the area. The boiling expanse of seawater was larger than the span of his palm, covering an area in the Gulf world equivalent to the size of an entire town. Moreover, this boiling sea continued to advance under the guidance of the witch's staff, gradually enveloping all the triracial warships that had sailed into the waters. Violent turbulence persisted, forcing the warriors to crouch and cling to the railings to avoid being thrown overboard. The triracial sailors, lacking sufficient experience, inevitably panicked in the face of such sudden turmoil. The fleet's formation began to scatter, and the warships on the left and right flanks struggled as if trapped in quagmire, unable to complete their encirclement of the enemy. Yet, standing calmly by the railing, Nalan Xia remained composed, having long known from the intelligence provided by the deity that the enemy possessed wizards. How could she not have prepared a countermeasure? "Galumi, now," she called out, leaning over the side. In response, a mass of bluish-purple slime hidden deep within the waters below stirred. Amid rising bubbles, its body extended countless gelatinous tentacles, stretching outward in all directions to bind the aluminum-clad warships, forcibly stabilizing them with its own strength. Go forth. Galumi's slime-like face contorted with effort as it roared through gritted teeth, swinging its outer tentacles. The 6 aluminum-clad warships on the left and right flanks were abruptly yanked forward, successfully escaping the range of the boiling sea. Freed from the influence of the undercurrents, the rowers inside the ships pulled their oars with all their might. The 6 aluminum-clad warships accelerated, encircling the flanks of the Storm Navy's vessels before they could adjust their formation. Boom! Unable to evade in time, the warships collided repeatedly. The Storm Navy's vessels, inferior in material and already damaged by 3 rounds of heavy crossbow fire, now suffered further from the fierce impact of the aluminum-clad ships, sending wooden splinters flying and denting their hulls. For the deity, for the 3 races, slaughter the invaders. Leading the 2 flanking squads were Zhuo Qiuyu and Hu Yingui. Both leaders, clad in full suits of armor, roared as they led the charge, leaping onto the enemy's ship's deck. Most of the knights aboard were thrown off balance by the impact, yet they steeled themselves, gripping their swords tightly as they engaged the warriors from the 3 clans who had boarded the vessel. Damn it, cursed Nicholas Gage aboard the flagship. Their own wizards had already immobilized the enemy's ships with large-scale spells, and he couldn't fathom how the enemy had broken free, let alone launched a boarding assault themselves. As 2 more gleaming warships accelerated toward them head-on, Nicholas Gage wasted no time. He turned to the Witch Meg, gave her a quick instruction, then seized his square shield and longsword, adopting a battle-ready stance. Battle aura focus, skin fortification, vital point perception. With each low utterance, 3 distinct halos of light shimmered into existence around Nicholas Gage. At that moment, the flagship shuddered violently from another impact. 2 aluminum-plated warships had rammed them from both sides, pinning the vessel in between. Are you the leader of these invaders? Die. Nalan Huazi, though past 50 with graying hair and beard, had lost none of his vigor. Ignoring the young knights rushing toward him, he vaulted over the crowd and landed heavily before Nicholas Gage. With a single hand, he raised his green dragon crescent blade and brought it crashing down toward Gage's head. Thud! Gage sidestepped, blocking with his shield. The sheer force of the blow sent a numbing tremor through his arm, and he couldn't help but feel a flicker of alarm. This old man possessed incredible strength. Yet Gage refused to show weakness, sneering, "Did you not eat your fill? If you surrender, the Storm Kingdom will ensure you are well fed." Nalan Huazi grinned, not bothering to reply. His other hand gripped the hilt, pressing down with even greater force. Creak! Gage felt the pressure intensify abruptly. His left side, bearing the shield, sank downward, and the thick wooden planks beneath his feet splintered under the strain. Just then, the Witch Meg shifted her staff, and a radiant light enveloped him. Chapter 59, Clash of Titans. Paying the price for provocation dragon-eyed. Inspiration, valor, tremor sense. The tip of Meg's staff flashed repeatedly as streams of multicolored light shot toward Nicholas Gage, layering his body with multiple glowing auras. Nalan Huazi had never seen such flashy techniques, but his instincts, honed over years of battle, warned him that his opponent was undergoing some kind of transformation. Meanwhile, Nicholas Gage was not idle. Mental liberation, spirit enhancement, steel wrists. As he murmured these words, his eyes grew unusually sharp, and the muscles in his forearms visibly swelled. Even lifting his wrist guard slightly, a growing sense of danger gripped Nalan Huazi. Realizing he could delay no longer, he swung his blade diagonally with all his might, aiming to bypass the shield and strike Gage's head. Bang! But Gage seemed to anticipate the move. He quickly crouched, and the green dragon crescent blade sank deep into a railing pillar behind him. At the same time, Gage thrust his longsword forward with his right hand. Empowered by formidable wrist strength, the blade erupted with explosive force, piercing effortlessly through Nalan Huazi's aluminum armor and driving deep into his abdomen. Nalan Huazi grunted, lifting his foot to kick Gage in the chest, forcing him back while using the momentum to retreat. In the same motion, he yanked the broadsword embedded in the railing post free. Shrinking step. Yet Gage, seizing the advantage, showed little sign of injury from the heavy blow. With a low shout, his figure blurred, closing the distance to Nalan Huazi in an instant with astonishing speed. Clang 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 clang. Blade met blade in a frenzied exchange, sparks flying with each clash. Nalan Huazi gritted his teeth as he fought back, blood steadily seeping from the wound in his abdomen. His stamina was draining, and the tide of battle was gradually turning against him. This scene was clearly visible to Wong Hui from the outside. Nalan Huazi's current strength was no less than that of Huyan Longzhua 2 or 3 years prior. He had likely succeeded in his 4th tempering. But Wong Hui recalled the successive halos that had enveloped Nicholas Gage earlier. They seemed like some form of enhancing martial skill or spell, akin to the common buffs in games. Judging by their initial performance, the two were fairly evenly matched. Moreover, when Nalan Huazi gripped his blade with both hands, he overpowered Gage, proving his strength was slightly superior. Yet after the witch cast her spells and Gage made his own preparations, the situation reversed abruptly. Nalan Huazi was immediately forced into a defensive struggle. The supernatural system of the Gulf world was more refined. While both utilized source energy, they employed it in a more mature and varied manner. The coordination between knights and witches created an effect where 1 + 1 exceeded 2. Wong Hui pondered this but did not rush to intervene. After all, a rather reliable individual had already stepped in on his behalf. Thud! On the flagship's deck, Nicholas Gage delivered a fierce shield bash, sending the struggling Nalan Huazi sprawling to the ground. With an air of arrogance, he raised his sword for the final strike. It ends here. In his view, this old man was likely a high-ranking commander of the rival civilization. Eliminating him could deal a significant blow to the enemy's morale. Whoosh! A spear suddenly thrust from the side, then flicked upward, deflecting Gage's sword with a sharp clang. Gage retreated 2 steps cautiously. His hand numb from the impact. He had nearly lost his grip on the hilt. Another powerful foe. Gage focused his gaze and saw a robust, spear-wielding man now standing beside the old man. His hair was tied back in a somewhat wild brush-like braid, and instead of the enemy's uniform bright metal armor, he wore leather armor that accentuated his physique. Not even 60, and already so feeble, the so-called top warrior of Nayland is nothing more than this. The timely arrival was. Naturally, Huyan Longjua, Nayland Huazi, still seated on the ground, climbed to his feet with a pained grin and snorted. The barbarians of the Huyan clan truly know nothing of respecting their elders. Though his words were harsh, inwardly he felt deep gratitude toward Huyan Longjua. He mused that his youngest daughter remained unmarried. Perhaps this barbarian might be worth considering afterward, setting aside the matter of respect. The talent and diligence Huyan Longjua had demonstrated by completing 5 temperings deserved Nayland Huazi's silent admiration. The younger generation is formidable. Sir Gage, it seems things have grown somewhat complicated, the witch Meg whispered as she approached Nicholas Gage. Are you confident in handling this? While maintaining vigilance against Huyan Longjua and his companion, Gage simultaneously surveyed the surroundings with his peripheral vision. Most of their own warships had already engaged in boarding battles, and they were clearly at a disadvantage. For some reason, despite both sides wearing full suits of armor, the enemy soldiers showed no signs of exhaustion from prolonged combat. The weary knights had been forced into small, isolated circles, and were it not for the wizards on each ship still providing elusive magical support, they would likely have been slaughtered already. Yet this stalemate was only temporary. More aluminum-clad warships were breaking free from the effects of the superboiling sea, swiftly sailing toward them. Once the enemy completed their encirclement, this fleet of storm navy would surely be annihilated. Thinking of this, Nicholas Gage decisively spoke in a low voice. Lady Meg, I will hold off these 2 in a moment. Seize the opportunity to escape and return to the royal capital. You must report the details of this battle to His Majesty the King and Mr. Belmo. The lands beyond the sea are not a civilization to be invaded lightly. The Storm Kingdom may well pay a heavy price for this transgression. But you, Meg began to protest. But Gage's expression turned resolute. If I do not return, I hope Caroline may inherit the title of Storm Knight. I will convey your wishes accurately, sir. Understanding the direness of the situation, Meg refrained from further futile argument. She silently chanted an incantation, casting an unknown spell upon herself. Meanwhile, Gage positioned himself before her, using his burly frame to block the view of others, and shouted sternly, Ability Boost. Steel Skin. Hyper Ability Boost. 3 layers of shimmering light flashed alternately as Gage, sword and shield in hand, strode forward, boldly taking on 2 opponents alone. Finally finished discussing, Huyan Longjua sneered, bending his knees slightly. His bulging muscles instantly unleashed terrifying explosive force, propelling him forward like a cannonball. Thud! The titanium steel Zhangba spear slammed against the square shield, actually denting the finely crafted piece. Excruciating pain shot through his left arm, but Gage stubbornly activated another combat skill, Fortress. His feet seemed welded to the deck of the Nicholas, and he withstood the heavy blow without retreating a single step. Pain dulling. The nerves affected by the injury in his left arm returned to normal. Gritting his teeth, Gage twisted his body and swung his sword with his right hand. Hyper slash. Clang. Huyan Longjua retracted his spear, using the shaft to block the heavy strike, his feet sinking into the deck from the pressure. Meanwhile, the witch Meg, standing by the railing behind them, suddenly sprouted a pair of luminous wings from her back and fluttered into the sky. Chapter 60, Pursuit and Interception. A desperate return journey, don't even think of escaping. Seeing the witch Meg grow wings and take flight, Nayland Huazi swiftly gave chase, leaping high in an attempt to slash her down with his blade. But just as he managed to suppress Huyan Longjua with great effort, Nicholas Gage's body shimmered with a faint glow once more. Instant reflection. His body, already at its limit, miraculously surged with renewed vigor as he swung his sword backward through the air toward Nayland Huazi's back. Quintuple collapse slash. 5 streaks of cyan light shot forth. Sensing imminent death, Nayland Huazi had no choice but to turn midair and frantically swing his blade. Bam! 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 The Azure Dragon Crescent blade shattered 3 streaks of blade light, while the remaining 2 struck his right leg and left shoulder, slicing through the aluminum armor and cutting into flesh, blood spurting forth. Nayland Huazi staggered back onto the deck, glaring angrily as the witch flew farther away. What's the rush? Huyan Longjua sneered dismissively. You don't actually think that woman can escape, do you? As he spoke, he brandished his serpent spear, parrying left and right, deflecting Nicholas Gage's attacks one by one. Blood trickled from the corner of Gage's mouth. Clearly, his earlier sustained heroic efforts had pushed his body beyond its limits, and his movements grew increasingly sluggish. Just as Huyan Longjua thought he could capture him with little further effort, Gage abruptly dodged what seemed an unavoidable strike. Slashing blade. Light flashed on the longsword, and before Huyan Longjua could retract his spear to block, a fierce sword aura sent him flying backward. Yet Gage did not press his advantage. Instead, he twisted around, vaulted over the railing, and plunged into the sea, vanishing from sight in an instant. Bastard! Huyan Longjua rushed over in a somewhat disheveled state. But how could he find any trace of Gage now? His leather armor had been torn in two by the sword aura, leaving a long, gruesome gash across his chest that sent shivers down one's spine. However, having undergone 5 temperings, Huyan Longjua's physical resilience stood nearly at the pinnacle of the clan world. Such an injury was far from fatal. Can you swim? He turned to Nalan Huazi, who had followed him, the latter's 3 wounds still bleeding profusely. Nalan Huazi shook his head helplessly a little, but diving into the water in this state to chase after him, I'd likely die in the sea before ever catching up. Useless. And yet you managed to father such a beautiful daughter. Huyan Longjua cursed angrily, regretting his earlier greed in wanting to capture Gage alive. He turned and strode away, venting his fury on the young knights still locked in bitter combat. Heh, this time, Nalan Huazi did not retort when scolded. Instead, a faint smile even appeared on his face. Arrogant barbarian, sooner or later, I'll make you kneel willingly before me and apologize. High above, the witch Meg watched the rapidly deteriorating battle and couldn't help but sigh softly. Nicholas Gage had held his ground against 2 opponents of equal strength. Managing to delay them to this extent was no small feat moreover. She understood that the Storm Knight was not one to flee from battle. His plunge into the water was part of another tactical maneuver. On the surrounding warships, the more astute knights and wizards, seeing this, seized the opportunity to jump into the sea one after another, attempting to rendezvous with Gage and launch a counterattack against the enemy. Meg knew all too well that their chances of survival were exceedingly slim. Provoking hostility toward the civilization across the shore was the gravest mistake the Storm Kingdom had ever made. She must return quickly and ask Mr. Belmore to prepare as soon as possible. With a reluctant glance at her students below, she turned and flew away, flapping her wings. Unbeknownst to her, high above the clouds, in the heavens beyond the sky, an immensely majestic giant watched her with keen interest. TSK, she can even fly? Wong Hui stroked his chin, his curiosity inevitably growing stronger. After all, he had never attempted to fly on his own, nor had he imagined condensing source energy into wings to flap. However, judging by the numerous wizards who had leaped into the sea, it was clear that this flight spell was of a high difficulty level, and only this witch could manage it. Unfortunately, the ability to fly was not her exclusive talent. Just as the witch Meg had flown a short distance from the battlefield, she suddenly heard a sharp whistling sound rapidly approaching from afar. Her expression shifted slightly, and as she turned, she quickly chanted an incantation. 2 faint glows emanated from the tip of her staff, enveloping her eyes and her entire body. Arcane sight, greater mage armor. As Meg turned her face, she saw a massive, eagle-headed, lion-bodied monster charging straight toward her. Her enhanced vision clearly tracked its flight path, but her body simply couldn't react quickly enough to evade. Thud. Meg was struck squarely by the griffin, tumbling downward like a ragdoll. Yet, just before hitting the water, she swung her staff forcefully, levitate. An invisible force seemed to cradle her body, allowing her to hover steadily above the sea's surface. Huffing and puffing, Meg breathed heavily, her face pale, as a faint shimmer around her body shattered and faded away. Had she not cast greater mage armor on herself in time, that creature might have shattered her bones. A magical beast? Gazing up at the griffin circling overhead, Meg's expression shifted with uncertainty. In her youth, she had traveled across the world with Mr. Belmore, even visiting the mysterious Silvermoon Kingdom several times, yet she had never encountered a magical beast of this kind. Could it be from a civilization beyond the sea? The more Meg pondered, the more uneasy she felt. Recalling carefully, from the very beginning of this battle, they had been thoroughly suppressed. Even this superboiling sea, upon which the wizards had pinned their hopes, had been effortlessly neutralized by the enemy through some unknown means. And now, even her attempt to escape using flight had been intercepted mid-air. Could it be that the enemy commander had anticipated their every move? At that moment, the griffin suddenly folded its wings and dove sharply toward her. Meg quickly gathered her thoughts, extending her staff's tip into the sea's surface before forcefully lifting it upward. Water shield. A thick, arched water shield, 3 meters in diameter, took shape. Simultaneously, Meg used her other hand to remove the necklace from her neck and hurled it upward. Heavy fog. As she silently chanted the incantation, the necklace exploded, transforming into an immense cloud of dense mist. Caught off guard, the griffin plunged into the fog. Its dive significantly slowed. It shrieked, using its wings to disperse the mist, and its powerful, razor-sharp talons viciously clawed at the water shield below. Splash! The water shield held for only a few seconds before shattering. Meg was forced underwater by the recoil, her fate seeming grim. The griffin circled above the water briefly before flying away. Fortunately, magical beasts ultimately lack higher intelligence. Deep beneath the water, Meg watched the griffin depart, feeling a wave of relief as she quietly swam away. As the wizard most skilled in water-based spells within the Storm Court, basic spells like water breathing came naturally to her. Moments later, Meg reached the shore of a small island not far away. Even in defeat, as the second-seat wizard of the court, she had to maintain a basic sense of dignity. Being drenched like this was utterly wretched. Just as she was about to cast a spell to dry her clothes, Meg suddenly caught sight of a tall, cloaked man approaching slowly. Your journey ends here. Chapter 61. Unwilling to step aside, then prepare to die. Your journey ends here. Upon hearing these words abruptly, the witch Meg felt a surge of despair. Had the opponent already predicted her escape route and waited specifically on this desolate island? His stature was exceptionally tall, towering over even the burly Storm Knights by more than half a head. Clad in a broad, brown leather cloak, his exact features were obscured, though he seemed to be wearing some kind of special dark black armor. Judging by the grayish-white beard visible beneath his chin, he appeared to be at least 50 or 60 years old. A flicker of hope suddenly rose in Meg's heart. An elderly man might be more reasonable, unlike those impulsive youths who were too rigid in their sense of duty. Hold on, sir. Don't act hastily. Meg planted her staff aside and spread her hands to show she had no intention to fight. Once the other paused, she continued to explain. The news about the other shore civilization was relayed by the wizard Lannon, who serves under the 7th prince of the Storm Kingdom. The decision to launch an invasion by force was made by the royal family. It has no direct connection to us witches. If you're going to argue that all actions were unavoidable, then save your breath. Huyen Wu, the divine servant who had lived nearly 70 years, could easily see through such deceitful attempts to shift blame. Even if these witches weren't the masterminds behind the invasion, their involvement meant they could no longer claim innocence. Moreover, Huyen Wu had witnessed the entire course of the battle from afar not long ago, and knew full well how much trouble the witches' eerie abilities had caused the 3 clans. The woman before him was clearly one of their best. Letting her escape would surely lead to future calamity. Seeing Huyen Wu step forward again, Meg hurriedly pleaded. I have no grudge against you, sir. If you let me go, I can offer you a fitting reward. It won't affect the outcome of your civilization's victory. As she spoke, she drew a circle in the air with her left hand, stirring a translucent ripple, and miraculously pulled out 2 bags from within. Opening them, Meg revealed one bag filled with gleaming gold coins, and the other with dazzling, multicolored gemstones. If you simply pretend you never saw me, these priceless treasures are yours. Bribery with great wealth might work well in the kingdoms of the Gulf world, but unfortunately, the target was Huyen Wu, setting aside his identity as a divine servant. Even as an ordinary member of the clan world, he likely wouldn't fall for Meg's ploy. Gold coins. Could they possibly hold more value than their circulating plastic currency? Without even a hint of transparency, they were practically trash. As for the gemstones, they were quite beautiful. But since this woman was already trapped like a turtle in a jar, why not simply kill her, search her body, and offer everything to the deity? Perhaps he could even exchange them for a few crystal vines as a reward. No matter how lovely the gems, they were ultimately mere ornaments, utterly incomparable to crystal vines that could prolong life and enhance strength. Huyen Wu completely ignored the 2 bags of items, instead focusing more on the way Meg retrieved them. Surely even a deity would find this intriguing? He lifted his gaze toward the sky, where the clouds remained undisturbed as usual. Unbeknownst to him, Wong Hui from the outside world was indeed observing the scene here. Was this void retrieval akin to a storage space, or merely a visual illusion crafted as a diversion? The more Wong Hui watched, the more his curiosity was piqued. The Gulf world truly concealed many fascinating subtleties. Once he unraveled them all, it would undoubtedly greatly enrich his mastery of primal energy techniques. Merely using it for combat or healing seemed far too crude and simplistic. There were many more intriguing methods worthy of mastery. On the small island, though Huyen Wu couldn't see Wong Hui's expression beyond the glass barrier, encountering something potentially beneficial to the deity meant he couldn't let it slip away easily. He decided to alter his approach from execution to capture alive, which Meg naturally never imagined that it would be an inconspicuous spell like Dimensional Bag that spared her life. If you feel it's insufficient, I can return to Stormwind Capital to fetch more. Before she could finish, Meg noticed a peculiarly shaped jaw-like weapon extending from beneath the right side of his cloak. Her expression shifted slightly. It seems you are unwilling to engage in peaceful negotiations? As she spoke, Meg withdrew the 2 bags of valuables, her right hand once again grasping the staff planted beside her. Throughout this exchange, while ostensibly seeking a transactional resolution, she had secretly been using the time to replenish the mana expended earlier. How could the esteemed second sorcerer of the Stormwind Court foolishly entrust her survival to a stranger? Plink. As Meg gripped her staff, a small, multifaceted crystal slipped from her sleeve, falling to the ground and shattering into dust. Huyen Wu's eyes sharpened at the sight. That was sky crystal. It shattered because the energy within had been completely drained. Since you refused to step aside, then prepare to meet your end. Meg's face twisted with ferocity as she raised her hand and pointed forward. Earthbind. The ground beneath Huyen Wu's feet rippled with waves of intense suction, attempting to anchor him firmly in place. Upon closer inspection, the source of these ripples was precisely where Meg had planted her staff earlier. From the very beginning, she had never truly intended to offer wealth in exchange for passage. It was all a prelude to this lethal strike. Water whip. Dehydration bubble. Streaks of watery tendrils flew from the sea's surface, coiling around Huyen Wu's limbs like vines or ropes. Simultaneously, Meg brandished her staff, conjuring an intensely dry spherical air mass that drifted toward Huyen Wu. Once enveloped by this bubble, all moisture within his body would be rapidly stripped away, leaving him completely dehydrated, a desiccated corpse. Cunning and deceitful, the deity had once warned that sorcerers were far more perilous and required greater vigilance than knights. How true that proved to be. Restrained by both Earthbind and Water Whip, Huyen Wu's expression remained composed and unshaken. Long ago, the deity had imparted upon him a fundamental truth. In the face of absolute power, all tricks and schemes appear utterly absurd. With a series of sharp cracks, Huyen Wu exerted just a bit of force, and the water whips binding his limbs were easily torn apart. He disregarded the restraining power beneath him, lifted his foot, and stomped down hard. Countless fissures spread across the ground, shattering the earth's hold. At that moment, a dehydration bubble, carrying a dry scent, drifted toward him. Huyen Wu raised his hand and reached forward, a phantom-like giant hand forming in front of his palm. With a soft pop, it crushed the bubble. This was a method of utilizing source energy that Huyen Wu had learned from nearly 1,000 sparring sessions with the slime Galumi. Though he couldn't wield it as effortlessly and from a distance as Wong Hui, it at least allowed him to handle situations difficult to resolve through close combat. Like now, torrential arrow, water foam, ripple shock. Mage went mad, continuously casting spells. The vast sea behind her provided ample material for her magic. Yet she couldn't even slow her opponent's advance. Overwhelming water-based spells were torn apart one after another. Mage turned, attempting to spread her wings and fly away, only to be seized and pulled down by Huyen Wu's source energy giant hand. If you wish to live, do your utmost to prove your worth before the divine. Chapter 62. Successful counterattack. The troublemaker reborn. The three clans did not disappoint my guidance. This battle was fought well. In the outside world, Wong Hui exhaled with lingering satisfaction. The witch mage had been captured by the divine's servant Huyen Wu, and the naval battle was nearing its end. He could see the aluminum-clad warships encircling the storm navy vessels, warriors from the three clans slaughtering the stubbornly resisting knights. The sailors on board, however, were less obstinate, mostly choosing to kneel and raise their hands in surrender. Wong Hui caught sight of Huyen Longjua, pacing frantically around the deck of the Nicholas, clearly furious at failing to capture the enemy commander. But Wong Hui paid it no mind. After all, this was the first time the three clans had launched an external invasion. No, the first external counterattack. Achieving such results was no small feat. How could one demand perfection? Even if the escaped Nicholas Gage were an exceptional swimmer, could he possibly swim all the way back to the Storm Kingdom without surfacing? Moreover, he had taken some ordinary knights and wizards with him. It was more likely they would seek temporary refuge on a nearby island, making it difficult to escape the highly vigilant tracking of the Griffins. Sooner or later, they would be rooted out and dealt with by the three clans. Having lost two high-ranking figures of notable status and a significant portion of their navy, how would the Storm Kingdom react? Wong Hui couldn't help but look forward to it. Through this battle, he had gained a rough understanding of the power level of superhumans in the Gulf world. At least for now, no one strong enough to threaten the divine servant Huyen Wu had emerged. But this was under the premise of one-on-one combat. If Nicholas Gage and that which were to join forces, even if Huyen Wu could still win, he would likely pay a heavy price in injuries. This was precisely a point worth vigilance. It remained unclear how many knights and wizards existed across the four kingdoms. If these two groups were to collaborate fully, the expansion efforts of the three clans could face significant obstacles. Wong Hui felt it necessary to descend once more and make arrangements. Before that, he habitually picked up his phone to browse, keeping an eye on information related to the blind box. The little black book app yielded little of value. But Gatling TV showed new developments. This guy is alive again. Even a sealed coffin couldn't contain him. Wong Hui frowned as he clicked on Liang Zhao's latest update, where the number of replies had already exceeded 80,000. Na mojaterling pusa. Login time limit ended. I Gatling am back. Ha ha ha. The post included screenshots from Liang Zhao's recent login. It wasn't he the cellar where Wong Hui had instructed Justin to lock the body, but a narrow residential alley. The architecture still reflected the familiar medieval harbor city style, most likely still in port adversity. This time, however, Liang Zhao had learned his lesson. He avoided wandering outside, fearing another random encounter with thugs that might lead to his untimely demise. He seemed to have taken temporary lodging in a fisherman's home, with subsequent pictures taken indoors or in the small backyard. Liang Zhao claimed he intended to settle down for a while, first learning the language of the game world before venturing out cautiously. Some of the pictures included the fisherman's daughter, which excited netizens like geese held by the neck. They clamored eagerly for more appearances of her. Liang Zhao played hard to get, occasionally releasing a photo, followed by several links promoting other streamers from his company, before reluctantly sharing another. Truth be told, the girl wasn't particularly beautiful. Years of sun-drying fish had left her skin less than fair, with a few faint freckles around her nose. Yet her simple, genuine nature and infectious smile won over netizens tired of the artificial performances of online celebrities, who urged Liang Zhao to interact more with this NPC. As a wealthy second-generation heir, Liang Zhao had deeply interacted with countless women, including over 10 minor celebrities. How could he possibly regard a fisherman's daughter in a game as noteworthy? But she was the key to traffic, even if she wasn't to his taste. Since netizens loved her, he had no issue putting on a show to boost Gatling TV's popularity once more. Liang Zhao began actively engaging the fisherman's daughter in conversation, helping with fish drying while learning the language, all the while discreetly capturing flattering angles and stockpiling pictures of the girl for future use. For the sake of traffic, he spared no effort. Wong Hui curled his lip in disdain. He had no interest in such theatrics. What mattered more was locating Liang Zhao as soon as possible and gaining control over him. A modern world individual entering a relatively backward civilization with supernatural abilities in a miniature world was like throwing a 30-year-old bachelor into a kingdom of women. Who could predict what chaos this guy might stir up? Variables must be nipped in the bud. Wong Hui noted the scenery in Liang Zhao's screenshots, paying special attention to the fisherman's daughter's appearance before descending into the bay world. Resisting the repulsive force of the rules, Wong Hui forcibly shifted his landing point to a street corner on the northern side of the harbor. He glanced toward the warehouse where he had landed twice before, now heavily guarded by additional personnel. The supervisor kept looking up anxiously, as if worried something might crash through the ceiling again. Even if you invited me, I wouldn't want to relive the experience of landing in a seafood crate. Wong Hui shrugged, his hands tucked into his pockets as he made his way toward Lilia's residence. Roughly 4 or 5 hours had passed since the Storm Navy set sail, and many people on the streets were still chatting idly, speculating about the Navy's destination. Little did they know that the maritime fleet, the pride of the Storm Kingdom, had already been annihilated by an external civilization. Arriving at Lilia's doorstep, Wong Hui once again spotted the burly, dark-skinned man, Marius, standing guard. Upon seeing him, Marius immediately dropped his feigned menacing expression, grinning foolishly as he bowed and scraped. Old. Marius stammered for a moment, feeling it inappropriate to address this person as teacher like the butler did. Finally, he blurted out, Master, you've arrived. Wong Hui smiled helplessly. not bothering to correct the simple-minded man's form of address. He patted Marius on the shoulder and pushed the door open to enter. Justin was lost in thought, studying a map, but when he looked up and saw Wong Hui, he rose in pleasant surprise. Teacher, you've returned safely. Did you encounter the Storm Knights? In a manner of speaking, yes. Wong Hui refrained from mentioning that he had observed them from a godlike perspective and instead asked. Accompanying Nicholas Gage and the seventh prince was a middle-aged witch of considerable strength. Who is she? The second court sorceress of the Storm Kingdom, Meg. Justin picked up a crumpled piece of paper from the table, apologetically adding, Teacher, I only recently received intelligence that she was also part of the entourage. I regret not informing you in time. It's of no consequence. The outcome remains unchanged. Wong Hui did not dwell on the topic further and turned to head toward the cellar where Liang Zhao's body was sealed. The outcome remains unchanged? Justin was left bewildered. Could it be that the teacher had slain both the Storm Knights and the second court sorceress? Surely not. Chapter 63. Soaring Trees Across the Sea. The aftermath's lingering warmth regarding the specifics of the meeting with Nicholas Gage and the others. Justin dared not inquire further and followed Wong Hui down into the cellar. Guarding the cellar entrance was a man with a steady demeanor who instinctively moved to block the door. However, upon spotting Justin behind Wong Hui, he silently bowed his head and stepped aside. Professional and sufficiently perceptive. With a creak, the cellar door opened, revealing a large locked chest, additionally secured with 4 chains crisscrossed over it. In the corner of the cellar sat another guard. Justin had indeed strictly adhered to Wong Hui's orders, though he did not fully comprehend why such stringent measures were necessary to guard a corpse. Justin signaled the guard to open the chest, but Wong Hui raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A series of crisp cracking sounds followed as the 4 chains, each as thick as a baby's arm, were shattered from a distance. Even the large iron lock on the chest fell away on its own. The guard watched in astonishment, but remembered the rules and refrained from commenting, simply lowering his head and stepping aside. Every time I witness the teacher's methods, I am left in awe, Justin praised sincerely, stepping forward cautiously to lift the lid of the chest himself. Simultaneously, the bat wings attached to his back stirred restlessly. Prepared for combat. Should any anomaly arise from the corpse within, he was ready to block it at the first possible moment. Upon opening the lid, Justin froze in astonishment. The crate was completely empty. Could a corpse truly have escaped? He swiftly turned to the 2 guards, his voice icy as he demanded. You were watching from both inside and outside the entire time. How could the contents of the crate have vanished? Though Justin did not deliberately intensify his tone, the faint undercurrent of lethal intent sent shivers down their spines. They immediately dropped to their knees, frantically explaining that they had never left their posts and were certain the crate had remained untouched. Very well, it is not their fault. Wong Hui stepped forward, bending down to retrieve a single strand of hair from the crate, his expression thoughtful. This is a black hair, he observed. In the coastal nations, individuals with black hair were exceedingly rare. This strand most likely belonged to Liang Xiaohao. Moreover, the tip of the hair gradually faded to white. Did this indicate that Liang Xiaohao's rebirth in the miniature world had not come without a price? Returning from the cellar to the first-floor living room, Wong Hui fetched paper and a pen, sketching the scenery from Liang Xiaohao's dynamic image before drawing a separate portrait of the fisherman's daughter. The vanished corpse has likely been resurrected. Search for it. If this location is within Adversity Harbor, station someone to observe him, but do not take action for now. Yes, teacher. Justin responded solemnly, though inwardly he was astounded. A resurrected corpse? Even within wizard circles, such matters were regarded as deeply forbidden taboos. Could it be that the adversary his teacher was concerned about was a powerful and enigmatic necromancer? Unaware of the dramatic conflicts his student was imagining, Wong Hui glanced toward the upper floor. He could sense intermittent waves of source energy emanating from Lilia's room. The elven girl seemed still immersed in her exploration of magic. This was something Wong Hui was pleased to witness. However, the inspiration he had provided Lilia alone was insufficient to fully develop the magical talents of this island elf. She required more rigorous, systematic knowledge of spells as support. And who could serve as a better repository of foundational knowledge than a second court wizard? After offering Justin a few more instructions, Wong Hui took his leave and returned to the outer world, only to descend once more. This time, his landing point shifted slightly westward, a small island not far from Adversity Harbor. A pity, he mused. The restrictive forces of the Bay World's rules impose significant limitations on me. I cannot forcefully descend exactly where I wish. Shaking his head in resignation, he was undeterred. Surveying his surroundings, he located a tree of suitable size. With a flick of his finger, 2 semi-transparent streams of source energy shot forth, striking the trunk at its upper and lower sections. Whoosh! The unsupported canopy above slid away, while the middle section of the trunk remained intact, caught single-handedly by Wong Hui. Taking a deep breath, he hurled it with immense force toward the distant horizon where the sea met the northwest sky. Swish! The trunk soared like an arrow released from its bow, and Wong Hui leaped gracefully onto it, landing with his hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly, he sensed a feeling of being watched. Glancing back at the island he had just left, he found it deserted. Though certain the sensation had not been an illusion, he saw no need to return and investigate. Most likely someone from the Storm Kingdom, he thought. A trivial trick of the wizards, perhaps? The entire Gulf world is seen by Wong Hui as his for the taking, and the Storm Kingdom is merely the first course on his plate, destined to falter before long. Whoosh! Wong Hui glides over the water's surface, stepping swiftly on flying tree trunks as the sea breeze brushes against his face, the salty, damp scent growing ever stronger. Compared to the earlier pace of the Storm Navy's voyage, his flying trees are clearly faster, and in just moments, he soars into the deep sea region, with the boundary between the two realms now visible in the distance. Upon returning to his main body earlier and looking down to confirm, the armies of the three clans had already settled on a larger island, taking stock of the gains and losses from the battle. Over 40 aluminum-clad warships were neatly docked in 2 rows along the shore. The earlier collisions and the spells cast by the wizards had left each ship with varying degrees of damage, yet not a single one had been sunk. With some repairs, they could quickly be restored to full strength. As for the Storm Navy warships that had been towed back, only 26 remained. The other 6 had sunk to the ocean floor. Even those still intact appeared battered and full of cracks, forming a stark contrast to the sleek, gleaming aluminum-clad ships beside them. Only the largest among them, the Nicholas, remained sturdy, barely maintaining its dignity as the flagship. The warriors of the three clans bound the captured knights and sailors with coarse ropes, escorting them to makeshift cave prisons for confinement, awaiting further disposition. Crates of food, fine wine, and other supplies were hauled from the ship holds, along with hundreds of warhorses, likely prepared by the Storm Navy for a landing operation, though unfortunately, they never saw action. As dusk fell, massive bonfires were lit one after another, and the busy members of the three clans gathered around them. Some raised goblets of plundered wine, toasting to the bravery displayed in battle and singing heartily. Others hung their heads low, gazing at the belongings of fallen comrades, lost in sorrow. Sister Xia, come join us for some roasted meat outside. Everyone wants to hear you speak. Inside the main tent, Zhuoqiu had changed out of her armor into everyday attire, urging Nalan Xia to attend the bonfire gathering. After years of companionship, the two no longer regarded each other with the initial wariness, addressing one another as sisters in private. Haven't you heard enough? After a victory, let their ears enjoy a moment of peace. Nalan Xia shot Zhuoqiu an exasperated glance, waving her hand dismissively. You go ahead. I'll join once I finish reviewing this last report. All right. Zhuoqiu shrugged and lifted the tent flap, stepping outside. Watching her depart, Nalan Xia turned her attention back to the report in her hands, her brow gradually furrowing. The fleeing storm knights seemed to be causing trouble incessantly. Chapter 64, Wizards and Deities. Nightfall in the Storm Royal Capital. Within the royal library, a young wizard hurried with anxious steps, nervously knocking on the door of the innermost chamber. Chief! The rapid knocking roused the elderly man inside, who waved his staff in displeasure. A sudden gust of wind flung the door open. Clad in white robes with hair as white as snow, his face etched with deep wrinkles, and white eyebrows that nearly met his beard, all testifying to his advanced age. Belmore, chief wizard of the Storm Royal Court. What is all this panic? The old man rebuked sharply, and the young wizard immediately lowered his face, not daring to meet his gaze. In a timid voice, he picked up a letter and said, Chief, there is news from Windward Harbor. The stationed observer there witnessed through the wizard's eye a strange man tearing off a large section of a tree trunk with his bare hands, and then flying away by stepping on it, before he could finish. Belmore impatiently cut him off with a stern tone. How many times have I said it? Never blindly trust the wizard's eye. Only what you see with your own eyes and experience with your own soul is the most real. As he spoke, Belmore's eyes remained fixed on a thick spell book in his hands, seemingly indifferent to anything else. Seeing this, the young wizard opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing more. He bowed in apology, withdrew from the room, and closed the door tightly behind him. Belmore's temperament was well known among the wizards of the Storm Court. When he delved into the mysteries of magic, 99% of his attention was consumed by it. Even if the sky were to fall, he would hardly look away. The strange man flying on the tree trunk seemed to be heading toward the direction of the northwestern deep sea. Hopefully, Lady McGonagall can handle it properly. The young wizard glanced at the letter in his hand again, sighed, shook his head, and left. On an island in the deep sea, Nalan Xian had just begun reviewing reports when she heard the sound of the tent flap being lifted. Thinking it was Zhuoqiu returning, she looked up and saw Wong Hui instead. Celestial. Nalan Xian's face lit up with surprise, and she immediately tried to rise to bow. But Wong Hui pressed her down with a gesture. No need for formalities. With a flick of his finger, a stone stool placed farther away was pulled over by primordial energy. Wong Hui sat down leisurely and asked, It's so late. Instead of joining the celebration with everyone, what are you busy with alone? Were the casualties severe today? Thanks to your prior arrangements, we were well prepared, and the casualties were even fewer than expected. However, Nalan Xian hesitated briefly before handing over the latest report with both hands. The enemy commander who escaped is quite troublesome. He and his subordinates reappear periodically to launch surprise attacks. WVE already had 3 patrol warships encounter him, with losses exceeding 60 people. Wong Hui took the report and examined it carefully. It documented the multiple attacks carried out by Nicholas Gage and others. The intervals between attacks were short, but the distances between the targeted warships were considerable, suggesting that these individuals were acting separately, doing their utmost to disrupt the deployment of the 3 clans. Losing 60 people might not sound severe, but as the frequency of such incidents continued to rise, it could easily demoralize the 3 clans. Those with weaker nerves might not even dare to sleep soundly at night. What about Galumi? It's better suited than humans for searching underwater targets. Have it assist with patrols. Hearing this, Nalan Xian couldn't help but smile wryly. Galumi is injured. I wanted to ask for its help earlier, but it refused. Moments later, the two arrived at another tent nearby. Inside, a flat stone slab served as a bed, covered with a soft, thick woolen blanket. Galumi, in the form of a blue-haired girl, lay sprawled on it. It had clearly heard Wong Hui's voice, but pretended not to notice. Squinting its eyes and humming softly without moving, Nalan Xia was about to step forward to teach this bratty girl a lesson in respecting the divine. But Wong Hui extended a hand to stop her. A translucent, ethereal energy giant hand materialized above the stone bed and slammed down with force. Wah! Galumi could no longer pretend to be unconscious, screaming and struggling under the pressure. You let go? I won't dare anymore. Wong Hui withdrew his hand with a faint, enigmatic smile, crossing his arms as he asked, You seem quite spirited. Where exactly are you injured? My whole body is hurt, Galumi replied, scrambling to her feet. At first, she boasted proudly, when they went to fight today, the ship almost capsized. It was only because I was pulling from underwater that we managed to win in the end. But soon, her little face fell, and she gestured weakly with her limp arm. It took a lot of effort. Many of my tentacles snapped, and even my main body was injured. I can't muster any strength now. Wong Hui sat on the edge of the bed, carefully examining Galumi. The little slime wasn't he lying. Even after channeling ethereal energy through her several times, he could still feel numerous broken and blocked areas within her body. It seems you really exerted yourself today. As Wong Hui's energy flowed through Galumi, the warm sensation filled her with contentment. Gradually, her hands and feet softened into a slime-like consistency, unconsciously wrapping around Wong Hui. Thwack! A flick on the forehead jolted Galumi awake. Wong Hui chuckled and scolded. Stop sticking to me like that. Rest tonight. Early tomorrow morning, you'll set out with the patrol warships on rotation. Those enemies lurking in the shadows are troublesome. The warriors of the 3 clans and the griffins in the sky won't be enough to capture them. We'll need your help. He paused, noticing Galumi's pout, and softened his tone. If you can capture those people alive, I'll reward you with something delicious afterward, something you've never tasted before, big and incredibly tasty. Really? Galumi's eyes lit up, but then she recalled Wong Hui's enormous hands when he placed the divine gift city, and a hint of fear crept into her expression. Will I burst? Ahem. Wong Hui, noticing Nalan Xia's odd expression beside him, cleared his throat awkwardly. You want burst? I can cut the food into smaller pieces beforehand. Having reached an agreement with Galumi, the two bid farewell and left to meet their next target, the second court sorceress of the royal court. Unlike ordinary prisoners, this noble sorceress was not confined to a damp, dim cave cell but enjoyed her own private tent. The cost, however, was that the divine servant, Huyen Wu, remained by her side at all times. Divine One, you have arrived. As soon as Wong Hui lifted the tent flap and entered, Huyen Wu immediately rose to greet him, bowing slightly with utmost reverence. The scene left the sorceress, Maggie, with a complex expression. Since her capture, she had repeatedly attempted to negotiate with Huyen Wu. Yet, the old man remained unmoved, neither yielding to persuasion nor intimidation. After confining her here, he sat as still as a statue. But now, he treated this young man with the reverence of a deity, even addressing him as such. Maggie silently recited incantations under her breath. Arcane sensitivity, disguised detection, spiritual sight. She was determined to uncover the true nature of this so-called Divine One. Chapter 65. You have no objections, right? In the Gulf world, the power harnessed by superhumans is known as magical energy. The distinction lies in how it is utilized. Knights channel most of their magical energy into strengthening their muscles and bones, reserving only a small portion for martial techniques. In contrast, wizards possess comparatively weaker physical bodies, as the majority of their magical energy is devoted to casting spells, capable of summoning winds and rains, so to speak. At its core, this magical energy is essentially source energy. Microscopic beings are unable to absorb it directly from the environment. They must rely on specialized methods to unlock and utilize the power contained within source crystals. However, in the clan world, these crystals are referred to as celestial crystals, while in the Gulf world, they are known as magic stones. After the witch Meg was captured by the divine servant Huyen Wu, all her magic stones were confiscated, and she dared not rashly open her dimensional bag to retrieve more. Yet, owing to her inherently cautious nature, Meg had developed a habit of concealing a tiny fragment of a magic stone beneath her tongue whenever she ventured out for battle, as a precaution for unforeseen circumstances. Now, she relied on this small reserve to replenish her magical energy, silently reciting incantations to cast her spells. Arcane sensitivity allowed Meg to perceive fluctuations of magical energy within a certain range around her with heightened acuity. Disguise detection rendered most illusion-based spells and techniques ineffective in her presence. And with spiritual vision, Meg felt confident she could unveil the true essence of any adversary. Even the highly accomplished Chief Wizard Belmore would find it impossible to conceal his true strength under the combined scrutiny of these 3 spells. However, when Meg turned her gaze toward Wong Hui, an inexplicable chill ran down her spine. Veins abruptly bulged at her temples, and her eyes, still in the state of spiritual vision, felt as though they had been struck by a blinding light. The searing pain forced a muffled groan from her lips, and she hurriedly shut her eyes. Watching coldly from the sidelines, the divine servant Huyen Wu offered a succinct, 2-word assessment. Fool. Though he did not understand the precise mechanics of the spells, his familiarity with source energy allowed him to roughly deduce what Meg was attempting. In fact, not long ago, this woman had secretly attempted a similar probe on Huyen Wu, only to be met with a solid slap in return. The swelling on her face had yet to fully subside. Now, she had the audacity to attempt to pry into the divine, truly a foolhardy act deserving of no mercy. On the other side, Nalan Xia, witnessing the scene, frowned and cautioned, Your actions are highly disrespectful before a deity. If you wish to avoid unnecessary suffering, it would be wise to behave with more propriety. I understand. My apologies, the witch Meg stammered. It took her quite some time, lying prone on the ground, to gradually regain her composure. When she finally managed to sit up and reopen her eyes, her vision remained blurry, and tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Fear gripped her heart, Who exactly was this young man? When she had used spiritual vision to observe Belmore, she had at most glimpsed a radiant silhouette. Never experiencing anything close to this near-blinding agony, the presence before her was even more overwhelming than the rumored mysterious Pope of the Silver Moon Kingdom. Could it be that deities truly existed in this world? Meg dared not dwell on the thought any further, lowering her head as a slight tremble coursed through her body. Throughout it all, Wong Hui showed no reaction to Meg's actions. It was not that he had failed to detect her probing in advance. Rather, he had intentionally remained still and unguarded, curious to witness what extraordinary methods the witch might employ. With his current B-level life tier, the strength of his projected form has reached an unprecedented height. Judging solely from Meg's previous combat performance, she poses no threat to Wong Hui. What did you see just now? Wong Hui asked. Unfamiliar with his temperament, Meg could only speak the truth. I saw an extremely dazzling light and an unbelievable burning sensation. Which means you possess unparalleled and formidable magical power. Is that so? Wong Hui gestured invitingly. I'm quite interested in your spell of retrieving objects out of thin air. Could you demonstrate it? Meg was taken aback, puzzled. It's just an ordinary dimensional pouch. With your abilities. Before she could finish, she heard the divine servant, Huyen Wu, coldly rebuke, obey the command of the god. Do as you're told. Yes. Meg trembled, her left hand shaking as she drew a circle in the air. With a ripple of translucent waves, she retrieved several items from an unseen void. Apart from the bags of gold coins and gems she had previously shown to Huyen Wu, there were also magic stones of various sizes, known as sky crystals. Yet, after her recent humbling experience, Meg completely abandoned any thought of secretly using the magic stones to restore her power. Even if she were at her peak, facing this inscrutable dark-haired young man, she likely wouldn't have the slightest chance of escape. Standing nearby, Wong Hui observed Meg's actions with an amused gaze. As the inheritor of the sacred artifact, yin-yang fish, he possessed a profound understanding of source energy. Though the dimensional pouch appeared miraculous, after observing it up close for a moment, Wong Hui quickly grasped its underlying principle. It seemed to tear through space, but in reality, it merely utilized source energy to construct a new miniature space, never truly breaking free from the rules of the micro-world. Just as Meg was about to close the dimensional pouch, after her demonstration, Wong Hui reached in from the side. Wait. Under Meg's astonished gaze, Wong Hui used both hands to grip the edges of the dimensional pouch, forcibly pulling apart the ripples that were about to close. How is this possible? Meg felt as if her entire worldview was collapsing. The dimensional pouch spell wasn't particularly difficult. Most seasoned wizards with over a decade of experience could use it, differing only in the size of the space they could create. However, such a unique space should only be accessible and controllable by the caster's own magical energy. That's why elderly wizards, nearing the end of their lives, would voluntarily open their dimensional pouches to retrieve all items, ensuring their heirs wouldn't be unable to access their legacy. Meg had never heard of anyone who could forcibly open another wizard's dimensional pouch, not even the highly respected Belmore, whom she deeply admired. TSK, you have quite a collection, Wong Hui remarked casually, examining the items stored inside the dimensional pouch. There were several spare staffs and robes, nearly 100 sky crystals of varying sizes, bags of coins, jewelry, small trinkets, and a few books with rather ancient-looking covers. Noticing the opening of the dimensional pouch, beginning to contract again, Wong Hui, slightly impatient, gave it a forceful tug. With a muffled crunch, the space Meg had constructed was torn apart, scattering its contents across the ground. My apologies. I didn't expect it to be so fragile. Wong Hui shrugged apologetically, then earnestly sought the witch's opinion. By convention, the contents of the dimensional bag should also count as our spoils of war. Do you have any objections? Meg wanted to refuse politely, but after glancing at the two eager-eyed individuals beside her, she ultimately nodded with a bitter expression. That's fair and reasonable. I have no objections. Chapter 66, A Pragmatic Hero. The divine right of King's plan. Having understood the nature of the dimensional bag, Wong Hui easily created his own space by following the same method. Unfortunately, as he had not yet mastered the inherited sacred artifacts of the Gulf world and had integrated the yin-yang fish from the clan world into his body, he faced strong rejection from the world's rules here. This was especially evident when attempting to create a dimensional bag. He was met with even more intense resistance. Wong Hui expended considerable effort to construct a barely satisfactory small space, measuring only about 100 cubic meters, roughly 10 times the volume of Meg's dimensional bag. Of course, the witch's original dimensional bag had been torn apart by Wong Hui, so she would have to create a new one later. At this moment, Meg had no time to lament her loss. Having witnessed the entire process of Wong Hui creating the dimensional bag, her face had gone numb from sheer astonishment. Absurd. Unbelievable. Could a space of such terrifying size truly be constructed by a human? To Meg's knowledge, even the wizard or Baido, known as the Master of Space, had a dimensional bag, less than one-third the size of this young man's. Although Meg still had doubts about his divine identity, deep down, she seemed increasingly inclined to believe it. She couldn't help but grow more fearful. The Storm Kingdom had truly provoked someone they shouldn't have. After bidding farewell to the disheartened witch, Wong Hui left the tent, intending to find a place to study the ancient books he had seized. However, Nalan Jia, who was following beside him, softly suggested, Lord Celestial, there is another captive with a rather special status. Would you like to meet him? Wong Hui was flipping through a book titled 3 Years of Arcane Arts, 5 Years of Spells, and casually asked, special status? He claims to be the 7th prince of the Storm Kingdom. Oh, Wong Hui closed the book and chuckled lightly. Let's meet him. A short while later, the two arrived at a small tent located beside the cave prison. Inside were two captives who were relatively special but not as unique as the witch Meg, the seventh prince of the Storm Kingdom, and his lackey wizard, Lannon. From the tribal warriors responsible for interrogation, Wong Hui learned that the first person to discover the passage between the two worlds was none other than this Lannon. Moreover, compared to the seventh prince, who had been frightened into a faint, Lannon's mental fortitude was clearly much stronger. Initially, Lannon had thought that Nalan Jia, who commanded the entire army, was the highest-ranking figure among the foreigners. But upon seeing Nalan Jia respectfully and obediently accompanying a black-haired young man, he realized who the true leader was. Noble king of the other shore, Lannon dragged his injured leg and prostrated himself on the ground with utmost humility. I offer my sincerest apologies for my ignorant offense. However, Nalan Jia corrected him. Before you is not some king of the other shore, but the supreme celestial god. Lannon paused briefly, then bowed once more, addressing the other party with a different title. What the title actually was didn't matter. The key was to keep the other side pleased, ensuring his own survival. In the current situation, there was no hope of making a name for himself by discovering a new continent. Even if he managed to return alive, staying in the Storm Kingdom would likely be impossible. If he were charged with bringing an alien invasion upon them, the punishment would be a living hell. Wong Hui glanced at the unconscious seventh prince beside him and asked, is the Storm Kingdom aware of the consequences it must bear for this impolite act of aggression? Not expecting the useless seventh prince to wake and answer, Lannon quickly put on a smile and said, there must be some misunderstanding here. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly caught the title on the cover of the book in Wong Hui's hand. 3 years of arcane arts, 5 years of spells. It was a work on magic written by McGonagall, the second court wizard of the royal court, and clearly the original handwritten version. Lannon's words trailed off, his expression shifting uncertainly. Even McGonagall, who was proficient in the flight spell, hadn't he managed to escape the blockade of this alien army from the other shore? He knew all too well the old witch's combat abilities. Not only was she formidable in raw power, but she also had a fondness for underhanded tactics, which she euphemistically called strategic ingenuity. If McGonagall had failed to escape, it was only a matter of time before Nicholas Gage and the others were captured as well. This civilization from the other shore hardly seemed like a side caught off guard by an invasion. It looked more like they were preparing to launch a full-scale counter-invasion against the Storm Kingdom. Realizing this, Lannon glanced again into Wong Hui's deep eyes and couldn't help but shudder. Swallowing back any meaningless pleasantries, he changed his tone and said, the Storm Kingdom must pay for its mistakes, but allow me to speak plainly. His Majesty the King and the First Court Wizard are both exceptional individuals, and the majority of the kingdom's military strength remains intact, though the army under the Heavenly God's command is invincible. Engaging the Storm Kingdom in direct conflict might still result in significant losses. Do not forget, you are the ones who started this war, while we are merely defending ourselves righteously. Nalan Jia corrected Lannon once more, subtly checking Wong Hui's expression before continuing in a firm tone. If you intend to threaten us with the Storm Kingdom's remaining forces, there is no need to say more. The warriors who follow the god will not be deterred by such trivial obstacles. No, I didn't express myself clearly. Lannon hurriedly waved his hands in explanation. I firmly support the Heavenly God in defending sovereignty, but if there were another approach, perhaps controlling the Storm Kingdom could be achieved more easily. As he spoke, the gazes of all three fell upon the unconscious seventh prince. By the time Wong Hui returned to his main body, it was already deep into the night. Looking again at the Storm Kingdom within the glass cover, he revealed an amused smile. Someone like Lannon could be unkindly called an opportunist, or more diplomatically, a pragmatic individual who knew how to adapt to circumstances, skilled at reading the situation. Once he discerned Wong Hui's true intentions, he promptly switched sides and made full use of his limited conditions to seek a chance at survival. Wong Hui didn't particularly like such people, but he couldn't deny that Lannon's words held some truth. The three clans could certainly forcefully conquer Stormwind Kingdom if they wished, and Wong Hui could even lend a hand with his true form, reaching out to give the kingdom a few good tugs. However, what he sought was rule, not destruction. Excessive casualties among the miniature people would ultimately be Wong Hui's greatest loss. After careful consideration, he decided to adopt Lannon's proposal and launch the Divine Right of Kings plan. The central figure of this plan was none other than the hopelessly incompetent seventh prince. Who could be more suitable as a puppet than that fellow? Wong Hui fetched something from the fridge to fill his stomach, washed up, habitually closed the glass cover, and went to sleep. The Divine Right of Kings plan was a slow and meticulous endeavor, and establishing the three clans in the Bay world would not happen overnight. Speeding up the flow of time would be more efficient. Yet, amid all the busyness, Wong Hui's attention was focused on major strategies, overlooking the fact that Liang Xiaohao was still in the Bay world. Chapter 67. Too happy to think of home? Someone below. Late at night, in a fisherman's cottage somewhere in Windward Harbor, Liang Xiaohao, who had come from the outside world, had just finished helping with chores and was sharing dinner with the fisherman and his daughter, attempting to use the local words he had learned that day. Old fisherman Bernie was not a talkative man, but with a guest in his home after so long, he tried his best to express warmth in his own way, for instance, by continuously adding fish to Liang Xiaohao's plate. The fisherman's daughter, Vela, smiled gently as she ate in small bites, listening to Liang Xiaohao's clumsy speech and occasionally correcting a few word choices in a soft voice. Her mother had passed away due to severe bleeding during childbirth, and she had grown up with her honest, reticent father. Every day, aside from helping unload cargo, drying fish, cooking, washing dishes, and occasionally mending clothes, there was hardly anything else to do. The appearance of this peculiar young man brought an unprecedented ray of light into Vela's life. Although Liang Xiaohao could barely speak coherently, he was friendly and lively, always seeming to come up with strange ideas from nowhere that kept Vela smiling constantly. Moreover, Liang Xiaohao was willing to endure hardship, taking on most of the rough work himself. It seemed he had nowhere else to go and hoped to stay with them. Old fisherman Bernie had initially been very wary of this unfamiliar young man, suspecting he might have ill intentions toward his daughter. However, Liang Xiaohao was, after all, a modern man from the outside world with rich social experience. Fooling a medieval NPC was as easy as pie for him, with little effort. He used his superb acting skills to dispel the old fisherman's concerns and successfully secured lodging rights. Crunch, crunch. The fish, cooked in a crude manner, could hardly be called delicious. Yet, to maintain his persona, Liang Xiaohao had to pretend to enjoy it immensely, praising the meal extravagantly. Inwardly, however, he was somewhat puzzled. After all, the sensation of eating felt far too real. Earlier, Liang Xiaohao had even gone to the bathroom twice, and the experience was no different from reality. Even with the many small adhesive discs on the VR device that seemed to provide tactile simulation, this effect was almost unbelievably realistic. The realism of eating and using the restroom is astonishing. If I were to do something else. Liang Xiaohao stole a glance at Vela, his eyes flickering with thought. She happened to look over at that moment, and their eyes met. Immediately, Liang Xiaohao suppressed his wandering thoughts and offered a warm smile. They had only known each other for a day. Patience was key. After all, this fisherman's daughter was delightfully naive and would surely not escape his grasp. After the meal, Liang Xiaohao helped wash the pots, pans, and dishes, bid Vela good night, and retreated to the small room where he was staying. It was barely 5 square meters, smaller than the bathtub in his real-world home. Yet, Vela had tidied it meticulously. The bedsheets and blankets were sun-dried and fluffy, clearly arranged with care. However, Liang Xiaohao had no intention of sleeping there. He planned to log out of the game and return to reality for rest. With numerous new screenshots and insights into the game's linguistic system, posting them online was sure to generate another wave of excitement. Thinking of his Gatling TV channel, Liang Xiaohao opened his eyes again, only to find himself still in the fisherman's cottage. What was going on? Puzzled, he attempted to log out once more, but the scene before him remained unchanged. He couldn't exit. Panic set in. Was a VR game supposed to be this immersive? Slap, slap. He was a determined man. He struck his own face with force. The pain was sharp, but it changed nothing. Thump, thump, thump. He jumped vigorously, even banging his head against the wall, hoping the pain would jolt him awake. Yet, it was all in vain. The commotion grew so loud that it woke Vela in the neighboring room. Worried, she knocked on his door to check on him. Nothing wrong, just exercising. Liang Xiaohao replied clumsily in broken language. Once Vela returned to her room, he sank onto the bed in despair. Was he truly trapped in this game world? Outside, on Gatling TV, under the account Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, tens of thousands of netizens were eagerly urging for updates. Hey, you Haven T posted in hours. Even a workhorse wouldn't rest this long. I bet he has hooked up with the fisherman's daughter and forgotten all about us. So unfair. Why didn't my blind box have the VR gear? I want to meet the fisherman's daughter too. Many, captivated by this groundbreaking, hyper-realistic VR game, found themselves unable to sleep. They feverishly refreshed the forums while contacting friends and family, hoping to borrow accounts to purchase more blind boxes. Who knew? They might be the next chosen ones. Meanwhile, Wong Hui was already fast asleep, completely unaware that his simple act of closing the glass cover of the miniature world had irrevocably altered Liang Xiaohao's life trajectory. As people in the outside world scrambled to buy blind boxes, time flowed differently within the miniature world, where dawn had already broken. On an island in the northwest deep sea, a disheveled Galumi trudged out of a tent, looking utterly drained, and boarded an aluminum patrol ship for its shift. Its mind was preoccupied with the promised reward from Wong Hui, a large, delicious treat, compelling it to push through its still-healing injuries to work. As for Nicholas Gagey, just wait, I'll turn you into chicken. Galumi pouted, resting her chin on the ship's railing as her arms gradually transformed into slimy, gelatinous tentacles. They extended down into the sea, slowly stretching out to search for any remnants of the Storm Navy. According to what Nalencia had just mentioned, those enemies had launched 5 surprise attacks overnight, causing nearly 100 casualties among the patrol ships of the 3 clans. If this continued, in just a few days, the losses would rival those from the frontal battles. Still haven't found anything? A sudden roar echoed in her ears, startling the drowsy Galumi so much that she nearly tumbled into the water. She turned her head to glance at the still visible island, then looked back with displeasure at Huyen Longjua, who had shouted, "What are you yelling about? The ship just left the port. How could we possibly find anything so quickly?" Thud. The 8-foot serpent spear was forcefully planted into the deck as Huyen Longjua's expression darkened. He knew he was being too impatient, but yesterday, Nicholas Gage had escaped right before his eyes, and now he had inflicted so much damage on the armies of the 3 clans. Although Nalen Xia hadn't blamed him for it, Huyen Longjua felt a knot of frustration in his chest, silently vowing to personally make up for this mistake. Yet he was well aware that he wasn't skilled at tracking. The search efforts largely depended on Galumi, this slime creature. After a moment of silence, the warship had sailed into open waters. Huyen Longjua steeled himself to apologize for his attitude, but before he could speak, he noticed Galumi's expression suddenly change. There's someone below. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Before her words even finished, dozens of watery whips abruptly shot out from the sea's surface, wrapping around the ship's side and yanking it downward, as if trying to capsize them outright. Chapter 68. A Battle to the Death. This guy isn't even human. A short while earlier, not far from the island occupied by the 3 clans' armies. Several dozen meters underwater, more than a dozen figures hovered in place. The leader was tall and sturdy, with a firm, resolute face. clad in battle-scarred heavy armor. He cut an imposing figure, none other than the Storm Knight, Nicholas Gage. Gorf, how many of the new enemy ships are suitable for an attack? They were under the effects of spells like water breathing and message bubble, allowing them to move and communicate freely underwater. Wait a moment. A middle-aged male wizard beside him held his breath, concentrating as ripples spread out from in front of him, fanning outward in a continuous arc probing ripples. A few minutes later, Gorf responded. There are 2 enemy ships with fewer crew members, located in opposite directions on the periphery. However, as everyone's attention turned to him, he continued, on one of those ships, there are 2 unusual magical fluctuations, extremely powerful. Upon hearing this, Nicholas Gage's gaze sharpened. Compared to me? Gorf fell silent for a moment, lowering his eyes as he replied. One person's magic is elusive and unstable. As for the other, it seems stronger than you. Is it that guy? Gage's mind flashed with the image of Huyen Longjua, and a complex expression crossed his face. Then, regaining his composure, he ordered, I'll handle this ship. Gather the rest of our people and attack the other ship in the opposite direction. Find an opportunity to break through the blockade and return to Windward Harbor. No. Gorf abruptly looked up. Even you, sir, cannot face both of those monsters at once. If you stay behind, it will be certain death. His expertise in perceptive ripples is a more precise detection spell than Wizard's Eye, capable of sensing the specific magical fluctuations of a target over a wide range by leveraging the marine environment. Golub's earlier response was actually quite restrained, not to mention the one confirmed to be stronger than Gage. Even the individual with erratic magical fluctuations had a lower limit slightly higher than Gage at his peak. Another subordinate spoke up to persuade him. Most of your injuries haven't healed yet. In this condition, it's unwise to confront the enemy's strong forces head-on. It's better to join us in attacking the relatively safer enemy ships. Once reinforcements arrive, do you all truly believe we can still expect reinforcements? Gage scanned the group, noticing their stunned expressions, and spoke gravely. Lady Meg has been absent from the battlefield for nearly a full day. With her level of flight magic, she should have brought the main naval forces long ago. Yet, the reality is she hasn't. Everyone, prepare for the worst. It's highly likely that Lady Meg failed to return, which means there will be no reinforcements. Now is not the time for further debate. I will draw the attention of the enemy's strong forces, while you break through from the other side and split up. Every additional person who escapes increases the chance of delivering this intelligence to His Majesty the King. You bear the fate of the Storm Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged uneasy glances, having gone a day and night without rest, and spending most of their time submerged to evade the pursuit of that strange bird in the sky. Even the thick-skinned knights felt their bodies nearly worn down by the water, let alone the comparatively weaker wizards. Gage's decision was harsh, yet undeniably correct. Without making some sacrifices, they would soon be completely exhausted here. I'll stay with you, the wizard Golub volunteered. A sturdy female knight on the other side immediately added, I'll stay too. With Golub's assistance, it will be enough, Gage said, turning to the female knight with an unyielding tone. Quintina, lead the others in breaking through. Return and advise His Majesty on my behalf, recommending Caroline to inherit the title of Storm Knight. This is an order. Yes. The knight named Quintina gritted her teeth in acknowledgement, then turned abruptly and shouted, Follow me, with sorrowful expressions. The others bowed respectfully to Gage and Golub before swiftly swimming away after Quintina. This parting might very well be their last. Gage glanced at Golub, who remained by his side, and teased, It's not too late to regret it now. Are you sure you don't want to go back with them? You still have the mood for jokes at a time like this. Golub sighed helplessly. As he waved his staff to cast enhancement spells on Gage, he asked, Do you think the expedition to the distant civilization was a wise decision? No, I regret it even more than you do, Gage replied, layers of shimmering light alternating across his body as he shook his head with a bitter smile. But it's too late for regrets today. We provoked an extremely dangerous foreign force, and now it's time to pay the price. In the distance, the aluminum-clad warship drew gradually closer, and Gage's expression grew solemn. Prepare to engage. Golub, having coordinated with him many times before, understood the strategy without needing further discussion. Greater mana amplification. Water whip. Dozens of watery whips materialized in an instant, abruptly breaking through the sea's surface without warning, wrapping around the aluminum-clad warship's side and pulling it downward. They had left only 2 behind. Engaging a whole group of enemies on the deck would be pure suicide. However, if the opponents were not adept in water, Garov might leverage his water-based spells to create more advantages for Gage. Moreover, capsizing this ship and causing a major disturbance could draw more enemy vessels over, providing cover for Quintina and the others to break through. Splash. The aluminum-clad warship tilted sharply, catching the warriors of the 3 clans off guard and sending them tumbling in disarray. Yet, Huyen Longjua, bracing himself with his serpent spear, revealed an excited, ferocious expression on his face. Finally showing yourselves? Seeking death. He vaulted over the railing and plunged into the water, immediately spotting the vigilant Nicholas Gage below. Old enemies meeting, their eyes blazing with fury. Huyen Longjua kicked his legs, leaning forward as he thrust his serpent spear straight at him. Bang, bang, bang. Gage raised both sword and shield, bolstered by multiple enhancement spells and exceptional aquatic skills, managing to hold his own against Huyen Longjua for a time. That fool, why did he jump down on his own? Grumbled Galumi at the ship's side, their body swiftly reverting to its original blue-purple slime form. Countless gelatinous tentacles extended outward, some coiling around the watery whips gripping the hull to wrestle against them, while others plunged underwater, heading directly for Garov. No wonder the magical aura felt so erratic and inhuman. This creature isn't human at all. Garov recoiled in shock, tossing a cluster of wire-like objects from his bag of holding. while rapidly incanting a spell. Iron constraint. The wire bundle seemed to come alive, rapidly expanding and elongating in an attempt to block the advancing tentacles. Yet, Galumi's tentacles proved agile and versatile, slipping through the gaps in the wires and in the blink of an eye, hooking onto one of Garov's hands before winding upward relentlessly. Greater Mage Arm. Before the defensive incantation could be completed, a mist of blood diffused into the water as his body was tightly coiled and constricted by the gelatinous tentacles. Blood seeping from all 7 orifices. Hearing Garov's voice cut off abruptly, Nicolas Gage's eyes gradually reddened, an astonishing surge of energy erupting from his entire being. Chapter 69. The Iron Curtain. All within the divine foresight. Is everyone assembled? In the Ayur opposite the patrol ship where Huyen Longjua and the others were. The fleeing and hidden knights and wizards had been gathered together. The robust young knight Quintina scanned the group, silently counting 67 individuals. Aside from Nicolas Gage and Garov, who had stayed behind as decoys, there should have been 25 more. Where are the others? Did the message not reach them? At Quintina's question, several knights shook their heads with somber expressions. There's no need to wait. They perished in last night's assault. Not even their bodies remained. A moment of heavy silence followed her words before Quintina swung her long sword decisively. One day, we shall return to make the foreign tribes across the shore repay this debt in blood. But for now, everyone, steel yourselves and prepare for the breakthrough. We must not betray the courageous sacrifice of Sir Gage and Garov. Just as she was about to assign tasks for the day, a deep, resonant tremor echoed from the distant rear. Everyone turned their gaze toward the sound, faintly making out a swirling mass of white air expanding in the distance. Even from afar, they could sense the dangerous aura emanating from it. Several aluminum-clad warships that had been sailing toward them quickly changed course and headed toward the disturbance upon noticing the anomaly. It's Lord Gage's Iron Curtain, Quintina murmured with a complicated expression. Typically, martial techniques paled in comparison to spells of the same rank in terms of range, often targeting smaller and more concentrated areas. However, the 9th-tier martial skill, Iron Curtain, was an exception. Its sheer scale was terrifying. Years ago, Nicolas Gage had used this very technique to devastate an army of the Thunder Kingdom, cementing his fearsome reputation as the Storm Knight. But now, with his body still bearing multiple unhealed wounds, unleashing Iron Curtain was clearly a desperate, all-out move. Setting aside her shock and sorrow, Quintina issued a firm command. Everyone, the enemy ships patrolling this area have been drawn away by Lord Gage. It's time to break through. Alman, take 2 squads and head east. Aubrey, lead 2 squads southeast. The rest, follow me. We'll circle south toward Windward Harbor. Yes, the group acknowledged with nods, splitting into 3 teams to follow their respective leaders. As long as even one of them made it back, the Storm Kingdom would still have a chance to prepare fully for the coming conflict. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nicolas Gage roared with fury, his eyes wide with intensity. Waves of energy erupted from countless pores across his body, enveloping an area spanning dozens of meters around him. Another one of these cheap tricks, Huyen Longjua grumbled inwardly, gritting his teeth as he was forced back by the surging energy. In his view, a true battle between men should be a clash of muscle and blood. These outsiders, however, always resorted to flashy, elaborate methods. Were they simply afraid of a fair fight? A short distance away, Galumi's gelatinous tentacles were torn apart by the violent energy waves. Yet it stubbornly managed to extend 2 remaining ones to thoroughly search the body of the wizard Gorov, whom it had strangled earlier. After tossing anything of value back onto the warship's deck, Galumi redirected its tentacles to assist Huyen Longjua, wrapping them around his waist to help stabilize him. The force of these energy waves is too strong. I can't get close to him. What is your plan? Galumi's voice transmitted through the tentacles. Huyen Longjua instinctively opened his mouth to reply. Gurgle, cough, ack. But without the wizard's spells like underwater breathing and voice bubble, he immediately swallowed half a bellyful of water, nearly choking on his own stomach acid. Seeing Huyen Longjua beginning to roll his eyes from the choking, Galumi tried to pull him out of the energy wave's range. Snap. However, the tentacles suddenly snapped, and Huyen Longjua was tossed about like a mouse trapped in a washing machine, tumbling uncontrollably in the turbulent currents. Just as his vision spun wildly and he lost all sense of direction, an intense sense of danger surged within him. Without hesitation, he crossed his 8-foot serpent spear in front of his body. Thud. Gage's sword struck the spear shaft, followed immediately by a sweeping blow from his shield in his other hand, landing squarely on Huyen Longjua's body, already on the verge of suffocation. The latter expelled a stream of bubbles from the impact, his strength rapidly draining away. Yet Gage, who seemed to have gained the upper hand, was not faring much better himself. Iron Curtain belongs to a high-level martial arts domain. While the enemy is suppressed and locked down by the shockwaves, the user remains unaffected, capable of efficiently cutting down foes like slicing through melons and vegetables. However, this technique places an immense burden on the body, as it relentlessly drains magical power from every pore, continuously releasing shockwaves. In his prime, Gage might have endured, but now, exhausted and riddled with injuries. Blood already trickles from his nose and mouth. Clearly, he is nearing his limit. At the very least, he must eliminate this dangerous threat for the kingdom. Ignoring the reopening of old wounds and the fresh blood seeping out, Gage forces himself forward, swinging his sword toward Huyen Longjua's neck. Blade slash. Just as the sword begins to glow, Gage suddenly hears the sharp, whistling sound of projectiles cutting through the air from above. Warriors from the 3 clans on the battleship are firing heavy crossbows. Thud, 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 thud. Multiple heavy crossbows adjust their angles and unleash a concentrated volley. The heavy, powerfully propelled bolts slice through the water, brutally piercing the shockwaves surrounding Gage. In his weakened state, the iron curtain he conjures is not as impenetrable as it would be at full strength. 2 bolts penetrate the shockwaves and embed themselves in his heavy armor. The armor halts further penetration of the arrowheads, but fails to absorb all the impact force. Gage is thrown backward by the shots, and the sword strike aimed at the vital neck only lands on Huyan Longjua's shoulder. Ugh! A muffled groan escapes as the sharp sword energy cuts through flesh, yet the pain also jolts his muddled mind back to clarity. Die! Huyan Longjua, mouth filled with seawater, shouts indistinctly as he thrusts his spear forward with all his might. Bang crack! The titanium steel serpent spear, like a silver snake striking from its den, pierces fiercely through Gage's abdominal armor, emerging from his lower back. Is this the end for me? Excruciating pain spreads throughout his body. Gage's vision gradually blurs, and all he sees are tentacles reaching out to ensnare him. On the island, warriors of the 3 clans erupt into cheers. Huyan Longjua, blood streaming from his shoulder and heavily drenched in seawater, grins widely, basking in the crowd's adulation and congratulations. At his feet lies Nicholas Gage, his fate unknown. It is said that he was the foremost knight of the Storm Kingdom, who gathered a group of followers to hide in the sea, ambushing and killing many warriors of the 3 clans. Yet now, has he not fallen beneath Huyan Longjua's feet? Beside him stands the blood-stained serpent spear. As the crowd raises their arms and cheers fervently, long live the gods! Victory to the 3 clans. Inside the main tent, Nalan Xia withdraws her gaze and looks at the report in her hands. Not long ago, dozens of knights and wizards hidden underwater attempted to break through in 3 groups. One group was discovered and intercepted by griffins, the second was pursued and captured by an aluminum-clad battleship, while the third managed to slip away. Sitting across from her, Zwichio, you cannot help but sigh. From the enemy's perspective, that Storm Knight can be considered a true hero, sacrificing his own life to buy time for his subordinates. After a pause, she asks, Sister Xia, should we not continue pursuing those who escaped? There is no need. Nalan Xia replies with a faint, meaningful smile. Everything is within the foresight of the gods. Our plan can now unfold. Chapter 70. The old fisherman strikes it rich. Galeport prepares for battle. Evening, Galeport. A small fishing boat returning from the sea unexpectedly rescues 3 utterly exhausted individuals from the waters. 2 men and 1 woman. The former 2 nearly unconscious, yet the only woman among them remained remarkably resilient. Clutching tightly to the fisherman Bernie's arm, please take me to see the Lord of Windward Harbor at once. I will reward you handsomely. Quickly. Bernie noticed the woman's robust physique and the calluses on her hands, clear signs of someone long accustomed to wielding weapons. A formidable figure indeed. Not daring to refuse, he steered his small boat toward the harbor without even unloading his catch, hurriedly seeking out the knights stationed there. He then assisted in supporting the 3 individuals as they made their way to the estate of the Lord, a marquis. Upon turning to leave, Bernie found a weighty pouch of coins in his hand. Finding a secluded corner, he cautiously opened it and was nearly blinded by the glint within. It was filled entirely with gold coins. For a lowly fisherman like Bernie, whose daily earnings averaged merely 200 to 300 copper coins, equivalent to 2 or 3 silver coins, this bag of 50 gold coins represented nearly 6 or 7 years of income. Even if he saved every penny without spending a single coin on sustenance. Who were these 3 individuals? Bernie nervously tightened the pouch, tucked it securely into his clothing, and swiftly departed the area, not daring to linger. He did not allow this unexpected fortune to cloud his judgment. Instead, he first returned to the harbor to unload the day's catch. As was his routine, he sold the perishable varieties directly at the harbor market, while loading the fish suitable for drying and salting onto a small cart, which he then pushed toward home. Though Bernie tried to maintain his usual composure, those familiar with him could sense his distracted state. He scarcely recalled how he had even made it back home. Daddy's home. At the sound of his daughter Bella's voice, Bernie snapped out of his dazed trance. Today, he was about to recount his almost surreal experience when he noticed Liang Xiaohao emerging from behind his daughter. Forcing back the impulse, he offered a strained smile in greeting. Though Bernie had formed a favorable impression of this young man, their acquaintance was still too brief to confide in him about the windfall of 50 gold coins. Liang Xiaohao, for his part, was also in an unsettled state of mind. With no inclination to probe into the old fisherman's secrets, he silently took over the cart and moved it to the backyard, beginning to process the fish. The bruises on his face and head throbbed faintly, serving as painful reminders that his ordeal from the previous night had been all too real. A full day had passed, and he still could not log out of this game. Had no one noticed anything amiss with his physical body all this time? Damn it. As Liang Xiaohao vigorously gutted the fish, his frustration simmered. Only after his silent cursing did he remember that he no longer resided in his family's villa, but in a high-end apartment where he mostly lived alone, without round-the-clock butlers or caretakers. What was the point of eating, drinking, and relieving oneself within the game? If this dragged on too long, could his real body starve to death? The more he dwelled on it, the more terrified he became, and his actions grew increasingly forceful. What's wrong? Are the injuries from last night's training still hurting you? Bella, noticing Liang Xiaohao's agitation, approached with concern, only to be roughly pushed away. Seeing her fall to the ground, yet still wearing a look of worry, Liang Xiaohao felt some of his irritability inexplicably ease. He reached out to help Bella up, offering an apology in halting, local dialect. I'm sorry, that was wrong of me. Liang Xiaohao had come to a realization. Relying solely on his own efforts within the game was unlikely to lead to an exit. His only hope lay in his family in the real world noticing his disappearance and rushing to his apartment to forcibly remove the gaming equipment. The next day, The fisherman Bernie took an unprecedented day off. Usually, he would set out to fish before dawn, but today he slept in for an extra hour. Upon waking, he skipped the coarse black bread and instead went out to buy 3 cakes for breakfast, much to Vella's astonishment. "Dad, is today a special occasion? Why buy such expensive food?" "Not expensive at all, just 50 copper coins each. It's fine to indulge once in a while." Bernie chuckled heartily, unconcerned as he took a small knife to cut the cakes into more manageable pieces. 50 copper coins each. Vella was taken aback. This single breakfast alone would cost nearly her father's entire daily income. But seeing Bernie in such high spirits, she refrained from pressing further, not wanting to spoil the mood. "Here, have some too," she said, taking a plate of sliced cake and handing it first to Liang Xiaohao beside her. "Oh, thank you," he replied absent-mindedly, mechanically lifting a piece of cake to his mouth with a fork. Another night had passed. Why had no one noticed his disappearance yet? Or perhaps someone had already removed the gaming equipment, but he still couldn't log out? Liang Xiaohao was lost in worry when he suddenly overheard the old fisherman mentioning words like war and foreign races. He jolted awake. Previously, some netizens had speculated that Liang Xiaohao's encounter with thugs might have been part of a quest. Could his current inability to exit the game also be tied to completing some sort of mission? Gathering his thoughts, he set down his plate and asked, "Excuse me, what were you talking about?" Liang Xiaohao's grasp of the local language was still shaky, and it took Bernie some effort to explain the situation. While buying the cakes earlier, the old fisherman had seen multiple groups of knights and wizards gathering at the port. According to the well-informed cake shop owner, it seemed the Storm Navy, which had set out 2 days prior, had engaged in battle with foreign races. The situation was complicated, requiring reinforcements to be mobilized for support. The Lord of Port Adversity, the Marquis, had personally issued a proclamation, recruiting sailors and laborers to assist the army on board ships, offering a wage of 5 silver coins per day. Liang Xiaohao's eyes lit up. This sounded like a classic special quest. "I want to help in the battle," he mumbled hastily before rushing out the door, leaving the fisherman and his daughter staring at each other in surprise. They weren't overly worried. The Storm Navy had long held a formidable reputation, and as mere laborers on board, they wouldn't be involved in combat. Surely, Liang Xiaohao would be safe? At the port, an ornately decorated carriage arrived. The Marquis, wearing a warm smile, stepped down and greeted the sailors and laborers who had come to enlist. Moments later, he returned to the carriage and looked respectfully at the blond young man seated in the main position. "Your Highness, the third prince. Do you not intend to make an appearance?" "There's no need for that." The third prince waved his hand dismissively and turned to speak to the knight Quintina on his left. "You are still weak. Do not leave the port for this expedition." "No, please forgive my stubbornness, Your Highness. The enemy is not one to be taken lightly. The intelligence I possess will surely prove useful." Quintina insisted firmly. Of the 3 breakout teams, only hers had managed to escape, and in the end, only 3 of them survived, swimming back to the nearby waters. The other 2, after receiving treatment and regaining consciousness, had rushed to the royal capital overnight. What Quintina needed to do now was assist the third prince in holding off the alien race before the king and the chief wizard arrived in person. Chapter 71. The Enemy Strikes. A battle imminent according to the long-standing traditions of the Storm Kingdom. The fleets led by the 3 flagship vessels each had their own duties. The fleet of the Chadon 9 was responsible for routine patrols in the bay, showcasing the Storm Kingdom's formidable naval power. The Nicholas fleet handled emergencies, such as subduing any foreign organization daring enough to challenge the Kingdom's authority. As for the Belmaru, it rarely left port, nominally the flagship of the reserve fleet. It mostly served as a stationary mascot. Thus, with the Nicholas in trouble and the Chadon 9 temporarily unable to return, the hastily prepared Belmaru struggled to even muster enough sailors and laborers, resorting to last-minute conscription. Do you know what kind of alien race it is? To think they could pose a challenge to a fleet led by a Storm Knight. Probably just larger rats putting up a bit more of a fight. We might just need to sail out for a quick round and earn our pay effortlessly. Sometimes it's not so great when the Navy is too powerful. Such magnificent warships, yet no worthy opponents to face. How lonely. The new laborers, queuing to board the ship, chatted and boasted among themselves. Among them was the ruffian, Pichi. Most people assumed this mobilization was all bark and no bite. Accustomed to years of unchallenged dominance at sea, they hardly believed any alien race could stand against 2 fleets of the Storm Navy. Bukishi felt a faint unease within. The Marquis of Defeng, the local lord, had always lived a life of luxury, indulging in pleasures day after day. Yet now, he was putting on a show of being close to the people. Bustling down to the port personally to recruit for the fleet? Where there is Vanchong, there must be a reason. Puishi privately suspected that the trouble encountered by the Nicholas fleet was no minor issue. Under normal circumstances, he would steer clear of such matters, certainly not risking himself for a mere 5 silver coins in wages. But he had accepted the task from Steward Justin. He must keep a close watch on that young man staying at Fisherman Bernie's house, and he must not use force. If I had known something like this would happen, I would never have continued dealing with Justin, he lamented inwardly. Yet Pichi did not flee at the last moment. In this line of work, boasting and then quitting halfway was a major taboo. It would give people plenty to gossip about. His demeanor appeared careless, but the corner of his eye remained fixed on Lang Xiao, who was ahead of him. A strange man who had returned from death, and one whom Pichi had personally killed once before. He felt he had been dragged into trouble once again, and could only silently hope that the lad would behave himself, staying quiet and obedient until the ship returned safely. In the afternoon, the fleet to which the Belmore belonged was finally ready to set sail, gradually leaving the port and forming ranks in the nearby waters. Many workers and fishermen on the shore, unaware of the truth, took off their hats and cheered, thinking they were merely watching a spectacle and that the fleet would soon return victorious. Unexpectedly, As soon as the more than 30 warships had arranged themselves in formation, a series of piercing horn blasts echoed across the water. Peach, who was disguised as a laborer in the ship's cabin, heard the sound, and his expression instantly turned grim. Having served as a sailor for a time, he knew exactly what that sharp, urgent horn meant. Enemy attack. The fleet hadn't even left Port Adversus, and the enemy was already at their doorstep. The Storm Kingdom had never experienced anything so outrageous. The people on the shore, who had already begun to disperse, gathered back in confusion upon hearing the horns. Were their ears playing tricks on them? How could anyone dare to attack Port Adversus? Make way. Peach pushed several laborers aside in the cabin and leaned out of a side window to look. In the distance, he could see one large and four smaller warships slowly approaching. Leading them was none other than the Nicholas, which was said to be locked in a difficult battle. If their own flagship was returning, why were they sounding the alarm for an enemy attack? Peach shifted his gaze to the four ships flanking it. Slightly smaller than the Nicholas, they appeared to be entirely made of metal, reflecting the sunlight from afar and gleaming brilliantly. Those were not Storm Kingdom ships. A sense of foreboding crept into Peach's mind. Could it be that the previous fleet had been annihilated, and the alien navy was now parading the Nicholas into Port Adversus to flaunt their victory? Suddenly, he sensed someone watching him and immediately turned to look toward the shore. There, standing on a rooftop in a black tailcoat, was Justin, who made a few hand gestures in Peach's direction from afar. They were the kind of signals commonly used among street ruffians, roughly meaning, do as you think best. After a moment of thought, Peach pressed his hand downward toward the shore, indicating that he understood. Presumably, this was a special permission granted due to the sudden circumstances. He no longer needed to keep a covert watch on Liang Xiaohao and could, if necessary, take forceful measures to handle the situation. Lost in thought for a moment, he looked back to find Justin had already vanished from the rooftop, like a ghost. Peach muttered to himself before pulling his head back inside and turning to search for Liang Xiaohao. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Belmore, 3 individuals stood at the bow, gazing at the 5 warships gradually approaching. The third prince, clad in light gray chain mail with his golden ear-length hair, appeared both valiant and refined. To his left stood the female knight, Quintina, whose pallor gave her an unhealthy, frail appearance. On the princess' right, however, was not the Marquis Lord. That man lacked the courage to join the expedition and had long since scurried home to amuse himself with courtesans. In his place stood a middle-aged man whose appearance and attire seemed mismatched. With a rough, burly look reminiscent of a cook, he was dressed in a splendid, crimson robe. The wizard, Douglas. Daring to approach Galehaven aboard the Nicholas. These foreign scoundrels have quite the audacity. Douglas's voice boomed like a great bell, his rough hands gripping his staff until it creaked. One couldn't help but wonder if he might soon wield it like a long sword to clash with the enemy. Do not underestimate these outsiders, Lord Gage. Even Lady Meg fell to them. We must muster every ounce of our focus to face them. Quina wasn't fond of this eccentric wizard's temperament, yet she patiently offered a courteous warning. Douglas was currently the most powerful wizard in Galehaven. His raw strength not inferior to Lady Meg's. However, his expertise in fire magic was less favored in the Storm Kingdom, which cost him the title of Second Court Wizard. Every ounce. I can spare at most 9/10 of my focus for them. The remaining 10th I'll save for tonight's drink. Ha ha. Douglas laughed heartily, as though he held no fear of the enemy. Yet his eyes betrayed a high alertness, and within his mind, he was already silently reciting a series of incantations. Subtle, almost imperceptible glimmers of light began to spread across his body. Whoosh. At that moment, the third prince expressionlessly flicked a gold coin into the air, which burst into a dazzling radiance. It was not a particularly complex spell, but rather a signal he often used. Seeing this, the wizards on the decks of each ship swiftly assumed their stances, chanting incantations as various spells gathered power, ready to be unleashed. Distinguished guests have arrived at our doorstep. Let us extend them a proper welcome. Chapter 72, Divine Mandate. Galehaven is now under my command. No wonder the gods warned us not to underestimate the civilizations across the sea. Zwichio remarked from aboard the Nicholas, gazing at the distant coastline of Galehaven, her tone tinged with reflection. Judging merely by surface aspects such as architectural structures and port operations, the Storm Kingdom's level of civilization was clearly superior to that of the 3 clans. Setting aside the god-given city, if one looked at the various clan territories, they paled in comparison to the prosperous town now in sight. Indeed, it is fortunate that Chief Xia has always insisted on strictly following the divine will. Otherwise, with our former selves alone, we would have stood no chance against an invasion by such foreign forces. Huyan Qingbai nearby nodded in heartfelt agreement, his plump face full of trepidation. He had previously wondered if peaceful coexistence with those across the sea might be possible. But looking at the harbor towns of the Storm Kingdom, why would those standing at the pinnacle of civilization seek peace with backward clans? Invasion, occupation, and enslavement were the far more likely outcomes. Zwichio glanced at Huyan Qingbai, but did not respond. According to the predetermined divine right of King's plan, the first envoys of the Divine Kingdom were supposed to be Huyan Wu, Zwichio Yu, and Nalan Huazi. However, Nalan Huazi had sustained significant injuries in the battle against Nicholas Gage. The old man's recovery abilities were not what they used to be. So it was decided at the last moment to send Huyan Qingbai along instead. Moments later, the lavishly dressed 7th prince emerged from the cabin. Upon seeing the formidable array of warships ahead, his legs immediately weakened with fear. Your Highness, be careful. The wizard Lannon beside him swiftly steadied the prince, whispering a reminder. Have you remembered everything we discussed this morning, Your Highness? Seeing the 7th prince still trembling with fear, Lannon couldn't help but curse inwardly. How could the wise and mighty king have fathered such an incompetent son? Yet, for the sake of long-term plans, Lannon suppressed his disgust and continued. If your highness wishes to survive, you must act according to the divine will. Otherwise, no matter where you flee, those powerful outsiders will easily take your life. Ah, the seventh prince finally reacted, stealing a glance at the tall divine servant, Hu, standing ahead, and stammered in a low voice. If I do as they command, can I inherit the storm throne? Then I will comply. Hearing this, Lannon let out an almost imperceptible sigh. A king? In the eyes of the gods, even a king is merely a puppet on strings. Though the seventh prince was incompetent, he was, after all, the blood brother of the third prince across the waters, and his appearance was still presentable. Summoning his courage, he straightened his back and tightened his cheeks, managing to project a semblance of royal dignity. However, as soon as the seventh prince stepped to the bow of the ship, preparing to deliver a rehearsed speech, he saw magical lights flare up on the numerous warships across the sea. Without any false courtesy, the expressionless third prince immediately ordered all wizards to attack as soon as the enemy entered spell range. Wind Spirit's Claw, Fireball, Consume, Wind Snare, Explosive Touch. Unlike the wizard team led by the witch Meg, almost no one here used water-based spells. Instead, they combined wind and fire magic. The wind fanned the flames, and the fire empowered the wind. In an instant, a fierce wave of heat rushed forth, as if ready to engulf all 5 warships on this side. It's over. The seventh prince, who had barely held his composure for 2 minutes, collapsed again in panic, scrambling to find cover. Yet, Hu and the other 2 remained standing still. This fiery welcome had been anticipated by Yu, who had made preparations accordingly. Whoosh! Waves surged abruptly beneath the bow, forming a nearly 10-meter-high, 100-meter-wide wall of water that crashed fiercely against the heat wave. Hiss! Vast plumes of steam rose, enveloping the Nicholas like a ghost ship shrouded in thick fog, flickering in and out of sight. Water wall spell. On the Belmaru, the wizard Douglas narrowed his eyes. As an old rival of the witch Meg, locked in a so-long feud, he was well acquainted with such defensive water-based spells. But given Meg's abilities, it would be difficult to create such a massive, supersized water wall. The combined fire and wind spells of nearly 100 young wizards were not so easily withstood. Douglas turned to the female knight. Do the outsiders have wizards as well? Quina, equally stunned, replied, no. At least in our battles with them, the outsiders never deployed wizards. Interesting. The third prince remained unfazed, snapping his fingers as he said, now that the welcoming ceremony is over, invite them to find a place for detailed discussions. Your Highness, don't act rashly. Quina urgently advised. The outsiders' warriors are extremely dangerous. If we get too close, it will be difficult to ensure your safety, even from a distance. You wouldn't be able to protect me. The third prince pointed upward. Quina looked up in confusion, her expression freezing in surprise. At some unknown moment, the griffin that had pursued them multiple times before was now circling high in the sky above. Damn it. Could they even control such a magical beast? Is it too late for me to back out now? Douglas stared at the griffin, his eyes flickering with a faint light as he roughly estimated the magical energy within the creature, and couldn't help but grin. Whether we can back out is no longer up to us. The third prince ordered his attendants to bring chairs and a table, then sat down leisurely to wait. Quintina and Douglas exchanged a glance, but said nothing, standing on either side behind the third prince. Moments later, the Nicholas docked beside the Belmaru. The knights and wizards on the side were on high alert, but the third prince waved them back. He stood up with a gentlemanly posture and made an inviting gesture. Distinguished guests from the distant civilization, our preparations were rushed, and our hospitality may be lacking. Please do not mind. Hu, Yu, and Huyan Qingbai crossed the ship's side and leaped onto the deck of the Belmaru. The seventh prince hesitated briefly before being assisted by Lan Nong to follow. Third brother, it's been a long time. What troubled the third prince was that the foreigners paid him no attention, instead seating his useless seventh brother in the main seat across the table. What kind of game is this? It truly has been a long time. Though inwardly suspicious, the third prince maintained a smile on his surface. As he had servants serve black tea, he asked pointedly, we received intelligence that the Nicholas was in danger and required rescue, yet the very next day, seventh brother returned safely aboard this warship. Where have Sir Gage and Lady Meg gone? They are safe as well. The seventh prince held his teacup carefully and said, I have returned this time to convey an instruction from the divine kingdom across the shores. From today onward, I will take full control of Port Adversus, including the military harbor, commercial harbor, and the city district. Are you joking? Before the seventh prince could finish, the hot-tempered Douglas rudely interrupted. The Lord of Port Adversus is my student. Anyone who wants to seize his territory must first see if they can get past me. Oh. Huyan Wu stepped forward calmly. I would like to try. Chapter 73, Explosive Conflict. Are we going to war with the Divine Kingdom? Douglas and Huyan Wu locked eyes, and the already tense atmosphere stretched taut like a string. The female knight Quintina instinctively moved to intervene, but as she was about to step forward, she caught sight of the third prince's unchanged expression and suddenly sensed something. This is a stalling tactic. Whether it was the third prince's earlier order for a warm welcome that turned into a magical interception or Douglas's rash interruption of the conversation now, both actions might seem irrational on the surface. But in reality, they revealed the same intention. They were not simple-minded fools. After receiving a series of reports about the foreigners' formidable display, they understood that the garrison at Port Adversus alone could not possibly withstand them. To turn the situation around, they had to stall until His Majesty the King and the Chief Wizard arrived. Until then, no matter what demands the other side made, they could not give any substantive response. Whoever has the greater strength holds the initiative. With too few cards in his hand at the moment, the third prince had no choice but to stall. Sparks crackled and danced along Douglas's staff, as if some perilous spell were brewing. Across from him, Huyen Wu stood calmly, seemingly full of openings, yet Douglas dared not let his guard down for even a moment. The old man's inner magical power was utterly terrifying, even more exaggerated than that eagle-headed, lion-bodied magical beast soaring high above. I was only following the third prince's intention to disrupt the negotiation rhythm, not actually intending to start a fight. Why hasn't anyone stepped in to mediate yet? Outwardly firm, Douglas's robe was already soaked with sweat on the back. He subtly gestured toward the female knight with a tilt of his chin. Inwardly fuming, what a useless ally. The provocation had reached just the right point. It was time for a peacemaker to intervene. Thump, thump, thump. A series of hurried footsteps approached. But from the opposite direction of the female knight, Quintina. From within the cabin, the local ruffian Peiqi failed to restrain Liang Xiaohao, who had somehow managed to steal a short sword and now dashed straight toward the group on the deck. Damn it, did he have a death wish? Peiqi gritted his teeth in frustration. His career was likely over. What he didn't know was that Liang Xiaohao was indeed seeking death intentionally. Observing the scene of the negotiation, both sides were clearly high-level NPCs. Getting closer might trigger some special quest, even if he ultimately failed and was killed by one of them. Death could forcibly log him out of the game. I'm a player. Give me. Before Liang Xiaohao could finish shouting, a phantom-like giant hand swept toward him. He was sent flying back even faster than he had arrived, crashing into the cabin wall with a heavy thud, blood splattering everywhere. Opportunity. Seeing Huyen Wu make a move, a gleam flashed in Douglas's eyes, though he had no idea who had sent that half-witted fool rushing in. Distracting the opponent's strongest fighter for even a moment meant his sacrifice wasn't in vain. Ring of fire impact. The staff, charged with energy for so long, suddenly pointed forward, releasing a ring-shaped burst of orange-red flame toward Huyen Wu. Resembling a donut in form, it erupted with intense, scorching heat. Huyen Wu was forced backward by the impact, only to face Douglas's second wave of assault. Inferno Storm. A crimson magical array materialized beneath his feet, from which raging flames surged upward violently. Huyen Wu became engulfed in a swirling vortex of fire, his figure seeming to warp and distort within the blazing cyclone. Douglas's sudden offensive left Quintina somewhat bewildered. Weren't they just supposed to stall for time? Why had they actually started fighting? The seated third prince also showed a flicker of surprise, though his expression soon returned to calm. Delaying for reinforcements was meant to minimize losses during negotiations, but if they could unexpectedly eliminate one of the enemy's key commanders, their bargaining power would undoubtedly strengthen. Seizing that fleeting moment to launch a surprise attack, Douglas ought to have achieved considerable results. However, rolling waves of scorching heat billowed outward, casting a glow upon the third prince's gradually darkening expression. Something was amiss on the other side of the table. Only his useless seventh brother and the accompanying wizard appeared thoroughly alarmed, having retreated to a safe distance to watch. The other two individuals from the foreign race remained as composed as before, seemingly unconcerned about their companion's safety. Was this mere indifference? Or do they have absolute confidence in their companion's strength? Douglas also sensed the danger and immediately waved his staff to cast another spell. Fireball. An orange fireball, as large as a calf, shot forth and crashed into the flame storm, triggering a violent explosion. Boom. The sturdy deck and railings of the Belmru now seemed as fragile as crisp biscuits, shattered and scattered in all directions. The storm navy on the surrounding warships watched nervously, but without orders from their superiors, they dared not intervene in Douglas's battle. The crowd on the shore grew larger, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. Witnessing such a battle in Adversity Harbor was truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Hidden in the shadows, the butler Justin observed coldly. The targets assigned to him by Wong Hui were Lilia and Liang Xiaohao. The conflict between the Navy and the otherworldly beings was none of his concern, and Justin had no intention of getting involved. Boom. At that moment, Douglas on the Belmru unleashed another fireball, nearly obliterating the port side of the ship's hull. Yet he still dared not relax. The opponent's magical presence had not disappeared. Suddenly, with a faint rustle, the swirling flames and thick smoke were torn apart by a phantom-like giant hand, and Huyen Wu, his cloak burned away, emerged in a flash. Lava armor. Without hesitation, Douglas cast a spell to strengthen his defense, a layer of crimson light shimmering around his body. In the next moment, Huyen Wu's fist arrived. Crash. The scorching, lava armor was shattered by a single punch. The powerful impact sent Douglas tumbling over 10 meters away, only stopping when his back smashed through the railing on the other side of the deck. Ugh. He couldn't help but spit out blood, the layers of shimmering light on his body collapsing one after another. Before the opponent had even boarded the ship, Douglas had already cast 2 detection spells and 3 layers of protective spells on himself. Combined with the lava armor, just now, he still couldn't withstand a single blow from his adversary. And what of Huyen Wu? Standing firm, he endured multiple fire spells from Douglas, losing only his cloak and revealing a suit of peculiar, pitch-black armor. Huyen Wu exhaled hot air through his nose and mouth. The ant-like armor on his body slightly curled and whitened from the heat. Aside from that, only his right hand, which had shattered the lava armor, showed noticeable burns. With no other injuries to speak of, ignoring the crew's stares as if he were a monster, Huyen Wu fixed his gaze on the third prince and said gravely, "This is no way to treat a guest. Is the Storm Kingdom determined to wage a full-scale war against the Divine Kingdom?" Meanwhile, the wizard Lannon, hiding in a corner, nudged the terrified seventh prince beside him with his elbow and whispered urgently, "Your Highness, your lines." The seventh prince trembled, quickly scrambled to his feet, and walked back to the half-burned table, stammering, "Third brother, we cannot make an enemy of the Divine Kingdom with such rudeness toward their envoy." Merely handing over Adversity Harbor will certainly not suffice. We must offer more. Chapter 74, The Divine Kingdom's Concession. The Monarch's Compromise. Please allow me to apologize for my subordinates' uncouth behavior. Douglas has always been protective of his students and finds it difficult to accept the demand to cede their territory. The third prince maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, gesturing for attendants to assist Douglas away for treatment while casting a sincere gaze toward Hu. Regarding the Divine Kingdom, we still have many unanswered questions and uncertainties. Matters such as territorial transfer and compensation for discourtesy should be discussed in greater detail once we have deepened our understanding. What do our esteemed guests think? As he spoke, the third prince subtly glanced at the pocket watch in his hand. The attempt to stall through force had failed. Now it depended on how long he could buy with words. He couldn't help but feel uneasy inside. The two messengers had departed late last night. And to ensure the message was delivered, the third prince had even sent out 2 more carrier pigeons. Regardless of which method succeeded, the news should have reached the king by this morning at the latest. Given the capabilities of the chief sorcerer Belmaru, even if he were escorting the king, they should have arrived at Windward Harbor by now. Why had they yet to appear? Prince Shan will be the new lord of Windward Harbor. You may discuss the specifics with him. The divine servant Wu completely ignored the other party's remarks, returning to stand behind Prince Shan as if genuinely relinquishing decision-making authority. The female knight Quintina twitched at the corner of her mouth. It was clear to anyone with eyes that Prince Shan was nothing but a useless puppet. Yet the outsiders insisted on pretending to cooperate with him. However, glancing at the severely injured Douglas being helped away, Quintina refrained from speaking out defiantly again. Just a little longer. Once His Majesty arrives, let's see if these people can continue to act so brazenly. Then, seventh brother. The third prince turned his gaze to his sibling opposite him, asking patiently, you must understand how crucial Windward Harbor is as a strategic hub for the Storm Kingdom. Changing its lord is not a decision to be made lightly. I need to know more specific details about the Divine Kingdom. Can you enlighten me? Prince Shan was taken aback. In his memory, his arrogant third brother had never spoken to him so politely. But soon, a wave of irritation surged within him. Windward Harbor is an important strategic hub? That was indeed true. But compared to the disreputable seventh prince, the marquis who spent his days indulging with singers wasn't much better. Why couldn't he be replaced as the lord? With this thought, Prince Shan found rare courage in front of his elder brother. The might of the Divine Kingdom cannot be described in just a few words. Third brother must promptly sign the documents for the cession of Windward Harbor as compensation for the Nicholas Fleet's violation of the Divine Kingdom's sovereignty. Additionally, prepare a sufficiently sincere apology as reparation for Douglas's impulsive actions earlier. Explain everything to father afterward. Once he understands the true power of the Divine Kingdom, he will surely not regret maintaining this friendship. The third prince narrowed his eyes as he listened. This foolish brother was clearly siding with outsiders. Hearing a faint rustling sound, he turned to look toward the shore. The griffin-like creature was circling back in the air, scattering hundreds of cloth scrolls covered in writing down below. Zuo Qiuyu explained upon seeing the situation, the incident of the Storm Kingdom's unwarranted invasion of the Divine Nation's territory, as well as your decision to designate Adverse Wind Harbor as a concession of the Divine Nation as compensation, have been meticulously documented by our side and distributed to the people of Adverse Wind Harbor. The lordship will still be held by a member of the Storm Kingdom's royal family, so there is no need to worry excessively about public anxiety. This arrangement will also facilitate future friendly communication between our two nations. Friendly communication. What a fine phrase for friendly communication. Even with the third prince's composure, he could not help but grip his pocket watch so tightly that it creaked. The other party was not here to negotiate at all. They had clearly arranged everything in advance, unilaterally notifying him to accept it. As the people on the shore let out gasps of surprise upon receiving the cloth missives, it was nearly impossible for the third prince to suppress the spread of the news. He glanced toward a distant spot, his expression darkening as he withdrew his gaze. Attendants, bring me paper and pen. Your Highness, are you truly going to? Quintina tried to dissuade him in disbelief. But the third prince had already taken the parchment and quill handed by the attendant. Dipping the pen in ink, he swiftly drafted a declaration transferring territorial rights and stamped it with the seal he carried with him. Within the Storm royal family, his authority was second only to the King's, allowing him to directly appoint a new lord without the consent of Adverse Wind Harbor's current marquis. The fact that the otherworldly races were aware of this in advance clearly indicated that the seventh prince, that spineless weakling, had leaked all the information he knew. Seventh brother, congratulations on becoming the new lord of Adverse Wind Harbor. From now on, the friendly communication between our kingdom and the Divine Nation will rely heavily on your contributions. Having finished the declaration, the third prince's expression had smoothed considerably, as if he had completely forgotten the earlier unpleasantness. He even rose to his feet with a smile and extended his hand. Ah, I will. Thank you, third brother. The seventh prince felt an inexplicable sense of dread, his earlier boldness vanishing as he tremblingly shook his brother's hand. Before long, the Nicholas and the Belmore separated. Under signaled commands, the Storm Navy's warships altered their course, making way for the three clans' aluminum-clad vessels as they sailed into the harbor to dock. It was like watching one's own wife lift her skirts for an outsider. Bang! A hot-tempered knight angrily swung his sword against the railing, cursing in frustration. Damn it all. What in the world is going on? Aren't those otherworldly races our enemies? Why are we letting them into the harbor? Keep your voice down. The higher-ups have their considerations. Let us not overthink it. In the distance, atop a bell tower with a clear view, two figures stood side by side. One wore white robes and had white hair, with long eyebrows and a beard swaying gently in the wind. The staff in his hand emitted a faint, multicolored shimmering light. Belmore, the royal court's chief wizard. Beside him stood a man of similar age, broad-shouldered and imposing, with an authoritative face and an ancient, heavy sword hanging at his waist. The current king of the Storm Kingdom, Chadon IX. In his hand, he held a cloth missive dropped by a griffin. As the third prince had surmised, the two had arrived in Adverse Wind Harbor some time ago, but had remained out of sight. Your Majesty, it seems the third prince has grasped your intentions. How astute of him. Belmaru stroked his beard with a light chuckle. When not immersed in his studies of magic, his temperament was not so peculiar or difficult to get along with. Appropriate compromise was a skill every ruler must learn. King Chardon IX wore a pleased expression, seemingly not overly concerned about the upheaval in Adversity Harbor. Beyond his son's growth, he cared more about the origins of this unfamiliar force. Sir, do you have any leads on this divine kingdom? Not for now, Belmaru replied succinctly, his smile widening. But soon, there will be. Chapter 75. This is called Mutual Benefit and Shared Prosperity. Year 11 of Divine Descent, December 31st. The clan world had entered the depths of winter, with delicate snowflakes dancing in the air, turning people's cheeks rosy. Yet when they set sail and crossed the boundary between worlds, they had to shed their fur coats and hats, for here it was still late summer. Though the spaces were connected and time flowed synchronously, the climates of the two miniature worlds influenced each other. However, true seasonal unity would require many long years to achieve. An aluminum-clad warship arrived at Peace Island, where workers from the three clans busied themselves loading and unloading cargo. This island was the Divine Kingdom's first foothold in the Gulf world, unanimously named Peace by the three clans' leaders to commemorate the beautiful tranquility following the victory in the war against invasion. After over a month of diligent work by the skilled craftsmen of the Nalan clan, a cluster of buildings had emerged on the island. Drawing inspiration from the layout of the God-given city, they designed straight, orderly streets, rows of neatly arranged houses, and constructed accompanying drainage systems, creating a remarkably pleasing aesthetic. Though its current scale was modest, in the near future, this place was destined to become an exceptionally prosperous new city. What new goods have arrived from Adversity Harbor? Are there any of those dolls from last time? I'd like to buy one for my daughter. I think so. When I was moving crates earlier, I spotted the logo of Old Tom's doll shop. Huh. What's this Storm Kingdom boasting about? They talk bigger than anyone else. Foolishly coming to attack us, only to end up losing a city to us. Shoo, don't speak carelessly. We're citizens of the Divine Kingdom now. How can we say we took their city? Chief Xia said this is called mutual benefit, working together to create prosperity. After unloading a ship's worth of cargo, the workers gathered to rest and chat, their faces glowing with happiness and pride. Peace Island had become a transit point between the Divine Kingdom and the Storm Kingdom, with multiple ships docking daily to import daily necessities, handicrafts, and other goods from Adversity Harbor, greatly enriching the lives of the three clans. On the Divine Kingdom's side, the key exports were jade wheat and crystal vine leather. The cucumbers, tomatoes, and bell peppers enhanced by Wong Hui for their body-tempering effects formed the foundation of the three clans' path to transcendence and were naturally excluded from the trade list. There was no need to worry about jade wheat. This was simply a hybrid of the clan world's barley and the outer world's corn, without any additional optimization of source energy, making it purely an ordinary grain. With bountiful harvests year after year, the three clans had more than they could consume. So they exported the surplus jade wheat to Adversity Harbor, leveraging its uniqueness to capture the market. As for the crystal vine bark, it is the outer layer left after the juice of the crystal vine is extracted. While it no longer holds the potential for extracting source energy, its inherent toughness is remarkable, making it a rare and valuable material in the Gulf world. Due to its use in the winches of heavy crossbows, the crystal vine bark carries a certain degree of sensitivity. Therefore, for the time being, it is only traded to the industries under the name of the new Lord of Adversity Harbor, the Seventh Prince, and is not sold to other regions of the Storm Kingdom. To maintain the mystique of the Divine Kingdom, the shipping routes between the three clans of Peace Island and Adversity Harbor are exclusively controlled by the Divine Kingdom itself, with all vessels traversing these waters being aluminum-clad warships. No matter how envious the merchants of Adversity Harbor may be, they dare not send their own ships for trade. Just look at the fully armed Divine Kingdom warriors patrolling every corner of the port. Their armor gleams so brightly it seems to pierce through one's very soul. Who would dare to haggle with them? As for the ordinary citizens of Adversity Harbor, after the initial days of anxiety and unease, they gradually realized that their lives hadn't changed much. In fact, they now had a new, delicious, and affordable staple food, jade wheat. The streets soon regained their former bustle, though in their leisure time, people couldn't help but whisper about the mysterious land across the sea. After all, only the Lord's name had changed, and the port now hosted some imposing, armored foreigners. Nominally, Adversity Harbor remained under the rule of the Storm Kingdom's royal family, and for the common folk, it seemed to make little difference. Unbeknownst to them, the new lord, the seventh Prince Shan, was actually a seed planted by the Divine Kingdom, its roots slowly spreading, absorbing nourishment, until the day it would overturn the entire Storm Kingdom. The first step of Wong Hui's divine right of king's plan had been successfully accomplished. That evening, on a winding street in Adversity Harbor, Justin, dressed in a black tailcoat with his hair impeccably groomed, carried several bags of freshly purchased jade wheat, vegetables, and seafood. Like the most dutiful of stewards, he was preparing to return and personally prepare dinner for his master. As he passed by a fisherman's dwelling, he cast a seemingly casual glance but did not pause, continuing on with an unperturbed expression. That was the home of the fisherman Bernie and his daughter, Vela. Over a month ago, the player Liang Xiaohao had infiltrated the Belmore as a laborer, hoping to encounter high-level NPCs and trigger quests. Instead, he was struck from a distance by the divine servant Huyen Wu, shattering every bone in his body. Strangely, the young man clung tenaciously to life and was carried away by the thug Piggy, whom Justin had assigned to keep watch, and brought back to the fisherman's home to recuperate. He remained in a half-dead state, conscious but unable to do anything beyond lying down, eating, drinking, and relieving himself. Justin exchanged a fleeting glance with Piggy, who was hiding in the adjacent alleyway keeping surveillance. Their eyes met briefly before parting without further communication. With the presence of the Divine Kingdom's personnel now stationed in Adversity Harbor, spies from various factions had become highly active. Justin and his network of informants had toned down their activities to avoid unnecessary complications. A short while later, Justin returned to Lilia's residence, his eyes narrowing slightly. Standing at the entrance were two cloaked figures, one tall, one short, seemingly intending to pay a visit. Blocking their way was the dark-skinned, burly Maris, who, mindful of his duty, wore a fierce expression as he prepared to shoo them away. "My master is not home. My lady is busy. My steward hasn't returned either. You cannot enter." Maris placed a hand on the shoulder of the taller cloaked man and pushed with all his might, yet the man did not budge an inch. He felt as if he had seen a ghost. Just as he was about to try out the fighting moves he had recently learned from Peppa, he saw Justin walking over quickly. "Mr. Butler." Maris, as if finding a pillar of support, immediately approached to complain. "These two have no manners at all. I stopped them here without hesitation, yet they insisted on going in. If they truly intended to force their way in, you wouldn't have been able to stop them." Justin handed the groceries he was carrying to Maris, instructing him to go to the kitchen and prepare the seafood. He then positioned himself in front of the two uninvited guests. "Gentlemen, what brings you here? The self-proclaimed finest merchant in Adversity Harbor should recognize me, I presume." The shorter of the two slightly lifted his hood, revealing a somewhat weary face. Justin's expression shifted slightly. It was the witch Meg, the second-ranked sorcerer of the royal court, who had disappeared for over a month, had actually come to see a minor figure like him in secret. What an honor. His gaze shifted, fixing on the burly man beside her, who stood over 2 meters tall. Instinctively, Justin felt that this man was even more dangerous than Meg, judging by his build. It wasn't he the Storm Knight, Nicholas Gage, yet he gave off an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "And who might you be, sir?" Chapter 76, a year and a half of training the divine servant. Huyen Wu looked down at the young butler before him. Slender, clean, seemingly harmless. Yet deep within those eyes lurked a trace of malice that was difficult to discern. Even though he already knew this was an ally, Huyen Wu couldn't help but feel a desire to test him. Thus, ignoring Justin's question, he suddenly reached out with lightning speed to grab him. Whoosh. The strike was abrupt, but Justin twisted away with remarkable agility, simultaneously extending his arms to counterattack. The tips of his fingers subtly elongated into sharp, hook-like claws. SSSHHK. The cloak's hood was torn with several gashes from the claw strike, while Huyen Wu seized the opportunity to clamp his hand onto Justin's shoulder blade. The fabric on the latter's back abruptly split apart as a pair of bat wings unfurled, ready to flap and lift him into the air. Yet Justin felt an overwhelming force, like a mountain pressing down on him, just as his body left the ground. The large hand on his shoulder forcefully pressed him back down. Justin couldn't help but feel a surge of terror in his heart. Ever since he had been fused with a bat by Wong Hui, his physical abilities had been enhanced several times over. Even Maris, a strong man weighing nearly 200 kilograms, couldn't bend a single finger of Justin's. Yet now, he was being completely suppressed by this stranger. "I know you have many questions, but this is not the place for conversation." Huyen Wu gestured to the sides, where passers-by could be seen in the distance. After a pause, he added in a low voice, "You and I serve the same master." Upon hearing this, Justin was taken aback. Could this man also be a follower of the teacher? He quickly composed himself, retracted his bat wings, and made a gesture of invitation. Moments later, the three of them were seated in the living room, and Huyen Wu and Meg removed their hoods. Justin was certain he had never seen this tall man before and hesitantly asked, "This should be our first meeting. Why do I feel such familiarity with you, sir?" Huyen Wu didn't conceal anything and explained their relationship in detail. Strictly speaking, neither of them belonged solely to the human race anymore. They were both fusion beasts. The difference lies in the fact that Justin fused with a local bat, gaining flight capabilities and some bat-like traits. In contrast, Huyen Wu fused with a monster from beyond the heavens, developing an exceptionally resilient set of armor and receiving an extraordinary, immense enhancement in strength. Is the teacher a god? Justin listened with a face full of astonishment, reflecting on Wong Hui's incredible abilities and the way he transformed into a beam of light soaring into the sky. It seemed all his doubts had found an answer. That was a deity residing beyond the heavens. Justin felt immensely grateful within, relieved that he had been decisive and shameless enough at the time to successfully secure the teacher's favor. Wizards, knights, no matter how powerful the supernatural beings in this world might be, they ultimately remained at the level of humans. Yet the teacher was actually the rumored, overwhelmingly dominant ruler of a divine kingdom. While Justin was marveling at Wong Hui's identity, the witch Meg beside him was even more astonished by their race. This was the first time she had heard of such a thing, and she couldn't help but ask, "Involving your most confidential information. Is it appropriate for me to hear this? Does this mean I've earned your trust?" "Not at all." Huyen Wu glanced at Meg's wrist and remarked nonchalantly, "You are a captive stripped of your freedom. If you speak of things you shouldn't, the object on your wrist will deliver a punishment you'll remember for a lifetime." Meg's expression stiffened slightly as she lowered her gaze to her wrist. There. She wore a gelatinous blue-purple wrist guard, which was unmistakably the transformed slime, Galomi. The latter manifested a round mouth on the surface of the wrist guard, mouthing the words in protest. "I am not a thing." However, bound by the rules set by Nalan Xia before departure. Galumi was not allowed to reveal its form rashly or speak freely during this trip. Its task was to monitor and restrain Meg, providing combat support when necessary. For instance, when they first arrived at Port Adversity and faced the combined fire and wind spells of nearly 100 wizards under the 3rd Princess Command, it was Galumi who secretly amplified Meg's water wall with source energy to defend against the assault, having temporarily escaped the arduous daily task of crafting crystal vines. This trip was essentially a paid vacation for it. Your words truly leave no room for courtesy, Meg sighed with a bitter smile. Until she found a way to deal with the thing on her wrist, she had no choice but to remain at the mercy of the Divine Kingdom. Huyen Wu paid no further attention to the witch and turned to Justin, who was still brimming with excitement, to explain his purpose. In accordance with the deity's instructions, I've brought this witch to guide a girl named Lilia. Is she alright? Rest assured, I've equipped Miss Lilia's room with numerous magical items. She lives in safety every day. Having confirmed they belonged to the same faction, Justin now regarded Huyen Wu as a senior and superior. He stood up to fetch Lilia. For this exceptionally beautiful, introverted girl with pointed ears, Huyen Wu offered no elaborate explanations. He stated plainly, this witch will become your instructor in magic. Learn from her to the best of your ability. You are expected to have about a year and a half of practice time. My lord will come to inspect your results. If you pass the test, the Divine Kingdom will take the Island Elf clan under its protection. During this period, Lilia has been staying at home all day, pondering those little tricks inspired by Wong Hui, and only hearing some news from the outside through Justin. She doesn't quite understand what the Divine Kingdom is like, but it sounds beneficial to the clan overall, so Lilia nods firmly in agreement. I will work hard. Wait. At this moment, the witch Meg, driven by her pride, says with a stern face, not just anyone is qualified to be my student. Sufficient talent is required. After all, she is a wizard in the Storm Kingdom, second only to Belmore. Even if she cannot defy the orders of the Divine Kingdom, Meg wants to maintain a high posture, at least to make this country elf from some remote corner obedient. She elegantly raises her hand. Show me the spells you know. I only know 2 small spells at the moment. Lilia is intimidated by the witch's authoritative demeanor and responds timidly. Seeing Meg nod, she reaches out toward the side wall and makes a grasping motion. Whoosh. The vase on the mantle is pulled toward her through the air. Mage hand, used fairly skillfully. Before Meg can finish her comment, there's a crash. The vase falls to the ground halfway and shatters. Her face darkens, and she is about to seize the opportunity to display her strict style when she sees Lilia's outstretched fingers quickly moving. The fragments on the ground rise, coalesce, and in an instant, reassemble into the vase, without a single trace of a crack on its surface. Lilia says apologetically, my ability is too weak. I can only reassemble small things like this for now. Anything larger will leave marks. Ahem. Meg's expression stiffens slightly unnaturally. It's fine. Take it slow. She has a feeling that her teaching duties over the next year and a half won't be too easy. Chapter 77. Why only 70%? Outside, the next morning, Wong Hui groggily gets out of bed, rubbing his aching temples. He feels as though he slept unusually long, not even hearing the alarm clock ring. Stretching, Wong Hui goes to the bathroom to freshen up. Seeing himself in the mirror, he notices a slight, uncontrollable twitch in the muscles of his arm, and he suddenly becomes fully awake. Something's wrong. Putting down his toothbrush cup, Wong Hui quickly walks over to the miniature world and places his hand on the metal surface. The current available source energy still shows his life level as B, but the number behind it alternates between 1 and 0. Indeed, ALS has not been cured. Wong Hui's expression turns somber. It seems the terminal illness isn't so easily eradicated. Although he is improving his body with the help of source energy, ALS still clings to him like a stubborn parasite. It's like a debuff in a game that causes continuous health loss. Previously, it wasn't obvious. But when Wong Hui is on the threshold of a certain life level, he can sense this underlying weakening feeling, as if something is trying to drag him back to a lower life form. Above the clan world, clouds swirl, and the source energy accumulated overnight is absorbed by Wong Hui. The displayed number finally stabilizes, becoming B5. The spasms in his arm muscles subsided, and his expression relaxed considerably. At least the benefits of source energy on the body were tangible. Once I continue to elevate my life level, I will eventually be able to completely offset this ailment. Wong Hui slid open the glass cover, his gaze falling upon the 2 miniature worlds. Due to the departure of thousands of warriors, the overall activity level in the clan world had somewhat declined, resulting in a slight reduction in the source energy provided to him. In contrast, the Gulf world had become further enriched with activity, and the source energy above had thickened to a nearly tangible degree, with occasional small crystals of source energy sprinkling down. Wong Hui couldn't help but smack his lips in longing. Without an inherited sacred artifact, he could only gaze with envy, comforting himself inwardly. After all, the Gulf world is also mine, and the source energy crystals will eventually serve my purposes. Turning his gaze toward the northwestern sea, he could see the island occupied by the 3 clans. Just last night, it had appeared desolate and primitive, but now it had transformed dramatically. After a year and a half of construction on a microscopic scale, it had become a thriving island city. Crisscrossing straight streets were lined with orderly clusters of wooden or stone buildings, seemingly modeled after the layout of the God-given city, which looked quite pleasing to the eye. At the port, numerous gleaming aluminum-clad warships sailed in and out, heading west along the Pinshui River to the heart of the clan world, the God-given city. To the east, they traveled back and forth to the port of Adversity, which remained as bustling as before, though now there were many more tiny figures clad in aluminum armor. Their activities were no longer confined to the port area. They could even be seen walking the streets of the city. Seeing this scene, Wong Hui's face lit up with satisfaction. Nailan Xia and Huyen Wu hadn't been slacking off. The Divine Right of King's plan must be progressing smoothly. Over the past year and a half, it seemed the Divine Kingdom and the Storm Kingdom had been getting along quite harmoniously. Wong Hui returned to the bathroom to finish washing up, then came out to fry a few eggs and pair them with milk for a light meal. As he ate, he flipped through his phone. The limited time purchase window for the blind box on the little black book app still had 27 hours left. By tomorrow afternoon, he would be able to buy the third item. Scrolling through the comments section, it seemed no one had managed to purchase a second set of VR gaming equipment capable of connecting to the miniature worlds. Instead, many were cursing the Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, complaining that the scoundrel had stirred up a wave of attention and then inexplicably vanished without a trace. Utterly irresponsible. Had Liang Xiaohao disappeared? Wong Hui swallowed his fried eggs, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. He immediately switched to Gatling TV to check Liang Xiaohao's profile. The last update was posted last night, just before he had gone to sleep. Could that kid be trapped in the Gulf world? Wong Hui's expression turned peculiar as he sipped his milk and walked back to the glass cover of the Gulf world. With his current eyesight, he could discern the appearances of the tiny figures inside without needing a magnifying glass. However, given the sizable population of the Port of Adversity and the large number of transient individuals, it would be difficult to locate Liang Xiaohao's whereabouts in a short time. With Justin keeping an eye out for me, I'll just go in and ask him directly. Wong Hui tilted his head back to finish his milk and was about to descend into the Gulf world when he paused, looking down at his casual attire. Every time I descend, the projected body generates clothes identical to what I'm wearing. Now that I am the master of the Divine Kingdom, it's time for a change of attire. Year 13 of Divine Descent, July 7th. Whoosh, boom. Having broken through the constraints of the rules many times, Wong Hui had grown increasingly adept at selecting his landing spots. This time, he descended into a deserted courtyard northwest of Windward Harbor, shaking off the dust from his robes. He strode out with an air of serene composure, dressed in a classic white light armor set from Assassin's Creed, complete with a hooded cloak and matching boots. Wong Hui cut a striking figure. This outfit was a relic from his university days, purchased for cosplay purposes. To save money back then, he had opted for a knockoff version, which differed from the original mainly in the removal of protective armor plates and the addition of intricate dark gold embroidery. Compared to the low-key, survival-focused attire of an assassin, this ensemble exuded an air of elegance and mystery, an unintended yet fitting style for a deity. Wong Hui wasn't worried about standing out too much. After all, the world of the Bay resembled a medieval setting, where people dressed in all manner of costumes, making it a land of role-players. His attire alone conveyed an aura of keep your distance, which he assumed would deter most ordinary folk from approaching. To his surprise, however, shortly after entering the main city district, Wong Hui sensed numerous wary and vigilant gazes fixed upon him. Discreetly following those glances, he spotted men and women who appeared ordinary but possessed sharp, penetrating eyes. These were no commoners. It seemed many outsiders had infiltrated Windward Harbor. A faint smile touched Wong Hui's lips as he quietly trailed one group, intent on uncovering the secrets of these dangerous individuals. At the same time, in the former Lord's mansion, the Marquis, who had lost his territory but retained his noble title, was enjoying a dance performance while squinting at a stack of account books. Quickly losing patience, he tossed them aside with a sigh. Just looking at these Mimi Mamadashao gives me a headache. Teacher, just tell me directly, how much did we earn last year? Seated beside him was none other than the burly red-robed sorcerer, Douglas. Habitually, Douglas pressed a hand to his chest and abdomen, where a lingering injury from a punch delivered by Huyen Wu a year and a half ago still caused occasional twinges of pain. According to the treaty set by the Divine Kingdom, Douglas explained, all our commercial and industrial revenues belong to them, while agricultural profits are split 70-30. The Marquis grumbled discontentedly. Only 30%. 70% belongs to them. Douglas retorted irritably. And even that 30% depends on the goodwill of the 7th Prince. Chapter 78. Is this rebellion? Whose goodwill? The Marquis asked, momentarily confused. Douglas pointed to the signature on the account books, 7th Prince Sean. His, leaning in and squinting at the name. The Marquis suddenly slammed the table in fury. I ruled Windward Harbor for 20 years. And now I have to kowtow to that fool. What does Sean have besides a king for a father? The music and dancing came to an abrupt halt. The simply dressed dancers huddled together fearfully, not daring to move while their master was enraged. Douglas, however, was of a different status. Tossing a few grapes into his mouth, he replied casually, regardless, you now have no choice but to heed the 7th Princess' wishes. Internally, he couldn't help but scoff, claiming that the 7th Prince is worthless aside from having a powerful father. Aren't you just the same? If not for your ancestors' great contributions in expanding the Storm Kingdom's territories, earning titles and nobility, would you even be qualified to inherit the lordship of Adversity Harbor? Truly, it's like a toad mocking a dung beetle. Neither has room to laugh at the other. Douglas didn't even bother to mention it. But the Marquis's magical talent is actually inferior even to that useless 7th Prince. If not for the substantial benefits tied to this estate, he would never have taken such a fool as a student. Yet the Marquis remains utterly unaware, still shouting in anger, by your logic. Wouldn't he that make me a beggar on my knees? As a purely port city, Adversity Harbor relies heavily on commercial trade for its tax revenue, with industrial workshops coming second and agriculture at the bottom. With little arable land here, what passes for agriculture is essentially sustained by the fishing industry below. Having lost two major sources of income, and with the last one stripped of 70%, how could the Marquis not be furious? Such meager funds aren't even enough to cover his regular expenses for courtesans. Given the Divine Kingdom's overwhelming power and the fact that you have no other holdings elsewhere, if you wish to continue living in Adversity Harbor, you truly would have to beg on your knees. Douglas thought of certain minor nobles who had been purged by the seventh prince and sneered. Many would beg for the chance to kneel and beg, yet never get the opportunity. My ancestors served as marquises for 3 generations, achieving countless military feats for the Storm Kingdom. How much land did they seize? How many assaults from the Thunder Kingdom did they repel? The Marquis spoke with pride, lifting his chin with a cold snort. Even if my own military achievements are fewer in this generation, I will never kneel before a useless thing like the seventh prince. Douglas had long anticipated this incompetent student's reaction. He looked up and asked, "So you wish to stand tall and continue earning your wealth?" "Yes," the Marquis replied bluntly. Yet, recalling the ever-present aluminum-armored warriors patrolling the streets, his bravado faded slightly, and he added, "But it would be best to avoid direct conflict with the Divine Kingdom." "Do you have a good plan, teacher?" "I do." Douglas picked up the staff beside him and pointed outward. A bright flame shot toward the window. Moments later, four attendants escorted a veiled woman with a graceful figure through the door. "Honorable Marquis," the 5 of them bowed in greeting. The Marquis's expression shifted slightly. "Your accents here from the Shadowdark Kingdom?" "Correct." Douglas introduced each of the 5 in turn. They were high-level mercenaries he had gone to great lengths to hire recently through numerous connections. All were seasoned experts in stealth, tracking, and assassination. Since the leading woman often disguised herself as a courtesan during missions, their team had been nicknamed Courtesan, which coincidentally aligned with the Marquis's own preferences. "I understand. Each of you possesses remarkable skills." The Marquis offered praise first, then shifted the question, "But with the 7th prince under the Divine Kingdom's protection, can you guarantee a successful assassination without exposing me?" "The target is not the 7th prince," Douglas explained. "To put it bluntly, the 7th prince is merely an agent of the Divine Kingdom in Port Adversity. What we must do is assassinate the mid-level figures stationed by the Divine Kingdom in Port Adversity and frame other members of the royal family, such as the 3rd. Before the Marquis could utter another word, Douglas signaled that he understood, then continued, "The royal family has been too quiet this past year. They may already view us as sacrificial pawns offered to the Divine Kingdom, aiming to lull its higher-ups into complacency and facilitate their subsequent counterattack. To reclaim your assets, we must first reignite friction between the royal family and the Divine Kingdom. Only then can our situation become active again." "Very well, I leave it entirely in your hands." "Master." The Marquis wore a satisfied expression, once again relinquishing control. Noticing the young women huddled in the corner attempting to retreat along with the songstress squad, he beckoned them over. "You stay?" Douglas cast a deep glance at the women and whispered to his student, "Handle the aftermath properly." The Marquis licked his lips upon hearing this. "Rest assured, Master, I am adept at such matters." Earlier, in the shadows outside the estate, Wong Hui observed the songstress squad entering through a side door, his expression thoughtful. The fluctuations of source energy from these 5 individuals are remarkably potent. By the standards of the clan world, 4 of them are roughly equivalent to having undergone 3 temperings. The leader, that seemingly frail woman, has already reached the level of 4 temperings. TSK, the former lord stripped of his territory, could he be plotting a rebellion? While formulating the divine right of king's plan with Funshab and others, Wong Hui had learned from Lan No, a subordinate wizard of the 7th prince, about the intelligence related to the Marquis, the former lord of Port Adversity. The man himself lacked talent and virtue, capable only of uttering superficial pleasantries and adopting the hypocritical postures of nobility, with no genuine skill or practical ability. However, his father and grandfather had both been figures of notable merit, leaving the current Marquis not only the wealth of Port Adversity, but also several capable advisors. Among them, the one requiring the most attention was a wizard named Douglas. According to Lan No, this individual not only possessed strength on par with the Witchma, but, more troublingly, maintained an extensive network of connections, with rumors even suggesting deep ties to the underworld forces of the Shadowy Kingdom. For now, Wong Hui was uncertain about the origins of these experts brought into the estate, but it was highly unlikely they were merely there to serve as bodyguards for the Marquis. After a moment of contemplation, he turned and departed. The Divine Kingdom had established itself in Port Adversity for a year and a half, likely having dealt with numerous overt and covert incidents by now. Wong Hui saw no need to involve himself personally. Let the younger ones gain more experience and temper themselves through these trials. Before long, he arrived at the street where Lilia resided. From a distance, he spotted the dark-skinned giant standing guard at the entrance, his large, bell-like eyes scanning the surroundings, frightening passers-by into quickening their steps lest the giant suddenly decide to devour someone. Though a bit simple-minded, his sense of responsibility is certainly commendable. Wong Hui chuckled softly as he approached. Without greeting, he slipped into a side alley, silently scaling the wall to reach the second-floor side window. He had a premonition that the elf girl who had been training for a year and a half would bring quite a surprise today. Chapter 79. The Witch. Those who make pirated books deserve water torture in the study. The witch Meg was elegantly flipping through a book, her brows occasionally furrowing. Her original dimensional bag had been torn apart by Wong Hui, and all the treasures inside were taken as spoils of war, including several spellbooks she had personally written. Although she later created a new dimensional bag, Meg no longer had the energy to rewrite them all. To teach Lilia, it would be best to obtain proper spellbooks from the royal library. However, as a captive of the Divine Kingdom, she could not reveal her identity to go there and had no choice but to buy a few pirated copies from magic shops on the street. The result was riddled with errors and omissions, forcing Meg to concentrate intensely while teaching Lilia to avoid being misled by the book's content, an utterly painful experience. Those who make pirated books deserve water torture. After cursing silently a few times, she angrily closed the book. Her gaze fell on her left wrist, and Meg's expression grew even more helpless. The bluish-purple gelatinous wrist guard had once again revealed a small round mouth, sneakily biting into fruits from the nearby plate. Crunching away with great delight. Was it not merely a magical item, but some unknown magical creature? Meg felt that this thing was obsessed with eating from morning till night. Sometimes, when it was extremely hungry, it would even try to nibble on the bedside table, to avoid waking up to a collapsed house. Meg had developed the habit of keeping food within reach at all times. Apart from guarding against this strange wrist guard, her only remaining task was teaching Lilia magic. That country elf possessed absurdly high talent. Her progress over a year and a half was almost equivalent to what Meg's former outstanding students achieved in 7 or 8 years. Fortunately, the teaching period was nearing its end. If it went on much longer, she might gradually reveal her limitations. It was somewhat embarrassing to admit, but even now, Meg had not mastered the shattered vase restoration spell she had seen Lilia perform during their first meeting. Thinking of this, she glanced stealthily at Lilia's tightly locked bedroom door, assuming the elf was reviewing her lessons and would not emerge anytime soon. Meg quietly opened the drawer, took out a stack of books, and revealed a layer of broken porcelain pieces hidden beneath. Hovering her palm above the fragments, she activated Mage Hand. The pieces were lifted by an invisible force, slowly forming the outline of a vase. In just over 10 seconds, it regained its original shape. However, the cracks remained, far from achieving the flawless, broken mirror restored effect Lilia had demonstrated. Where exactly was the problem? Clenching her teeth in frustration, Meg could not figure it out. Suddenly, she heard a faint sound and quickly moved her hand away, causing the vase to scatter back into a pile of fragments. She swiftly covered them with the books, pushed the drawer shut, and completed the entire motion seamlessly, a well-practiced act of concealment. But when Meg looked up, Lilia's door remained locked. Instead, the side window of the study had been opened, and a mysteriously dressed man climbed inside. Her eyes turned cold, as the long-vanished second court mage of the royal court. She absolutely could not be discovered hiding in ported verses. Otherwise, she would inevitably be branded a traitor. That is worse than killing her outright. Flash. Meg made up her mind to silence the witness, with no intention of wasting words. With a flick of her right arm, a slender wand slid from her sleeve into her hand, the translucent crystal at its tip already glowing brightly. In the relatively dim room, the sudden burst of intense light would dazzle and impair the vision of any ordinary person. Following closely was a series of muffled whooshing sounds, as dozens of pale blue orbs, each the size of a melon, streaked toward their target with trailing flames. Arcane missiles, based on Meg's combat experience. Even if an ordinary person managed to defend against such an assault, they would likely choose to leap out of the window to avoid the onslaught. Yet, the figure remained standing in place, allowing every single arcane missile to strike them. Meg's thoughts raced, realizing this might be a formidable adversary, and there was no need for her to face them alone. While enveloping herself in a layer of greater mage armor, she swiftly flicked her wand, producing a sharp, piercing whistle, mana flute. To make the most correct decision in such a short time, your combat awareness is commendable. A calm voice emerged from the dust stirred up by the arcane missile explosions, causing Meg to freeze in astonishment. The last time she had heard this voice was a year and a half ago, but the memory was so vivid she dared not forget it. In her brief moment of stunned silence, Justin from downstairs rushed swiftly into the study, while Lilia, hearing the alarm from the next room, gripped her own small wand and cautiously pushed open the door to join them. A misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Meg immediately stopped the two. Just as the intruder's cloak billowed without any wind, the dust in the room swept away by an air current and blown out the window. Teacher. Though Wong Hui wore a hood, Justin, through the connection of his fused beast, quickly confirmed the visitor's identity, his expression barely containing his excitement. Over the past year or more, he had witnessed a series of actions from the Divine Kingdom, and his reverence for his teacher had grown even stronger. Even the typically arrogant Storm Kingdom had been suppressed without any room for defiance. And this was all without the teacher even taking action himself. Otherwise, even if the chief wizard Belmore stood in the way, he would likely be mercilessly crushed. After witnessing Huyen Wu's immense power, Justin felt even more that his teacher was unfathomable. Why you back? Lilia tucked her small wand behind her back, looking flustered and unsure of how to properly greet him in accordance with etiquette. Wong Hui looked Lilia up and down. After more than a year apart, this already tall elven girl seemed to have grown a bit taller. Her figure was gradually maturing, yet her face showed little change, still retaining a touch of innocent youthfulness. Presumably, due to the longer lifespan of elves, each stage of their life extended accordingly. More importantly, the source energy within Lilia had grown exceptionally dense, at least 10 times stronger than when he last saw her. Following Wong Hui's prior instructions, Huyen Wu had brought Lilia a considerable amount of shelf vegetables and crystal vines, using long-term physical refinement to enhance her ability to absorb and contain source energy. This was also one of Wong Hui's pre-designed experiments, aiming to observe whether there were differences in the effects of the same body tempering method between elves and humans. To determine whether Lilia's wizard talent had been fully developed, it was necessary to examine her more specific spell performances. Wong Hui turned to the trembling witch Meg beside him and asked, "The agreed time is almost here. How are the teaching results?" Meg kept her head lowered. Ever since she nearly blinded herself by attempting to glimpse Wong Hui's power during their first meeting, she had never dared to look him directly in the eyes. Hearing his question, she replied truthfully, "Lilia's talent is undoubtedly the best among all the students I have taught. So far, she has mastered over 60 spells I taught her and is ready for your inspection at any time." Chapter 80. The physique of gods and humans cannot be generalized high-level spell barrier. Anti-biological force field. Visual obstruction. Silence. Steel soil. In the backyard of the residence. The witch Meg waved her wand repeatedly, constructing a special space with multiple spells. From the inside, it looked as if a bowl-shaped film dome had been placed over the area. Those outside could neither see what was happening inside nor hear any sounds emanating from within. It could both prevent creatures from entering and protect against destruction from internal spells. Wong Hui watched the witch's actions with great interest. Flashy and quite spectacular. Meg had initially felt quite proud, believing there was not a single flaw in her spellcasting. However, upon hearing Wong Hui's exclamation, her expression stiffened, and she began to reflect inwardly. Was there a misstep in her process? Or perhaps spells of this level were simply insignificant in the eyes of a god? Just because I was praised for my combat awareness earlier, I must not become complacent. Meg no longer dared to show off her skills and obediently stepped aside to stand next to Justin, preparing to observe the god's inspection of the elf. Unaware that his casual remark had caused the second-ranked court wizard to feel greatly disheartened, Wong Hui turned to the nervous Lilia opposite him and smiled. Begin. Start by casting a few of the spells you are most proficient in. Alright. Lilia felt her throat inexplicably dry. She swallowed, silently reviewed what she had learned, and then raised her small wand. Amidst the soft chanting of incantations, a glow emanated from the tip of the small wand. This radiance then spread around her, swirling and drifting in the air. Wong Hui waited for a while, but nothing else happened. He couldn't help but ask, and then? Lilia awkwardly explained. This shield spell is one I'm quite good at. The witch Meg, standing at a distance, sighed helplessly and reminded loudly, don't use low-level spells. Show your utmost capabilities. Alright, Lilia hurriedly agreed, then quickly chanted another incantation. A visible mass of air gathered in front of her. A few seconds later, with a bang, the air mass shot out like a cannonball. Force wave. The slender Lilia was even pushed back 2 steps by the recoil. The air mass whistled as it flew toward Wong Hui's side. Boom. The air mass exploded, and the ground, reinforced by Meg's steel soil spell, was blasted into a shallow pit over half a meter in diameter, with soil scattering in all directions. Back when the Storm Navy clashed with the 3 allied fleets, the wizard landed under the command of the 7th Prince once used force wave, yet it failed to even fully shatter a single heavy crossbow bolt. It must be noted that Lilia was merely a novice who had just entered the field a year and a half ago, highlighting the vast difference in their magical aptitude. At this moment, observing the battle from the sidelines was Meg, who had once been Lanin's mentor. To wield such a low-tier offensive spell with such formidable power, the innate talent of elves was truly enviable. Meg inwardly sighed, harboring a faint suspicion that this likely had something to do with the special food and supplies given to Lilia by the divine servant, Huyen Wu. TSK, not bad. Wong Hui glanced at the nearby crater and offered a word of praise. But there is no need to deliberately avoid me. Next time, aim directly at me and try using some other spells as well. Alright. Encouraged by the praise, Lilia finally gained a bit more confidence. She gripped her wand and waved it along an intricate trajectory, not forgetting to give a verbal warning. Here I come. Be careful. Seeing Wong Hui nod in acknowledgement, Lilia pointed her wand forward and chanted, Mist spell. As soon as the words left her lips, Wong Hui felt the air around him grow moist, with thick clouds of mist rapidly condensing and enveloping him. Then, he heard Lilia softly command, Crushing force. Instantly, Wong Hui felt his body grow heavy, as if the surrounding mist had been amplified dozens, even hundreds of times in weight, pressing the soles of his boots deep into the soil. This could be considered a combined spell executed in 2 overlapping steps. While Meg and Justin marveled at the crushing force, Wong Hui's attention was drawn to the seemingly unremarkable mist spell that preceded it, guiding Lilia, who had zero foundation in spellcasting. To become a wizard and having the witch Meg provide one-on-one training was not merely a frivolous pastime. Beyond testing the capabilities of the elven race, Wong Hui's primary aim was to draw inspiration from this process to enhance his own spellcasting abilities. Spells like Mage Hand, Force Wave, and Crushing Force could be easily replicated by Wong Hui using source energy. However, when it came to elemental spells involving water, fire, and the like, as well as barrier and alert type techniques, he found himself at a loss, hence his desire to experience them firsthand. Do you know any other water-based spells? Or spells from other elements? Use a few more if you can. Despite being weighed down by the mist as heavy as a small mountain, Wong Hui's voice remained steady and clear, causing Meg, who was observing from outside, to twitch at the corner of her mouth. It just goes to show that the constitution of a deity truly cannot be compared to that of a mortal. I know a few more, please wait. Lilia's thoughts were far less complicated. Seeing Wong Hui completely unscathed, she felt even more emboldened to unleash her abilities. This time, the incantation she chanted was more complex and drawn out. The mist pressing down on Wong Hui visibly thickened and condensed, eventually transforming into a solid mass of water. Water prison. Having cast the spell to this point, Lilia forcibly paused and issued another warning. The spell that follows is extremely dangerous. You must be fully prepared. Wong Hui couldn't help but feel amused. Yet, the elven girl's reminder was genuinely well-intentioned. So he held back his laughter and nodded to show he would take it seriously. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lilia proceeded to unleash the subsequent spell, Drowning Curse. At that moment, Wong Hui's expression shifted slightly, his eyes lowering in confusion. He could feel the surrounding water forcefully seeping into his pores, as if attempting to flood his lungs and other organs, drowning him rapidly from the inside out. Just as Lilia had warned, the danger of this spell was extremely high. Any normal creature caught in it would likely suffer fatal internal damage, even if they managed to break free midway. However, Wong Hui's body was merely a projection, far from being a normal living being. He calmed his mind, quietly sensing the water infiltrating his body, striving to grasp the essence of the extraordinary, whether it was the spells of wizards or the martial skills of knights. Their origins could be traced back to source energy, a fusion of life force and soul power. Wong Hui carefully discerned the water both inside and outside his body, gradually distinguishing it from real water. Recalling his own mastery of the source energy giant hand, a sudden realization dawned upon him. So that is how it is. Wong Hui abruptly opened his eyes, his body trembling slightly, and the water prison enveloping him instantly shattered. He then saw Lilia waiting outside with a worried expression. The elven girl immediately let out a long sigh of relief. "You're all right. I thought you might have drowned." Meanwhile, the witch Meg and Justin, who had been observing the entire scene, exchanged a glance, their expressions unusually calm. Having witnessed many astonishing sights, they had naturally grown numb to them. Chapter 81. Do you feel the gaze of God? In the study, Wong Hui listened to Justin's report on recent developments while flipping through a thick spell book. Of course, he was reading the original version personally authored by the witch Meg, not those flawed pirated copies. Whoosh. A flame suddenly ignited in the palm of Wong Hui's other hand, startling Justin into a momentary daze. The blaze burned with a fierce white intensity, its scorching heat palpable even from several meters away, as if it could sear human skin. Continue with your report. I'm just experimenting casually. Wong Hui closed his fingers, and the flame in his palm vanished without a trace. First tier spell, Palm Flame. The witch Meg was renowned as the foremost practitioner of water-based spells in the Storm Kingdom. But her expertise in water magic did not mean she was incapable in other elements. For instance, Palm Flame was one of the foundational fire spells, and Meg had unique insights into it. She believed that concentrating magical output could significantly increase the temperature of the flame in one's palm, elevating its power to rival that of a third-tier spell. Meg herself could achieve this, but if she were to witness Wong Hui's technique, she might add another note to her book, making Palm Flame comparable to a third-tier spell is the limit for human wizards. The capabilities of gods lie beyond discussion. It was currently the scheduled teaching time, with Meg instructing Lilia in the backyard, so only Wong Hui and Justin remained in the study. Teacher. That covers the general developments since the Divine Realm settled in Adversity Harbor. For more specific details, you would need to consult Sir Huyen Wu and the others, as that goes beyond my depth of understanding. Justin then shifted the topic to his target individual. He provided a detailed account of how Liang Xiaohan infiltrated the crew of the Belmore as a laborer, his subsequent near-fatal injuries, and his arduous recovery process. The ordeal was so tragic that it would move anyone who heard of it to pity and bring tears to the eyes of those who witnessed it. Wong Hui also temporarily set aside the book in his hands, a hint of doubt stirring within him. After being struck by Huyen Wu's massive elemental hand, Liang Xiaohao had actually survived instead of being killed outright. He had previously informed Huyen Wu about this player, and given the divine servant's temperament, it was unlikely he would have shown any mercy. Could it be that players entering the miniature world possessed some hidden buff, like surviving great calamities leads to great fortune? But upon second thought, Wong Hui dismissed the idea, recalling how Liang Xiaohao had died swiftly and decisively when slashed by the thug Peiqi. Thus, it seemed Liang Xiaohao's survival under Huyen Wu's hand and his year and a half in the Bay World were likely due to Wong Hui closing the glass cover before bed the previous night. The lad wasn't unwilling to exit the game. He simply couldn't. Nor was he unwilling to die. He was incapable of dying. Yet, Liang Xiaohao's projected body lacked any extraordinary resilience, so Huyen Wu's blow shattered his bones, leaving him paralyzed in bed like a heap of mud, clinging to life. Ah, who asked you to be fortunate enough to enter my miniature world? At least you can enjoy the exotic charm of Windward Harbor from your bed. Consider it a worthwhile experience. Wong Hui chuckled inwardly while maintaining a solemn expression outwardly. He cautioned, do not underestimate this man just because he is incapacitated. He may spring back to life one day, full of vigor. Your people must keep a close watch on him without letting their guard down. Your instructions shall be followed diligently. Teacher, Justin replied earnestly. Then, Wong Hui inquired, by the way, are your funds sufficient? Do not hesitate to spend on your informants, especially those assigned to monitor Liang Xiaohao. Their compensation should be doubled. Teacher, your generosity knows no bounds. Justin exclaimed with genuine admiration before explaining. Since the day Huyen Wu visited last year, the Divine Kingdom has been providing me with periodic funds. Our reserves are currently quite ample. Very well, Wong Hui nodded slightly. The Divine Right of King's plan was merely a broad strategy he had outlined. The specific implementation details were devised by Nalan Xia, Zhuo Yu, Huyen Wu, and others. Adjustments were made based on intelligence from the wizard law known and the specific conditions of Windward Harbor. So far, the Divine Kingdom's takeover of Windward Harbor's various industries had proceeded smoothly. Only a handful of obstinate minor nobles voiced objections. But after the seventh prince led a group of aluminum-armored warriors to negotiate with them, their dissent ceased. The seventh prince, now the nominal new lord of Windward Harbor, seemed to relish his change in title, often parading ostentatiously through the streets and drawing the attention of various factions to himself. Meanwhile, the forces of the Divine Kingdom operated discreetly, using Windward Harbor as a starting point to infiltrate other regions of the Storm Kingdom in secret. Overall, everything was progressing steadily and favorably. Just as Wong Hui was about to lower his gaze to study a few more spells, he noticed Justin pulling two pieces of parchment from his pocket, spreading them out on the table. One depicted the ancient eye pattern Wong Hui had originally drawn, the form of the Bay World's inherited sacred artifact. The second parchment bore some clumsily written text accompanied by a few crude, small maps. Teacher, the item you asked me to search for. I've made a little progress, Justin said. Justin pointed to the route on the second sheet of paper's map. Here, and here, at the border between the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Storm. 3 months ago, the border conflicts between the two nations gradually intensified. My informant there sent back news that the High Priest of the Kingdom of Thunder had allegedly employed some formidable supernatural power. With the Kingdom of Storm's garrison losing the leadership of Nicholas Gage, these two regions have already been captured by the enemy. And on the High Priest's artifact, there is a pattern resembling these eyes. Wong Hui's expression grew serious. He had initially thought the inherited sacred artifact was in the mysterious Silver Moon Kingdom, never expecting to find clues in the orc-ruled Kingdom of Thunder. What do you know about the High Priest of Thunder? Sorry, teacher. I haven't uncovered any information about him yet. Justin bowed his head in shame, then remembered that his teacher was a deity from beyond the heavens. So it was natural for him to be unfamiliar with some common knowledge of the mortal world. So he added, the High Priest of the Kingdom of Thunder, the Necromancer of the Shadow Kingdom, the Pope of the Silver Moon Kingdom, and the Royal Chief of the Kingdom of Storm. They are all recognized as the longest-lived individuals, standing at the pinnacle of supernatural power. There are many legends about these four, but few truly understand their circumstances, at least in this era, very few do. So, these are the four you believe firmly rank above Nicholas Gage. Wong Hui's lips curled into a slight smile, sending a shiver down Justin's spine. That expression, not long after the teacher last showed such interest, the Nicholas fleet was completely annihilated, the Storm Knight vanished without a trace, and the Witch Meg was captured, forced to become a private tutor. Justin silently mourned for the Kingdom of Thunder in his heart. Oh, High Priest, on your winning streak. Do you feel the gaze of a god? Chapter 82. Home, a place you can't return to in a fisherman's hut at Windward Harbor, Vela. The fisherman's daughter hummed a cheerful tune as she skillfully dried fish in the yard. Years of handling salted goods had left her hands exceptionally rough, her skin far from fair, unlike the typical appearance of a girl her age. After all, in any world, the voices of the impoverished are often the most insignificant, frequently excluded from the norms of the upper class or those who consider themselves above. Little boy, carrying a school bag, off to school, not afraid of the sun, not afraid of wind or rain. The lyrics of Vela's tune were quite unique, said to be a nursery rhyme from Liang Xiaohao's hometown. She once asked where that hometown was, but Liang Xiaohao didn't answer directly at first, later saying it was a place he couldn't return to. Vela didn't quite understand. She was born and raised in Windward Harbor, never having visited another town, and found it hard to imagine how far a place you couldn't return to might be. Probably farther than the royal capital, right? While feeling sorrow for Liang Xiaohao, Vela also harbored a small, selfish joy. Since he couldn't return home, perhaps her place could become his home. Just as she was thinking this, she heard a creaking sound from behind. Vela turned to see Liang Xiaohao opening the back door of the house, struggling to move out on a pair of crutches. Don't move around recklessly. It's only just started to improve. It's fine. Some movement is actually beneficial for recovery. After a year and a half of study, Liang Xiaohao had already mastered the local language in the game. In reality, he was already skilled in multiple languages, so learning another one wasn't particularly difficult for him. Can moving more really help injuries heal faster? Willa tilted her head in confusion. Then her face lit up with admiration. You know so much. Seeing this, Liang Xiaohao smiled helplessly. He sighed inwardly. What a hopelessly naive village girl, so easily swayed by a few casual words. Gritting his teeth, he moved into the yard, trembling as he reached out to help Willa dry the fish. Every movement sent sharp, needle-like pain throughout his body. In the days right after being severely injured by Huyen Wu's slap, Liang Xiaohao had felt utterly hopeless. He realized he couldn't voluntarily exit the game, nor could he force an exit even by dying, because he couldn't die. After lying in bed like a lifeless lump for months, Liang Xiaohao finally accepted his situation, and much of his anxiety faded away. If he couldn't return to reality, then so be it. At least he was still alive in the game world. Thanks to Willa's tireless care and the occasional magical potions old fisherman Bernie brought back, Liang Xiaohao's condition had noticeably improved recently. He could now barely manage to move around. In Willa's eyes, this man was incredibly knowledgeable, understanding many things she couldn't grasp. Now that his health was improving and his despondency was gradually lifting, nothing made her happier. The two dried fish together, occasionally sharing a laugh, chatting about which nursery rhymes were sung off-key, and gently teasing each other. Gradually, Willa leaned unconsciously against Liang Xiaohao's shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. Yet he held back from pushing her away. Well, letting this simple-minded village girl lean on him for a while could be considered interest on all the care she'd given him day in and day out. Liang Xiaohao looked up at the clear blue sky and white clouds, his mind drifting. He never noticed that, not far beyond the courtyard wall, a small eye was watching them. Wizard eye. Normally, the eye conjured by a wizard using this spell would be a faint green, carrying a somewhat sinister feel. But the wizard eye, near the fisherman's hut appeared colorless, almost transparent. Even if someone passed by, unless they were staring right at it, they would never detect its presence. At the same time, in the study on the second floor of Lilia's residence, Wong Hui covered his left eye with his hand, and what he saw in his vision was precisely the scene from the fisherman's hut. What a convenient trick, like a human surveillance system. After carefully experiencing Lilia's magic, many questions that had long troubled Wong Hui were suddenly resolved. Simply put, magic and martial skills are refined applications of source energy. Vitality corresponds to the form changes of spells and martial techniques, while soul force corresponds to their nature changes. For example, the source energy giant hand Wong Hui often used in the past, much like a wizard's mage hand or force wave, is purely a form change of vitality, The only difference lies in how it is manifested. To imbue a spell with a specific nature, one must utilize the soul force within source energy, materializing the imagined effect from one's own thoughts. Having grasped this principle, Wong Hui found little hindrance in realizing various spells. After all, wizards and knights, lacking inherited sacred artifacts, could not perfectly absorb and utilize source energy. They needed to chant incantations or rely on special items to resonate with the source energy before they could cast spells or martial techniques. Wong Hui, however, faced no such limitations, allowing him to effortlessly perform incantation-less magic. For now, he could only use the source energy within his own body. Once he obtained the inherited sacred artifact of the Bay World, he would likely be able to directly draw upon the source energy above the clouds, unleashing spells of even more terrifying scale with seamless ease. Observing Liang Xiaohao's current state from afar, Wong Hui felt a touch of anger. He had merely slept. Yet this player had already spent a year and a half in the Bay World as a disabled person. Compared to yesterday's online hype and underhanded tactics to attract Wu Lang, Liang Xiaohao now seemed like a changed person. The Fuzhou image of Aphrodite had transformed, gaining a touch of humanity. This experience would likely temper the ulir aspects of Liang Xiaohao's temperament. However, from the perspective of the Daixing Shirt's owner, Wong Hui did not intend to overlook this individual because of it. Their Lichang were destined to differ. At least until he obtained the inherited sacred artifact and he became the god of the Bay World, maintaining high vigilance against Wang Ya was essential. Dispersing the wizard's eye, Wong Hui gave Jia Siding a few more instructions before preparing to depart for the Thunder Kingdom. Coincidentally, he encountered Lilia returning from class. He spoke, "Your assessment has been passed. Jia Siding will inform Hu Yinwu that the Divine Kingdom will soon prepare for Dingshi Jinjiao with the Theta Yin Yutu. If you wish to return, he can arrange for a ship to escort you." Lilia hesitated, uncertain. Just as she was about to say something, Wong Hui noticed the witchman standing behind her, constantly wiping her hands with a silk handkerchief. The Lungiseric Zhaozhi Wang on her forearm continuously secreted a sticky fluid resembling saliva. No, not resembling saliva. It was the saliva of the slime Galumi. Wong Hui then remembered that he had promised the little one that if she assisted in dealing with Finny and others hidden in the water, he would reward her with new, large, and delicious food she had never eaten before. Before heading to the Thunder Kingdom, he should fulfill this promise. Chapter 83, in Min Chalfan. The Divine Kingdom Xing on a Kungkongshan at the edge of the port, one man and two women stood side by side. "I've reviewed your learning progress. It seems you've already studied Flight Demonstrate it, please." Wong Hui looked at Lilia beside him. I've only studied for 3 months. And I'm still very poor at it." The Jingling girl still lacked confidence, reluctantly chanting the incantation silently. After a moment, a pair of sheeting wings slowly extended from her back, their surfaces shimmering with Igong. The witchmong on the other side glanced sideways, her expression calm, but Dean Fentung with immense say. "Studied for 3 months, and still poor at it? Huh." Among the human students she had taught, those who could Dingshu Wanjing Shibang after 3 years of arduous study in Flightsu were considered geniuses. The Tenfu of the Ding, Yiju was truly detestable and Ka. No wonder they were suppressed by the 4 kingdoms back then, driven deep into the sea without even a chance to surface. Suddenly sensing Wong Hui's gaze sweeping over, McGonagall quickly gathered her wandering thoughts and unfurled her own light wings. As an experienced witch skilled in this art, her wings appeared solid and lifelike, a testament to her masterful control of magical energy. As for Wong Hui, his eyes narrowed slightly as translucent streams of energy gradually gathered behind his back. The vitality within the source energy manifested the form of wings, while the soul force imbued them with the nature of wind. Whoosh! A pair of immense wings, nearly 10 meters wide, suddenly spread open, snow white and almost transparent. The delicate and distinct feather-like light plumes shimmered brilliantly as they swayed gently in the breeze, dazzling to behold. McGonagall stared, utterly captivated. Is this flight magic? No, this is art. As Wong Hui attempted to flap his wings and rise slowly, the thousands of light plumes on his wings danced with breathtaking elegance under the sunlight, a sight so beautiful it stole one's breath away. In comparison, McGonagall's wings now seemed as dull as a pheasant standing before a phoenix, utterly overshadowed. "So beautiful," Lilia murmured, not feeling any sense of inferiority, but simply gazing in awe at Wong Hui hovering in midair. "Stop daydreaming, let us go," McGonagall urged impatiently. Flapping her wings to take flight, Lilia followed suit, struggling to keep up with her own fluttering wings. Whoosh, whoosh, as they ventured deeper into the open sea. The coastal winds grew increasingly fierce. However, under the shelter of Wong Hui's massive wings, Lilia, with her small wings flapping vigorously, managed to endure the journey without complaint. Gritting her teeth through the discomfort, passing over Peace Island, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Before being captured by humans, Lilia had visited this island multiple times with her companions to gather coconuts and wild fruits. When had such a prosperous city been built here? Numerous gleaming silver metal ships sailed back and forth on either side, and the bustling port was alive with people coming and going. The witch McGonagall offered a brief explanation, and Lilia learned that this was an island city established by the Divine Kingdom, off limits to ordinary outsiders. As they conversed, McGonagall noticed that Wong Hui showed no intention of descending. Were they going to fly past Peace Island without stopping? Could it be that they were heading to? Looking ahead, McGonagall's heart began to race wildly. Were they heading toward the territory of the Beyond Civilization? Having spent time as a captive on Peace Island, she had often seen aluminum-clad warships arriving from the west, unloading cargo and people, but she had never had the chance to see the other side for herself. As they crossed the boundary line, a faint humming sound echoed in McGonagall and Lilia's ears. They had left the Gulf world. The most immediate change was the noticeably hotter weather here. The clan world was currently in the midst of July, the peak of summer. Below stretched a vast plain, where lush pastures were dotted with herds of cattle and sheep grazing leisurely. Occasionally, figures on horseback galloped by, drawing bows and shouting commands as they practiced their riding and archery skills. Arcane vision. McGonagall quietly cast a buff on herself, and upon closer observation, she was startled to discover that those who appeared to be herdsmen tending cattle and sheep actually possessed considerable magical energy within them. Even women are no less formidable than the elite knights of the Storm Kingdom's regular army. The men who practice mounted archery are robust, and the women are even stronger. Even the horses they ride are extraordinary, their bodies covered in fine scales like natural armor, and they possess an undeniable magical energy within. Is this the foundation of a divine nation, where every citizen transcends the ordinary? Mage stood in stunned silence. It was no wonder the Storm Kingdom had fallen to such a terrifying civilization. Her subtle movements did not escape Wong Hui's notice. This which was half a mentor to Lilia and had contributed in some measure. Letting her witness the might of the divine nation might hasten her abandonment of darkness for light. Should she still harbor thoughts of resistance, she could simply be crushed with ease. You may go now. I have matters to attend to, Wong Hui said. The two descended as commanded, obediently waiting below. With the slime transformed into a wristband, Galumi kept a watchful eye, ensuring the witch had no chance to act out of line. Wong Hui himself flew off, finding Zhuo Tang, who remained in the clan world overseeing logistics. After bowing in reverence, Zhuo Tang ordered 5 large chests to be brought forth, each filled to the brim with sky crystals. Most of the clan world's reserves had been depleted. These were the gains after the divine nation's incursion into the Gulf world. A small portion came from islands and the sea, while the majority was acquired through trade and port adversity. Sky crystals, known as magic stones in the Gulf world, serve as the primary source of power for wizards and knights, and are highly valued consumables. However, the divine nation, having seized the vast wealth of port adversity, could afford to purchase magic stones in bulk, sweeping them up and transporting them back to the clan world via specialized warships, awaiting the deity's collection. With a resonant hum, Wong Hui extended his hand, and the 5 chests of sky crystals shattered, releasing 5 dazzling streams of light that converged into his body. The current available source essence value rapidly climbed, finally settling at B39. Divine One above, our ongoing acquisitions continue. According to reports from Peace Island, my elder sister has established a divine nation trade caravan in Port Adversity to trade sky crystals with other towns in the Storm Kingdom, gradually expanding trade routes to the other 3 great kingdoms, Zhuo Tang reported. As the radiant glow around Wong Hui slowly receded, he nodded in satisfaction. Well done. The once youthful lad before him had now approached 30, growing more capable and steady, a reliable assistant to his sister, Zhuo Yu. Wong Hui smiled. The stable development of the divine nation's rear is greatly owed to your efforts. Remember to nurture more capable young talents to assist. In your free time, you may also rest on Peace Island or in Port Adversity. Divine One, your mercy. Serving you is my greatest honor. Zhuo Tang bowed deeply, committing Wong Hui's directive to cultivate young talents to heart, ready to focus on this aspect of the work. Upon hearing Wong Hui's order to bestow divine blessings upon the 3 clans, Zhuo Tang was overjoyed. He immediately arranged for preparations to be made. Having successfully repelled the Storm Kingdom's invading forces, established Peace Island City, secured a foothold in the Gulf world by occupying Port Adversity, and diligently collected sky crystals, the 3 clans deserved rewards from Wong Hui, who had reaped the benefits of their labor. Seizing the opportunity to reward Galumi, he would let the hardworking little ones taste some sweetness as well. Chapter 84. A giant pillar descends from the sky, descent from above. Outside, Wong Hui opened his eyes as his consciousness returned to his body. His gaze fell upon the eastern plains of the clan world, where he could see the tiny figures of Lilia and the witch Meg still lingering there. They seemed to have only moved around the nearby area, not daring to venture close to the distant herdsmen of the divine kingdom. Wong Hui withdrew his gaze, temporarily closing the glass cover to accelerate time within the miniature world. He then turned and walked toward the refrigerator, rummaging through his stash of snacks. When he had made the promise to Galumi earlier, he had already thought of what unique food to offer. Weilong spicy strips. The first thing Wong Hui pulled out was a large bag, a special commemorative edition released by Weilong last month, featuring an extra-long spicy strip measuring 30 centimeters. Paired with its classic flavor, who could say it didn't meet Wong Hui's promise of being big and delicious? He briefly considered whether to cut it into smaller pieces before delivering it, but after a moment's thought, he decided against it. A giant spicy strip should remain in its original size to be enjoyed to the fullest. Galumi, the underground king, you claim to have a big appetite, right? Let us see if you can swallow such an exaggerated spicy strip. Of course. Wong Hui also grabbed a bag of mini spicy strips for the convenience of the 3 clans' little people in transporting and storing them. After all, a divine gift on such a large scale would seem a bit meager if it were only food. As his eyes scanned the refrigerator a few more times, they suddenly lit up. The clan world was currently in the midst of a scorching summer. Why not let the gods bring them some cool relief? Wong Hui reached into the side compartment of the freezer and pulled out an ice tray, filled with perfectly frozen ice cubes. He returned to the clan world and lifted the glass cover. In the outside world, barely half a minute had passed, but inside, half a day had already gone by. Lilia and the witch Meg remained obediently nearby, not venturing far. While waiting, they had resumed their teaching, practicing new spells. Meanwhile, the subordinates dispatched by Zhuo Tang had already constructed a large wooden platform on the plains, using prefabricated wooden beams with mortise and tenon joints. They could assemble structures on the spot, quickly building wooden houses or martial arts arenas, as if piecing together building blocks. It seemed that the external shipbuilding materials Wong Hui had left behind had also inspired the craftsmen of the Nalan clan in other fields. At this moment, aside from those who were too busy with work to leave, the rest of the three clans' people, especially the younger boys and girls, were gathering around the wooden platform on the plains. These children had grown up hearing adults recount the grandeur of past divine gifts, but had never had the chance to witness one themselves. Today, as soon as Zhuo Xiutang announced an impending divine gift, the children could hardly contain their excitement. They begged their teachers to bring them along, hoping to catch a glimpse of the divine presence. I heard the city of divine gift was lowered by the hand of the heavenly god. How enormous must his body be? Will we get to see him this time? Not necessarily. My father once witnessed a divine gift. It was just chunks of meat raining from the sky. He didn't see the hand of the god. The year the gods bestowed meat, I was only 2 years old and didn't even have teeth yet. My mother got a piece and insisted on stuffing it into my mouth, saying divine food would strengthen the body. I almost choked to death. The children who had come from the city of divine gift gathered on one side of the wooden platform, chattering excitedly. On the other side of the open space stood Lilia and the witch Meg, utterly stunned. They had been quietly practicing spells on the grassland when, before long, they saw hundreds of carriages arriving from the west, unloading large quantities of thick wooden planks. Workers from the divine kingdom swiftly assembled these into wooden platforms. As the second and third batches of carriages arrived one after another, the platforms grew larger and larger, forcing the two women to retreat to a more distant spot to observe. Was the divine kingdom preparing for some kind of ceremony? Even McGonagall, who considered herself well-traveled and knowledgeable, couldn't fathom what these people were up to. Gradually, tens of thousands gathered around the wooden platforms. The noise was overwhelming. Yet not a single person stepped onto the platforms out of turn. Even the most mischievous children remained obediently beneath the platforms, their round eyes fixed on the sky as if anticipating something. In truth, some had already noticed the presence of McGonagall and the other woman. But Wong Hui had instructed Zhuo Xiutang, who then passed the order down through the ranks, so no one approached to engage with the outsiders. Even children under 5 years old possess magical energy within them. McGonagall maintained her arcane vision, her expression deeply complex. Looking further at the fully armed patrol soldiers on the outskirts, each was robust and brimming with magical energy, rivaling even the royal iron guards of the Storm Kingdom. Beside her, Lilia lacked such complicated thoughts. Her lively eyes darted around curiously, eager to ask someone about the purpose of this grand spectacle. Yet she dared not disobey Wong Hui's command to stay within the designated area. Meanwhile, outside the realm, seeing that the wooden platform in the eastern plains was nearly complete, Wong Hui took out a giant spicy strip and slowly lowered it into the glass dome. The divine blessing is about to begin. Silence. Zhuo Xiutang, having undergone 4 temperings, possessed the keenest perception. He was the first to notice the abnormal airflow above the clouds and immediately shouted the order. The previously noisy and playful crowd of the 3 clans fell silent at once, kneeling in unison around the vast wooden platform. The environment shifted from extreme chaos to utter quiet in an instant, leaving Lilia utterly stunned. She couldn't help but whisper to the witch beside her, "Miss McGonagall, should we kneel too?" McGonagall didn't respond, staring blankly upward into the sky. Puzzled, Lilia followed her gaze and soon gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. Above the clouds, an enormous shadow blotted out most of the sunlight. Whoosh, the clouds parted, revealing the true form of the shadow. Was that a gigantic pillar, yellow tinged with red? At that moment, the slime wrapped around McGonagall's wrist, Galumi, dropped down and stealthily slipped into the crowd, transforming into a blue-haired girl who looked up at the sky. Can something that terrifying really be eaten? A trace of fear flickered across Galumi's small face, yet a line of glistening drool escaped the corner of her mouth. Boom. The giant spicy strip crashed onto the wooden platform with a deafening roar, shaking the ground like an earthquake. Following it came waves of a pungent, exotic fragrance. What is that smell? It's so fragrant it's a divine food not recorded in the history books. Heavens, are we witnessing a new chapter in history? People craned their necks, inhaling the intoxicating aroma. Over the past year or so, many spices had been imported into the clan world from ported verses, adding new flavors to the dining tables of the 3 clans. However, the complex aroma unique to the spicy strips from the outside world was a level entirely unimaginable to the micro-civilization. Immediately afterward, numerous small pillars of the same color and texture fell from the sky, thudding heavily onto the wooden platform. This description of small was only relative to the previous gigantic pillars. After all, even ants would be considered colossal beasts in the micro-world. And the miniature spicy strips from the outside world were far larger than ants. Judging by the exaggerated volume piled up, it would be enough to satisfy the appetites of all 3 clans for a long time. Yet, the witch Meg's eyes remained fixed on the sky above. With the intuition of an excellent water affinity wizard, she keenly sensed the terrifyingly cold moisture approaching from high above. Chapter 85. He really moves me to tears, everyone. Don't crowd. Make way for the workers responsible for transporting the divine food first. Once the divine provisions are brought back to the city of divine blessings, they will be distributed according to the predetermined proportions. Each person's specific share can be checked on the public notice board in the city. Make way, everyone. Please make way. The patrolling soldiers maintaining order shouted reminders, but the crowd did not rush to stand up. Instead, they remained kneeling while shifting their positions to clear a path for the workers. The shadow in the sky had not completely dissipated, indicating that the divine blessings were not yet over. Thus, the workers cautiously approached the edge of the wooden platform. beginning to cut the divine spicy strips from the periphery while frequently glancing upward to observe the movements in the clouds above. Moments later, Zhuo Tang and the stronger-tempered individuals from the three clans gradually sensed the chill descending from the sky. In the midst of summer, how could there be such a piercingly cold and damp air? Just as they were puzzling over this, Zhuo Tang's gaze sharpened, and he shouted, "Workers, retreat. The divine blessings are descending again." The workers busily cutting the spicy strips hurriedly stepped back, and soon after, a series of heavy, muffled thuds echoed through the air. Thud, thud, thud. These were massive ice blocks, each as large as the central hall of the City of Divine Blessings. Every one of them was perfectly square and regular, exuding an overwhelming chill. Heavens, such enormous ice. How did the deity manage to create such massive ice blocks in the summer? Look, it's not just here. Ice seems to have fallen in the distant clan territories as well. The deity must have taken pity on us suffering from the heat, and specially bestowed these giant ice blocks to help us cool down. He really moves me to tears. After their exclamations of awe, the people of the three clans bowed repeatedly once more, expressing their gratitude for the deity's benevolence. Among them, several craftsmen from the Nalan clan gazed thoughtfully at the giant ice blocks. If the heavenly deity can create ice in the summer, and the extraordinary power flowing within our bodies also originates from the deity, could we perhaps find a way to produce ice as well? Unbeknownst to the craftsmen, Wong Hui used a divine artifact called the Sea King refrigerator to create the ice, not relying on source energy. Nevertheless, this inadvertently sparked inspiration among the tiny people, subtly advancing their innovative thinking and improving their quality of life. Wong Hui dropped all 15 small ice blocks into the clan world. 5 of them landed on the wooden platform in the plains, to be used for making chilled food and beverages. The remaining 10 were placed in the City of Divine Blessings and the original territories of the 3 major clans, serving simply as natural air conditioners for cooling and relieving the heat. The sun in the sky, no larger than a ping-pong ball, would likely take a considerable amount of time to melt these giant ice blocks. During this period, they would absorb a great deal of heat, maintaining a cool climate for the tiny people of the 3 clans. TSK, who could compare to the treatment of the Divine Kingdom's subjects, enjoying spicy strips while basking in a cool breeze on a hot summer day? Watching the thousands of little figures bowing in gratitude, Wong Hui couldn't help but chuckle softly. Shifting his gaze, he noticed a blue-haired slime named Galumi sneaking furtively into the convoy of carriages. Having been disciplined by Nalan Xian numerous times, this little creature had learned some manners. No matter how tempted, it dared not steal. Instead, it sought out Zhuo Tang, who was directing the transport team, hoping to pull some strings and get an early taste of the spicy strips to satisfy its craving. Just a reminder, all divine food and the ice blocks on the platform must be transported back to the city first. Distribution will follow after inventory is taken. Zhuo Tang initially maintained a stern expression, adopting an official and impartial stance. But seeing the petite, blue-haired girl pouting, her purple eyes misting over with tears, her face so aggrieved it seemed she might burst into crying at any moment. Sigh? Zhuo Tang's resolve crumbled. He sighed helplessly and waved his hand. Fine. I'll allocate a portion to you first. The remaining share will be delivered to your residence in the God-given city. But don't let it happen again, understood? Okay. I'll leave you to your work then. Upon hearing this, Galumi immediately brightened up, her tears vanishing as she happily followed a worker to claim her spicy strips. Watching her retreating figure, a smile also spread across Zhuo Tang's face. In truth, the deity had already instructed that a significant portion of this divine offering was intended for Galumi, as a reward for her great contributions during the counter-invasion defense battle. However, Zhuo Tang, well-versed in Nalan Xia's management principles, knew exactly how to handle the subterranean monarch appropriately. After all, this was a being who had once inflicted heavy casualties on the 3 clans. Even after being subdued by the deity and performing numerous arduous tasks and meritorious deeds, it was important not to let her grow too complacent. Moreover, after spending considerable time with Galumi, the higher-ups had come to understand that this simple-minded little creature was not difficult to manage. By consistently applying the strategy of a firm reprimand followed by a reward, a friendly and harmonious relationship could easily be maintained. What did it matter if a little extra exploitation was involved? She might even thank them for it. As Zhuo Tang was pondering this, he saw Galumi, now some distance away, turn back and wave. Thank you. See. Zhuo Tang quickly suppressed his smile, pretending impatience as he waved her off, urging her not to bother him. Some time later, inside an elongated cargo carriage, Galumi buried herself amidst piles of cut stomach-long spicy strips, devouring them eagerly. Her mouth and hands were smeared with red oil, and she occasionally hissed, sucking in air to cool her palate. Delicious. So delicious. The complex blend of spicy, salty, and sweet flavors, combined with the chewy texture, made the spicy strips an exceptionally intense assault on the taste buds. Galumi swept through the carriage like a whirlwind, consuming every last strip and even licking clean the residual crumbs from the carriage walls before finally feeling satisfied. The deity is truly wonderful. She patted her slightly bulging belly, squinting her eyes in bliss. After an indeterminate amount of time, Galumi suddenly jolted awake. Oh no, I still have important matters to attend to. She hastily leaped out of the carriage and scurried away into the distance. Only when she spotted the witch mage and the elf Lilia still in their original spots did Galumi finally breathe a sigh of relief. Having received divine blessings, if one fails to accomplish the task, it fears being tormented to death. The blue-haired, purple-eyed girl gradually shrank as she ran, eventually reverting to her blue-purple slime form, transforming into a gelatinous substance that quietly coiled back around the witch's wrist. Meg was still reeling from the scenes she had witnessed earlier. her mind lingering on the giant hand that had placed the ice. She felt that many deeply ingrained beliefs in her mind had been overturned, so much so that she hadn't even noticed Galumi slipping away during this time. Suddenly sensing a weight on her wrist, Meg snapped back to reality and looked down. The blue-purple wristband monitoring her remained calm, though it appeared slightly thicker than before. Without dwelling on it, Meg detected a fluctuation of magical energy nearby. Turning her gaze, she couldn't help but freeze in surprise. There stood Lilia beside a massive block of ice, waving her small wand while murmuring incantations. Streams of air swirled around her, carrying cold, damp mist that gradually crystallized into shimmering, translucent icicles, emitting piercing whistles. An ice storm? Meg watched in astonishment. This elf had independently mastered a 6th-tier spell she hadn't even taught yet. Although the environment, with its large ice block, facilitated the casting, it was still utterly unbelievable for a wizard apprentice who had only been studying for a year and a half. Once again, Meg looked up at the sky, where the shadow of the giant hand was still faintly visible through the clouds. Her expression grew distant. Oh gods, is this still the world I know? Chapter 86, Divine Dominion. Ambition and progress. While the witch Meg was questioning her existence, Wong Hui, in the outside world, had already withdrawn his hand and was preparing his lunch. 2 packs of pork and scallion dumplings, along with a plate of cold mixed with ear mushrooms and spinach. Shortly after finishing his meal, his phone chimed with a notification. Several micro-carving items he had ordered earlier from Taobao had arrived. Wong Hui stepped out to retrieve them from the Fun Chao delivery locker at the alley entrance, carefully unpacking each box. Most were machine-carved miniature town buildings, which would come in handy once the divine territory expanded further. There were also familiar faces, super tiny figurines from the Three Kingdoms theme. The previous set featured Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, while this one included Huang Zhong, Zhao Yun, and Lu Bu. Of course, Wong Hui's focus remained on the tiny weapons they held. The 8 treasures Qilin Bao, the Dragon-S Courage Silver Spear, and the Sky-Piercing Halberd. Made of titanium steel, they were perfectly suited as weapons for the miniature inhabitants. As the previous twin swords, Green Dragon Crescent Blade, and 8 Snake Spear had already proven their practicality on the battlefield. Among these, the Dragon-S Courage Silver Spear was relatively conventional, while the Sky-Piercing Halberd was noticeably more substantial in material, making it the heaviest of the 6 weapons so far. As for the 8 treasures Qilin Bao, the only ranged weapon, its main body was well crafted, but the bowstring was of poor quality. Wong Hui planned to improve it later, replacing it with a more resilient material from the miniature world. As for who would wield these 3 weapons, he hadn't decided yet. He set them aside for the time being, intending to bestow them as rewards for meritorious deeds in the future. After tidying up the micro-carving items and washing the dishes, Wong Hui realized it was already afternoon. In the synchronized flow of time in the miniature world, the moon now hung high in the sky. Gazing towards the eastern plains of the clan, one could see that the transportation of Weilong spicy strips and large ice blocks was still underway. However, the workers from the 3 clans generally possessed the foundation of 2 temperings, granting them strength and endurance far surpassing ordinary people. It was likely that they would soon complete the task. During this time, Zhuoqiutong politely greeted the witch and the elf, offering them some pre-cut spicy strips for convenient consumption, which thoroughly astonished the 2 women. Mage keenly realized that such a delicious and unique food, if the Divine Kingdom were to export it, could likely amass a significant fortune in the Storm Kingdom rapidly. Shortly after Zhuoqiutong took his leave, Wong Hui, with his luminous wings fluttering, flew in from a distance and led the 2 women, whose lips still glistened with oil, away. To Mage's slight disappointment, their destination was not the deeper towns of the Divine Kingdom, but rather a return to Taiping Island. Upon reflection, it made sense, given their status. Catching a glimpse of even a corner of the Divine Kingdom was no small feat, and it was unwise to hope for more. The 3 descended onto the island, retracting their luminous wings, and Wong Hui entrusted the 2 women to Huyen Gui, who had come to greet them, before heading straight to Nalan Xia's residence. After her detailed yet accessible report, Wong Hui gained a clearer understanding of the current state of the Divine Kingdom. First, in terms of population, the 3 clans, now well-fed and clothed, had achieved a new peak in birth rates. According to the most recent census at the end of last year, the total population of the Divine Kingdom's subjects had exceeded 150,000, although many of them were newborns aged 1 or 2. Unable to contribute as laborers for the time being, this reflected the people's satisfaction with their prosperous lives, promising a bright future for the 3 clans. In agriculture, the yields of various grains and supernatural vegetables remained stable. Even if the population of the Divine Kingdom were to double within a few years, their cultivated land and fisheries would suffice to ensure supply. Regarding commerce, trade with the Gulf world constituted the main focus, most of which Wong Hui had already learned from Justin, rendering further elaboration unnecessary. It was worth noting that the Divine Kingdom's plastic currency had gradually begun circulating in Portadversity, though currently only among nobles and major merchants associated with the 7th prince. Wong Hui instructed Nalan Xia to pay ample attention to this matter and imparted some simple, yet practical economic theories, which she diligently recorded in her notes. However, the clan world lagged significantly behind the Gulf world in terms of commercial and trade systems, making it unwise to engage in direct economic warfare through traditional means. The quickest path to economic hegemony was military dominance. Wong Hui extended his finger and drew a circle on the map over the Gulf, commanding, "Do not limit yourselves to trading solely with Portadversity. Increase the number of aluminum-clad warships and let the other nations know that maritime discourse power no longer belongs solely to the Storm Kingdom. Expand more trade routes. Export the Divine Kingdom's jade wheat and the Weilong spicy strips I have just bestowed to various regions, and intensify the acquisition of sky crystal stones. After a pause, Wong Hui added, if any hostile forces obstruct, eliminate them. With clues to the inheritance artifact in hand, securing it was a certainty. And the Divine Kingdom's advancement no longer needed to be overly conservative. Once Wong Hui gained the harvesting rights to the source energy of the Gulf world, which of the 4 nations' inhabitants could still pose a threat to him? Resisting divine servants might still be possible, but defying the celestial god was utterly futile. Your instructions shall be diligently followed. Nalan Xia responded respectfully, unable to suppress the stirring waves within her heart. The 3 clans are no longer the passive recipients of invasions. The borders of the Divine Kingdom are likely to expand to realms she never dared to imagine. Nalan Xia felt the urge to ask how the celestial being planned to deal with the gods sheltering the 4 nations. But as the words reached her lips, she held them back. The celestial being is an existence of infinite power and wisdom combined. Since the command for proactive expansion has been given, a solution to counter the hostile gods must already be in place. Even if she voiced her question, as a mere mortal, Nalan Xia would likely struggle to grasp even a fraction of its meaning. Seeing the profound admiration and reverence on her face, Wong Hui felt somewhat bewildered, unsure what extravagant notions she had conjured in her mind. Finally, he reminded Nalan Xia about the negotiations with the island elves. Though their faction was weak, they were, after all, the first civilization in the Gulf world that the Divine Kingdom intended to formally subjugate as a vassal. At the very least, the formalities had to be observed, and it was most appropriate for Nalan Xia to handle the matter personally. After discussing all matters, Wong Hui rose and departed, transforming into a beam of light that ascended into the night sky. From a balcony of a nearby guest room, the elf Lilia watched this scene. Her words caught in her throat, unable to conceal her disappointment. Seated beside her, the witch Mag, elegantly flipping through a book, remarked calmly, do not dwell on it. That being is not one to be swayed by your appearance. I do not. Lady Mag, please do not speak nonsense. Lilia, her secret thoughts exposed, felt her pointed ears flush crimson as she hastily denied it. Mag merely shook her head without further comment. She had deliberately observed earlier. The lines on Wong Hui's right palm were identical to those of the colossal hand she had seen hovering over the Divine Kingdom. This confirmed his divine identity beyond doubt. Mag was certain that even the legendary dragons lurking in the deserts, seas, and deep mountains could not compare to Wong Hui in stature. What else could one who could grasp a dragon in a single hand be, if not a god? Mag suddenly felt an immense sense of relief. Perhaps serving as a tutor in the Divine Kingdom was not such an unacceptable fate after all. Chapter 87. A bloody incident sparked by 2 sneezes in the outside world. Wong Hui's true form opened his eyes. His order for the Divine Kingdom to pursue a path of military hegemony was based on information obtained from Nalan Xia. Currently, the foremost warrior among the 3 clans remained the divine servant, Huyen Wu, estimated to be at the level of 6 temperings. With his raw strength surpassing even that by a margin, the slime Galumi was slightly inferior to Huyen Wu, weaker in direct confrontation but possessing more versatile abilities. The third was Huyen Longzhua, with 5 temperings, ferocious in combat, but prone to recklessness and impulsiveness. Following them were high-level combatants like Zhuqiu Yu, Zhuqiu Tang, Huyen Gui, and Nalan Huazi, each at 4 temperings. Mid-level leaders were at 3 temperings, while ordinary warriors were at 2. Compared to the Storm Kingdom's navy, only elite knights and wizards could match the 3 clans in combat. The majority of common soldiers fell far short in physical prowess, their foundational strength entirely incomparable. When comparing the military strength of the clan world and the Gulf world comprehensively, the latter holds an advantage in total troop numbers and the count of high-tier combatants. However, the Gulf world is far from unified, with the 4 great kingdoms embroiled in constant conflicts and disputes. In contrast, the 3 clans stand united under Wong Hui's leadership, akin to a sharp and unyielding blade poised to pierce deep into the bloated and fragile Gulf world. The strategic plans of the Divine Kingdom have been laid out, and their execution now rests in the hands of Nalan Xia and others. As for me, it is time to attend to my own affairs. Wong Hui shifted his gaze toward the northeastern border of the Gulf world, where the Storm Kingdom and the Thunder Kingdom converged. Under the cover of night, the area appeared dimly illuminated, dotted with countless flickering lights like scattered stars. These were the torches carried by the advancing troops of the Thunder Kingdom. Having seized 2 towns of the Storm Kingdom, they still aren't satisfied? Wong Hui narrowed his eyes to observe. Due to the poor visibility in the miniature world at night, he had to slide open the glass cover above and lean in closer for a better view. Compared to the well-equipped soldiers of the Storm Kingdom, the warriors of the Thunder Kingdom wore an assortment of gear, leather armor, chainmail, plate armor, and various other mismatched pieces, resembling a motley crew of ragtag fighters. Yet, they were noticeably larger than the average miniature human, with an estimated average height of around 1.9 meters in microscopic scale. Their skin was covered in thick fur, their mouths revealed sharp fangs, and tails of various shapes and sizes swayed behind their lower backs. Orcs. Among the ranks, Wong Hui spotted several exceptionally massive figures, whose size even surpassed that of adult brown bears in the miniature world, poorly equipped and lacking discipline. Yet their threat level was far from low. Wong Hui scanned the Thunder Kingdom's army, hoping to locate the High Priestess' whereabouts. This would allow him to later descend into the miniature world and pinpoint the approximate location, ready to reclaim, or rather, retrieve, the sacred artifact that rightfully belonged to the divine. Meanwhile, within the Gulf world, nearly 20,000 orcs marched through the night, grunting and panting. They had little concept of military discipline. Some drank heavily from jugs as they walked, while others brazenly shared crude jokes, erupting in boisterous laughter. Occasionally, disputes erupted into shoving and brawling within the ranks, with combatants tearing into one another until bloodied and bruised. Yet, after a few swigs of alcohol, they would sling arms over each other's shoulders and reconcile, as if nothing had happened. Amidst this chaos, a hunched and diminutive figure cloaked in a gray, floor-length robe appeared remarkably inconspicuous. However, no matter how rowdy the surrounding orc warriors became, they cautiously maintained their distance from this individual, occasionally casting glances filled with profound reverence. "Noble High Priest, your carriage is prepared." Several robust wolf tribe orcs approached to inquire. The small, stooped figure slightly lifted the brim of his hood, revealing an aged and profound face. "No need. I prefer the feeling of marching alongside everyone." This was Saruman, the High Priest of Thunder. In his hand, he held a T-shaped staff adorned with ancient eye-like patterns that emitted a faint, unsettling glow, from which whispers seeped forth, stirring unease in the hearts of those nearby. The wolf tribe orcs felt their furs stand on end and promptly bowed their heads before retreating to instruct the carriage to follow at a respectful distance, remaining on standby. After a moment, a burly man standing approximately 2 meters tall approached. His deep brown fur and a pair of formidable, thick horns atop his head exuded an aura of sheer intimidation. On his shoulder rested a massive double-headed warhammer. Each step he took accompanied by a deep, resonant thud that seemed to shake the very earth, evoking a sense of awe as if mountains were trembling and the ground quaking. This was Cain, the foremost warrior known as the Thunder Warhammer. In terms of status, both he and the High Priest ranked just below the king, yet when addressing Saruman, his tone carried a distinct note of reverence. "High Priest, just as you predicted. The Storm Kingdom appears to have been tied down by the forces of that inexplicably emerging divine realm. Gage has yet to show himself. It seems we can continue our advance smoothly." Cain's voice rumbled like thunder. An ordinary person standing nearby would likely have their eardrums throbbing in pain, unable to cross blades with that Storm Knight once more. "You must feel some regret, don't you?" Saruman chuckled softly, his raspy voice offering a measured reminder. "Remember, as long as that old fox Belmaru remains, truly annihilating the Storm Kingdom will be no easy feat. The objective of this war is to reclaim the 3 territories they seized from us years ago. Only one remains now. We must stay vig." Before he could finish, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the sky above. Achoo! Immediately afterward, a fierce gale swept down with tremendous force. The orc army, caught off guard while marching steadily, saw many warriors lifted into the air and then hurled back down, left half dead from the impact. The heavier brutes managed to stay on their feet, but the thunderous noise left them bleeding from their noses and ears, their heads splitting with pain. Unbreakable fortress. The towering Cain let out a muffled roar, his body firmly anchored to the ground. A radiant glow emanated from his form, extending its protection to over a dozen orc warriors around him. Beside him, the High Priest, though startled by this sudden assault, maintained his composure and barked in order. "All shamans, earthbind." His voice was not particularly loud, but the shamans in the army, clad in sweeping robes, heard it clearly. They promptly drew small wooden wands from their sleeves, plunging them into the ground and channeling magic to ignite an earthy yellow light. Earthbind totem. Hundreds of shamans acted in unison, anchoring thousands of warriors firmly to the Earth's surface, resisting the fierce winds descending from above. Strangely, the gale arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving calm in its wake almost instantly. "Damn it! Who dares to ambush us? Have the courage to show yourselves and fight. You scum of the Storm Kingdom. I'll slaughter every last one of you. For the thunder, charge!" The orcs, having regained their bearings, shouted curses into the darkness. With their torches extinguished by the wind, the surrounding blackness only added to the chaos. Cain had to rush about, calling out to steady the troops, while High Priest Saruman wore a pensive expression. Judging by its power, the recent attack resembled the 9th-tier spell, Hurricane. Yet why was there not the slightest trace of magical fluctuation? As Saruman pondered this, another thunderous roar abruptly sounded from above. Achoo! The gale returned with renewed fury. Chapter 88. Changing Identities. Am I a mercenary? Masked Stone Skin. Drawing from the previous experience, High Priest Saruman, upon hearing the second roar, immediately raised his staff without hesitation. Thousands of gray rays of light scattered and shot out, landing precisely on each orc, causing their skin to take on a stone-like texture. A sudden, violent gale descended from the heavens. Group Stone Skin bolstered the defenses of the troops, yet the spell's power was spread too thin, offering only limited enhancement to each individual. Under the nearly cataclysmic force of the wind, hundreds of orcs were swept into the air. Saruman's expression darkened as he raised a hand toward the sky, casting a spell, Fury of the Air. Ripples of disturbance spread through the atmospheric currents as he attempted to forcibly disperse the gale. Unfortunately, the High Priest had clearly underestimated the might of this calamity. The ripples of Fury of the Air were instantly shredded, and Saruman, the caster himself, was thrown off balance, stumbling backward several steps before being steadied by Cain, who rushed to his aid. Moments later, the gale vanished once more, as abruptly as if it had never appeared. Surveying the surroundings, cries of agony and curses echoed from the orcs. Group Stone Skin, impenetrable fortress, and hundreds of earthbind totems had mitigated some of the damage inflicted by the wind. Yet the hasty response inevitably left many gaps. A rough estimate revealed that, of the nearly 20,000-strong army of the Thunder Kingdom, at least 1,000 had been lost to these 2 unnatural gusts, with over 5,000 more wounded. Seated upon a large boulder, Saruman listened to his subordinates' reports, his expression growing increasingly grim. The power of that gale was undeniably that of a genuine 9th-tier spell or higher. Across the 4 kingdoms, only 4 individuals were capable of independently casting 9th-tier spells. The Pope of the Silver Moon Church would not be here, and the Necromancer, that old schemer, was not skilled in wind magic. Excluding Saruman himself, the only one remaining was Belmore of the Storm Kingdom. Yet Saruman had received precise intelligence from his spies that Belmore should absolutely not be present here tonight. Moreover, even if it were Belmore, he could not possibly conceal the magical fluctuations of a 9th-tier spell so completely, not once, but twice. What in the world was happening? While the High Priest was lost in thought, Wong Hui, observing from outside, rubbed his nose with a hint of helplessness. Could it be that he had sneezed due to an allergic reaction upon seeing the densely packed, fur-covered orc army? Wong Hui had kept a dog before and never exhibited such symptoms then, so why had he been unable to hold back just now? Gazing at the chaotic state of the Thunder Kingdom's forces, his expression was a mix of amusement and exasperation. It was truly an unexpected situation. He hadn't imagined that 2 sneezes would cause such significant losses. Feeling another urge to sneeze, Wong Hui quickly closed the glass cover and stepped aside. Having ruled out allergies, could the sneezing be due to a cold? Wong Hui thought that. Given his current physical condition, he shouldn't catch a cold easily, but to be safe, he prepared a cup of 666 cold relief granules as a precaution. By the time he returned to the side of the Bay world and restored the flow of time, it was already daylight the following day. Turning his gaze to the site of the earlier incident, he could still faintly make out traces of blood on the ground and the lingering marks left by the gale. To an unknowing observer, it would seem as though a great battle had erupted here. The Thunder Kingdom's expedition had been cut short before reaching its halfway point. Forced into a humiliating retreat to the 2 towns they had previously occupied for rest and reorganization. Only a few small squads remained, lingering in the vicinity as if trying to uncover the truth behind the nighttime ambush. Oh, the High Priest has vanished again. I'll have to go in and search for him myself. Wong Hui sighed. Earlier, he had noticed the hunched old man who could match his sneeze with a spell. Such formidable strength likely belonged to the Thunder High Priest. It was a pity he hadn't seen where the man went afterward. Well, if he had to search on his own, so be it. At worst, he could treat it as an opportunity to experience the exotic customs of the Orcish community. After a moment's thought, Wong Hui turned and rummaged through a storage cabinet. Pulling out a mask, a leftover souvenir from his cosplay days, themed after the hollow mask from Bleach. Stylistically, it complemented the hooded light armor from Assassin-S Creed that he wore. Aside from a few individuals like Nalan Xian and Justin, not many knew that this attire was connected to the divine. This time, Wong Hui was heading to a nation where the influence of the divine realm had yet to reach, so he decided to try out a new identity. Whoosh. Defying the rules of the Bay world that sought to repel him, Wong Hui descended at the northeastern edge of the port city of Galehaven. He had intended to find a secluded spot, unfold his light wings, and fly toward the border between the 2 nations. But suddenly he heard someone shouting in his direction. Hey, you there, sir? Wong Hui turned to see a brown-haired boy, about 14 or 15 years old, panting as he ran over. Excuse me, mid-sentence. The boy noticed the slightly menacing pattern on Wong Hui's mask and shrank back fearfully before mustering the courage to continue. Are you also a mercenary heading to the front lines to resist the orcs? Our squad is 1 person short. Would you consider joining us? Mercenaries. Wong Hui glanced into the distance and indeed saw many groups of people renting carriages from the outpost outside the city, heading northeast one after another. Had the Storm Kingdom, after losing an army to the 3 clans, fallen to the point of needing to hire mercenaries for the front lines against the Thunder Kingdom's invasion? Seeing Wong Hui remain silent, the brown-haired boy gritted his teeth and pulled out a small coin pouch, speaking urgently. Sir, we really need this commission. But only squads of 5 or more can accept it. We're just 4 if you could come along. Consider this pouch as an invitation fee. And we'll share the reward with you after completing the mission. What do you say? Wong Hui glanced down and noticed the pouch was pitifully small, filled only with silver and copper coins, not a single gold piece in sight. This mercenary squad must be struggling quite a bit. Fine. Wong Hui reached out, took the pouch, and tucked it away, nodding coolly in acceptance of the invitation. The handful of silver and copper coins meant nothing to him. He simply didn't want to stand out too much. After all, with the outer layer of the glass dome sealed and the miniature world in accelerated time, Wong Hui had plenty of leisure for an incognito visit. Thank you so much. The brown-haired boy beamed with joy and eagerly led Wong Hui to a carriage parked by the roadside. Inside sat 2 young men and a woman, none of them looking particularly old. Relieved to have found another member, the 3 anxious faces immediately broke into smiles as they introduced themselves. The first to speak was a portly young man clad in plate armor. Hello, my name is Pluto. Next, a short figure in leather armor introduced himself. I'm Simon. Welcome to the team. The girl in a green robe beside him nodded shyly. I'm Jenny. Finally, a brown-haired youth extended his hand toward Wong Hui. Gabriel. May I ask your name? Wong Hui shook his hand calmly. Gourd. Chapter 89. For bronzes and 1 king. Gathering of talents in Gold Rush Town. Clickety-clack. Clickety-clack. The carriage traveled along the somewhat uneven official road, its axle occasionally jolting with a crisp rattle. Inside the carriage, the sociable brown-haired youth, Gabriel, was adept at lightening the mood. Even the most reserved girl, Jenny, couldn't help but chuckle softly at his remarks from time to time. Wong Hui, wearing a mask, sat with his arms crossed in the corner, not actively engaging in his companion's conversations. Yet, throughout the journey, he gleaned a fair amount of useful information. For instance, the so-called mercenaries were not merely a disorganized rabble, but operated under a relatively strict rating system. From lowest to highest, the ranks were black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. These ranks not only reflected a mercenary's experience in completing commissions, but also served as an indicator of their strength. Novice Black Iron mercenaries, fresh into the profession, were mostly ordinary individuals without supernatural abilities, taking on miscellaneous tasks to make ends meet. As for the 4 members of Gabriel's small team, they were bronze ranked, having stepped into the threshold of supernatural beings with some commissioned experience involving combat. Mercenaries of different ranks could apply for corresponding colored badges at local guilds. These badges were curved, strip-shaped ornaments, typically worn as pendants around the neck, just like Gabriel and his 3 companions, who wore bronze-colored badges. When they inquired about Wong Hui's mercenary rank, he subtly grasped a handful of silver coins from his purse, his palms secretly releasing extreme heat to melt and reshape them. By the time he extended his hand to show them, the silver coins had been fused into a single silver, curved badge. According to the records in the Witch Meg spellbook, this should be considered a 6th-tier fire spell. Scorching Grasp. Silver rank. Jenny couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. Though they were somewhat puzzled as to why Mr. Gord's badge was emitting steam, the silvery gleam was unmistakable. The portly youth Pluto, who was driving the carriage at the front, turned his head upon hearing the commotion and smiled. With a seasoned silver rank joining us, our chances of completing the commission have increased significantly. Gabriel and Simon exchanged glances, their expressions equally delighted, secretly thinking how fortunate they were to have recruited such a new companion. However, Wong Hui's next question promptly doused the 4 with cold water. Earlier, you mentioned that the commission you accepted requires at least 10 orc warriors or shamans to be slain. Yet, you don't seem to possess matching capabilities. Why take on such a commission? Wong Hui was speaking the truth. In his perception, the source energy within these 4 young mercenaries was far too faint, roughly equivalent to the level of infants from the 3 clans who had just undergone their first tempering. Based on the tales of powerful mercenaries Gabriel had shared earlier, it was estimated that silver rank was comparable to the 2nd tempering, gold rank to the 3rd, and platinum rank to the 4th. The orcs of the Thunder Kingdom possess innate physical advantages, with the combat prowess of ordinary warriors ranging between the 1st and 2nd tempering stages, even considering their relatively lower intelligence and poorer cooperative combat abilities. To reliably eliminate 10 of them, it would be best to send a silver-ranked mercenary team. What are these 4 little bronze-ranked adventurers even doing here? The previously lively atmosphere quickly cooled down. Pluto remained silent as he drove the carriage. Jenny kept her head lowered without a word, and Simon took out his dagger, quietly polishing it. Gabriel looked around awkwardly before finally speaking up to explain. Mr. Good, we truly lack strength, but have you not seen the King's summons? The Storm Kingdom is in a critical situation, surrounded on all sides, and this is precisely the time when its citizens must contribute their strength. If the defensive line is breached, allowing those savage orcs to burn, loot, and pillage the towns, no one will come out unscathed. Rather than watching our friends, family, and loved ones be humiliated, we should muster all our courage to fight. Even if we die on the battlefield, we can still demonstrate some value. Wong Hui took the storm summons handed to him by Gabriel, read its contents, and let out a light, non-committal chuckle without offering any comment. At first glance, the matter seemed rather tragic, defending the homeland, sharing life and death. However, Wong Hui had learned from Justin that long ago. The territory of the Storm Kingdom was confined to a small corner. It was only through the rapid development of wizards and knights, combined with naval power, that they gradually expanded by encroaching upon the lands of the Thunder Kingdom. Recently, when the Orc army captured those 2 towns, they were essentially reclaiming territory that had historically belonged to them. The rhetoric of the Storm King, however, was Wei Mao. Clearly, they were the original aggressors and plunderers, yet now, as their power wanes and they face counterattacks, they posture as innocent victims, calling upon righteous individuals to defend their land. Such hypocrisy is utterly laughable. It's no wonder that Gabriel and the others were easily deceived. After all, in the minds of this generation of youth, those towns have belonged to the Storm Kingdom since before they could remember, coupled with the constant indoctrination by the royal family and nobility about the boundless greed of orcs. It is only natural that they would willingly serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield, seemingly aware of their likely fate of perishing in battle. Gabriel lost interest in discussing lighter topics, and the carriage fell into silence. By evening, the carriage arrived at the Gold Rush Townijan. Just half a day's journey ahead lay the 2 towns recently captured by the Thunder Kingdom. So many mercenary teams had stopped here to rest and regroup. Not all were as idealistic and naive as Gabriel and his 3 companions. Many mercenaries, confident in their abilities, saw this as an opportunity to make a profit. The royal family Eswitobacho was substantial, and amidst the chaos of war, there might also be chances to seize additional wealth. Look, it's the people from Rose Thorn. Hiss, have Gold Rank Shingdu already appeared? Then we, Mountain Cat, and Moonlight Song, arrived not long ago. I heard they're setting out to hunt tomorrow morning. As soon as Wong Hui stepped down from the carriage, he heard the clamorous voices in the distance. His gaze shifted, catching sight of 6 knights approaching from another road, drawing the attention of many. Mounted on tall, powerful steeds, the 6 wore matching dark red armor, with sharp, protruding spikes adorning their helmets, shoulders, elbows, and knees, a sight that appeared both formidable and perilous. Wong Hui's eyes narrowed slightly. The source energy within these 6 individuals was roughly at the level of 3 temperings, comparable to the mid-tier combat strength of the Divine Kingdom's forces. This included higher-ranking figures like Nalan Xian and Huyan Qingbai, who were not particularly adept at frontal engagements. As he stepped out of the carriage, Gabriel couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. That must be the Rose Thorns, 6 gold-ranked mercenaries, all heavily armored knights. They likely wouldn't be at a disadvantage even in direct clashes with orc armies. Meanwhile, Protos, clad in cheap plate armor, gazed with envy, wondering aloud. When will I ever possess such an impressive set of armor? The four of them sighed softly, watching as the figures of the rose thorns faded into the distance. Together with Wong Hui, they entered Gold Rush Town, found an inn to settle in, and gathered in one room to lay out their plans. Gabriel unfolded a map and earnestly shared the intelligence they had gathered with his companions. Yet Wong Hui seemed somewhat distracted, his eyes drifting toward the window, a faint, subtle curve forming at the corner of his lips. It seems more than just gold-ranked individuals have gathered tonight, he mused silently. Chapter 90, Assassin Expert versus Assassin Master. Late at night, in Gold Rush Town of the Bay World. Having finished discussing their plans, the four bronze-ranked adventurers had returned to their respective rooms to rest. Yet, as if by unspoken agreement, each lay tossing and turning in bed, unable to find sleep. Mr. Good was right. With our abilities, it's nearly impossible to complete this mission. Will everyone die? Jenny stared blankly at the ceiling, her heart filled with dread. However, as the innocent smile of her younger brother surfaced in her mind, her expression gradually grew resolute. I must not let the orcs break through. Absolutely not. The rest of the team shared similarly complex emotions, each envisioning the potential clashes of the following day, their minds restless and uneasy. Of course, Wong Hui was not among them. He hadn't lingered in his room at all. After closing the door, he made straight for the balcony, reached for the eaves beside him, and effortlessly pulled himself onto the roof. On another rooftop, 2 buildings away, a figure had been waiting for some time. So, you finally decided to show yourself? The figure remarked, turning to face him. Under the moonlight, the sleek, black clothes-fitting armor gave the impression of a ghostly apparition, elusive and intangible. Wong Hui studied the person briefly. Around 30 years of age, with a slender, almost feminine build, yet the aura and voice were unmistakably male. Deep gray hair fell naturally, partially obscuring the eyebrows and upper half of the eyes, while a scarf concealed the chin and lower lip, a clear preference for avoiding the spotlight. Ignoring the greeting, Wong Hui remained silent, stepping steadily across the rooftop toward the figure. The others showed a hint of surprise, instinctively shifting their stance, knees slightly bent, yet refraining from further movement, watching Wong Hui's approach with caution. They stood face to face at last. You seem quite confident in your ability to escape from an enemy's presence, Wong Hui observed, looking down slightly at the identification tag hanging around the other's neck. He stood a full head taller. That is a different metallic gray from silver, a platinum-level mercenary. The fact that I have chosen to wait here for your arrival proves that we are not in a hostile position, does it not? The man smiled, relaxing his guarded stance as he extended a hand toward Wong Hui. I am Dylan, from the Gravekeepers of the Shadow Dark Kingdom. I apologize for the abrupt visit. I hope you do not take offense. Gouda. Wong Hui shook his hand calmly and asked directly, what brings you here? Dylan felt a flicker of curiosity. As an assassin, his true name was rarely known, yet the reputation of his mercenary group, the Gravekeepers, was renowned across the 4 kingdoms. Even nobles of considerable influence had to plead earnestly and offer substantial rewards to secure their services. How could this man show no reaction upon hearing the name Gravekeepers? Since you are straightforward, I shall not beat around the bush either, Dylan said with a serious expression. I wish to invite you to join the Gravekeepers. As he spoke, he subtly attempted to withdraw his hand, only to find it held firmly in place. Wong Hui's response remained indifferent. Why me? Do you know me? No. I believe we have never met before today. Dylan glanced toward the inn where the bronze-ranked quartet was staying, unable to conceal his confusion. An assassination expert like yourself? Capable of perfectly concealing your presence. Why would you remain with such weak, bronze-ranked mercenaries? You deserve more capable companions. Assassination expert. Wong Hui understood inwardly. It seemed the other was highly sensitive to auras and, unable to detect the usual life force from his projected form, had concluded he was a fellow assassin. Do you consider yourself a more capable companion? Of course. As Dylan spoke, his body dissolved into wisps of smoke with a soft poof, allowing him to forcibly free his hand before reappearing several meters away. Though I may not match your skill in concealing presence, I am at least a professional assassin with 20 years of experience. I am confident I could partner effectively with you. After all, only an assassin truly understands another assassin. A proud yet sincere smile graced Dylan's face. Vanishing act was his specialty. Unless confined within a completely sealed, fortified space, he was confident no restraint could hold him. Wong Hui observed his now empty hand, carefully recalling the sensation of Dylan's disappearance, and felt a spark of inspiration. Unlike the spells of wizards or priests, this was closer to the martial techniques of knights and warriors, yet it seemed to incorporate spatial manipulation through soul force transformation. With that thought, Wong Hui's own body dissolved into smoke with a soft poof and vanished. Across from him, Dylan's expression stiffened, even in his normal state. This Gouda's presence was eerily elusive, like a wisp of air. Now, after performing the vanishing act, he had become utterly undetectable. Dylan scanned his surroundings, growing increasingly uneasy. The vanishing act was an advanced form of stealth, offering superior concealment at the cost of limited duration. It was only meant as a last resort for escaping danger. With Dylan's abilities, he could maintain the vanish for no more than 10 seconds. Yet this Gouda had already remained vanished for over a minute. Since when did the Storm Kingdom produce such an extraordinary assassination expert? No, just by observing the zero aura fluctuations and the exceptionally long duration of the vanishing art. This individual alone deserves the title of master. No wonder he looks down on me. Dylan shook his head with a bitter smile. Yet he couldn't bear to miss the opportunity to recruit an assassin master. Your unparalleled abilities have left a deep impression on me. Please reconsider. No organization is more suited to showcase your exquisite assassin skills than the Gravekeepers. Dylan pleaded earnestly. scanning his surroundings for any trace of Wong Hui while trying to persuade him. A platinum-ranked assassin, reduced to a sleazy vendor hawking bathhouse services. He had no idea that Wong Hui had long since returned to his in-room. Compared to straightforward martial techniques, the methods of an assassin felt smoother and more refined. Could it be that I am truly suited to be an assassin at heart? Huh. Smoke gathered in the room as Wong Hui's figure reappeared. In truth, the vanishing art was not a true disappearance, but rather an illusion similar to a wizard's bag of holding, still bound by the rules of the miniature world. Yet, to the tiny inhabitants, using this technique meant vanishing without a trace. Wong Hui listened intently, still able to faintly hear the voice of that platinum-ranked assassin in the distance. And couldn't he help but chuckle softly. Though I have some interest in the tricks of an assassin, I have no intention of joining you in guarding graves for now. The next morning, Wong Hui stretched comfortably in bed. This was his first attempt at spending the night in the miniature world. The sensation of sleeping wasn't too much different from the outside world, except it lacked the gradual transition from drowsiness to alertness. The projected body didn't even require washing, remaining in a pristine state. This sleep felt soulless. In the end, sleeping with my true body in the outside world feels the most authentic. Wong Hui put on his mask and stepped out the door, where 4 bronze-ranked adventurers with dark circles under their eyes were already assembled. Mr. Gowda, we'll rely on your guidance for today's mission. Chapter 91. Bronze fights desperately. The king slacks off shortly after sunrise. The crossroads of Gold Rush Town were already bustling with activity. Mercenary teams, ranging from 5 or 6 members to dozens, had eaten their fill and were ready for action. Some exchanged intelligence, while others weighed their options and discussed cooperation. After all, their enemies were the fierce and powerful orc armies. Earning money required surviving until the end. It was only natural for weaker mercenary teams to band together for warmth. Clad in a hooded white robe and wearing a mask of death, Wong Hui followed the 4 bronze-ranked adventurers as they left the inn. Just as they reached the town's exit, he sensed something and glanced back, meeting a pair of resentful eyes. In the shadows beneath a distant eave, the platinum assassin Dylan crouched, looking utterly exhausted. He had stood in the cold wind for over 2 hours the previous night, trying to persuade the assassin Master Gowda to join his cause with heartfelt pleas and reasoned arguments. Only after nearly exhausting his saliva did he realize that the man had long since departed using the vanishing art, leaving Dylan thoroughly frustrated. A woman in black leather armor crouched beside him, noticing his frequent yawns, and couldn't he help but tease in a low voice. So lacking in energy, are you? Would you like to come to my room tonight to unwind? He quickly stepped back, waving his hands in surrender. No. That's not relieving fatigue. That's taking my life. I'm only 30, and I'm not ready to end up in a coffin just yet. In the brief moment interrupted by his female companion, Dylan glanced toward the town exit, only to find that the esteemed Master Gowda had already vanished. He thought to himself, it's clear that he's also here for the orc army. At least before the war ends, there will still be time to try and win him over. More than 3 hours later, Wong Hui and the team of 4 young bronze-ranked adventurers had ventured deep into the dense forest outside the town. The young Gabriel remained highly vigilant, holding a uniquely shaped short bow that resembled the letter W, allowing him to fire 2 arrows simultaneously with relative ease. Left front, 30 meters. Stay alert. Even as he gave the command, Gabriel had already released the bowstring without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 sharp arrows pierced through the air and vanished into the distant grass, followed immediately by a pained cry. In the next instant, a creature covered in flaxen fur leaped out and lunged fiercely toward them. Thud! The stout youth, Pluto, raised his round shield, his feet carving 2 deep furrows in the ground from the impact. Yet he stubbornly held his ground against the assault. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, Simon, now! Before his words had fully faded, a shadowy figure emerged from behind the enemy. With 2 swift, sharp slashes of a dagger, blood sprayed through the air. Arg! Damn humans! The hyena man, his back torn and bloody, roared in fury. He swung his tail to force Simon back, then dodged around Pluto's defense, baring his claws as he charged toward Jenny at the rear of the formation. The woman was waving her wand, casting supportive spells on her companions. Take her out first, and the rest of the humans won't stand a chance. Shield spell. In her panic, Jenny hastily cast the spell. Glimmering points of light scattered from the tip of her wand, forming a protective barrier around her. Unfortunately, Jenny's magical talent was far inferior to that of the elf Lilia. The shield spell she conjured was too fragile, easily torn apart by the hyena man's sharp claws with a single swipe. As the creature's gaping maw lunged toward her, Jenny froze in terror, unsure of what to do. But then, the sound of arrows whistled past her ears. 2 shafts pierced through the hyena man's mouth, straight through the back of its skull. Are you all right? Gabriel hurried over to comfort the frightened Jenny. Meanwhile, Simon and Pluto crouched to examine the hyena man's corpse, collecting valuable loot. They also cut off its ears and placed them in a specialized leather pouch as proof of completing their mission. Inside the pouch were now 5 pairs of orc ears. In just half a day, they had already gathered half the number required for their mission. Though they had faced several perilous moments, their seamless teamwork had seen them through each crisis. Only Pluto and Simon, the frontline fighters, had sustained minor injuries. Let's rest for a while and continue with renewed effort this afternoon. Despite being the youngest, the brown-haired Gabriel fulfilled his role as captain admirably. He even remembered to call over Wong Hui, who had been leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, observing from a distance, to join them for a meal. Throughout the successive eliminations of 5 orcs, Wong Hui had not participated at all. Instead, he remained in a leisurely state of observation, casually gathering useful information while staying on the sidelines. However, in the eloquent words of Gabriel, it was a different concept altogether. Without the deterrence and vigilance of Mr. Gouda, we would not be able to calmly deal with lone orcs. The 5 of them sat hidden behind a thicket, eating their rations. The short-statured Simon finished his meal quickly, then cast stealth and slipped to the periphery to keep watch. Meanwhile, Gabriel took out a map, sketching and marking on it as he ate. Nearby, Wong Hui symbolically picked up a piece of dried food but did not eat it, much to the disappointment of Pluto and Jenny, who had hoped to catch a glimpse of his face beneath the mask. We are currently in the Heian Valley region. Moving forward, we will soon enter the territory of Luohuan Town, where opportunities to hunt single orcs are likely scarce. Gabriel looked up at his companions and asked, "Shall we advance? Or should we turn back and search the surrounding areas? What are your thoughts?" I think staying nearby should be fine, right? Jenny recalled the morning's experience and spoke with lingering fear. Even a lone orc is difficult to handle. Luohuan Town is garrisoned by their main forces. We definitely can't take them on. Pluto, who was devouring his rations in large bites, nodded in agreement. Indeed, the orc main forces are dealt with by the kingdom's regular army, while smaller groups on the outskirts are handled by gold and silver-ranked mercenaries. We should just contribute on the outermost fringes. Gabriel did not make a hasty decision. Instead, he turned to seek Wong Hui's opinion. "Mr. Gouda, you bang." Before he could finish, the sound of clashing weapons echoed from a distance, followed by silence. That's where Simon was. "Don't act rashly." Gabriel grabbed Pluto, who was about to charge forward, and said in a low voice, "We go together." The 3 bronze-ranked adventurers gripped their weapons, their faces filled with vigilance as they hurried toward the source of the noise, only to find scattered metal fragments. Simon's dagger has been shattered. Gabriel carefully examined the footprints on the ground and the direction in which the bushes had been trampled. He then raised his eyes and focused intently. Hawk vision. Fine green lines appeared at the corners of his eyes as Gabriel's pupils rapidly transformed to resemble those of a bird. 180 meters to the right front, a leopard tribe orc has taken Simon. Without hesitation, the 3 immediately gave chase in that direction. After half an hour of frantic pursuit, the figure of the leopard tribe orc flickered in and out of sight among the trees, always just out of reach. They had gradually ventured deeper into the territory of Luohuan Town. Wong Hui followed closely beside Gabriel, remarking with interest, "Chasing into an obvious trap doesn't seem like your style." Chapter 92. The chase ends. A hopeless situation? Gabriel's first impression on Wong Hui was that of an enthusiastic, somewhat talkative, and inexperienced youth. However, as they became more familiar, Wong Hui came to believe that this was more of a skill to harmonize team dynamics. Especially before and after battles, Gabriel displayed remarkable calmness and caution, always striving to consider every possible factor. He was undoubtedly the absolute core of this 4-person team. A day of interaction had even stirred Wong Hui, who stood from the perspective of a deity, to feel a sense of admiration for talent, believing that this young man would undoubtedly become exceptional once he matured. The leopard beast man clearly possessed the strength to kill Simon outright, since Simon was neither a female who could aid in reproduction nor someone with any special background. There was no reason to drag him along over such a distance. The only possibility was that the beast man intended to use the hostage to lure more humans into a trap. Wong Hui did not believe that the clever Gabriel would fail to see this. Sure enough, Mr. Gouda had also noticed it. Gabriel sighed softly, glancing at the hurried figures of Pluto and Jenny ahead before lowering his voice to explain, "We have been companions for many years. Even if we know it's an enemy trap, we cannot stand by and watch one of our own fall into danger without trying to rescue them. If any other member of our team had been captured instead of Simon, the remaining 3 would make the same choice. Even if the outcome meant the entire squad being wiped out, we would never give up easily." At this point, Gabriel paused briefly, a slightly sly smile crossing his face as he stuck out his tongue. "Besides, this time we might not be completely wiped out. After all, we still have you with us, don't we?" Facing the older Mr. Gouda, the young captain seemed to reveal more of the youthful demeanor appropriate for his age. "TSK, Wong Hui chuckled softly and retorted, "How do you know I'm willing to take this risk with you? If I turn and leave now, there's nothing you can do about it, right? I will offer you sufficient compensation." Without the slightest hesitation, Gabriel tossed his only remaining small money pouch to Wong Hui and pledged earnestly, "Moreover, if you can help rescue Simon, my share of the reward after completing the commission will also be yours." It seemed that Mr. Gouda's persona, as someone fond of wealth, was firmly established. Wong Hui weighed the pouch in his hand and unceremoniously pocketed it. "Well, that's an offer hard to refuse. In that case, I'll tag along for the fun. But let us be clear up front. If we encounter a powerful enemy beyond my ability to handle, I will leave without hesitation, and I won't be returning this deposit." Of course, Gabriel, failing to detect the hint of jest in Wong Hui's tone, took it as a serious agreement and nodded sincerely. "Mr. Gouda has the right to decide whether to stay or leave. I only hope you might take action before we delve too deeply into enemy territory. Otherwise, we could face even greater difficulties." "You're a bit late with that warning." Wong Hui suddenly halted, and the 2 young bronze-ranked adventurers ahead also stopped in their tracks. Stunned, Gabriel was instantly alarmed. Looking around, he realized that hundreds of beast men had surrounded them without notice. These ragged figures came from various races, some with blue faces and sharp fangs, stout and burly, others with powerful muscles and long, sharp claws. Not a single one of them emitted an aura weaker than that of the bronze-ranked members on their side. Thud! The leopard beast man who had been fleeing ahead turned around and casually tossed the severely injured Simon aside. A mocking smile spread across his spotted face. "Little human brats. The chase game is about to end." He raised his right hand, displaying the half-foot-long, broad blade on his gauntlet, and threatened, "If you want to live, provide information about the one who attacked our forces with wind magic the night before last. Otherwise, your fate will be miserable." The three bronze-ranked adventurers were utterly bewildered. Having only arrived in Gold Rush Town the previous night, how could they possibly know what had transpired there the night before? Sensing the hostile advance of the beastmen surrounding them, Gabriel's mind raced. Without hesitation, he raised his voice and shouted, "I know nothing of the intelligence you speak of, but I have information regarding the movements of a gold-ranked mercenary team. Will that buy our lives?" As he called out, he subtly signaled to his companions. Though Proctor and Jenny were so frightened their throats had gone dry, their instinctive trust in Gabriel triggered a reflexive readiness for battle. They quietly cast inconspicuous buffs, preparing themselves. Wong Hui also caught Gabriel's discreet, pleading glance. The young man understood all too well, relying solely on three bronze-ranked adventurers to rescue Simon was hopeless. They'd be lucky to last 10 seconds against this horde of beastmen. Their only hope lay with Mr. Good, the silver-ranked warrior. "Oh, a gold-ranked mercenary team?" The leading leopardkin beastman stepped forward eagerly. "Which team's movements do you know?" "It's the Thorn of Roses." Just as the beastman closed to an ideal distance, Gabriel abruptly cut himself off, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow. Now, Eagle's protection, vital sense, precision shot. In a flash of faint light, two sharp arrows streaked toward the leopardkin's throat and heart. Simultaneously, Proctor roared, raising his shield and charging forward, forcefully shoving two approaching beastmen back. Jenny lifted her wand high, channeling every ounce of her mana. Wine net. A crisscrossing web of air currents surged forth, attempting to carve a path through the beastmen. According to Gabriel's plan, if Mr. Good would just rush over and grab Simon, they would have roughly 10 to 15 seconds to escape. His earlier words to the leopardkin weren't entirely false. Gabriel had indeed spotted the gold-ranked mercenary team, the Thorn of Roses, during their pursuit, using his falcon vision by chance. They were located about 700 or 800 meters southeast of their current position. Though he hadn't seen the details, the six heavily armored knights' distinctive attire was unmistakable. Gabriel was certain he hadn't been mistaken. A mere 10-odd seconds of escape time would be enough for them to send a signal and draw the powerful members of the Thorn of Roses to their rescue. But when Gabriel glanced toward Wong Hui's position out of the corner of his eye, his expression froze in disbelief. He was gone. Snap. At that moment, one of the arrows aimed at the leopardkin was caught barehanded, while the second was effortlessly sliced apart by the blade on his gauntlet. Ugh. On the other side, the stout Proctor quickly lost the contest of strength, overpowered and knocked to the ground by two recovering Boarkin beastmen. Meanwhile, the wind net Jenny had painstakingly conjured was torn apart midair by an inexplicable force. That was Fury of the Air. There was actually a beastman shaman nearby. Such childish tricks. Did you truly believe you could escape? The leopardkin beastman toyed with the arrow in his hand, his expression dripping with even deeper mockery. He had clearly been feigning vulnerability all along. Gabriel and his two companions turned ashen-faced, never expecting Mr. Gowda to abandon them so abruptly. Only Simon, lying wounded on the ground, had a flicker of insight in his eyes. The mysterious masked assassin seemed not to have left after all. Chapter 93. You are surrounded by me. Find that hiding rat. The leopard tribe beastman, holding the highest rank in the group, casually issued an order, prompting many beastman priests and warriors to scramble about, searching everywhere for Wong Hui's traces. In their view, it was likely just some assassin technique like stealth. At best a temporary hideaway in some obscure corner. How could anyone escape from the encirclement of over 100 beastmen? The leopard tribe beastman leisurely strode up to the three young bronzes, bearing a row of sharp teeth and a grin. Now, tell me every useful piece of information you know. I will judge based on the value of your intel whether you can leave this place intact. I'm usually quite reasonable, you know. Usually. Huh. In response, little fatty Pluto spat at the leopard tribe beastman. Even he, the slowest thinker in the team, could see that this leopard-headed figure had been toying with them all along. Even if they revealed everything they knew, they likely wouldn't walk out of this encirclement alive. After all, he had only said leave intact. A complete corpse thrown out would still meet that condition. What should we do? Jenny trembled as she looked at Gabriel, hoping this clever captain could once again work a miracle. Unfortunately, when the situation deteriorates to the extreme, even the smartest minds can hardly turn the tide. Gabriel bit his lip, his mind racing to devise a plan. Yet, from the moment Mr. Gowda fled the scene, it seemed they had lost all hope of survival. What? Nothing to say? The leopard tribe beastman reveled in the human's expressions of despair, his smile gradually twisting into something more sinister. When the bandits of the Storm Kingdom invaded the territory of the Thunder Kingdom and slaughtered beastmen, women, and children, did they ever imagine their own descendants would suffer the same fate? Since you have nothing to say, then die. The leopard tribe beastman raised the broad blade on his gauntlet and swung it fiercely toward Gabriel's neck. Ah! Suddenly, a scream echoed from afar. The leopard tribe beastman turned to look and saw a pig tribe beastman on the outskirts sliced in half at the waist, his intestines spilling onto the ground. It's that rat of an assassin. Priests, take him down. Several priests in long, coarse robes pulled out their totems, preparing to force the assassin out with spells. When a chilling gust swept past, their throats sprayed blood. Thud! A burly bear tribe warrior raised his spiked club high and smashed it down on the spot where the ambusher had been. Dirt flew, and the ground cracked in concentric circles. But before he could even smile, he felt something warm trickling down his back. Reaching back to touch it, he found a chunk of flesh missing from his neck. Schlick! While the bear tribe warrior was still stunned, a sword pierced through his lower back and emerged from his belly. Kill that rat! Several nearby beastmen roared in fury, charging forward with weapons raised, hacking and slashing wildly. The bodies of the bear tribe warriors were hacked into pieces, yet no trace of the ambusher could be seen. In the blink of an eye, agonized screams erupted a dozen meters away, as several orcs were disemboweled. The small, crouching figure of Simon watched with eyes gleaming in astonishment. That was not mere stealth. It was the masterful art of vanish, executed with such continuous and exquisite precision that it was almost unheard of. The orcs never even had a chance to glimpse Wong Hui's form materializing before their lives were effortlessly reaped, one sword strike after another. With his subordinates falling too swiftly, the leopard tribe orc, who had been certain of victory, could no longer maintain his composure. He shouted furiously, "Coward, dare you face me?" Before his words fully faded, a wisp of shadowy smoke materialized before him. Without a second thought, the leopard tribe orc swung his fist with desperate force. Crash! Fragments of metal scattered in all directions as Wong Hui finally revealed himself. Glancing down, he saw that the sword he had casually taken from an orc lay shattered, while the broad blade on his opponent's gauntlet remained utterly unscathed. Though thoroughly startled by Wong Hui's eerie ambush, the leopard tribe orc couldn't resist a boastful taunt. See that? The name Blade Fists Art Isn earned for nothing. Upon hearing this, Wong Hui tossed the broken sword aside and cast a sidelong glance at the leopard tribe orc. Then, without warning, he delivered a sharp slap across that spotted face. Smack! The leopard tribe orc felt the world spin violently, as though he had been whirled around multiple times. In truth, his body remained motionless. Only his head had been twisted through several full rotations, his neck now wrenched into a grotesque, corkscrew shape. Fine weapon. I'll take it. Without ceremony, Wong Hui removed the leopard tribe orc's gauntlet and slipped it onto his own right hand. It fit a bit snugly, but did not hinder its use. The material was remarkably sturdy, yet more importantly, it thrummed with a vibrant source of primal energy. Upon intense impact, this force would trigger rapid vibrations in the broad blade, destabilizing the structure of an opponent's weapon in an instant and causing it to shatter outright. In mere seconds, the leopard tribe orc who had once seemed invincible before the four young bronzes lay dead by Wong Hui's hand. Silence abruptly descended upon the scene. The few dozen surviving orcs wore expressions of sheer terror, their feet shifting with the urge to flee. But then Wong Hui turned his gaze toward the stunned for young bronzes and asked, "Are your ear-collecting pouches sufficient?" "Plenty." Gabriel was the first to snap out of his daze. Though he found Mr. Good's intentions utterly mad, he couldn't suppress the boiling fervor rising within him. Multi-shot. Gabriel seized his short bow and unleashed a rapid volley at the orcs. Proctor and Ginny immediately gritted their teeth and joined the fray, while even Simon, bleeding from his wounds, struggled to his feet, snatched up two small daggers, and charged into the attack. Retreat. Fall back now. Their morale shattered. The orcs turned to flee, only to find Wong Hui materializing before them, casually crushing a throat with a single strike of the blade fist. He moved with leisurely grace along the periphery, herding the panicked orcs back toward the four young bronzes, who swiftly cut them down. Moments later, the ground was littered with corpses. We actually managed to counterkill so many orcs the four novice mercenaries could scarcely believe it was real. Overwhelmed with relief at their narrow escape, Jenny burst into tears of joy. Gabriel intended to express his gratitude to Wong Hui, only to see the latter wave his hand dismissively. "I was merely fulfilling our agreement. Just remember to settle the remaining payment. That is what you rightfully deserve." Gabriel replied earnestly, before turning to rally his companions to collect the orc ears. The four young bronze rank adventurers moved swiftly, selecting only the most valuable spoils. The area was unsafe, and they needed to find a secluded spot to settle. Shortly after the five of them finished looting and departed, the sound of hoofbeats echoed through the forest as six knights clad in dark red heavy armor arrived at the scene. The gold rank mercenary team, Rose Thorn. They were immediately taken aback by the gruesome sight. Two of them stood guard on the periphery, while the other four cautiously dismounted to investigate. Before long, they discovered the unusually slain leopard tribesman. The blade fist satyr, whose strength rivaled that of a gold rank mercenary, had been killed with a single strike. Azan, the captain of Rose Thorn, removed his helmet, revealing a weary yet solemn face. Such brutal methods. I hope this isn't the work of some deranged and dangerous individual. Chapter 94, Masked God versus the Thunder High Priest. Over the next 10 days, the Bronze Squad continued their operations in the vicinity of Falling Ring Town. Unswayed by their previous major victory, under Gabriel's leadership, they targeted only small groups of orcs in ambushes. Progressing steadily and methodically, they not only amassed considerable loot, but also significantly honed their combat skills. Particularly notable was the once unremarkable short-statured Simon, who, after a few casual pointers from Wong Hui, seemed to have a sudden breakthrough. His stealth and movements as an assassin grew increasingly adept. This prompted Wong Hui to chuckle inwardly. Could he truly possess the innate talent of an assassin master? After more than half a month, this previously unknown Bronze Squad had achieved remarkably impressive results. They made multiple trips back to Gold Rush Town to turn in orc ears, gradually gaining a reputation within the mercenary circles. As for the four young members led by Gabriel, they were regarded at most as promising talents with potential. Most attention, however, remained fixed on Wong Hui. This assassin, dressed in white hooded light armor and always wearing a frighteningly patterned mask, never revealed his true appearance. Even details such as his age or origin remained undiscovered. A few individuals with ulterior motives attempted to approach him, only to have their legs broken by Wong Hui on the spot, leaving them incapacitated. After that, no one dared to rashly engage with this mysterious assassin. Witnessing this scene, the platinum rank assassin Dylan watched with sheer schadenfreude. At the same time, he felt a sense of balance restored. After all, Master God had merely declined his invitation and left him waiting on a rooftop for 2 hours in the cold wind, without crippling him. This demonstrated the mutual respect and camaraderie among master assassins. After resting overnight at the inn, the Bronze Squad set out again at dawn the following day. Compared to their formerly obscure status, their every move now drew considerable attention. Many mercenary teams preparing to leave the town halted in unison, watching until the 5 figures disappeared into the distance before resuming their activities. Such treatment was now on par with that accorded to established gold-rank mercenary teams. Of course, the 4 young bronze-ranked adventurers, Gabriel and his companions, understood perfectly well that they were entirely indebted to Mr. Gauda's influence. In their hearts, they harbored a suspicion. This exceptionally powerful assassin was surely far beyond the silver rank. Yet, since Wong Hui did not mention it, the 4 wisely refrained from pressing further. The title of Beastman Slayer, Masked Gauda would likely grow even more renowned in the future. Having had the fortune to be his companions for a time was a glorious experience worth boasting about to future generations. Another 5 days passed, and the Bronze Squad found fewer and fewer beastmen to hunt. The enemy forces seemed to have grown highly vigilant, retreating their main troops into the urban areas of the 2 towns. Only when engaging the main forces of the Storm Kingdom would the Beastman army surge forth in full force, a confrontation far beyond the capabilities of small mercenary bands like theirs. At dusk that day, on the outskirts of Fallen Ring Town, the Bronze Squad lay concealed in the grass, observing the movements within the town from a distance. The Beastman garrison stationed there appeared to have suffered a defeat earlier that day, their grumbling voices audible even from afar. Damn it all, with the Storm Knights absent, how did those wretched humans manage to hold the line? We've launched several assaults, but still can't break through their defenses. It's because of Caroline. If she hadn't been holding off Chief Khan, we would have crushed those knights long ago. If this drags on any longer, our food stores in the town will run out. The High Priest will likely have to intervene soon. Watching the Beastmen grumble and retreat into the distance, Gabriel turned and whispered, "It seems the Beastman army's supplies won't last much longer. A major battle will likely erupt in the coming days. Staying near here is too dangerous. Should we retreat to the outskirts for now?" His 3 companions nodded in agreement, but Wong Hui slowly rose to his feet. "Then let us part ways here. There is something I need in the town ahead. I will infiltrate it to search." The 4 young bronze adventurers exchanged uneasy glances. Even though they had anticipated this, they hadn't expected the farewell to come so abruptly. The honest and sturdy plump Protos spoke up first. "Mr. Gauda, let us accompany you. We might be able to help." Gabriel, however, reached out to stop Protos, smiling bitterly. "With our abilities, we would only hold Mr. Gauda back." The short-statured Simon stood up and bowed deeply to Wong Hui, saying earnestly, "I will remember the lessons you've taught me for the rest of my life. Whenever you have need of me, I will do everything in my power to assist you." The witch Jinny asked with a trembling, sorrowful voice, "Mr. Gauda, will we ever see you again?" Wong Hui's gaze swept over the 4 of them, seeing nothing but sincerity and reluctance. After all, they had fought side by side for over 20 days, and he held a favorable impression of these novice mercenaries. A faint smile touched his eyes. "Strive to survive. When you have grown into platinum-ranked mercenaries, there may be a chance for us to team up again." With that, Wong Hui turned and strode directly toward the urban area of Fallen Ring Town. Platinum rank. The 4 young bronze adventurers were utterly stunned. So that was why Mr. Gauda had always remained so composed and unflustered, no matter the peril. His true identity was actually that of a platinum-ranked mercenary, standing at the pinnacle of their profession. While Gabriel and the others stood there in a daze, screams began to echo from the town ahead. They gazed intently, astonished to find that Wong Hui hadn't employed any stealth technique or vanishing spell at all. Instead, he was striding openly inside. The patrolling orcs rushed forward to stop him, only to be sent flying back moments later, blood spurting from their bodies. Wong Hui punched and kicked his way through, his steps never faltering. And within minutes, he had carved a bloody path until his figure vanished from the sight of the 4 young bronze warriors. SSSSHHK. Using his blade fists to cut down 2 burly orcs guarding the entrance of a courtyard, Wong Hui let out a slight sigh. Huff, infiltration successful. Behind him lay a path paved with the corpses of thousands of orcs, stretching all the way to the outskirts of the town. In recent days, Wong Hui hadn't merely been playing mercenary games with the bronze novices, he had also been gathering intelligence about the Thunder High Priest during his hunts. Logically, a powerhouse of that caliber should have been detectable from afar through their source energy, yet he had sensed nothing. It was highly likely due to interference from the sacred relic of inheritance. Through information extracted from mid-level orcs before their demise, Wong Hui had roughly pinpointed the High Priest's whereabouts. Now, free from the constraints of the 4 young bronze warriors, he could infiltrate more conveniently to pay a visit. Creak. Pushing open the courtyard gate, Wong Hui saw a hunched elderly orc seated on a stone bench in the yard. The T-shaped cane in his hand was adorned with ancient eye-patterned engravings. The elderly orc, seemingly too aged and frail, struggled to rise slowly with the support of his cane. His expression blank as he looked toward Wong Hui. "Orc Slayer, Masked Gauda, it is an honor to meet you here." As he spoke, the old orc's robes billowed without wind, and surging source energy erupted around him. Thunder High Priest Saruman wishes to witness the skills of Mr. Gauda. Chapter 95. Could you put in a little more effort? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As High Priest Saruman's source energy surged, dozens of totems rapidly rose from the ground within the courtyard, each inscribed with different runes glowing in faint, varied hues. He had clearly been prepared all along. TSK Wong Hui stood with his arms crossed at the entrance, his gaze sweeping over the totem pillars as he chuckled lightly. "You heard the slaughter outside long ago, yet you hid without showing yourself. Do you truly hold no regard for the lives of your subordinates? Your extraordinary combat prowess has become widely known over these past 20-odd days. It would be unwise to confront you recklessly outside." The High Priest's expression remained unchanged as he spoke, raising a hand to summon the light from several surrounding totems. Earth's might, mana spring, stone skin, toxin resistance. Layers of faint light shimmered over his body, and his hunched frame seemed to straighten slightly. The blood of orcs shall not be shed in vain. They bought me ample preparation time. As long as I can keep you, the orc slayer, here, their sacrifices will have been worthwhile. With that, the high priest suddenly pointed his cane forward. Fire elemental. Whoosh, flames surged and swirled, forming a fiery spherical creature with claw-like forelimbs, which roared as it lunged toward Wong Hui. Yet after several seconds of intense burning, only scorched earth remained on the ground. The fiery creature glanced around in confusion, unable to pinpoint its target's exact location. Clang! A sharp whistling sound abruptly came from behind the high priest, yet his expression remained unchanged as he forcefully planted his staff. Earth element. Roar! A rock giant over 3 meters tall erupted from the ground, using its body to bravely block the blade fist attack from behind. All information about you is already in my mind. How could I not guard against such a typical assassin-style strike? The high priest slowly turned around, activating more spells from the totems. Earthbind, Tongue of Flame, Windblade, Water Arrow. Wong Hui, who had just appeared, found his feet inexplicably dragged down by a strange suction, while a scorching tongue of flame lashed toward his face. Sharp blades of wind sliced toward the joints of his limbs, and sharp arrows of water shot toward his temples, throat, heart, and other vital points. Boom! Numerous spells struck simultaneously, yet the high priest remained uneasy. Waving his staff to guide the energy, the fire elemental creature also lunged into the center of the explosion, followed by the earth elemental giant raising both arms and smashing down with tremendous force. Thud, thud, thud. Amidst the swirling dust, the courtyard was left in utter ruin. Huff, huff. The high priest was slightly breathless, his posture gradually returning to a stoop. He was simply too old, and it had been many years since he had cast spells at such a high frequency. His body inevitably struggled to adapt. The garrison stationed in Luohuan town had suffered heavy losses, but at least this masked intruder had finally been dealt with. The wrinkled, aged face of the high priest suddenly stiffened. He saw countless cracks spreading across the body of the earth elemental giant, from within which erupted an extremely violent surge of magical energy. The earth giant abruptly exploded and disintegrated. Bang! Lightning shield. The high priest hastily cast a spell, threads of electric current coalescing around him into 3 small shield-like orbs of lightning, shattering the numerous flying rocks. Yet a few stray stones slipped through the gaps and struck his body, causing the old orc's face to contort in pain as he grunted and staggered backward. Healing spring. While channeling the totem's power to heal his injuries, the high priest stared in shock and uncertainty at Wong Hui, who emerged from the dust. How could an assassin possibly use an 8th-tier explosive magic? Hearing this, Wong Hui casually brushed the dust off his clothes and chuckled leisurely. Who told you an assassin can't also be a part-time wizard? Perhaps I can even use knightly combat techniques? It wasn't that Wong Hui didn't want to use higher-level spells. It was simply that the witch Meg's abilities were limited. Explosive magic was already considered a top-tier technique in her spellbook. The only 9th-tier spell, Super Boiling Sea, was merely a pseudo-9th tier with grand scale but insufficient power. I must find an opportunity to spar with the royal court as chief wizard to gain more inspiration for spells. But looking at the stunned thunder high priest before him, the series of spells just cast had also given Wong Hui considerable insight. There should still be more value to extract. You are, after all, a figure of equal standing to the chief wizard of the Storm Royal Court. Could you perhaps put in a bit more effort? Wong Hui's tone, filled with disappointment, made the high priest's forehead veins throb with anger. Arrogant. While furious at being underestimated, the high priest also realized that the intruder before him was stronger than he had anticipated. I must go all out. Elemental mastery. The T-shaped cane in his hand was raised high, and the ancient eye-like pattern on it suddenly burst into brilliant light. Wind fury. The high priest's body was swept by swift currents of air, his robes and beard fluttering wildly. Thunder roar. The once clear sky above the small courtyard rapidly darkened with dense clouds, flickering with hidden bolts of lightning. Gouda, your hands are stained with too much orc blood. Now, I shall bury you with the supreme 9th-tier limit spell. Go to hell and repay your blood debt. Huh. Wong Hui raised an eyebrow with interest. A 9th-tier limit supreme spell? It seems he also invoked the power of an inherited sacred artifact. Lightning storm. The dark clouds obeyed the high priest's command, unleashing lightning that intertwined with the swirling currents of air around him. Enveloped in wind and thunder, the high priest's eyes shone brightly, and he felt as if a deity had possessed him. Hammer of destruction. He charged forward, the T-shaped cane held high in both hands, carrying the overwhelming force of wind and thunder as it crashed down toward Wong Hui with a soul-shaking roar. Boom. A powerful shockwave rippled outward, and the sizable estate trembled and collapsed like fragile building blocks. The deep, resonant sound echoed throughout Luohuan town, causing even the orc patrols and mercenary teams fighting in the distant outskirts to halt their actions and turn their bewildered gazes toward the city. Mr. Gouda, the 4 young bronzes of Gabriel, who had not yet gone far, pushed aside their hesitation and hurried back toward the city. At this moment, within the collapsed estate, Wong Hui stood with both feet in a crater dozens of meters in diameter, his raised left hand gripping the head of the T-shaped cane tightly. Despite the raging force of wind and thunder, it could not press down another inch. The high priest Saruman, who believed himself possessed by a deity, stared in disbelief, his aged face filled with shock. No one in this world had ever withstood the lightning storm hammer of destruction head-on. Even the other 3 elders of equal renown could only evade its fall. Yet this Gouda had caught it with a single hand. What followed was even more absurd. Wong Hui slid his hand to the position of the ancient eye pattern. With a sharp glint in his eyes, the entire cane was sucked into his palm and vanished. What? What are you? The high priest stumbled backward in terror, the wind and thunder around him dissipating as he fell to the ground with a stagger. Moments later, Gabriel and the other three arrived at the scene, panting heavily. All that met their eyes were broken walls and ruins, the air thick with the terrifying aura of magic mixed with the scent of blood. The orc garrison of Luohuan town, annihilated. Chapter 96. The Eternal Eye. The Gulf World changes. Outside, Wong Hui immersed himself in the sensation of absorbing the new inherited sacred artifact, only opening his eyes after a long while. He let out a long exhale, his brow gradually furrowing as he gazed at the ancient eye-like pattern on the metal surface of the Gulf World. The pattern had indeed lit up, but not completely. It was like a 12-watt bulb shining with only 3 watts of brightness, compared to the luminous, yin-yang fish pattern of the clan world beside it. The difference was particularly stark. This inherited sacred artifact was named the Eternal Eye. Its absorption had also brought additional memories, but they were fragmented and largely confined to the Thunder Kingdom in the northeastern part of the Gulf World. The Eternal Eye held by the High Priest is merely a fragment of the whole, isn't it? Wong Hui felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, akin to arriving at an all-you-can-eat buffet with an empty stomach, only to be told that he could only serve himself from a quarter of the available sections. Who did they think they were looking down on? Yet, within the attached memories, Wong Hui discovered something intriguing. The first owner of this fragment of the Eternal Eye was not the High Priest's sorry man, but a dragon. The Gulf World actually had dragons. The great dragon that had obtained the imprint of the inherited sacred artifact dwelled in the desert, its temperament as unpredictable and violent as a sandstorm. Most of the Thunder Kingdom's territory consisted of deserts, and to secure sufficient resources for survival, the beast folk had no choice but to frequently dig and gather in these arid lands, often falling victim to the dragon's wrath, resulting in heavy casualties. To minimize losses, the beast folk were forced to bow their heads and offer tribute to the dragon, only to be met with increasingly cruel oppression. In his youth, sorry man, unable to endure such humiliation, secretly gathered a group of passionate young individuals. Over several months, they studied the dragon's habits and devised a strategy to launch a surprise attack at the opportune moment. The dragon was severely wounded, on the brink of death, and fled deep into the desert, never daring to emerge recklessly again. Though the beast folks' victory came at a great cost, they had finally freed themselves from the dragon's shadow. Sorry man, whose performance had been the most dazzling, received substantial support from the king at the time, who bestowed upon him a T-shaped protrusion that had fallen from the dragon's chest armor as a symbol of honor. Sensing the immense magical power contained within it, Sorry man devoted himself day and night to studying and unlocking its potential. His abilities as a priest rapidly advanced, and within a few years, he grew into a pivotal figure within the Thunder Kingdom. In the blink of an eye, over 300 years had passed. Many had sat upon the king's throne. Yet the position of High Priest of Thunder had always been held by the same individual. Saruman's appearance had indeed aged, his back no longer as straight as in his youth, yet no one dared to underestimate his authority. Due to his extraordinarily long lifespan, legends about him grew increasingly exaggerated, elevating him to become one of the world's most mysterious and powerful 4 legends. Sorry man kept this T-shaped object as an inseparable walking stick, naming it the Heart of the Desert. However, constrained by the limitations of the miniature world's inhabitants, it was destined that he could never truly harness the power of the inherited sacred artifact, not even a quarter of it. Extending lifespan and enhancing mastery over magical energy were merely the most basic effects of the Eternal Eye. To fully command this artifact would grant not only the ability to freely control natural weather and influence ecological changes, but also the insight to perceive the developmental potential of all living beings. This was, in essence, the eye of a deity. Unfortunately, I have only obtained a quarter of the Eternal Eye thus far, and its associated abilities are similarly diminished. Wong Hui curled his lips in slight frustration. Acquiring the inherited sacred artifact of the Gulf World was proving to be quite a convoluted endeavor. Fortunately, it was almost certain that the remaining 3/4 were in the possession of the other 3 Gulf legends. Otherwise, those individuals would not have been able to live for centuries like Sorry Man. All Wong Hui needed to do was pay them a friendly visit and retrieve the fragments. He glanced at his currently available source essence, noting that the value had increased from the previous B39 to B49. The miniature beings were ultimately far too small in scale compared to Wong Hui. The immense energy that had extended the lifespans of the 4 Sorry Man could only grant him a mere 10-fold increase. However, what brought the greatest joy was that Wong Hui could finally harvest the clouds of the Bay World. Come to me, he exclaimed, pressing his hand against the pattern of the Eternal Eye on the metal platform. The dense source energy within the clouds of the Bay World began to surge in response. The Bay World seemed to let out a whimper, as if its essence were being forcibly extracted. The Pope of the Silver Moon Kingdom, the Necromancer of the Shadow Dark Kingdom, and the Chief Court Mage of the Storm Kingdom all sensed the anomaly high above almost instantly. Even the High Priest Sorry Man, whom Wong Hui had bound and discarded in a corner, abruptly awoke from his unconscious state, his expression shifting repeatedly. Was it the Pope who acted? No, that can't be right. Even he shouldn't be capable of mobilizing such an enormous amount of magical power. Who could it be? In Sorry Man's mind, the image of the orc-slaying guide inexplicably surfaced, and a look of resignation washed over his face. I truly have grown too old. I can no longer keep up with the changes of this era. Meanwhile, in the outside world, vast streams of source energy were being drawn in by Wong Hui. He appeared utterly content, as if savoring a long-awaited delicacy, perhaps due to the incomplete nature of the inherited sacred artifact he had obtained. Wong Hui's harvesting speed in the Bay world was far slower than in the clan world. Combined with the fact that this world was 5 times larger in area and teeming with far more living beings, he stood absorbing for half an hour, yet managed to collect only 1/10 of the energy from the clouds. Fortunately, the currently available source energy was steadily increasing. For now, it merely required a bit more effort. Once the Eternal Eye was fully assembled, the harvesting speed should improve. Having just returned to his main body and slightly slid open the glass cover, synchronizing the flow of time inside and out, Wong Hui could now observe the movements of the tiny beings more clearly. At that moment, he suddenly caught sight of a figure soaring into the sky, white-haired, clad in white robes, with long eyebrows fluttering in the wind, holding a brilliantly colored staff, and backed by a pair of snow-white wings spanning over 3 meters wide. It was Belmore, the chief court mage of the Storm Kingdom. Is this little old man seeking death? Wong Hui narrowed his eyes. The harvesting of source energy was directly linked to his ability to steadily elevate his life level and counteract the effects of his terminal illness. If Belmore believed his flight spell was powerful enough to snatch resources from the heights, Wong Hui would not hesitate to relieve him of the suffering brought on by living too long, ahead of schedule. What is happening? Beneath the clouds, Belmore felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, as though he were being watched by something extremely dangerous. Yet, due to the obstruction of the glass cover and the fact that Wong Hui had neither reached in nor leaned his face close enough to cast a shadow, the chief mage's vision could not perceive his presence at all. Where exactly is the source of this abnormal flow of magic? Belmore attempted to flap his wings and ascend further, but the seemingly ethereal clouds acted like an impenetrable barrier, pushing him back to his original position, just as they had in his numerous attempts over the past centuries. A look of frustration crossed Belmore's face as he swiftly waved his staff, causing circles of blue and white rays to materialize in the air. True Sight. Chapter 97. Let you taste the consequences of defying heavens will compared to the witch Meg's commonly used spiritual vision. Belmore's True Sight is a more sophisticated 9th-tier detection spell. In principle, no category of martial arts or magic can remain hidden from this technique. They would all reveal their most fundamental forms within Belmore's sight. However, the world's barrier is clearly not something that conforms to common sense. Even as Belmore strained his eyes until they ached, he still could not penetrate the scene above the clouds. At most, he could only discern the flow of magical energy, swirling and rising like a colossal vortex, seemingly drawn away by something higher up. Curses. Dispelling True Sight, Belmore clenched his fists with a grim expression. In the folk rumors of the Bay world, the 4 legendary powerhouses were regarded as omniscient and omnipotent beings. Hearing such flattery often, Belmore could not help but feel somewhat inflated. Yet, whenever he confidently soared into the sky, attempting to unravel the shroud of clouds, his pride would swiftly be shattered into pieces. What does it matter how much trivial knowledge of the mortal realm one possesses, if they cannot break free from the shackles of this barrier? They will forever remain within the realm of ordinary beings. One day, I will ensure these clouds can no longer obscure my vision, and this sky can no longer hinder my steps. Belmore's robes billowed as he silently made this grand vow. Meanwhile, outside, Wong Hui, seeing the little old man persistently lingering beneath the clouds, gradually revealed a displeased expression. Although he could not hear Belmore's mutterings through the glass cover, they were certainly nothing pleasant. It seems you've grown too accustomed to a life of comfort in the Bay world, idle enough to test how high the heavens truly are. Wong Hui glanced around, then reached for the watering can beside the flower pot by the wall. Very well, I shall let you taste the consequences of defying heaven's will. Sliding open the top glass cover of the Bay world, he aimed the spout of the watering can directly at the little old man below. What is that? Belmore, having gained nothing from his investigation, was already preparing to leave when he suddenly caught sight of a faint shadow appearing above. Just as he intended to cast True Sight again, he heard the roaring sound of rushing water approaching, followed by layers upon layers of towering curtains of water cascading down from the clouds. Although the spout of Wong Hui's watering can was a fine mist version designed for atomization, compared to the scale of the miniature world, each droplet it sprayed was akin to the size of a human body. Try to imagine thousands of water balls, each as large as yourself, crashing down upon you. What kind of scene would that be? Before today, Belmore could not have imagined it, but now he was witnessing it firsthand. High arcane force field. He hastily waved his staff, creating an area infused with magical energy above him. The enormous water balls crashed against it, producing a dense series of heavy thuds, and the spell structure soon showed signs of imminent collapse. Arcane focus. Greater mage armor. Superior resistance. Seeing the situation turning dire, Belmore immediately layered himself with multiple spell buffs. Amidst the alternating glimmers of light, the high arcane force field shattered, and a continuous stream of giant water droplets struck Belmore, forcefully driving him toward the ground. With a thunderous roar, a deluge akin to a ruptured celestial river cascaded down onto the territory of the Thunder Kingdom below, carving out a vast lake in the parched desert sands. Water. Such immense water poured from the heavens. We have water now. The beast folk from nearby small tribes, hearing the commotion, rushed out of their homes. Stunned at first by the sight of the newly formed lake from the heavenly downpour, they soon erupted into cheers and jubilation. What a pack of ignorant fools. Why weren't all of you drowned? Mid-air, Belmore, drenched and disheveled, wore an expression of deep irritation. The luminous wings on his back were scattered and broken by the torrent, leaving him in a sorry state. As he lifted his gaze toward the sky, an unprecedented wariness flickered in his eyes. Had he not reacted swiftly and struggled free from the crushing flow of water, being forced directly to the ground would have surely shattered him to pieces. That terrifying force of impact surpassed any water-based magic Belmore had ever known. It transcended the limits of 9th-tier spells. Could it be a 10th-tier spell? What manner of being resides in the skies above? Belmore's eyes gleamed with restless curiosity, those soaked to the bone. He was stirred by an intense thirst for knowledge that churned within him. On his abdomen, faint ancient eye-shaped patterns of light shimmered, a fragment of the inherited sacred artifact. The Eternal Eye. This was the primary drive that spurred Belmore to delve into magic and grow ever stronger, which he named the thirst for arcane power. At this moment, the desire to explore the heights above nearly consumed his thoughts. Yet, the perilous experience of the sudden deluge forced him to rein in his impulses with reason. To investigate the sky further, I must make thorough preparations and develop even more powerful, key spells capable of piercing the clouds. Taking a deep breath, Belmore conjured several small spheres of flame. The flickering firelight encircled him, drying his drenched robes, before he mended his broken luminous wings and soared back toward the Storm Kingdom. Covert operations concerning the Divine Realm still required his guidance. Once that deceitful alien civilization posing as gods is dealt with, securing more resources and manpower from the king, Belmore's plan to breach the clouds can officially commence. From the outside, Wong Hui observed the movements of the little old man in white robes with perfect clarity. To escape alive from my watering kiness spray, should I say, as expected of the chief sorcerer of the Storm Court? He glanced at the newly formed lake in the Thunder Kingdom's desert, where a circle of beast folk cheered and danced with joy, and couldn't he help but chuckle. An unintended act, yet it unexpectedly allowed me to use flower watering to perform the first divine blessing in the Gulf world. Unlike the centrally ruled Storm Kingdom, the beast folk's Thunder Kingdom might be more aptly called the Thunder United Chieftaincy. The various tribes lack strict hierarchical relationships, and the king is merely a paramount chieftain with more honor than actual power. After some thought, Wong Hui decided to expedite the transformation of the captured Sari-man into a fusion beast, with the revered high priest guiding the way. Controlling the Thunder Kingdom should proceed more smoothly. After all, he now possessed the ability to harvest the primordial energy from above the clouds. It was time to focus on the sustainable development of this harvest. But what should be fused with the Thunder High Priest? As Wong Hui pondered this question, within the temporary council hall of the Beastfolk garrison in Jasper Town of the Gulf world, the news of Luohuan Town's fall and the complete annihilation of its garrison forces left the mid to high-level orc commanders present utterly stunned. After a moment of silence, a baboon orc general suddenly burst into laughter, waving his hand dismissively. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Luohuan Town had a garrison of 8,000 soldiers. Even if they were 8,000 loaves of black bread, the Storm Knights would need half a month to chew through them. How could it be lost so easily? Chapter 98. An unusual fusion material. General Feiwu. This is entirely possible, countered a fox orc general sitting opposite, stroking his beard with one hand while picking up the intelligence report with the other. The Storm Kingdom has hired over 100 mercenary groups, most of whom operate within Luohuan Town's territory. It's possible they collaborated with the Storm Knights to launch a surprise attack on our garrison. General Hutch is right, chimed in the messenger orc kneeling on one knee in the hall, first agreeing with the fox orc general before shifting his tone. However, the main force that attacked our garrison in Luohuan Town doesn't seem to have been the Storm Knights. They only arrived in the town's urban area recently. Acting Commander Caroline claimed that it was a bronze-level mercenary group that accomplished this feat. No, this bloody and brutal act. Bronze Chicken? The orc generals exchanged puzzled glances. Is there a platinum mercenary with that title? Not chicken, but level, the messenger orc corrected awkwardly, speaking cautiously. A bronze-level mercenary team, consisting of 5 members, apparently annihilated our garrison in Luohuan Town. Huh. General Feiwu laughed again upon hearing this, curling his lip. How can humans speak more like beasts than orcs? 5 bronze mercenaries, wiping out 8,000 Thunder Army troops. Is that even possible? The other generals voiced their agreement. This is an insult to us. We must make these arrogant humans pay. It must be that Caroline deliberately exaggerating the achievements to satisfy their pitiful sense of honor. Thud. A heavy, muffled sound echoed through the hall, silencing the orc generals. It was Kane, the first warrior of Thunder, seated in the main position, who had lifted the giant hammer beside him and set it back on the ground, easily leaving a noticeable dent in the floor tiles. I know Caroline. She is an upright knight, even purer in character than the Storm Knight Nicholas Gage. She wouldn't lie casually, especially not about publicly announced military achievements. Kane's voice was deep, not deliberately emphasized, yet it carried a tone of unwavering conviction. He turned his gaze to the messenger orc and asked, what else did Caroline say? The high priest should have been in Luohuan Town these past few days. Could he have been defeated by that bronze mercenary team as well? The Storm Knights didn't provide specific details of the battle, nor did they mention the high priest. They only notified us to return Bishi Town as soon as possible, or they would launch a frontal attack shortly. As the surrounding generals began to murmur and curse restlessly, the messenger orc hurriedly added, I had the accompanying priest conduct a covert investigation. There are traces of the high priest's magical energy in Luohuan Town's urban area. Judging by the scale of destruction, it is highly likely to be the legendary 9th-tier ultimate spell, Lightning Storm Hammer of Destruction. The orc commanders gasped in shock, while Kane's expression turned grave. After a moment of silence, he rose and issued orders. Pass on my command. All units are to hold their defensive positions. No one is permitted to enter or leave Jasper Town without authorization. We will decide our next move only after the next batch of grain arrives from the rear. Though filled with reluctance, none dared defy Kane's directive. One by one, they accepted their orders with sullen expressions and departed. Once all the orcs had left, Kane slowly sank back into his chair, his face betraying a deep sorrow. He understood all too well that given the High Priest's current physical state, the Hammer of Storm's ruin would not be used unless the situation grew truly desperate. Yet after unleashing such a formidable spell, the High Priest had lost contact with the main army, a clear sign that he was likely in grave peril. Even if Belmore himself had appeared, the High Priest should not have been defeated so utterly. Who, then, was the enemy? After a brief contemplation, Kane summoned several of his most trusted subordinates. Investigate that mercenary group that defeated the garrison at Falling Town. I want every piece of information available on them. Outside, after extinguishing Belmore's defiance against the will of heaven, Wong Hui harvested a portion of source energy until the reading reached B60, then paused for the time being. There was still a considerable reserve above the clouds, but it wouldn't vanish if left for a while. He decided to first deal with the Thunder High Priest. Having lost his sacred relic of inheritance, the High Priest's lifespan is bound to be affected. If I want him to help me control the Thunder Kingdom, fusing him with ordinary creatures from the miniature world won't suffice, and dragons are nowhere to be found for now. Wong Hui scanned the courtyard, considering using small creatures from the outside world as fusion material. Ants and moths had already been used. What else nearby could serve? Earthworms. Those were too large. Placed into the miniature world, they'd likely be seen as catastrophic titans. Moreover, after fusion, the tiny beings would exhibit some characteristics of the fused creature, and Wong Hui had no desire for subordinates with overly grotesque appearances. Mosquitoes? That didn't seem to suit the High Priest. This wasn't about turning him into a blood-sucking fiend. What, then, should be fused with him? Squatting at the edge of the courtyard, Wong Hui pondered until his gaze fell upon a flower pot, and his eyes lit up. Who said fusion material had to be an animal or insect? He had previously fused vegetable seeds, which fit the yin-yang fish's definition of living beings, so fusing with plants should be feasible as well, considering the High Priest's traits, proficient in elemental magic. With the Thunder Kingdom being arid, rain-scarce, and perpetually swept by sandstorms, turning him into a plant-based fusion beast might even promote environmental protection. In the flower pot before Wong Hui grew a pot of pothos. This plant was remarkably hardy, thriving with just a little water and known for its air-purifying qualities. An additional, rather trivial reason was its affordability. No need to fret over sacrificing it by fusing it into a tiny being. Carrying the flower pot to the side of the Bay world, Wong Hui felt that placing the entire plant inside would be too exaggerated in scale. Instead, he plucked a small stem with its roots attached and tossed it into an uninhabited desert within the Thunder Kingdom. Whoosh! The projected form descended as a beam of light. Having secured a quarter of the Eternal Eye, Wong Hui, now wielding considerable influence in his struggle against the world's rules, landed in the suburbs not far from Luowan Town. It seemed more convenient here. The rules confined him to a fixed location, yet he could adjust his landing point at will. Unlike the clan world, where the absence of rules meant each arrival was a random affair, Wong Hui surveyed the area, finding it deserted. It appeared the patrols of beastmen in the vicinity had been largely cleared out. Unfurling his luminous wings, he took to the skies. This time, unburdened by the need to accommodate Lilith or McGee's pace, he could sprint at full speed. Whoosh! With each powerful flap of his massive wings, his body surged forward, covering great distances. Before long, he had flown into the desert region of the Thunder Kingdom, retrieving the small green vine branch his main body had just tossed in. Though now, it would be more fitting to call it an ancient giant tree. Wong Hui then turned and flew toward the hidden location where the captives were held. The weakened High Priest Saruman heard the sound and looked up, his aged frame trembling instantly. What did this Gaudo intend to do, dragging such a terrifying giant tree toward him? Chapter 99, Undercurrents. The storm stirred by spicy strips, leaving aside the Thunder High Priest's struggles and cries beneath Wong Hui's ancient giant tree. Let us shift our gaze to the Storm Kingdom, specifically the port of Nifeng. During the more than 20 microdays Wong Hui spent as the mercenary Gauda, the way-long spicy strips he bestowed upon the three clans had made their way into the Gulf world. This extraordinarily unique, era-transcending delicacy quickly took the Storm Kingdom's aristocratic circles by storm. If your afternoon tea table lacked way-long spicy strips, you were sure to be secretly mocked for having no taste. Those monotonous desserts paled in comparison to the rich, complex flavors of the spicy strips. As the three clans had set the export price of way-long spicy strips exceedingly high, they followed a luxury goods route. Currently, only the nobility and powerful figures in the Gulf world could afford them. Yet, because they were a fast-consumption food item, daily transaction volumes remained substantial, steadily increasing the Divine Kingdom's wealth, which was used to procure more magic stones, sky crystals. Discerning observers noted that the Divine Kingdom was using its monopolistic commodity to drain the Storm Kingdom of strategic resources. Continued long-term development along this path was bound to lead to major turmoil. However, before these discerning individuals could rally much support for a boycott, they were arrested by the 7th Prince's subordinates on charges of disturbing public order. The more pragmatic among them fared better. After enduring some physical punishment and paying fines, they had a chance to return home. Those who failed to read the tides of the time would, by the next day after their arrest, become the closed-eyed, silenced forever. Gradually, the original power structure in Nifeng Harbor was sidelined, replaced by individuals newly selected by the 7th Prince, most of whose names began with Nalin, Zwichio, or Huyen. The nobles who Zhaoxing avoided being purged could clearly see the 7th Prince's unwavering determination to foster close ties with the Divine Kingdom's alien races. Yet, they dared not voice any objections. They lived each day quietly, fearful that fully armed Divine Kingdom warriors might show up at their doors for an unwelcome tea invitation. Oh, another deal closed. The way-long spicy strips bestowed by the gods are truly a bestseller. In a noble gathering place in Nifeng Harbor, The portly Huyan Qingba was seen off with profuse thanks from several viscounts and barons, his face radiating contentment. As one of the first high-ranking officials of the Divine Kingdom to settle in Adversity Harbor, he was primarily responsible for trade matters. Zuoqiu Yu handled administrative affairs, while military matters were overseen by Nalan Huazi, who had recently recovered from his injuries and arrived to take charge. As for the divine servant Huyan Wu, he generally remained hidden in the shadows, seldom involving himself in trivial matters, focusing instead on guarding against high-level threats from opposing forces. The newly appointed Lord of Adversity Harbor, the seventh prince, held little real power on the surface. Occasionally, he would make a public appearance, announcing a few high-profile measures, living a rather carefree life. Once Long Zhui's fleet was fully organized and new shipping routes were established, the Divine Kingdom's spicy strips could be more smoothly exported to the Silver Moon Kingdom and the Shadow Dark Kingdom. Hopefully, no conflicts would arise. Huyan Qingba envisioned the future blueprint for trade as he walked along the street, escorted by a team of aluminum-armored soldiers. Under the reverent gaze of Adversity Harbor's commoners, he entered a grand mansion. This had once been the home of a viscount who, dissatisfied with the shift in power, went to reason with the seventh prince. The conversation went so well that he never returned, and his home became Huyan Qingba's residence. As he stepped inside, Huyan Qingba seemed to catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. He paused briefly before proceeding as if nothing had happened. Tonight, the house might become a little livelier. Not far away, in a fisherman's cottage, Liang Xiaohao, a player trapped in the world of the bay, had recently seen some improvement in his physical condition. At the very least, walking with crutches was no longer as excruciatingly painful. The walls of his small room were covered with tally marks drawn in charcoal. Having lived in the game for nearly 2 years, he wondered if his body in the real world had long since decayed. Perhaps his family had discovered him and sent him to the hospital as a vegetative patient. Kept alive by nutrient infusions? Liang Xiaohao contemplated whether he could attempt to log out of the game, but hesitated. He had gradually adapted to life in Adversity Harbor. So why cling to unrealistic fantasies? There was no need to exhaust himself striving to be a different kind of wealthy heir. Being a leisurely fisherman in the game wasn't so bad. Xiaohao, Dad brought back something fresh and delicious. Come quickly. The excited call of Vela came from outside the door. Liang Xiaohao shook his head helplessly. Silly girl, he muttered. Yet, despite his words, he obediently stepped out of his bedroom. What could possibly be considered delicious in this backward medieval-themed game? Try this. Dad asked someone to buy Weilong spicy strips from Lord Brew. I heard only nobles can afford. Huh? As Vela spoke, she noticed Liang Xiaohao's stunned expression and nudged him curiously. Xiaohao, what is wrong? Without another word, he suddenly grabbed a handful of the spicy strips and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing vigorously, though the size and shape were slightly different. The texture and flavor were unmistakably the familiar Weilong spicy strips he knew. In a medieval setting, NPCs couldn't possibly produce such a refreshing modern industrial snack, unless a player who remembered the recipe had entered the game and found a way to recreate it. Uncle Bernie, who made this? Liang Xiaohao asked excitedly. Old fisherman Bernie found it strange. Were the Weilong spicy strips really that delicious? He replied, it's unclear exactly who made it, but it can only be purchased from the Divine Kingdom, and one must have connections with the nobility to do so. The Divine Kingdom. Liang Xiaohao froze. He had learned afterward that the person who had severely injured him from a distance, bringing him to the brink of death, was one of the high-ranking members of the Divine Kingdom. In Liang Xiaohao's imagination, it must have been another player trapped in the game who, relying on their skill in making spicy strips, had secured a foothold within the secretive and powerful Divine Kingdom. Lowering his gaze to look at himself, leaning on crutches, he couldn't help but wonder, how had he, also a player, ended up in such a pitiful state? Uncle Bernie, that Lord Brew you contacted through someone. He has connections to communicate with the Divine Kingdom, right? The old fisherman was about to speak when Liang Xiaohao shook his head first. Never mind. He believed in his own abilities. How could he lower himself to beg someone who merely sold spicy strips? He had to carve out his own path and achieve something remarkable. But then again, how long had that player who created the spicy strips been in this game world? Did it prove that this place had already reconnected with reality? Liang Xiaohao returned to his room and quietly attempted to log out, but his body remained in place, unable to leave this world. Still not possible. It seems the players in the Divine Kingdom are also trapped here long-term, only recently making their presence known. I can't keep drifting aimlessly like this either. Outside, Wong Hui, who had just returned to his body and closed the glass cover, stretched lazily. After much effort, High Priest Sariman had finally successfully merged with the green vine branches from the outside world. He had become Wong Hui's fifth existing fused beast subordinate, following the Dragon Horse, Griffin, Huyan Wu, and Justin. He was also the only special case so far to merge with a plant, making it exceptionally significant. Wong Hui checked the time and turned to the kitchen to prepare some dinner. Meanwhile, in the accelerated state of the miniature world, various factions began to take action one after another. Chapter 100, Midnight Assassination. You must be the singer, right? Late at night, in the Bay World's Port of Adversity, Huyan Qingba, having bathed and changed, sat in his study, reviewing the day's trade list as usual, ensuring there were no errors in the process. It wasn't until he was so tired his eyelids were drooping that he finished the review. Carrying an oil lamp and yawning repeatedly, he left the study, heading to the bedroom in the backyard to sleep. The nobles of the Storm Kingdom are truly too extravagant, building such a large garden between the study and the bedroom. It's downright eerie at night. I'll have to hire someone to level it and build a few rooms instead. Huyan Qingba muttered as he passed through an arched gate into the garden. Just as he walked beneath the stone pavilion, a faint whistling sound suddenly echoed from above. Swish. It was an extremely thin sword, its surface treated to a matte finish, making it exceptionally stealthy for a nighttime ambush. Success. The attacker aimed for the target's head, this careless, overweight man had no reason to dodge. Rip. Yet, Hu Yin Qing